as evidence, couldn't be left exposed to the elements, and the battle loot had yet to be claimed. After a moment's thought, Lord Rain turned to Ginny and said, "Miss Ginny, could you collect my battle loot for me?" Battle loot? Ginny was momentarily astonished, failing to grasp his meaning until Lord Rain pointed towards the unfamiliar knight's corpse. Then she understood what he meant. "I need to investigate the situation in town right now." As he spoke, Lord Rain was about to head back to the town, but after taking a couple of steps, he turned back and cautioned, "By the way, Miss Ginny, you should leave Flash Gold Town as soon as possible." At that time, Ginny was staring at the gruesome corpse nearby, lost in thought. How should this be dealt with? It was only at Lord Rain's reminder that she came to her senses, hurriedly responding, "Yes, of course, Lord Rain." Just then, two cavalrymen were swiftly approaching from the direction of Flash Gold Town. Lord Rain's eyes narrowed at once, and he gripped the glimmering greatsword in both hands, readying himself for combat. "Wait, Lord Rain, those two look like my cavalry." Ginny was startled when she saw Rain draw his sword. "Oh?" Even though Ginny said this, Lord Rain remained on guard. After all, if he didn't learn from his previous experience, it would eventually be his doom. After the two cavalrymen arrived, they swiftly saluted Ginny and urgently reported, "Miss Ginny, the Flash Gold Town Church has been attacked, and the town's guard forces are weak. We advise you to leave Flash Gold Town immediately." The church? Lord Rain's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly made a connection. Today was Sunday, and there would be at least 100 or 2 people in the church. Lord Rain, Andrews. The Black Flame Church? Could it be that the Black Flame Church was intending to perform a blood sacrifice in Flash Gold Town? Because during his training as a page, Lord Rain had heard about the cult sacrifice incident in Monheim Town. After becoming the captain of the Night Watchman, Lord Rain even went to check the relevant records. The truth was more gruesome than the rumors, with over 100 people dead in Monheim Town at once. The official response of the Empire to conclude the matter was to blame 7 or 8 bandits, but Lord Rain knew it was a stopgap measure by County Town to quickly calm the public's unrest and to downplay the incident. Now thinking about it, it was most likely also the handiwork of the Black Flame Church. Cough. "I won't leave. He is Lord Rain, the deputy sheriff of Flash Gold Town. You two arrived at the right time. Help the Lord with collecting the battle loot." Ginny quickly assessed the situation and then declined the cavalryman's suggestion. Ginny was very clear in her thoughts. Although staying in Flash Gold Town was dangerous, this was an excellent opportunity to strengthen her bond with Lord Rain. Battle loot? The two cavalrymen took a look around and immediately saw the bloody heap, jumping in fright. This was a rogue of senior knight strength, already slain by Lord Rain. "We'll just follow Lord Rain and assist with collecting the battle loot," Ginny said. "Senior knight? Was that bloody mass a senior knight?" This made the two cavalrymen look again, finding indeed a plate, armored knight. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In that case, there really was no need to retreat just yet. "Yes, Miss Ginny." The two cavalrymen immediately jumped off their horses, filled with confidence, and began the collection. Lord Rain glanced at Ginny, somewhat surprised that the noble lady had such courage and so much confidence in him. He nodded at Ginny and said, "I'll go first. You can follow behind at your own pace. If something doesn't feel right, leave immediately without hesitation." "Of course, Lord Rain," Ginny replied with a pleased look, spotting that look of acknowledgement from Rain, and quickly nodded in agreement. At once, Lord Rain dashed towards Flash Gold Town, while occasionally glancing at the Night, Transcendent, panel. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to allocate the newly acquired skill point to break my limit. The reason was simple. Since I was about to face a fierce battle, naturally, I wanted to invest in something that would quickly increase my combat strength. Breaking the limit affected 2 transcendent attributes, huge strength and iron skin, and after allocating the point, both of these transcendent attributes should advance to LV2. As I allocated the point, instantly my limit break increased from 25% to 35%. Suddenly, it was as if I could hear the sound of glass shattering, akin to the noise of a key turning in a lock. Rain only felt a kind of shackle deep within him click, and in an instant, it was unlocked. This feeling was so peculiar. It was as if Rain had always been dancing with shackles on, and now, all of a sudden, the shackles were removed. Every cell in his body was cheering. No wonder the 30% limit is a hurdle. It seems that once it's surpassed, some sort of shackle within the body is unlocked. Now, I suppose I've entered the ranks of a seasoned knight. Rain murmured to himself. Before Rain had the chance to deeply sense this change, the two transcendent attributes that were associated with him also broke through to LV2. Transcendent attribute. Huge strength LV2, active. Huge strength LV2 effect. Strength significantly increases. Note, the transcendent attribute huge strength's enhancement of the host strength is positively correlated with the limit break percentage. The higher the degree of limit break, the greater the increase in strength. Note, to advance to the next level, a limit break of 60% or higher is required. Transcendent attribute, Iron Skin LV2 passive. Iron Skin LV2 effect. The body automatically absorbs stray metal elements, significantly strengthening skin defense. Note, the enhancement of Iron Skin to defensive power is positively correlated with spiritual power and limit break percentage. The higher the spirit and limit break percentage, the stronger the absorption capacity and the greater the enhancement. Note, to advance to the next level, a limit break of 60% or above and a spiritual power of 18 points or more are required. Note, transcendent attributes cannot be directly enhanced with skill points. As expected, both transcendent attributes advanced to LV2, and they even provided the requirements for the next level. To reach the next level of the huge strength transcendent attribute, a limit break of over 60% was necessary, while the Iron Skin attribute had even more stringent requirements, needing a spiritual power of over 18 points. Suddenly, Rain shifted his gaze away from the Knight Transcendent panel, looking towards the spire of the approaching town church. His confidence redoubled. 10 minutes earlier, Flash Gold Town Church. The Church of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess, just like many others, featured classic stained glass windows and a slender, tapering architectural style. In addition, at the very top of the church, there was a gilded statue of the small Monsoon and Ocean Goddess. It happened to be Sunday, so at this time, the church was packed with Flash Gold Town residents worshiping the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess. The arduous day-to-day labor and occasional disasters led to a world with far more believers than in Rain's previous life, and significantly more devout ones at that. At this time, over 100 men and women from the town, both old and young, were earnestly praying to the statue of the goddess holding a conch shell, led by a white-haired priest named Thomason. However, in the spacious hall of the church, instead of priest Thomason, a black-robed monk was loudly chanting some sort of incantation. 7 or 8 burly men dressed as mercenaries, armed to the teeth, guarded the surroundings with eagle eyes. Besides them, there appeared to be another black-robed monk in a dark hood, head bowed, hands in sleeves, standing in a corner of the hall, silent as stone. And below, silent as death, were the 100 or so Flash Gold Town residents who had been attending the service. In front of them lay the corpses of a few who had resisted, their bright red blood staining the solemn and sacred church. As the black-robed monk continued chanting the incantation, the black bone wand in front of him began to emit strands of eerie black thread-like substances from its crystal top, slowly filling the room. The residents of Flash Gold Town who came into contact with it soon fell to the ground, trembling all over. This sight filled everyone with even more dread, trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, it's just that resistance meant immediate death, and dying later was always better than dying sooner. Among the trembling crowd was a man with thick eyebrows. He had never imagined that, on this Sunday, right after finishing his page training, his mother would urge him to attend the weekly church service, seeking the goddess's blessing for success in the Habs Manor Guard examination. Instead, less than half an hour into the service, a group of fierce-looking mercenaries stormed in, and Priest Thomason presiding over the service was immediately lying in a pool of blood. Right after, the church's main doors were locked, trapping all the town's residents inside. At first, the man with thick eyebrows thought it was a robbery by some gang of bandits, and considering his family's wealth, he wasn't too worried. But as the robed figure began to chant the eerie incantations, he made the connection to a cultist ritual sacrifice, and instantly, he turned pale. Cultists were known for taking lives without a second thought. Pseudo-rich kids have one advantage at least, being well-informed. He knew what the other party was up to, or, in other words, under the current circumstances, the man with thick eyebrows knew exactly why he might die. Unlike the ordinary town residents who, perhaps up to the very moment of death, would not understand why they were dying. The man with thick eyebrows considered resisting. He always believed that with his swordsmanship, he could take on ordinary thugs with no issue. But when he saw his uncle, The peace officer who had taught him swordsmanship, struck down by a sword and lying in a pool of blood, that little bit of confidence in his bushy eyebrows shattered like glass. He didn't dare entertain any thoughts of resistance in his heart. After all, resistance meant immediate death, but if he cowered in the crowd like a quail, perhaps he could delay his demise. At this moment, the figure of a man appeared unbidden in his mind, a figure that was even shorter and frailio than him. During the swordsmanship competition and the servant training, the person turned the impossible into possible, and reversing his defeat, he had beaten him. If he were here, would he dare to draw his sword against them? After some thought, he shook his head. Chances were he wouldn't dare either. After all, the gap in strength was simply too great. Although, he had heard that the guy had become the night watchman of the town. But what of it? He was still an ordinary person, and in the face of these fierce bandits, probably only a formal night would suffice. Seeing wisps of eerie black mist spread, his heart immediately tightened, and he muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Mother, you've doomed your own son. Do you realize that? Goddess above, I pray someone can save me. I sincerely apologize for all the wrongs I've done before and beg the goddess to send someone to rescue me. I'm still young. I truly don't want to die." At this moment, his eyes had never been so devout. If Rain were here, he would have recognized that, apart from him, many of the servant boys he knew were also here, including his good friend George. This was because the Habsburg Manor was going to hold a servant assessment next week. Therefore, many servants accompanied their families to the church to worship devoutly, praying that the goddess would bless them with a smooth assessment. At this moment, they all looked in horror at the scene before them. At the very edge of the church hall, there was another figure familiar to Rain, that of his mother Emma, who was bowing her head in shock and trembling, her expression one of horror. But at this moment, surprisingly, she didn't immediately pray to the goddess for protection. Rather, the first thing that came to her mind was her son Rain and his increasingly tall figure. With such a big incident happening, Rain, as the captain of the night watchman, should be rushing over, right? No. Rain mustn't come. There are too many and too powerful. Even if Rain comes, he definitely can't win against them. Goddess protect. Please don't let Rain come. Let him be safe and sound. Emma thought silently to herself. At this time, a black flame monk, robed in black, stood blocking the entrance to the church's outer square. 4 or 5 bodies dressed in peace officer uniforms lay haphazardly on the ground, and opposite him stood the remaining 20 or so night watchmen of Flashgold Town, along with a few peace officers. The night watchmen had their bows drawn and aimed at the black flame monk, and the peace officers had also drawn their longswords, surrounding him. But they were all tense, with a few pale and trembling. This gave the monk holding the black flame in his hand an air of being the lone man guarding a pass against 1,000 enemies. The first few peace officers to arrive had already fallen prey to him. Among the remaining defenses of Flashgold Town, the short Matteo held the highest position. As the captain of the night watchman, he clenched his fists, his face flushed with blood, but he dared not order his men to shoot. Matteo never lacked the courage to fight, but facing the black flame monk who had even given Officer Hamilton a tough time before, he knew that if he were to shout fire, it was likely all of them would fall here. The black flames flickering in his opponent's hand made Matteo apprehensive. To the average strength night watchman, it was almost unbeatable. You may say, hasn't Rain already killed a black flame monk? It can't be that scary, right? True, but that was a black flame monk in a state of severe injury. The one before them now was a black flame monk in his prime. It's not the same thing at all. So despite having him surrounded, Matteo was almost certain that even if they fought to the death, they wouldn't even be able to touch him. Maybe before they were all wiped out, they could inflict a wound or two on him. That would be the extent of it. Although Matteo had already sent out messengers to chase after Lord Hamilton's party at the first opportunity, it had already been an hour since they'd left. In terms of time, they were likely too late to help. Additionally, Matteo had dispatched messengers to the nearby Habs Manor to seek the help of Knight Lloyd, but it would probably take some time for the reinforcements from the manor to arrive. So even though Matteo wasn't very confident that Rain could defeat the opponent, at this moment their only hope was for Rain, the newly appointed deputy peace officer still in Flashgold Town. You don't even have the courage to shoot me with your arrows? As the Imperial peacekeeping force, that's sincerely pathetic, the black flame monk sneered, twirling the ball of black flames in his hand. Was it you lot of trash that ganged up and killed Mort? Doesn't look like it. Well, if you stand there obediently without moving, perhaps I might spare your lives. Oh, right. I remember now, you wouldn't be waiting for that. What's his name? Ray. Rain. That's the name, isn't it? Heh, you wouldn't be waiting for him, would you? Too bad. You won't be waiting for him to come. This made Mateo and the other night watchmen couldn't help but change their expressions. For a moment, they felt as if their opponent had suddenly seen through their hand. Listening to the opponent's tone, it seemed like rain. Suddenly, screams erupted inside the church, one after another. This made many family members of the night watchmen inside the church become agitated, turning their heads to Mateo and saying, "Captain, let's go all out." Yes, let's go all out. The desperate declaration of this bunch of ants made Otis want to laugh. Ha, go all out? A bunch of ants. What do you have to compete with me? Just then, a young yet resonant voice suddenly erupted. Hasn't anyone taught you to respect the warriors who face death with honor? Suddenly, Otis could no longer laugh, because a person he hadn't expected appeared in his sight, and also in the sight of the night watchman. Rain. Deputy Marshal, sir. At that moment when Mateo saw Rain appear, he felt an urge to cry. The burden he was carrying on his shoulders suddenly felt lifted. Reporting to the deputy marshal, a black flame monk has taken control of the townspeople inside the church. Mateo, you all have worked hard. Leave this place to me. Rain, looking at the black flame monk opposite him, said, You are that new knight, Rain? How is this possible? You shouldn't. And where's Andrews? You definitely cannot be his match. The black flame monk named Otis burst out with a triple question. However, Rain naturally didn't bother with him and silently drew his glimmering greatsword. Otis, with his brows deeply furrowed, couldn't wrap his head around this puzzle. Could it be that Andrews fought against you and you managed to escape? After thinking it over, Otis felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. Moreover, seeing the shattered state of Rain's armor, it appeared as though Andrews had beaten him severely. If this were true, Rain was likely a transcendent knight with attributes like agility. No wonder. Otis immediately ruled out all other possibilities and arrived at a conclusion that he thought was very reliable. For a speedy type knight like Rain, the best strategy is close combat. If he were to use ranged attacks like black flame fireballs, it would be futile if the opponent was too fast. With his extensive combat experience, Otis quickly thought of the best strategy against Rain. Fortunately, Otis's close combat strength was not weak either, skillful with a pair of daggers, and although his strength was just that of a formal knight, his transcendent attribute leaned towards agility. Having thought all this through, Otis confidently said, You barely escaped from Andrews's hands, yet didn't seize this luck, and even dared to come here. This is truly your tragedy. His words made Rain startle for a moment. Whoosh. Otis immediately dashed forward, charging straight at Rain. His maneuver once again startled Rain, because Rain had been thinking about how to dodge the black flame fireballs in the opponent's hands and then look for chances to get close to swiftly kill him. But now what did he see? The black flame monk didn't even throw a single black flame fireball at him, but instead rushed towards him for a close combat? Could there be some conspiracy here? No matter. Close combat is his own only advantage. Since the opponent was so confident, maybe he was also a strength-type player. It was safer to directly use his ultimate move. Just in time, Rain had broken through to 35% beyond his limit, stepping into the realm of a seasoned knight, and his transcendent trait huge strength had reached an enhancement of 60%. Rain planned to activate an additional 25% of strength burst, aiming for a total strength enhancement of 120% to probe the depth of his opponent first. Moreover, Rain was confident that, at this level of triple overlap state, both the duration and the side effects would be much weaker, and in a short time, there would virtually be no side effects at all. This was the advantage of having high constitution. No wonder a great man once said, "A good body is the capital of revolution." As for why not to burst out with full strength, that was because he needed to maintain a certain level of combat ability for the subsequent church rescue. Seeing the black flame monk rapidly attacking Rain, Mateo, while keeping his eyes fixed, quickly said to the other night watchman, "In a moment, you guys from." But he was cut off mid-sentence. Instead, he muttered to himself, Rain's strength has reached this level. Suddenly, a pair of daggers flickering with a chilling cold light appeared in the hands of the black flame monk, attacking close in front of Rain in the blink of an eye. As he attacked at high speed, the airflow raised rustled the battered plate armor on Rain's body. In the moment when his adversary appeared confident, everyone present only heard several sounds of bowstrings being plucked, and the source was Rain in the center of the arena. Boom. 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 Rain's figure suddenly enlarged, his muscles bulged, especially his chest and neck, which swelled almost twice like a Zara cobra about to attack its prey. Roar. A roar sounded. A wave of tangible air shockwave burst from Rain's mouth, spreading outwards, and Otis was the first to face it head-on. Otis's face turned to utter horror, as he never expected Rain to have such a wide-ranging sonic attack technique. This kind of attack was completely unavoidable. One could only withstand it. And Otis reacted very quickly, shrinking his neck and crossing his arms in front of his face instantaneously. As the gust hit, Otis only felt a sharp pain in his ears and a buzzing in his head. But he instinctively felt something was wrong, and just as he was about to lower his arms to check, he suddenly felt the sky darken, and then, his left eye was looking at his own right eye. No, to be precise, his left eye saw the right side of his body, and his right eye saw the left side. Before Otis could recover from his confusion, his world went dark. He succumbed to nothingness. And at the edge of the arena, everyone was stunned, their hands covering their ears, staring dumbfounded at Rain, still in a downward chopping posture. And the Black Flame monk split in two. The night watchmen were dumbfounded on the spot, a variety of ingenious thoughts popping into their minds. Is this the Black Flame monk they were once terrified of? The one that even Lord Hamilton was severely injured by? This couldn't have been switched out just now, right? Why does it feel like Rain just chopped down a fake Black Flame monk? It truly wasn't just Rain posing. It was because, at that moment, his giant bear sword technique had progressed to LV6. Thus, as the giant bear sword technique smoothly stepped into LV6, 124/3000, numerous memories of training with the giant bear sword technique began to infuse into Rain's mind. Meanwhile, the various techniques contained within these memory fragments quickly integrated into Rain's muscle memory. However, this time seemed a bit different. But Rain had not yet had time to fully appreciate it when he suddenly saw the church doors straight in front of him were being opened from the inside. The one who opened the church door was a member of the Wilderness Brotherhood, dressed like one of the fully armed mercenaries. At this moment, his eyes bulged out as he stared at the Lord Black Flame monk, who had been cleaved in half. His expression froze instantly. He'd been sent to check the situation because he had just heard a roar outside the church door that didn't seem humanly possible. And what he saw left him utterly speechless. You. Who are you? Only then did he regain his senses and involuntarily look towards the center of the area, where Rain was still posed with his great sword swinging down, and asked. As the church door opened and sunlight streamed into the hall, the trembling townspeople inside felt a strange warmth in their hearts, as if a seed of hope was sprouting. The trapped townspeople turned to look towards the open door. Though their view was partially blocked by the fully armed burly man, they could still vaguely see what was happening outside in the plaza. They saw many night watchmen and sheriffs, a knight in tattered plate armor, and a robed figure lying in a pool of blood. He's come. The sheriff has come to save us. Amazing. We're finally going to be saved. The crowd immediately grew agitated. At that moment, the burly man felt a surge of elation, identifying the knight holding the great sword as Sheriff Hamilton. But then, as he glanced at the two robed figures on the stage, he was still somewhat worried. After all, the enemy's strength was far superior to Flash Goldtown's defenses. Fighting one robed figure, Lord Hamilton had his breastplate shattered. But here, there were still two robed figures. The burly man mistakenly thought that the shattered plate armor on Rain had been caused by the previous fight with the robed figure. Meanwhile, Rain's mother, Emma, had her eyes suddenly widen. Being a mother, she recognized immediately that the great sword knight was her son, Rain. Although he was wearing a knight's helmet, she was too familiar with that set of knightly plate armor which Rain had been wearing every day recently. At this moment, seeing Rain's battered knightly breastplate, Emma felt both worried and happy. Worried because she feared Rain might not overcome the villains, and happy because her own son had come to save her. How could she not be? Goddess bless. I hope Rain can successfully drive these villains away. The two cavalry members from the Crowley family, although following Miss Jenny's orders to properly collect the mangled corpse of Andrew's knight and closely followed Rain, still didn't fully believe in the young Lord Rain's combat prowess since they hadn't witnessed it firsthand. However, when they saw Rain kill the black-robed figure who was clearly stronger than an official knight with a single, the two exchanged looks, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. You should know that both of them were merely at the strength level of a second-tier knight's attendant. At that moment, Jenny's carriage also arrived at the church plaza just in time to see Rain in his stance with his great sword lowered. Jenny looked at Rain standing in the middle of the church plaza. At that moment, the sunlight cast a faint golden glow on his magnificent and youthful body, mixed with the aura of having defeated an enemy like a god descended from heaven. It seemed to echo the statue of the seasonal and ocean goddess on top of the church. Jenny couldn't help but squint her eyes into Crescent's, the look of infatuation so deep she found it hard to pull away. This made her legs involuntarily cross tighter. Naturally, Jenny compared the young and handsome Rain to a family knight of her own clan who was nearly 50 years old and harbored ill intentions towards her and her mother, Richard. She found no comparison at all. Jenny thought, "It looks like I've bet on the right person." However, when she saw her family's 2 dazed cavalrymen, she frowned slightly. Jenny lifted the carriage's curtain, slightly displeased, and said to the 2 family cavalrymen, "What are you 2 daydreaming about? Why aren't you helping Lord Rain collect the spoils of war?" "Spoils of war?" Yes. The 2 cavalrymen started off confused, but quickly caught on and immediately dismounted to walk over to Rain's side. "Lord Rain, we'll keep your spoils of war for you," the 2 said respectfully as they bowed to Rain. Then, each grabbed half of the robed figure's body and returned to their horses. This action caught the nearby night watchman and even the rugged Wilderness Brotherhood member at the church door off guard. Is there such a show of prowess? Lord Rain even has his own corps for handling? No. Collecting spoils of war? How confident must one be to arrange something like this? In an instant, Mateo and several night watchmen felt a surge of confidence swell within them. Despite the enemy's formidable strength, the advantage was theirs. However, with the 2 bloody halves of the body hanging on either side of the horses, the cavalryman turned to Miss Jenny, troubled, and said, Miss Jenny, we kinda don't have enough space here." Jenny looked at the 2 cavalrymen, who had the bewildered expressions of geese, shook her head, and said resignedly, "Can't you just get a cart for hauling goods?" Through the gates, Rain peered inside to assess the situation and quickly took in everything within the hall. At the same time, he realized that it must have been his earlier roar that had alerted the enemies within the church. Though his initial move had the setback of alarming the enemies, it also had the advantage of letting him know the situation within the church beforehand. The strange ritual and the tendrils of dark mist made Rain highly wary. Moreover, he noticed that the dense crowd of townsfolk inside the church hall couldn't hold out much longer. Because Rain saw very clearly that those townspeople near the prayer altar had all collapsed, their condition unknown. And as wisps of dark mist, alive like creatures, continued to spread around, even more townspeople began to fall. After carefully counting the number of enemies in the hall, Rain was shocked. 2 black flame monks and 7 or 8 squires. This was a strong force indeed. He hadn't expected the Black Flame Church to dispatch so many elites all at once. However, he suddenly remembered the peculiar sensation he felt after the giant bear sword technique had improved. It seemed as though once the giant bear sword technique reached level 6, it had entered a new realm as if previously he'd been occupied with familiarizing himself with the moves. But now, he had entered a mastery phase, where everything felt instinctive. In that case, it seems I might be up for a fight after all. While Rain was gauging the strength of his opponents, they were also observing the situation in the church square. Especially the robed figure conducting the ritual, who, upon seeing Otis laying in a pool of blood, was visibly shaken. The person wobbled, and the mass of dark mist, as vast as an octopus, also became unstable. What is going on? Metri roared inwardly. Metri, focus on the ritual. Leave the outside matters to me, said the robed figure with hands tucked in the sleeves, slowly emerging from the corner and speaking to the Black Flame monk conducting the ritual. At once, Angel Envoy. The Black Flame monk conducting the ritual responded respectfully. Watching the person addressed as Angel Envoy slowly approach the gates, Metri felt a wave of relief. Haha, no matter how you've done it, meeting the Angel Envoy means you can only pray for your misfortune. Soon, you will witness the terrifying power of the Angel Envoy. A smirk with a touch of schadenfreude crept onto Metri's lips. At that moment, Rain was already charging towards the entrance of the church hall, followed by several officers, while the night watchmen took up their bows and aimed at the entrance. The 7 fully armed burly men from within the hall were now rapidly coming to assist, 8 in total, arrayed in 2 rows, firmly blocking the church hall entrance. Rain scanned these men, and his enhanced perception as a wizard apprentice told him that among them, Only 2 had the strength of a knight, while the rest were mere squires. Needing to hurry and rescue the townsfolk, Rain swiftly decided on a strategy of swift and decisive combat. As the burly men pulled out their hand crossbows and aimed at Rain, suddenly, a roar erupted. Following it, a silver sword light surged at the entrance of the church. When the sword light passed, the 4 men in the front were immediately taken out. But it didn't end there. With a stride, Rain's great sword swept up, slicing through the armpit of a man in plate armor, a forearm still in its armor lofting through the air. Immediately after, Rain performed a smooth cleaving slash, splitting the man diagonally from his shoulder down at a 45-degree angle. At this time, the other 3 burly men finally snapped out of their shock from Rain's roaring strike, but the scene before them filled them with utter horror. 5 of their brothers had fallen in less than 2 seconds. How were they supposed to fight back? With the sword light flashing again, Rain executed a furious slash, instantly killing the last squire's strength bandit. Now, the only ones still standing were 2 knights, both already gravely injured. Just as Rain was about to finish off these 2 as well, suddenly, a swift dark wave appeared before his eyes. His level 3 danger perception went crazy with warnings, prompting Rain to instinctively guard himself with his greatsword. Clang! In an instant, he felt a hot black current, carrying a tremendous force, slamming into him and sending him flying. Because he had blocked the attack in advance, Rain felt the huge strength cause no real damage as he flew through the air. However, the hot black current was rather peculiar. Rain felt a sting on his exposed skin and saw that he had become wrapped in fine strands of black flame, clinging like a pernicious disease. At this moment, these strands of black flame were trying to break through his skin to attack his insides. Even with the protection of his transcendent trait, Iron Skin LV2, it felt incredibly difficult to resist. Thump! Rain hit the ground hard. At the same time, Rain heard screams nearby. It turned out the attack hadn't only sent him flying, but also several officers who had been charging in with him. They were also blown away. Since they hadn't had time to react, their bodies bore deeper, bone-visible wounds compared to Rain's. Moreover, these security officers were merely ordinary people. Once wrapped in the subsequent dark flames, they could no longer resist and screamed as they turned into a human-shaped black fireball, soon burning into a pile of black ashes. At this point, even Rain was unable to help. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he was powerless. Rain narrowed his eyes. Only then did he clearly see that the attacker was the dark flame monk who had stood in the corner of the church hall, hands tucked in his sleeves. At that moment, he was holding an extremely rare, giant scythe-shaped weapon. The long handle was nearly a meter long, and the blade was a narrow arc, also nearly a meter long. The strike just now was a sort of area attack similar to his roaring strike. It originated from the attacker's body and blasted out a shockwave accompanied by dark flames, along with a 360-degree attack from that giant scythe. Anyone within his range of attack would be struck. Rain had never encountered such a maneuver from any of the previous dark flame monks. It seemed likely that this opponent's rank was higher than any of the dark flame monks he had faced before. Perhaps, this individual was the leader of this cult of the dark flame operation. Clap. Rain's knight helm, which was already damaged, shattered completely due to the burning power of the dark flame, revealing Rain's young and handsome face. Even the giant scythe-wielding monk was taken aback by this sight. He seemed surprised by how young Rain was. The town residents in the church hall, seeing the greatsword knight knocked down, entwined in dark flames, and then falling heavily, felt as if their hearts were in their throats. But seeing the greatsword knight rise again, seemingly unharmed, sparked excitement in them. However, when they saw the greatsword knight's helm shatter and his true face revealed, many people were stunned on the spot. Particularly, Rain's good friend George, at this moment, could not help but raise his hand in shock, pointing at Rain and saying, "Isn't that Rain? My best friend became a knight?" Another page shook his head immediately in denial. "Rain? Are you crazy, George? It's just a look-alike." Joking aside, Rain was still in page boy training with them a month ago. And now, you're saying this man, who kills brigands as if they were chickens, is Rain? Equally shocked on the spot was the broad-browed individual. When he saw that familiar face, he felt that the greatsword knight seemed oddly familiar. Thus, his brain began to whirl rapidly, and suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "That is Rain." The broad-browed individual tried hard to superimpose the memory of a skinny figure onto this greatsword knight, but he found that they simply did not overlap. He scrutinized the other's eyebrows again, muttering to himself, "No, it absolutely can't be Rain. But it really does look like Rain. Could it be Rain's older brother? But I don't recall ever hearing about Rain having such a formidable older brother. I need to find out more about this as soon as possible. If Rain has such an impressive brother, I should proactively go and apologize to their family." In that moment, the broad-browed individual thought of many things. Mother Emma, although she had long known that the great sword knight was Rain, still felt a thrill when she truly saw her son's face. She wanted to shout Rain, but feared distracting her child during the battle. Moreover, having just witnessed her child calmly killing several brigands, her heart had skipped a beat. She had never seen such a cold side of Rain before. And seeing how Rain killed like slaughtering chickens with a serene expression told her, clearly, this was not his first time killing. This suddenly made Emma feel as though her son was somehow the most familiar stranger. Inside the carriage, Ginny, upon seeing Rain being struck by the robed figure wielding a giant scythe in an attack like a black tornado, couldn't help her heart skipping a beat. Only when she saw Rain rise again did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, worry began to show in her eyes for the first time. She could tell that the individual wielding the giant scythe was extremely formidable. Even if Rain could win, it wasn't going to be easy. As for the possibility of Rain being defeated, sorry, that option was not within Ginny's range of choices. The current grave situation made Ginny's mind race, and when she noticed the blue-helmeted pigeon in the cage at her feet, her eyes lit up. She immediately took out a small slip of paper and a feather pen from the carriage and began writing. "Mother, Flash Goldtown is under attack by cultists. Please urgently contact County Town for support. Ginny." Flap, flap. The sound of wings flapping arose. A pigeon, seemingly wearing a blue helmet, shot out of the carriage window like a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky. On the road to Nightingale Forest to the west of Flash Goldtown, a cavalryman dressed in night watchman regalia was fiercely whipping his horse to speed towards the direction of Nightingale Forest. He was the messenger sent by the captain of the night watchman, Mateo, to seek help from the Sheriff Hamilton, who had left Flash Goldtown an hour ago. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp arrow struck his steed right beneath him. With the horse's neighing, its leg kneeling, the night watchman messenger was tossed off its back. The attackers were cunning, ensuring nothing went wrong by shooting the horse instead of the man directly. Swoosh! Right after that, another arrow from the dense woods at the side aimed at the messenger who had just been thrown into midair. Thud! The arrow penetrated the flesh. With a scream, the heavily fallen messenger struggled to get up. But as he lifted his head, he saw two men who looked like mercenaries come out from the dense forest, grinning with satisfaction. Thinking of sending a message? Heh. Just go back to the embrace of the goddess honestly. North of Flash Goldtown, the same scene unfolded on the road leading to the Habsburg estate. The ambush on the night watchman messenger resulted in the failure to deliver the request for help. Flash Goldtown. In the church square. Quite an impressive transcendent feature. Is it some kind of defense enhancement? The Black Flame monk spoke, his speech slow and his voice calm, exuding an indescribable elegance as if he were a nobleman. But Rain didn't answer his question. Instead, he took advantage of the moment to turn his head and quickly said to Mateo, "Mateo, you guys attack from both sides. Go and rescue first." Understanding Rain's intention, Mateo immediately led a dozen or so night watchmen, smashing through the church windows on both sides and attacking the Black Flame monk who was conducting the ritual from various angles. Though their arrows were easily blocked by the protective black flames of the Black Flame monk. But he couldn't move, becoming a live target. This made rescuing the civilians possible. Apart from the many who had been unconscious due to the dark energy, most people began to climb the windows to escape. This occurrence vexed and hastened the Black Flame monk performing the ritual. At this moment, he couldn't give up, as the blood sacrifice ritual was about to be completed. Even though many had escaped, the sacrifice's quality would only be slightly inferior and still acceptable. However, if he gave up now, the entire ritual would fail. This was obviously unacceptable. It's almost there. Once I free up my hands, all of you are going to die sooner or later. But with the angel invoice strength, to be tangled up by the opponent, this really is unexpected. Through the shattered windows of the church, Mateo immediately spotted Rain's mother Emma, which startled him. No way. Rain is currently fighting a formidable enemy. Although we might not be much help, we definitely can't let Rain's mother get injured. This was Mateo's first thought upon seeing Emma. The next second, Mateo seized the opportunity to rush into the hall, quickly fleeing while protecting Emma. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure, called Angel Envoy, was clearly incensed by Rain's dismissive attitude. With a tip of his foot, the entire person rapidly closed in on Rain. Rain instantly activated Limit Break, immediately increasing his strength, agility, and constitution by 35%, and he attacked the black-robed figure with a leap slash. The black-robed man rapidly used his giant scythe to block. Clang! A grating sound of metal striking metal filled the air. The opponent's strength was immense. Rain's jump slash, despite his running start, was solidly countered without the figure taking a step back. This made Rain frown, and he thus abandoned his initial idea of going all out with his big move. After all, if he exhausted himself, and the opponent still withstood it, then he, left with after effects, would be meat on the chopping block, doomed for sure. Therefore, he had to find the opponent's weakness before unleashing his big move to take the opponent down in one fell swoop. Clash and clang. The level 6 giant bear sword technique indeed helped Rain a lot. Even though the opponent's strength and agility exceeded his, not by much, with agility just a notch better than his, while strength was 2 notches higher. So, Rain, using the smooth giant bear sword technique to constantly deflect and counter, managed to fight quite impressively. However, noticing the chaos of the people fleeing in the hall, the Black Flame monk fighting Rain seemed to grow a bit impatient. His strength and speed were above Rain's, but he could not seem to take Rain down all at once. The black-robed man lifted his giant scythe into the middle, apparently about to release a move similar to the 360-degree Black Flame shockwave he had just used. Previously, when Rain was killing those Squire Knights, he hadn't taken note. But this time, fully focused, Rain quickly noticed a slight pause in the opponent's move transitions. Good opportunity. Whoosh. Rain's blade slashed through the opponent's black robe, cutting into the abdomen. But suddenly, an exceptionally strong resistance surged through Rain's hands. This feeling. It was as if he were using the glimmering greatsword to cut through 10 layers of thick cowhide soaked in oil. The smiling visage beneath the black robe's hood became visible, and then the giant scythe heavily chopped down at Rain, while a black flame tornado spiraled outwards in a 360-degree direction. Clang! Again, Rain was hurled several meters away, but with a quick roll, he minimized the impact. However, his body was once again wrapped in tendrils of black flame, subjecting Rain to another bout of scorching pain. If not for Iron Skin LV2, those 2 hits might have cost Rain more than half his life. Indeed, only with layered armor does one live longer. And with the opponent's cloak ripped by Rain, a large portion of flesh underneath, covered by the black cloak, was exposed. It was a ghastly pale substance, similar to wrinkled skin. Just now, it was this thing that had blocked Rain's swift slash. Although Rain's sword strike wasn't charged for the sake of speed, normally, unless the opponent was wearing plate armor rather than chain mail or thick leather armor, they would have been pierced through by Rain's blade. Moreover, judging by the state of the opponent after being hit, it seemed they hadn't been wounded by the glimmering greatsword. This was an unprecedented situation among the Black Flame monks Rain had encountered before, which couldn't help but make his gaze sharpen. At this moment, the giant scythe Black Flame monk lifted his head for the first time, revealing a pale and handsome face under the hood, which, judging from his age, seemed to be only around 20. Rain's eyes flickered slightly, uncertain whether the opponent was truly of that age or if it was the effect of some kind of dark magic. Young man, not bad talent, but it ends here. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on the pale face of the other party. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of the other party underwent a drastic transformation. The black robe suddenly inflated like a balloon that was pumped full of air, and then, in the next second, it burst open with after a loud, a grayish-white, waist-bound robe was revealed, but the appearance of this garment caused Rain's pupils to shrink. Because of his excellent vision, he had already noticed something strange about the opponent's clothing. At the moment, on the grayish-white waistbound robe of the other party, he could see 6 or 7 twisted faces, expressions of pain and ferocity, and from the ages of these few faces, they seemed to be children around 10 years old. In other words, this was a waistbound robe made from multiple pieces of human skin. It's definitely a cult. Such brutal. Rain cursed in his heart. He figured out the purpose behind the Black Flame cult's encouragement of gang members to kidnap children. Their goal might not be that simple, but certainly, this had to be one of them. And moreover, this garment of the other party must have been processed in some special manner. It couldn't simply be the result of tanning, as Rain's great sword strike just now had a hard time cutting through it. However, revealing this horrifying robe was just the first step. The body of the opponent suddenly began to rapidly grow, shooting up from about 1.9 meters to 2.2 meters. And the process was still ongoing. The opponent was simply growing taller, the pure increase in height, not like Rain becoming twice as big all around when he unleashes his full strength. 2.4 meters. 2.6 meters. Rain stared at this spectacle, dumbfounded. Anyone who saw their opponent suddenly grow from 1.9 meters to 2.6 meters would be astonished, wouldn't they? Rain felt like his enemy had suddenly transformed from a little fourth grader into Yao Ming. Are you made of rubber? At this point, the opponent's 2-meter-long, two-handed weapon, a giant scythe, was now being held in the right hand alone. The two-handed polearm had become a one-handed weapon. Whirlwind cut. The opponent began to spin the giant scythe vertically with one hand, turning it into a standing fan, and instantly a blackish-gray tornado was whipped up, attacking Rain. This time Rain did not rashly choose to take the hit head-on. Although he had the transcendent trait, Iron Skin LV2, he didn't want to directly receive a strike that was obviously a secret technique. If his Iron Skin got broken accidentally, that would be. Rain immediately rolled to the side and quickly dodged. The blackish-gray tornado grazed past Rain and struck the fleeing townspeople behind him, slicing them into chunks and engulfing them in black flames. Rain's brow furrowed. The opponent's attack methods had become more diverse and bizarre after the transformation. This was clearly not a physical attack, but was mixed with some mysterious energy. But just when Rain thought he had evaded the opponent's strike with his roll, suddenly his danger perception of level 3 started to give him frantic warnings. At the same time, Rain's peripheral vision caught a glint of cold light, slashing towards his face like lightning. Rain immediately raised the glimmering greatsword to block horizontally. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Rain was instantly knocked back 4 or 5 meters. The opponent's strength has also increased. At this moment, Rain's eyes suddenly widened as if he had witnessed something inconceivable. The body of the opponent had just grown to 2.6 meters, but now it was 12.6 meters. The giant scythe Black Flame Monk's waist looked as if it had turned into a 10-meter-long python, and the entire figure was indescribably strange and terrifying. It should be noted that this 10 meters was literal, not figurative. The last strike was due to the opponent's waist stretching out like modeling clay to 10 meters, allowing the upper body to reach Rain's position and slashing out with that sickle. While Rain was still in shock, he saw the opponent's waist contract again like a spring, propelling the lower body to the point of the attack. This cultist is too bizarre. Is this even human? Rubberman Luffy? True water snake waist? Rain cursed inwardly. Jenny, who was nervously watching the battle between Rain and the giant scythe Black Flame Monk, had her mouth wide open, her beautiful eyes round and full of shock and disbelief. Although she had heard about some of the cult's behavior and various misdeeds before, this was truly her first time witnessing such a bizarre and terrifying cultist. This is not even human. Can Lord Rain win against him? At this moment, Jenny's fair little hand tightly clutched her long dress, her face tensely peering through the carriage window, watching the battle at the center of the church square outside, wondering if there was any way she could help Rain. She glanced to the side at the two family knights who were equally frightened and pale, and couldn't help but shake her head. Family cavalry, sigh. With only the strength of a second-level knight attendant, they're completely useless. Too weak. At that time, Jenny spotted a short-statured man dressed as a night watchman captain, firmly stopping a middle-aged woman dressed as a farmer, with a good-natured look of persuasion on his face. Since she was not far from the two, despite the noisy scene around her, filled with scattered crowds, Jenny could still hear snippets of their conversation. Let me go and see Rain. And Emma. If you go there, it will just make Lord Rain worry. Better first. Is this Rain's mother? Jenny's eyes lit up, and she immediately thought of something. She quickly jumped out of the carriage, lifted her skirt, and ran over, while the two family knights immediately followed closely, protecting their young mistress. Ma'am, are you Rain's mother? Yes, may I ask who you are? Seeing a girl dressed as a noble lady running over with two fully armed knights behind her, Emma hesitated and took a half-step back, asking, I am Jenny from the Crowley family, and Emma, I am a friend of Lord Rain. If you are worried about Lord Rain and don't want to leave, you can watch from my carriage. It will be much safer that way," Jenny said, while also pointing to the carriage nearby. The moment Mateo heard the suggestion from the beautiful noble lady, he nodded repeatedly, saying, "And Emma, if you still want to stay here, then please follow Miss Jenny's advice. After all, it would be much safer inside the carriage compartment, with 2 additional knights standing guard. Also, and Emma could watch Rain's battle in the church square from the window of the carriage. This might dirty your carriage." "My clothes are." Emma looked at her own attire, then at the luxurious carriage, and hesitated. She had never ridden in such a luxurious noble carriage before. Her clothes had also become dirty while running away. This made Mateo anxious on the side, thinking, "And Emma, you were a farmer before, but now you're the honored Lord Rain's mother. Emma, why bother about this at all? And Emma, you can just call me Jenny." Jenny's eyes immediately smiled like crescent moons, not at all minding that Emma's clothing was not clean. She took the initiative to help Emma up. As she spoke, she even rubbed Emma's dirty clothes with her spotless white dress, saying, "And Emma, look, I am not clean either. Let's not worry about such things. Please, come quick." Oh, what a kind-hearted noble lady. Normally, Emma might have considered more, but with her heart worried about Rain at that time, she did not shrink back too much and nodded her head, agreeing to come along. The 2 of them quickly entered the carriage together. Jenny's 2 knights exchanged glances and looked at the formidable Rain, suddenly understanding their young mistress's intention. "Miss, you are really broadening your path." The fight in the center of the church square continued. However, at this time, the opposing giant scythe Black Flame monk did not rush to attack and could be heard saying, "Young man, not bad talent. Joining the embrace of my master is your best choice." Rain had not expected that his opponent would suddenly extend an olive branch, trying to enlist him, join the Black Flame Church, worship the evil god, and then turn into something that isn't quite human nor ghost like you. The thought of himself becoming like a rubber man. Rain's head shook vigorously, just like a rattle drum. Seeing Rain shake his head, refusing his offer, seemed to infuriate the angel envoy greatly, who then launched a spinning leaping cleave at Rain. Whoosh! With a height of 2.6 meters, the enemy's leaping cleave had an attack radius that was significantly larger than usual. Rain rolled to the side again, narrowly avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth. But before Rain could stand up, a ball of black flame shot out from the empty left hand of the giant scythe Black Flame monk. Whoosh! It bombarded Rain. Boom! Rain was blasted several meters away, his body entwined with strands of black flame. Hiss! That hurts. This was categorized as a combo. Danger Perception LV3 had already warned him, but it was just too late to dodge it. Although he suffered a setback, Rain had tested out several of his opponent's moves through the recent battle. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 hidden moves left, but Rain had gotten a grasp of the general fighting style of his opponent. Just taking hits without fighting back was not his style. Several combat schemes flashed through his mind in an instant, but thinking of his opponent's human skin armor with its absurdly exaggerated defensive power, Rain dismissed the schemes one by one. Not even his glimstone weapon, Glimmering Greatsword, could cut through the enemy's human skin armor. At that moment, Rain felt a tinge of regret. His combat methods were too simplistic. If he had known he'd encounter this kind of tough-skinned enemy, he should have learned Tackle's hammer skill manuscript. With the shock of the heavy hammer, it should be possible to bypass the opponent's surface defense and directly inflict heavy damage on the interior of his body. However, now, there's still a chance. Because just now, Rain keenly noticed a momentary weak point in the opponent's armor. That was when the opponent stretched his waist like a rubber man to attack, and the human skin armor covered with wrinkles was also stretched. It was as if wrinkled trousers had been ironed smooth. At that moment, the human skin armor was exceptionally smooth and tight. Perhaps, the reason why they used children's skin to make the armor was precisely because of the elasticity of the child's skin tissue. Of course, human skin alone couldn't achieve this effect. There must be other sinister magical methods involved. So, if Rain could capture that moment during the opponent's next Rubberman combat skill attack and deliver a full force slash to the opponent's stretched waist, there was a very high probability of cutting the opponent in half at the waist. Meister County Town. Inside a luxurious mansion, the beautiful Baroness Crawley was dressed in a domestic outfit, wearing a white cinched waist puff dress, half reclining on a lamb leather lounge chair in the mansion's backyard, leisurely basking in the early winter sun. Meanwhile, a maid's delicate hands were carefully peeling grapes for her, and another maid thoughtfully covered her with a thin woolen blanket. The excessive curvature of the lady's upper body and the exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio made the maids beside her, from time to time, compare themselves with her and feel quite envious. At this moment, a maid hurried over and said, "Madam, Miss Jenny has sent an urgent message by blue armored pigeon." After speaking, she handed over a cylindrical object strapped to the pigeon's leg to Baroness Crawley. Baroness Crawley's real name was Jennifer Cecil, and since she had married Baron Crawley, she had become Jennifer Crawley. Jennifer looked surprised and immediately stood up to receive the cylindrical object. Upon opening it, she saw her daughter's handwriting, which read, "Mother, Flashgold Town is under attack by cultists. Please quickly contact County Town for support. Jenny." This startled Jennifer instantly. Her first thought was, Jenny is in danger. But the next second, she realized it might not necessarily mean Jenny was in danger, because if it were really dangerous, Jenny wouldn't have just written for help, but would also have included a will to her mother. This slightly reassured Jennifer. Flashgold Town. Rain. A spark crossed Baroness Jennifer's mind, and she quickly guessed her daughter's thoughts. "Get me a formal dress immediately. I need to meet some guests." "As you wish, madam." Flashgold Town. Outside the church, the intense battle continued. Clang. Rain once again blocked another serpentine waist attack, and his eyes narrowed. Now was the moment. On the basis of exceeding limits by 35%, Rain suddenly activated the transcendent trait, huge strength LV2, and a full 100% strength burst. The strength value instantly surged from 15 plus 5 to 15 plus 29, an increase of 195%, nearly doubling the strength. At this moment, the giant scythe Black Flame monk also realized something was wrong, because the little one in front of him, just like him, had transformed. But it wasn't just vertical growth like his. He grew taller and bulkier as well, just like a monkey suddenly turning into a mountain gorilla. Facing Rain's sword imbued with formidable strength, the giant scythe Black Flame monk desperately tried to block. But he couldn't stop it. He simply couldn't stop it. This was a leap from 20 points of strength to 44 points. Clang. The moment the two weapons made contact, the immense power from the glimmering greatsword transmitted straight into the giant scythe. The giant scythe didn't even manage to block for 1/100th of a second before it was flung away. Following that, the greatsword continued its downward slash, and there was a sound like slicing through leather. Thud. A heavy landing noise followed. As expected, the stretched human skin armor's defensive power drastically reduced, and the giant scythe Black Flame monk's serpentine waist was cut in two by Rain's smooth cleaving slash from the glimmering greatsword. The noise just now was his upper body hitting the ground. Ah! The opponent's scream of agony resounded. It seemed like some intense backlash had occurred. At this moment, the giant scythe Black Flame monk's body spontaneously burst into black flames, growing fiercer and fiercer. Meanwhile, inside the church hall, Metri, the monk conducting the ritual, had just completed the final stages of the blood sacrifice ritual. At the tip of the bone staff was a blood-red, intensely dark diamond-shaped crystal. Though nearly half had escaped, nearly 70 to 80 residents of Flashgold Town had their blood and essence absorbed into this crystal ball. Now, the deceased residents of Flashgold Town lying on the church hall floor looked completely withered, as if they were mummies thousands of years old. Just as Metri, with an easy stride, walked towards the angel envoy, the scene unfolding before him was this. A young man, his muscles swollen like a monster, veins bulging on the exposed parts, had cut the angel envoy in half with a single sword strike. This made his eyes suddenly widen, and his mouth fell open, clearly shocked by the scene before him. Stunned for several seconds, Metri's mind was dazed as he muttered, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Unless he's a peak knight, how could Lord Angel Envoy possibly have been defeated?" After swinging that peak sword, Rain's body was now like a deflated balloon, rapidly shrinking back, propping himself up with his great sword, taking deep breaths, all while looking utterly exhausted. This was definitely not an act. At this moment, he had hardly any fighting strength left. Although Rain had increased his constitution from 16 to 17 points after his battle with Andrews, compared to the 44 points of strength he had driven during the burst, this bit of constitution was still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, when Rain saw the giant scythe Black Flame monk walking toward him across the church hall, he inwardly cursed. However, the increase in constitution did have an effect. At the very least, Rain could bear the pain and stand upright, calmly watching the other approach. Seeing the tranquil gaze of the young man before him, staring directly at him perhaps with the intimidating presence of having slain an angel envoy, Midori's forehead instantly broke out in large beads of sweat. The next second, Midori stepped back in fear before quickly turning and running off. So fast he was like a streak of black lightning. But after running over 10 meters, Midori suddenly braked, then turned back fiercely, his gaze locking onto Rain once more. At this time, Midori seemed to have regained his senses, thinking to himself, no. Even if this Rain is strong, there's no way he could maintain a good physical condition after fighting Lord Angel Envoy. Thus, Midori cautiously and carefully observed Rain's body, noting how Rain was slightly trembling all over, and how his clothing barely allowed him to stand straight. The knight's armor all over his body was also broken to bits, offering virtually no defensive power at all. Moreover, there were many charred areas on the exposed parts of his body. I knew it. This kid might have been lucky enough to kill Lord Angel Envoy, but he must be completely drained now. I almost fell for this kid's trick. Now this is good. This huge advantage needs to fall into my own hands. Thank the great god of hunting. As the culprit for disrupting the blood sacrifice ritual and killing Lord Angel Envoy, as long as I slay him, there's no doubt that I will definitely receive the High Priest's lavish rewards. Perhaps I might even become the new Lord Angel Envoy, haha. A triumphant smirk appeared at the corner of Midori's mouth. When Rain saw the other returning, his heart suddenly sank, feeling that it was bad news. After all, besides himself, there was no one else in Flash Gold Town capable of contending with the Black Flame Monk. But when the anxious Rain inadvertently saw the profession panel, his eyes widened in shock. The system prompt read, your skill, Giant Bear Sword Technique, has improved. Experience plus 121. You have been through a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 40. Your skill, Giant Bear Sword Technique, has improved. Experience plus 542. You have been through a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 233. Congratulations, your Knight, Transcendent, profession level has increased. Did I just level up? The experience given by this giant scythe Black Flame Monk is freaking massive. Rain had never imagined that he could level up again right after killing Andrews. And all this happened in less than half an hour. Furthermore, after the previous level up, his Knight, Transcendent, profession level was LV2, 43/300, and leveling up required 257 points. Rain never expected that by killing the Black Flame Monk before, and adding this giant scythe Black Flame Monk, he would get a total of 273 points, with 40 plus 233 experience points. Now, his Knight, Transcendent, had already advanced to LV3, 16/500. Of course, all these weren't the most important. The important thing was the attribute point provided by the level up. Without hesitation, Rain immediately added that point to his constitution. Instantly, his constitution rose from 17 to 18 points. A surge of warmth pumped fiercely from his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. This made Rain feel as if he had returned to his peak condition, his body brimming with energy. The side effects of having fully exerted the triple overlap state had now completely disappeared without a trace. His overall condition couldn't be better. Watching the approaching Black Flame Monk, Rain's mouth turned up slightly, mentally reciting, "You didn't take the way to heaven, and now you've barged into a doorless." Meanwhile, at the dining room of Count Harris's mansion in Meister County Town, several middle-aged men, obviously nobles, were having breakfast together. One of them, a bearded man dressed in black noble attire with intricate embroidery, was elegantly carving a large piece of rib steak, skillfully manipulating the silver fork and knife in his hands. Piece after piece of squarely cut steak was stuffed into his mouth. Compared to Baron Alonso, who was voraciously enjoying his breakfast, the other two opposite him had puzzled expressions on their faces, and their eating gestures had almost halved in speed. Had Rain been present, he would have recognized these two as Knight Lloyd and swordsmanship instructor Perez from the Habu's family manor in Flashgold Town. Although they too were slowly eating their breakfast, they could not understand why they had received a message so early in the morning from Baron Alonso, the eldest son of Count Habs, inviting them to share a meal together. They had but a general personal relationship with Alonso. Thus, when receiving this message, they were quite taken aback, yet as knights under the Habu's family, they naturally did not want to offend the eldest son of the Count's family for no reason. Initially, they thought that Baron Alonso's invitation to breakfast must have been for some important discussion. However, as breakfast was nearly over, this Baron had yet to mention any important matters, only inquiring about the recent situation of the Habu's manor. This left them puzzled since there was nothing important to discuss. Why had Baron Alonso summoned them so early in the day? Was he trying to win them over? Could a breakfast truly win over 2 knights? That would mean knights were far too cheap. At that moment, a beautiful maidservant respectfully offered a hot towel. Alonso wiped his mouth with it and smiled. Do you knights find the breakfast to your satisfaction? Of course. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Baron. Knight Lloyd nodded and said. It's quite plentiful. Thank you, Baron, Perez added. Just then, the butler Michel hurriedly approached Alonso and said, My lord, Lady Baroness Crowley has come to visit. It seems she has quite urgent matters. Jennifer? Alonso had some thoughts about this young and beautiful Baroness, who also had a head for business. Usually, she avoided him like the plague. Why would she actively seek him out this time? This made Alonso somewhat unable to fathom her intentions. Perhaps the 2 family knights of the Crowley family had finally pressured her beyond her limits. Therefore, she had come to seek aid from him? If that was the case, it would be good news. Baron, since you have a guest, we will head back to Flash Gold Town, Lloyd said, preparing to stand up and take his leave. Wait, Knight Lloyd, Instructor Perez, please wait a moment. Alonso hurriedly called the 2 of them to stay. Alonso's eyes twinkled with mirth. How could he let them return to Flash Gold Town now when the cult of the Black Flame was performing a blood sacrifice there? Michel, direct Lady Baroness Crowley to the dining room. After a moment's thought, Alonso instructed the butler. As you command, Baron, Michel replied. Soon, Lady Baroness Crowley, dressed as a noblewoman, entered the dining room. Her stunning beauty, towering figure, and pale skin immediately drew the attention of all 3 men. Although all 3 were nobles, not lacking in women, they couldn't help but take an extra glance at a beautiful woman. Especially being transcendent knights, their physical bodies also led to often exuberant hormones, and their desires exceeded those of ordinary people. Oh, Knight Lloyd, what are you doing here? She exclaimed upon seeing Lloyd, eyes widening in surprise. Lady Baroness Crowley had seen Lloyd at several noble wine parties before, and she knew he was the person in charge of the Habu's family manor in Flash Gold Town, trusted greatly by the Earl. Confusion clouded Lloyd's face. Should I not be here? Seeing the bewildered look on Knight Lloyd's face, Lady Baroness Crowley felt a jolt in her heart. Don't you know that Flash Gold Town has just been attacked by cultists? She blurted out. What? Lloyd's face turned pale, and exchanging a glance with Perez, he quickly realized that Baron Alonso's early summons wasn't as simple as having breakfast together. It seemed the rumors they had heard before were not without basis. Alonso was taken aback? What was going on? A noble lady, accustomed to luxury, was surprisingly well informed. However, when he saw the looks that the 2 knights gave him, his heart sank. Trouble was now inevitable. What? Lady Baroness Crowley, are you sure of your news? Alonso feigned shock as he stood up. Of course, Jenny is currently in Flash Gold Town, the Baroness said with certainty. Baron, please pardon our abrupt departure. Hearing Lady Baroness Crowley's confirmation, Lloyd did not wait for Alonso's response and turned to leave immediately. This was somewhat impolite behavior among the nobility, and the way the 2 knights had just looked at Alonso was obviously not right. All the subtle expressions were keenly observed by the perceptive Lady Baroness Crowley, who began to contemplate their meaning. Please wait a moment, Knight Lloyd, I will go with you. Alonso quickly caught on. He chuckled bitterly in his heart. Alonso had never imagined that the problem in this matter would turn out to be Lady Crowley, Baroness Crowley. It was really unexpected. Now, all he could do was to volunteer to go to Flash Gold Town to try to clear himself of any suspicion in this affair. Wait, Knight Lloyd, I will also accompany you. After all, Jenny is in Flash Gold Town, and I can't rest easy, the Baroness Crowley hastily added. Flash Gold Town, outside the church square. Although Metri charged rapidly towards Rain, he did not foolishly engage in close combat. His first instinct was to use a remote attack to take down Rain, who appeared exhausted. He stopped about 20 meters from Rain and cautiously controlled a ball of dark flame, accurately tossing it at Rain. This made Rain inwardly lament, what a pity. Swoosh. With a sidestep, Rain dodged Metri's dark flame fireball. Immediately after, Rain charged swiftly at Metri. His agile figure and smooth movement showed no signs of injury or exhaustion. Metri's pupils dilated sharply, and with a look of disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you be uninjured? You're supposed to be exhausted." Facing Rain, who transformed from a seemingly ill cat into a ferocious tiger, Metri could not fathom the reason. The trembling of his muscles, and the way he barely stood steady, leaning on his greatsword. Metri was certain that even the best wandering bard or opera actor could not fake such a realistic effect. In the short half-second that Metri was stunned, Rain had already covered a distance of more than 10 meters. The distance between the two rapidly closed. Metri immediately took on a panicked expression. He quickly retreated backward, while fully exerting himself to launch dark flame fireballs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seemed as if he had some sort of enhancement. His speed of releasing the dark flame fireballs was even faster than the previous dark flame monks. The fireballs battered Rain like a barrage of cannon fire. Limit break. With limit break activated, Rain's strength and agility immediately increased by 35%, and his speed increased once more. The incoming dark flame fireballs passed through Rain's high-speed afterimages, missing their target and impacting the ground behind him, exploding and sending dust flying. The distance between them grew ever closer. Rain dodged the next two dark flame fireballs with a quick left-right maneuver. Then, with a rare upward slash of the glimmering greatsword, he directly chopped off Metri's right hand that held a peculiar bone wand. With the experience of the giant bear sword technique at level 6 as a guide, Rain instinctively stepped to the right, his greatsword following through with a smooth cleaving slash. ZT. Rain's left foot braked sharply, stopping from high-speed motion while maintaining the side-swinging posture. Aya! A piercing scream came from behind him. Thud. A heavy object hitting the ground followed. Rain's wrist flicked slightly, and the crimson on his greatsword diminished considerably. Only then did he slowly turn around. He saw that the dark flame monk had been cleaved diagonally from the right shoulder to the left hip into two halves by him. The sound of the heavy object was the upper body falling to the ground. The dark flame monk's strong vitality now became a shackle and torment, not allowing him to die quickly, only to face the gradual approach of death. This fear of death was an instinct of all living beings. Therefore, the man continued to howl in desperation. But all this had nothing to do with Rain anymore. Without bothering about the man's fate, Rain stepped forward and picked up the bizarre bone wand, clutched in the severed right hand. It was due to this item that the dark flame monk had greatly increased his speed of casting fireball attacks. Moreover, Rain also noticed that it played a key role in the sinister ritual that had just taken place, with strands of a bloody scent still emanating from the crimson crystal at the top of the bone wand. However, the moment Rain held the bone wand, suddenly, a system prompt resounded. This caught Rain completely off guard. The system prompt was as follows. Ding. Host has acquired an unknown mysterious object, triggering a career change Dark Flame Monk. The prerequisites for advancing to Dark Flame Monk are 1. Possession of any transcendent profession panel. 2. Spirit above 12 points. 3. Worship the god of hunting or use the unknown mysterious object. The current conditions are met. Would you like to change careers to Dark Flame Monk? Yes/no? Huh. His career panel system could even change to a Dark Flame Monk? A career that clearly belongs to an evil alignment? This made Rain quite curious. That strange dark flame indeed possessed great power. The Dark Flame Monk seemed like a combination of a wizard and a knight. If it weren't for his transcendent trait, Ironskin LV2, he might have died several times over. But when Rain thought of the Serpent Waste incident, he shuddered all over. While improving strength is indeed my desire, becoming something that is neither human nor ghost is really. Moreover, after the career change, it will certainly overwrite the original Knight, Transcendent, panel because my current panel total is already 4/4, so it's not an addition but a career change. After pondering silently for a while, Lord Rain shook his head slightly and chose not to. At that moment, 2 cavalrymen walked in and bowed respectfully to Lord Rain, pointing to the corpse that was severed into 2 pieces on the ground. Lord Rain, this. Should we move it outside as well? Lord Rain nodded. With the few bodies from before, he had 3 pieces of spoils of war he had yet to collect. It was a pity that the one with the strongest strength had self-immolated, and the spoils of war had vanished along with the ashes. Just as Lord Rain was walking out of the church hall, Rain, A familiar voice sounded not far away. Mother? Rain was more than familiar with this voice, and he turned his head in surprise. He saw his mother Emma being helped down from the compartment of a luxurious carriage by the noble Lady Jenny. How did these two get together? Rain was instantly confused. Rain, are you all right? His mother Emma hurried forward, scrutinizing Rain's injuries closely. Mother, I'm fine. I'm tough, don't worry. Rain patted his chest confidently. With his transcendent trait, Iron Skin LV2, he estimated that his defensive power wasn't much different from that of the Iron Mane Bear. Although he probably wasn't on par with the Bear King, he was indeed tough. After a careful examination, Mother Emma found that it was indeed just charring caused by flames, with no injuries. She let out a long sigh of relief, finally at ease. By the way, Rain, this is Miss Jenny. You should know her, right? That was Miss Jenny I saw last time, wasn't it? Mother Emma seemed to remember something and eyed Rain with a somewhat reproachful look. Yes, Mother, Miss Jenny is my friend. Rain turned to look at Jenny and nodded with a smile. The certainty in Rain's eyes brought an unexpected joy to Jenny's heart, for she knew that what she had done previously had worked out better than expected. She cleared her throat and said, Lord Rain, I just happened to meet your mother. Jenny briefly explained the situation, and Rain turned to his mother Emma again. Seeing her nod slightly, he couldn't help but really acknowledge the Lady Jenny before him. Not everyone would think of the safety of others in a dangerous environment. At least from this aspect, Miss Jenny was quite commendable. Mother, shall I take you home first? Rain thought for a moment, then decided to take his mother home to rest first. Yes, Emma, you must be shocked. Take my carriage and go home to rest a bit earlier. Jenny immediately agreed. All right, Rain, then you. Mother, I'll accompany you back home first, and I'll come back later. Before Rain left, he waved to Mateo, the little fellow, saying, Mateo, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to take my mother home and will come back later. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Rain. Leave this place to me, Mateo assured him, patting his chest. Thus, Rain and his mother Emma boarded Jenny's carriage and headed towards home. On the carriage, Rain suddenly remembered that Jenny had seemingly come to look for him, but because Flash Gold Town was attacked, they hadn't really had a chance to talk properly. Right, Miss Jenny, your visit this time is for? Oh, Lord Rain, I almost forgot. Last time you mentioned to me that you wanted to learn script. In addition to the 2 books last time, this time, I happened to find an ancient book written in script in our family's library. I thought you might be interested, so I personally delivered it to you, Jenny explained. As she spoke, Jenny handed an ancient book with a slightly damaged cover to Rain. Rain took it and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although his knowledge of script, Akkadian, was just beginning, this book. Lloyd led the way on his horse, followed by Perez and Alonso with 2 squads of cavalry, and at the very end were the Baroness Crowley's carriage and guards. The group moved like a long snake, departing from County Town and making their way swiftly toward Flash Gold Town. Midway through their journey, they encountered a night watchman from Flash Gold Town heading to report to County Town and hurriedly asked, Flash Gold Town has been attacked? Are you Knight Lloyd? Yes, the Flash Gold Town church was suddenly attacked by cultists during worship, and by now, many residents have been injured or killed. The night watchman from Flash Gold Town, who had seen the person in charge of the Habsburg estate on several occasions, was delighted to speak. He was the second batch of messengers Mateo had sent for help. Since the first group of messengers had not returned for a long time, Mateo quickly sent out more personnel. This night watchman left Flash Gold Town shortly after Rain had just arrived at the church. How many of them are there? Where is the sheriff, Lord Hamilton? Lloyd asked anxiously. Lord Hamilton left for the Nightingale Forest with the church's party this morning. What? Lloyd and Perez looked at each other, both seeing deep concern in the other's eyes. Flash Gold Town might be doomed. Both he and Perez weren't there. Lord Hamilton wasn't there either. There was utterly no transcendent power in the entire Flash Gold Town. Even with the brave, ordinary lawmen and night watchmen, it was impossible to hold off cultists led by transcendent power. Now, who was in charge of Flash Gold Town's defense? The newly promoted deputy sheriff, Lord Rain. Lord Rain? Lloyd and Perez both looked stunned. They had only recently heard Hamilton mention a young man named Rain, purported to possess a natural talent for knighthood, and had even been appointed as the captain of the night watchman. But when had he been appointed as the deputy sheriff? However, none of that mattered now. What was important was that, Based solely on Rain's words, it was impossible to withstand the cultists. Alas, Flashgold Town. It couldn't be another Monheim Town tragedy. Lloyd and Perez couldn't help but fiercely spur their steeds, racing towards Flashgold Town. Meanwhile, Alonso, who had overheard, maintained a distraught facade, but inwardly his thoughts were the complete opposite. And when Knight Lloyd and his party arrived at the outskirts of Flashgold Town, they saw smoke billowing from the town center, and, hearing no cries of battle, their hearts sank. It appears the cultists have already struck. Alonso also noted the same scene with a tinge of satisfaction in his heart, thinking that the Black Flame Church had acted swiftly to complete the blood sacrifice ritual. They must have already evacuated. Given the time, it was about right. This thought relaxed Alonso quite a bit. The situation was under control. Upon entering the town, they were met with intermittent wails of grief. This further solidified in Baron Alonso's heart. It seemed he just had to go through the motions. The only pity was that the original plan was to let the pirates plunder Flashgold Town to cover up the Black Flame Church's blood sacrifice ritual. But now, that wouldn't be appropriate. Chances were, the Black Flame Church's actions couldn't be concealed. And in the carriage behind, Lady Crawley's heart clenched as she saw the terrible state of Flashgold Town. So many people dead, Ginny couldn't be in danger, could she? As they drew closer to the Flashgold Town church, the sight of each withered corpse being brought out caused both Lloyd and Perez to frown deeply. Not until they approached the church and saw a group of night watchmen gathered did they immediately spur their horses forward and demand, "Who is in charge here?" "I am." Mateo turned around at the noise and said, "Oh, Knight Lloyd, you finally arrived. The cultists have already retreated?" Lloyd asked with a grave expression. Mateo shook his head and pointed to a cart by the church plaza. "The cultists are right there." "Huh?" The group looked on, puzzled. On the cart lay a number of bloody, indistinct shapes that appeared to be corpses. You're saying all the cultists are dead?" Lloyd quickly caught on, asking in surprise. Mateo nodded. "Yes, they were all slain by Lord Rain." "Impossible." Alonso couldn't help but blurt out. But he immediately realized this was inappropriate and quickly added, "I mean, did they have no transcendence?" "Of course they did, my lord. The enemy brought 4 transcendents." "I knew it." Alonso sighed with relief. He had just realized that what the captain of the night watchman meant was that the cultist underlings who had been killed were all here. Mateo, however, gave Alonso an odd look and said, "The bodies of 3 out of the 4 enemy transcendents are here." "What? 3 out of 4 transcendents were slain by you?" Alonso's eyes suddenly widened, and he expressed disbelief. At that moment, he thought he must be hallucinating. "Yes, how is that possible? How did you manage to kill them?" Lloyd was not doubting that Mateo was lying, but he felt that the whole affair was a bit preposterous. 20-some ordinary night watchmen had repelled 4 transcendent-powered cultists and even killed 3 of them. Not even the autobiography of a wandering bard would dare to write such a thing. Perez was also looking at Mateo with a face full of disbelief. Even the beautiful Baroness Crawley had lifted the curtain of the carriage compartment at this moment, staring at Mateo with a bewildered expression. She had heard the name Rain from the conversation just now. Although she knew that Rain was a capable fighter, the extent of his prowess was beyond her belief. Seeing the attention of several VIPs from County Town focused on him, Mateo also felt the pressure. However, he still found it odd that these prominent individuals from County Town seemed to have trouble believing in their combat strength. Additionally, he felt it was necessary to correct the mistakes in the other party's words. After all, it was related to the rewards for their merits. Of course, though Lord Rain took the lion's share, being a collective, the night watchman would also be entitled to a small share of the glory. "Well, Your Excellency, it wasn't 3 that were killed, but 4 transcendents. Look, there's still one there, burned to ashes." Mateo pointed to a pile of black ash outside the church square. This time, whether it was Lloyd, Perez, Alonso, or Baroness Crawley, no one spoke a word. They all stared wide-eyed at the pile of black ashes. The scene fell into complete silence. In a valley to the east of Flashgold Town, 70 to 80 burly men, armed with various types of weapons, were gathering and resting. The leader was a one-eyed man carrying an exaggeratedly large bow on his back. He was Phil Cross, the deputy captain of the Black Sail Pirates. Not only possessed the strength of a seasoned knight, but was especially skilled in archery, a rare sharpshooter among pirates known by the nickname Bloody Shooter. He paced back and forth with a puzzled look on his face, because this went against the agreement with the cult of the Black Flame. The other party had made it very clear before, roughly by 10 o'clock. Once the flare was launched, they were to raid Flash Gold Town, for which the cult of the Black Flame had paid them a handsome sum of money. But it was almost 10:30 in the morning now, and no flares had been seen above Flash Gold Town. Instead, they had seen several plumes of black smoke, perhaps a few households getting an early start on the midday meal. His men were hungry. Also, he had promised Baron Norman that he would help him take care of a rookie with the strength of an almost knight, said to be serving amongst the night watchmen of Flash Gold Town with quite a talent for knighthood. Of course, such a trifling matter was but a gesture. The main issue was, if the signal still didn't arrive, he was in for some trouble. To withdraw or to engage? What is that sneaky colt up to? We've been waiting for half a day already. A pirate spat out the grassroot in his mouth, complaining impatiently. Boss, why bother waiting for their signal? Can't we just hit them directly? Yeah, let's just do it, boss. Since when do Black Sail pirates take orders from those cultists? One person started it, and in an instant, ignited the volatile temper of the pirates. They had traveled from the coastal area in the middle of the night to plunder Flash Gold Town, not even stopping for breakfast, all dreaming of a big score. And now, there was no word from those sons of. They better not be double-crossing. At this time, in Jenny's carriage, with Rain's meager Arcadian vocabulary, he had only managed to decipher the somewhat blurry inscriptions on the book's cover, which roughly meant, regarding forging. Yes, just these two words, which Rain quickly distinguished. But Rain was already captivated. He couldn't help but be fascinated, because this was a book written in mage script, Arcadian, and it was related to forging. Don't forget, Rain had the blacksmith profession panel. Therefore, any method or trick that could potentially swiftly raise his blacksmith profession level was of extraordinary significance for him. It could be said to be equivalent to an extraordinary battle technique. Moreover, this was a book on forging written in Arcadian. Perhaps there were some unknown mysteries within it. This made Rain's thoughts slightly agitated. Thus, inside the carriage, Rain began to inquire of Jenny about the origins of this book. Miss Jenny, did you find this book in your family's library? Yes, Lord Rain. These past 2 days, I had nothing to do and stumbled upon it quite by accident while I was browsing through the library. This book seems to have been neglected for a long time. When I found it, it was covered in dust and placed in the most inaccessible corner of the bottom shelf. Jenny's bright eyes looked at Rain, and she could tell he was very interested in the book. So, she elaborated a bit more, albeit somewhat exaggeratedly. In reality, the book was located on the Crowley family's most valued ancient manuscripts shelf. When her father, Baron Crowley, was alive, he valued these rare ancient books greatly, and at that time, Jenny didn't have the opportunity to access them. Now, naturally, there was no one to stop her. Besides, this was the last book related to mage script that she could find in her family library. And why say this? Obviously, to highlight the depth of her family's heritage, so that Rain, the guardian knight, would pay more attention to the Crowley family and her. After listening, Rain's eyes brightened, and he thought to himself, could it really be chanced upon so casually? TSK. The depth of a noble family's heritage is truly remarkable. In that case, at the same time, a thought popped into Rain's mind. He spoke that, Miss Jenny, if you have time, could you please properly organize the family's library? Should there be similar books, do remember to let me take a look at them. Would that be possible? Upon hearing this, Jenny was momentarily stunned. She had merely exaggerated a little bit just now, aiming to highlight the strength of her family's foundation so that the guardian knight would pay more attention to her and her family. She had not expected Lord Rain to suddenly make such a request. Was this request excessive? Of course not. Jenny's mind swiftly went to work, and in a flash, an idea struck her. Right. Her own family might be gone, but she had best friends. If it came down to it, she would mobilize her best friends to help search. She refused to believe that, in the vast Meister County town, she couldn't find a few mage script books. Therefore, Jenny confidently said that, of course, no problem. Miss Jenny, I'm really grateful. Soon, the group arrived smoothly at Rain's front door in the carriage. When Rain helped his mother Emma down from the carriage, the family door suddenly opened, and old Rain and Bowie ran out quickly, their faces a mix of anxiety and joy. Lord Rain, I'll not go in and disturb you then. Seeing the situation, Jenny naturally would not impose. Rain guessed that the incident at the church must have spread throughout Flashgold Town an hour before. Flashgold Town wasn't large, and such matters naturally spread quickly. Even old Rain, who had gone to the farms early in the morning, had already rushed back home. "Emma, are you all right?" "Mama." Bohi rushed into her mother Emma's arms. After a bit of commiseration, the family's mood finally stabilized a bit. After reassuring his father and Bohi, Rain went upstairs. He took off the battered and tattered knight's armor and wiped down his body a bit. Rain then changed into a linen tunic with a cinched waist. Immediately afterward, he began to search for the other two mage script books to find out what those few words on the cover of the book actually meant. After all, that half-understanding, half-knowing feeling was the most irritating. It's like how the saying goes with women, half-concealing the face behind a pipa is most enticing. When Rain spent about 10 minutes to translate the title of the book, a sense of joy surged in him. So the title of the ancient book meant an exploration of the application of scorching touch in the realm of forging. However, a question lingered in Rain's mind. What exactly was this scorching touch? Was it some kind of witchcraft? Or a special artifact? Or maybe some kind of technique? Before Rain could continue to the next page for research, knock, 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 the sound of knocking came. The youthful voice of Bohi called out, "Brother, someone is downstairs, looking for you." "All right, Bohi, I'm coming right down." Clearly, an attack had just taken place in Flashgold Town, and Rain, as the deputy marshal, still had a lot to handle, so this wasn't a good time for research. As Rain went downstairs and saw a fellow night watchman colleague, he heard him report, "Lord Rain, several nobles, including Knight Lloyd, have come from the church. They wish to invite you over." "All right, we'll head over now." However, after thinking it over, Rain changed out of his clothes, replacing his linen waistcoat with the plate armor he had worn before. Although he possessed the transcendent characteristic iron skin, having an extra layer of protection on the outside would undoubtedly be safer. After all, when it's possible to stack armor, one should always layer up as much as possible. When Rain returned to the church, he saw several individuals clad in knight armor, among them Knight Lloyd and swordsmanship instructor Perez, both of whom were old acquaintances. It was Rain who knew these two. They, however, did not recognize him, as Rain's previous status was far too low for them to have taken notice. Inside the carriage, the gorgeous Baroness Clea lifted the curtain, nodded at Rain as he approached, and offered a faint smile. The only person present whom Rain didn't recognize was a bearded middle-aged man. "Knight Lloyd, swordsmanship instructor Perez, I am Ray. May I ask, who is this?" "This is Baron Alonso," Knight Lloyd introduced. "Alonso?" Rain's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't that the name of the man behind the attack on him? This person is? And according to the previous introduction by Hamilton, this man was also Clea's brother, Count Habs's eldest legitimate son. If he didn't know the previous incident was orchestrated by this person, Rain would truly have been deceived by this actor Baron. At this moment, Alonso was also curiously sizing up Rain. "Good day, Baron," Rain bowed slightly and said with a smile. This gesture fully displayed Rain's self-cultivation as an actor. After exchanging pleasantries, Knight Lloyd immediately clarified the reason for calling Rain over. After all, they found the matter at hand too absurd and extraordinary. So, Knight Lloyd directly asked, "Rain, did you kill these cultists whose strength reached the transcendent level?" Just now, they had inspected the corpses on the flatbed, and judging by the black robes and attire, they were indeed cultists of the Black Flame. Moreover, the cuts on these corpses indicated that they were all slain with extremely clean and decisive strokes. Of course, the angles of the cuts varied. Some were split right down the middle, while others were diagonally severed. But regardless of the angle, the attacks they suffered were all exceptionally fierce and ruthless. This sort of swordsmanship and strength was something Knight Lloyd knew he couldn't achieve, let alone Rain, who was only a squire in his eyes. The same doubt lingered in the minds of swordsmanship instructor Perez and Alonso as well. When they heard Knight Lloyd raise the question, they promptly directed their gaze at Rain. Rain nodded and said, "Yes, Knight Lloyd." Rain did not intend to conceal it, because there really was no way to do so. This time, with Hamilton not around, he was the only transcendent combatant in Flashgold Town. Additionally, besides his night watchman colleagues who witnessed him killing the Black Flame cultists, many residents of Flashgold Town who were rescued also saw the event. So, it wasn't that he didn't want to hide it, he simply couldn't. "Rain, have you advanced tonight?" The swordsmanship instructor Perez couldn't help but ask. Before Rain could reply, Baron Alonso next to him answered on his behalf. I happen to know this. Rain advanced to Transcendent some time ago. A few days earlier, he had sent his butler Michel to communicate with Rain, so he was naturally aware of Rain's advancement. However, it seems that everyone has underestimated your strength this time, Alonso said with a probing look, sizing up Rain and harboring many questions within. Even if one had advanced to Transcendent and become an official knight, dealing with the cultists of the Black Flame would most likely end in defeat. And to do what Rain did, killing 4 Black Flame cultists, nobody present could confidently claim they could achieve such a feat. Baron, thank you for your praise, Rain said with a modest smile, fully upholding the composure of an actor. After all, when one needed to feign politeness, it was necessary to play the part. At that moment, the noisy sound of hooves approached from nearby, as if a large group of riders was racing over from not far away. Rain looked up to see a troop of cavalry suddenly appearing on the western road out of Flash Gold Town, with a visibly anxious Hamilton at the lead. Apparently, the messenger that little Mateo had sent out finally managed to deliver the message. It seemed, though, that the notification had arrived a bit late. The battle had already ended nearly an hour ago, thought Rain to himself. Dole finally managed to notify the Lord, muttered Mateo next to him. No wonder Mateo complained. During battle, every second counted, and it was almost negligence to notify them so late. Knight Lloyd glanced at the cavalryman next to Hamilton and said, the previous messenger must have been killed. This is the cavalry I sent to deliver the notification. Rain glanced around. Indeed, there was no sign of the night watchman named Dole, but he did spot a similarly tense-looking Laguerre. The investigation team that set out in the morning had now returned with all members intact. After dismounting, Hamilton, wearing a grim expression, greeted Rain, Lloyd, and the others, then immediately began to inspect the situation on site. As the sheriff of Flash Gold Town, he was the first person responsible for defense, and naturally, as soon as he heard Flash Gold Town was attacked by cultists, he rushed back immediately. Rain exchanged a few polite words with Laguerre before being called aside by Hamilton. Rudolph, the head of the church, and 4 temple knights, upon hearing that cultists attacked Flash Gold Town, also decided to return at once. After all, the evil spirit knight was deep in Nightingale Forest, posing a latent threat that would not erupt immediately. The recently restless cult was somewhat troublesome for the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church. Thus, Rudolph and the temple knights, following Hamilton, began to examine the bodies of several Black Flame monks on the wagon. Such fierce swordsmanship, a temple knight exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. They, as temple knights who had combated them, knew all too well how difficult it was to split a Black Flame monk in half. This one is Metri. Rudolph's eyes suddenly narrowed. Although he appeared expressionless, his heart was already in turmoil. Although he did not recognize the other two, he had had several encounters with this Metri, who always managed to escape. The man had once been a wizard apprentice, but somehow got involved with the Black Flame Church. Allegedly due to his proficiency in a certain technique, he was highly regarded by the upper echelons of the Black Flame Church. Unexpectedly, he had died here. Although he didn't believe that these 3 Black Flame monks had all been killed by the relatively youthful-looking young man before him, the fact seemed to keep reminding him that this was the only explanation. Moreover, with so many witnesses around, logically, this incident couldn't be fabricated. Of course, for the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, this incident was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Whether or not Rain had killed them didn't really matter. What mattered was, the Black Flame Church had lost 4 transcendents in Flash Gold Town, which had severely weakened them. Rudolph, something's off. There are 1, 2, 6 halves, which is the bodies of 3 Black Flame monks. But where is the body of the 4th? A detail-oriented temple knight suddenly asked. Right then, Mateo pointed to a clump of black ash outside the church square. Look, the other one is over there. Everyone immediately followed Mateo's gaze. All they saw was a large pile of black ash. Rudolph and a few temple knights quickly walked over. Although the person had turned into a pile of ash, they were still able to detect some clues. Rudolph, it's a human skin armor. A temple knight used his longsword to poke around in the ash for a moment, picked up a thumb-sized fragment, examined it, and then looked up at Rudolph with a face full of astonishment to report. What? Say that again. Rudolph suddenly showed a trace of astonishment. Rudolph, it's an apostle's medallion. Another Temple Knight's longsword seemed to have touched something hard. After clearing it, he cried out in surprise. A diamond-shaped black flame medallion appeared before everyone. This is an apostle. Rudolph could no longer maintain his calm expression, staring dumbstruck at the medallion. An apostle? The other two Temple Knights also widened their eyes in shock, mouths agape. The exclamations of the church members, particularly the always composed Rudolph, immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Whether it was Knight Lloyd, swordsmanship instructor Perez, or Hamilton, they all turned to look immediately. At this time, Baron Alonso was as if struck by lightning, standing in shock. He roared inwardly, "What? Another Black Flame Apostle died? To think that this is a Black Flame Apostle. An apostle even more powerful than veteran knights." Basically, without a peak knight appearing, there had never been a record of a Black Flame Apostle being killed. At most, it had been Black Flame Apostles being repelled by the combined forces of several veteran knights. Although his relationship with the Black Flame Church was a mutually beneficial partnership, he was unaware of the specific personnel involved in a certain operation of the church. He had previously heard that all 4 transcendents sent by the Black Flame Church had been killed by rain, which had already shocked him immensely. But he hadn't expected that among those 4, there was also an apostle of the Black Flame Church that had been killed. This honestly shocked him beyond belief, shocking him to the core. Compared to everyone else, obviously, the church members Rudolph and the 4 Temple Knights understood more about the significance and the difficulty of this feat at that moment. Rain was being pulled aside by Hamilton, having a separate conversation. "Rain, did you kill all 4 Black Flame Church transcendents by yourself?" Hamilton was also astounded, sizing up his capable subordinate as he asked. Though he had estimated Rain's combat capability as high as possible, the scene before him still left him utterly shocked. After encountering the messenger sent by Knight Lloyd, the news nearly made Hamilton black out. In his heart, on one hand, he was worried that Rain might have encountered misfortune. On the other hand, with such a serious security incident occurring in Flash Gold Town, he was inevitably going to be held accountable, and perhaps he might even be stripped of his noble title. At that moment, he immediately glanced at Viscount Hamadi, the chief of public security of the county town, but from the other's shocked expression, Hamilton couldn't instantly determine whether the chief genuinely didn't know or was deliberately concealing something. However, when he had hastened to Flash Gold Town, the situation took a dramatic turn. He hadn't expected that he, who was sure to be held accountable, might actually turn misfortune into a blessing. Flash Gold Town suffered a sudden by cultists. Sheriff Hamilton rushed to the scene on horseback, deserted his post, resulting in heavy casualties among the residents of Flash Gold Town. Under the command of Sheriff Hamilton, Flash Gold Town feigned weakness to lure the enemy into the jar, completely annihilating a large group of cultists led by 4 transcendents. Although there were some casualties, it severely dealt to the arrogant spirit of the cult. The disparity between these 2 official reports is too significant to detail. And the key person in all this was Rain. Lord Hamilton, it was indeed I who killed them. Of course, I couldn't have done it without the help of my fellow night watchman, Rain said, pointing to Mateo and others nearby. This made Mateo and the other night watchmen feel as sweet as if they had tasted honey. Look, this is what a good superior in the Dragon Empire looks like. Never claiming credit for himself. Instead, he even shared the credit with them. Also, it's about my giant bear sword technique. I suddenly had a bit of an epiphany, seemed to have reached a different level. Of course, Rain would not reveal his true strength. He chose what he could reveal and spoke about it a little. Yet, Rain was not lying, because what he spoke was indeed the outright truth. Ever since the giant bear sword technique reached level 6, he sensed a clear difference compared to before. Upon hearing this, Hamilton vaguely guessed something. Could it be? This couldn't help but make him raise an eyebrow. Curiously speaking, "Oh, Rain, why don't you demonstrate it for me now?" Sure. Rain was also eager to showcase the improvement in his swordsmanship. As for whether he could convince everyone that he relied on his swordsmanship talent to deal with those 4 transcendent cultists, that was a different matter. But at the very least, it would give them a reason, a lead to believe it was possible for him to have killed those 4. Otherwise, letting them speculate wildly or even sending someone to secretly observe or monitor him afterward would be too passive. Upon hearing that Rain wanted to showcase his swordsmanship, whether it was Viscount Hamadi, Baron Alonso, or nobles big and small like Lloyd and Perez, all turned their attention to him. And the priests and knights who initially intended to enter the church to inspect the situation also stopped in their tracks, stood still, and turned around to watch. After all, having learned that 3 of the cultists and 1 Black Flame apostle were killed by this young knight Rain, nearly everyone's curiosity was piqued. Furthermore, the beautiful Baroness Crowley, along with Jenny, gracefully descended from the carriage. Everyone almost formed a large circle, intently watching Rain as he drew the glimmering greatsword. "Ah, it's a Lumistone weapon," Priest Rudolph exclaimed in a low voice. He hadn't foreseen that this young man would keep surprising him one after another. A Lumistone weapon is not so easy to come by. One must either purchase it at a high price from an auction or rely on personal fortune. Of course, the church has sacred power weapons, which can achieve the same effect as a Lumistone weapon. Thus, there is no need to spend money on Lumistone weapons. Seeing so many people gathering to watch, Rain felt no nervousness whatsoever. After all, he was exactly planning to show off his strength, and revealing the tip of the iceberg at this moment was just right. And the giant bear sword technique was a very good part of that iceberg. Rain positioned himself at the center of the area, assumed the initial stance of the giant bear sword technique. 15 minutes earlier, east side of Flashgold Town. On the side of the Black Sail Pirates, Phil, carrying an exaggeratedly large bow, pondered for a moment before turning to a bearded pirate beside him and said, "Andre, send a couple of sharp ones into the town for reconnaissance." "Yes, boss," the bearded man said in a deep, resonant voice. Clearly, having 70 to 80 rough men who licked blood off their blades turn around and leave without firing a shot was very damaging to morale, even if the order was given by Phil Cross, the deputy leader of the Black Sail Pirates. So, Phil decided to send a few men to scout the town first to see what the situation was like. If the defense forces of Flashgold Town were weak, he planned to proceed with the raid, signal or no signal. Otherwise, his subordinates would definitely have complaints, and that would make them difficult to lead in the future. After all, most pirates, who had hung their heads on their belts, would follow whoever could lead them to wealth. Using brute force was the last resort, as that might cause his men to defect to other pirate groups. Soon, 2 relatively short pirates, who looked like ordinary citizens after a bit of dressing up, were chosen by the bearded man. The 2 pirates quickly headed towards Flashgold Town to carry out their reconnaissance mission. 7 or 8 minutes later, the 2 pirate scouts arrived inside Flashgold Town. Initially, hearing the intermittent cries within the town, the 2 pirates' eyes lit up with wild joy. Hey, this seemed like it had just been attacked. Moreover, there didn't seem to be much defense on the streets. At least they didn't see many security officers in sight. After sneaking around a bit, the 2 planned to head back and report immediately. However, just as they were turning to leave, they suddenly heard a flurry of hoofbeats and felt a slight tremor underfoot. The 2 immediately turned around and saw at the end of the street, on the western side of Flashgold Town, a large group of cavalry charging towards the town. The sharp-eyed duo instantly noticed many knights in full-plate armor in the troop, and even saw some uniquely adorned church paladins. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Got it. If the enemy had arrived just a minute later, they would have reported back that the defense is weak, attack is feasible. After that, they didn't know how many of their pirate group would survive, but these 2 were definitely not going to make it. Because even if they did survive, Phil was likely to kill them. "Let's go. Hurry and report back. It's a trap." No wonder those didn't send any signal. They had already run away. The 2 pirate scouts, while complaining, hurried back to their hidden valley. After hearing their description, the Black Sail Pirates also felt a chill down their spine. It was a trap indeed. At the same time, they realized that today's raid was probably not going to happen. Even though they were ready to risk their lives, they weren't mindless. Clearly, the enemy was just waiting for them to fall into their trap. They weren't going to foolishly charge forward. Such foolhardy pirates had long since died out. "Retreat." Phil's eyes twinkled, and after a brief moment of thought, he raised his arm and waved, signaling his men to retreat. He and those 2 scouts who were responsible for gathering information thought differently. Phil actually thought the Black Flame cult was quite reliable. Just look, they didn't betray them. Knowing it was futile, they didn't recklessly fire off signal rockets to get the Black Sail Pirates killed. Yeah, they could continue to work with the Black Flame cult in the future. But The little favor he'd promised to Viscount Norman couldn't be fulfilled this time. Well, let that junior knight-level brat live a bit longer. Lucky fellow. Flash Goldtown Church Square. A group of nobles dressed in splendid garments or clad in plate armor were gathered around a young man demonstrating swordsmanship in the center of the area. The night watchmen, who had been busy nearby, couldn't help but slow down their actions and stretch their necks curiously to watch the scene unfold. It's Lord Rain. Yes, it's the new assistant security officer, Lord Rain. That's right, it's Rain. He seems to be demonstrating swordsmanship. Since Rain had been the youngest among the night watchmen, although his positions had continually risen, many still called him by his name. It wasn't a lack of respect, but merely a matter of not having had enough time to adjust. At first, they called him Little Rain, then just Rain, and about half a month ago they called him Captain. Now, he had become the assistant security officer. His promotion speed had been unmatched. One wonders how long it will be before the assistant in his title is dropped. Rain suddenly looked solemn, beginning with an extremely swift furious slash followed by a fierce leap slash. Instantly, sharp swooshing sounds filled the area. Smooth cleaving slash, leap slash, whirlwind slash. The giant bear sword technique performed by Rain linked each move seamlessly, giving the impression that one was watching a dance of strength and beauty. Indeed, Rain's giant bear sword technique has reached the mastery level. This boy Rain is improving too quickly. Hamilton's eyes suddenly widened as he muttered to himself. As Rain's direct superior, Hamilton could say that he had watched Rain grow stronger step by step from an ordinary farmer's son. Now, reflecting back, Hamilton realized that every once in a while, Rain's strength would advance to a new level. Upon careful comparison of the gap in combat strength between him and Rain, Hamilton was astounded to find that Rain's current strength seemed to no longer be beneath his own. Perhaps there was a slight difference in combat experience, but it was negligible. Hamilton had to admit, Rain was now a master of the same level as him. But how old was he? How old was Rain? One had to say, the speed of Rain's rise was dazzling. This is the mastery level of the giant bear sword technique. Only 14 or 15 years old, and he has reached this level. Truly an astonishing talent. At the edge of the area, the person who felt the deepest impact from Rain's performance of the giant bear sword technique was Perez, a noble scion and swordsmanship instructor from the Habsburg estate. At the moment, he too had a face of disbelief, watching Rain demonstrate the giant bear sword technique in the center of the area. Since Perez also specialized in the giant bear sword technique, he clearly remembered that it took him about 4 to 5 years to reach the level Rain was displaying now. Though he wasn't familiar with Rain and didn't know how long Rain had been practicing the giant bear sword technique, one could guess just by reason that Rain had not been practicing the giant bear sword technique for long. Perhaps 1 year? But in any case, it couldn't have been more than 2 years. The reason was simple. The sheer weight of a dual-handed great sword, weighing several tens of pounds, was evident. An 11 or 12-year-old commoner's child would definitely not be able to swing it. After all, from Rain's seemingly normal physique, one could tell that he wasn't someone with an extraordinary innate strength. Meanwhile, Alonso grew increasingly anxious as he watched, his expression gradually turning grim. A certain fear began to form in his mind because he realized the rapid improvement of Rain's strength uncontrollably reminded him of someone. That person was his sister Clea. Alonso remembered clearly, when he was already a level 3 knight attendant, Clea had just learned to hold a sword. But 2 years later, he could only manage a draw against Clea. The third year. Defeated, never victorious. Although, in the recent year, with a sufficient supply of divine blood from the cult, his strength had increased rapidly, but now it seemed foolish to compare his training progress with someone with exceptional talent. Fortunately, Alonso had anticipated this with his sister Clea. Thus, he had chosen to collaborate with the cult and looked forward to the gains from the Black Flame prayer ceremony. At that time, if he could obtain control over the Black Flame or some other special abilities through the ceremony, he would be facing a tremendous increase in strength. While Alonso was unsettled, the people from the church were also intently watching Rain's swordsmanship demonstration. Burial, how do you rate Rain's swordsmanship? Priest Rudolph turned to ask a temple knight beside him. Very strong, on par with me, but considering his age, I am far from comparable. I think this newly knighted transcendent Lord Rain must possess both excellent swordsmanship and knightly talents. Just as I thought. It's a pity such a talent didn't join our goddess church. Priest Rudolph nodded with a sigh. However, Priest Rudolph, if Rain's current displayed strength is considered, he might be able to kill an ordinary cult member for sure, but I think he would still find it challenging to kill a high-ranking angel envoy. The knight named Burial seemed to be observing very carefully, and after a serious examination, stated his judgment. You are right. However, I suspect Lord Rain must have an ace up his sleeve that he naturally wouldn't display in this setting. Priest Rudolph nodded, fully agreeing with Burial's opinion. Based on his swordsmanship display, it at least has the potential to kill at the angel envoy level, doesn't it? Rudolph said with a smile. You are right. Burial was initially stunned, then also agreed with a laugh. Among all the nobles present, the only one who could not quite see through the intentions of the others was Viscount Hamadi from County Town, who watched Rain expressionlessly, pondering something. Beside them, Baroness Clea and Jenny watched with gleaming eyes. For them, they naturally hoped that Rain, the guardian knight of the Clea family, would be as strong as possible. The demonstration of Rain's swordsmanship lasted no longer than 10 seconds, yet it ended. However, it left a profound impression on the onlookers. Hamilton stepped forward, his expression complex, and patted Rain's shoulder, whispering, "Rain, you've given me another big surprise. Your giant bear sword technique has already reached the level of mastery, which is truly remarkable. Besides, once the review comes through, I estimate the 1,000 merit points needed for your ennoblement will be sufficient. I was a bit worried that you ascended to Transcendent too soon and lacked strength, but now it seems my worries were somewhat unnecessary." This news brought a slight joy to Rain, as he hadn't expected that these cultists of the Black Flame were so valuable. He had thought that he would need several months to accumulate the necessary 1,000 merit points to register for the ennoblement assessment. While Rain and Hamilton were talking, a knight approached Rudolph and whispered in a low voice, "Elder Rudolph, I think you should check the situation inside the church." Rudolph raised his eyebrows, glanced at the knight in slight surprise after seeing him nod slightly, which caused Rudolph to frown. Rudolph, followed by Burial, quickly walked into the church to inspect the site. After carefully examining several corpses of Flash Gold Town residents, Elder Rudolph, with a grave expression, said, "A ritual of the Black Flame cult was certainly conducted here, and apparently it was successful." If based on what the Night Watchman just said, all the transcendents of the Black Flame cult were killed by Rain, then their energy storage crystals should be in Rain's possession. Burial suddenly realized something, then spoke up to remind the others. "That's correct. Ask Rain if the energy storage crystal is still there, or if it got destroyed during the previous battles," Elder Rudolph speculated, speaking in a solemn tone. "At your command, Elder." Burial strode out of the church. Soon, Burial approached Rain, who was still talking with Hamilton, and asked, "Excuse me, Lord Rain, during the battle with the cultists, did you happen to see a rhombus-shaped crystal?" Rain pondered for a moment and nodded. He certainly remembered the blood-colored rhombus crystal atop the bone staff. Not just remembered, but remembered vividly, since touching the staff had given him a prompt to change profession. "That's wonderful. Lord Rain, this crystal holds exceptional significance for the church. Could you hold on? This crystal, according to regulations, belongs to the spoils of war and must be handed over to the Empire. I'm afraid the church will have to excuse itself." Suddenly, someone interrupted Burial's speech. Rain turned to look, seeing Viscount Hamadi smiling as he approached. "What do you say, Hamilton?" Viscount Hamadi then turned to Hamilton. "Well, Viscount, you are correct according to the regulations," Hamilton said, his expression slightly uneasy, but he still nodded. Although he doubted Viscount Hamadi's position, without conclusive proof, it was not possible to bring down a Viscount. Regarding the sudden betrayal and assassination attempt on Rain by Andrews, Hamadi explained that he was completely hoodwinked and unaware. Moreover, even if Viscount Hamadi had issues, as per regulations, it was up to the provincial level to deal with it. Rain, regarding the value assessment of the energy storage crystal, after conversion, it can directly transfer into merit points for you. Perhaps, merit points are more useful to you than gold coins. Hamadi turned to Rain and said. Rain glanced at Hamilton, who nodded slightly to him. It seemed that he, himself, would likely not be able to keep this item deemed mysterious by the system. A rank higher in office can crush one to death, and even 2 ranks higher, he had originally wanted to keep it to study. Thus, Rain nodded to Hamadi. "All right, Viscount, please wait a moment, I'll be right home." After returning home, Rain went to his room and immediately locked the door and picked up the bone staff to examine closely. However, Rain then thought that both Hamadi and the knight had only mentioned the crystal, so maybe he didn't have to hand in the staff itself. Wondering if he could detach the crystal alone. After a bit of fiddling, Rain quickly discovered that there seemed to be a slot between the bone staff and the blood-colored rhombus crystal. Then, gripping the fist-sized crystal in one hand and the staff in the other, he pulled hard. With a click, the blood-colored rhombus crystal was removed. Since you all just want the crystal, I'll keep the staff, Rain thought to himself. However, as Rain held the crystal, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! A large amount of unknown absorbable energy detected. Yes/no absorb? Note: after absorption, it can be converted into specified professional experience points. Sheesh. Is there such a good thing? Then, do I even need to think about it? Of course, I choose to absorb. Hand it over? With that. Yes. The next second, the rich blood-red energy in the diamond-shaped crystal surged into Rain like a flood escaping a dam. However, it seemed that the system absorbed it in a discard-the-dregs-and-keep-the-essence manner, leaving Rain with no discomfort. Instead, a lot of black ash-like substance fell to the ground from his left hand that was holding the blood-red crystal. The absorption and transformation process was completed almost instantly. Ding! Transformed a total of 1,024 supernatural experience points. Please choose Knight, Transcendent, / Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, to level up. Seeing this, Rain pondered for a moment and decided to choose the latter for points allocation. The reason was simple. He was currently a Knight, Transcendent, LV3, 84/500. If he chose Knight, he could only level up once, while as a Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, LV1, 0/100, he could level up 3 times. Moreover, Rain noticed that the experience gained in battle was automatically added to the Knight, Transcendent, Profession panel. Could this be because the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, Profession panel had no attack skills? Or was it for some other reason? But for now, he did not worry at all about the leveling speed of the Knight, Transcendent, Profession level. On the other hand, it seemed that the professional experience of a Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, could currently only be increased through practicing basic meditation. After weighing the two options, the choice was not difficult to make. Rain silently recited Wizard Apprentice in his mind. In an instant, 3 system notifications appeared before Rain. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, Profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, Profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, Profession level has increased. Although Rain had predicted that his Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, Profession panel might jump 3 levels at once, seeing this scene unfold, he too was struggling to contain his joy. Rain clenched his fists and swung vigorously in midair twice. This move had saved him at least half a year, or even 1 to 2 years of time. After calming his excitement a bit, Rain looked at the panel where the level of Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, had jumped from LV1 to LV4, 124/1000, and couldn't help but show a radiant smile. Continuing to look down, he saw at the bottom of the panel a prompt indicating remaining attribute points, 3, and remaining skill points, 4. Among these remaining skill points, 1 had been left unassigned from the last level up. Looking at the attribute points and skill points in front of him, Rain suddenly felt like he had jumped from being poor straight into the middle class. Previously, he had to carefully consider each point allocation. Now, things were different. He had plenty to spare. However, after thinking about it, Rain didn't choose to allocate his points immediately, but decided to deliver the items first before coming back to consider how to allocate the points carefully. After all, with his newfound savings, he couldn't just spend them recklessly. He needed to be frugal and deliberate. Rain looked at the diamond-shaped crystal, which initially had a rich blood color but now showed a pure transparency, and a sly smile spread across his face. He wondered if Viscount Hamadi, upon seeing the current state of the crystal, would still be willing to exchange the spoils for merit points. Forget it. I'll just give him the bone staff as well, thought Rain. After all, since I've reaped such a huge advantage, offering the crystal and the bone staff shows my sincerity, Rain thought to himself. Click. Rain then attached the transparent diamond-shaped crystal back to the bone staff, and then he quickly went downstairs and headed towards the church. Soon, when Rain returned, he saw the church's Rudolph and Viscount Hamadi seemingly arguing about something. This made Rain slow down his steps and listen. Your Excellency Viscount, it is customary for the energy storage crystals to be handed over to our church for handling. Rudolph, as you yourself said, it is a customary practice. According to the Empire's rules, first and foremost, it belongs to the Empire. Aha! This crystal really must be a treasure. It even caused these two dignitaries to scramble and fight over it. What a pity that this energy storage crystal has now become a blank crystal. Although Rain didn't know why they valued this crystal so much, it was obviously for the blood-red energy within it. Rain made his footsteps slightly heavier, causing Hamadi and Rudolph to stop their dispute and look over. When Rain passed the bone staff to Hamadi, he could clearly feel Alonso's eyes flicker, and although he tried hard to conceal it, there was an undeniable joy on his face. Rudolph, however, glanced at the transparent crystal on top of the bone staff, and then at Rain, his face showing confusion. Clearly, Rudolph had realized that it was a blank crystal. Haha, Rain, that's it. Viscount Hamadi laughed as he spoke. You're too kind, Viscount. However, as soon as Hamadi took it over, the next second, his expression changed dramatically, turning incredibly grim. Empty? What do you mean, empty? Rain played dumb. Hamadi's eyes were fixed intently on Rain as he said, Rain, was it like this when you got this sacrificial staff? Of course, Viscount, Rain said, telling a barefaced lie without batting an eyelid. Right, so this bone stave is called sacrificial staff, huh? Viscount, you really have a deep understanding of the Black Flame cult, Rain added. Cough. The cult poses a great threat to the Empire, so I took the effort to learn more about them. Hamadi, realizing his slip of the tongue, coughed slightly and said, It seems the blood sacrifice ritual was not successful. It must have been interrupted just as it was about to succeed. What a pity. In an instant, Hamadi guessed the most likely scenario that had occurred. Viscount, about the matter you mentioned before, assisting me in converting my spoils of war into merit points. Rain said, Of course, no problem. Viscount Hamadi waved his hand dismissively. However, from the slight twitch of Hamadi's mouth, Rain could tell that deep inside, Hamadi was incredibly disappointed. Viscount Hamadi, looking rather unsightly, charged Hamilton with certain tasks and quickly left Flash Gold Town. Baron Alonso from County Town didn't stay long either and was the first to head back to County Town. The delegation from the Church of the Monsoon and the Sea Goddess, led by head priest Rudolph, after a thorough investigation, also began to leave Flash Gold Town and return to County Town to report. Baroness Crowley and Ginny, after bidding Rain farewell, followed the church's delegation back to County Town. As for the aftermath of the cultists' attack on Flash Gold Town, since Hamilton, the town's sheriff, had returned, naturally, he was left to take full responsibility for the handling of the matter. And so, Rain and Laguerre started walking home. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, Laguerre didn't mind too much. After all, the long-anticipated journey to Nightingale Forest was halted midway due to the cultist incident. Fortunately, it was not a matter of never going, but merely a delay of a few days. Hence, her slightly dispirited mood soon adjusted. Having returned home, Rain began to reflect on his performance in the recent battles. Simply put, it was a post-mortem. After all, the old ancestors had said, learning without thought leads to confusion, thought without learning leads to danger. Although this was originally intended for academic study, the principle was the same. Reflecting earnestly after battle is the key to improvement. In the 4 battles I encountered, it was quite clear that my combat methods were too simplistic, Rain mused. The great sword is indeed very useful in many situations, but when facing enemies with strong defensive power, it's difficult to inflict effective damage, like when facing an enemy of the Angel Envoy's caliber. Perhaps, my next step should be to gradually start learning the hammer skill. The overwhelming armor and shock from a heavy hammer can do severe damage to enemies with stacked armor. Rain pondered with a twinkle in his eyes. Use valuable skill points to improve hammer skill? Of course not. As long as I use the heavy hammer more frequently in battle, I'll naturally be able to improve quickly. Furthermore, it's about the armor. Despite having the supernatural trait, Iron Skin LV2, wearing a full set of sturdy Knight's Plate armor can still mitigate a lot of damage. So, acquiring a set of solid plate armor is also a matter of urgency. As for attribute points and skill points, perhaps I should first take a look at an exploration of the application of Scorching Touch in the field of smithing. Soon, Rain took out the 3 ancient Akkadian tomes and placed them on his table. Since he was not very proficient in Akkadian, Rain could only study and research while referencing the materials. It took a long time for him to briefly browse through the ancient tome. After finishing, Rain, with his arms crossed and fingers stroking his, started pacing back and forth in his room, his brow furrowed or relaxed at intervals. This was a non-formal book written by a third-level wizard apprentice named Elias Johnston several centuries ago. Before embarking on his path as a wizard apprentice, he used to be a blacksmith, so naturally, he included some of his personal creative ideas. According to the book, Scorching Touch is a beginner-level fire witchcraft spell that requires manipulating the free fire energy particles in the air for casting. Luckily, the book also contained the incantation and witchcraft model for Scorching Touch. Therefore, for Rain, who could already sense fire energy particles, this was clearly good news. Moreover, the difficulty of learning Scorching Touch wasn't high, and with his current level, he could already begin trying to learn it. However, according to the book, Scorching Touch is a contact-based witchcraft spell that requires close proximity to inflict damage. According to the book, this is typical of most beginner-level witchcraft spells. This made Rain hesitate for a moment, even though he currently had 4 skill points at his disposal. After all, this was far from what he had hoped for. It wasn't the powerful, long-range attack like a black flame fireball that he had imagined. Moreover, to reach the level of direct application in smithing as described in the book, one would need a high degree of mastery over the spell. After some consideration, Rain didn't rush into practicing the fire witchcraft spell, Scorching Touch, and began his daily foundational meditation exercises. Because as clearly stated in the book, visualizing 10 will runes at once is the minimum requirement for practicing Scorching Touch, and if one can't even achieve that, then there's no point in attempting it. Before long, Rain's forehead was slightly sweaty, but the next moment, he exhaled deeply, successfully visualizing 10 will runes simultaneously. At that moment, a system prompt quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your spirit attribute has been increased. Rain's face lit up, and he glanced at his status panel to see his spirit attribute increase from 15 points to 16 points. In doing so, his chances of successfully learning the fire witchcraft spell, Scorching Touch, had greatly improved. Next, Rain began to contemplate the witchcraft model of Scorching Touch as recorded. A witchcraft model, in a nutshell, is a combination of several will runes. Simply put, if each will rune is likened to the English letters A, B, C, D, then the witchcraft model would be a specific word such as abandon. Of course, will runes are 3-dimensional structures in space, not as simple as English letters. But that's the idea. On the other hand, there are a total of 24 will runes, not much different from the 26 letters in the English alphabet. This is also why one needs to learn meditation techniques before studying witchcraft. Closing his eyes and fully concentrating on his perceptions, Rain slowly began to sense the various mysterious energy particles in the space around him. It seemed to be an enhancement of spiritual power, or perhaps the experience from last time. This time Rain sensed and guided the fiery and bright fire elemental energy particles much faster than before. However, corresponding to guiding the fire elemental energy particles, visualizing the complete witchcraft model of Scorching Touch was quite challenging. After failing 7 or 8 times consecutively, finally, Rain succeeded once. A faint red glow softly lit up in front of Rain's palm, hardly noticeable unless looked at closely. Unfortunately, this effect lasted only a few seconds before the red glow vanished without a trace. But Rain was not discouraged, rather he was thrilled, because he had actually succeeded just now. Scorching Touch was not only a contact-based witchcraft, but also a channeling type of witchcraft. If anything unexpected occurred during the channeling process, it would be terminated or interrupted. System prompt. You have studied Scorching Touch, and your comprehension has improved. You have comprehended a new skill Scorching Touch. Your skill Scorching Touch has improved. Experience +1. Meanwhile, below the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel, which previously had only one icon for basic meditation, now on top of that, a brand new icon had appeared. The icon's border briefly lit up, and on the center, there was an image of an open palm with a flicker of flame in front of it. Rain focused on the new icon and saw a line of small text below it. Scorching Touch LV1. 1/100. Scorching Touch LV1 effect consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to manipulate nearby fire elemental energy particles using a specific witchcraft model, producing high-temperature damage within a certain range in front of the host palm. Note: Casting time 3 seconds. Power proportional to duration and host spiritual power. The closer the contact distance, the greater the power. Current effective lethal distance, 0.5 meters. Yay. It worked. Rain's face lit up with joy. He immediately began testing its power. Rain first positioned his right palm about 30 centimeters above a wooden table. Then he initiated Scorching Touch, quickly seeing a faint red glow flicker in his palm. A wave of heat began to radiate from the center of his palm. After 2 or 3 seconds, Rain noticed that the natural wood color of the tabletop seemed to show some slight signs of charring. This made him exclaim in astonishment, "This power, not bad at all." Following this, Rain lowered the height of his palm to 10 centimeters. After reducing the distance between his palm and the tabletop by 20 centimeters, the speed of blackening significantly increased. At this point, a faint black handprint almost visibly appeared on the wooden table. Rain thought for a moment, then pressed his right palm directly onto the table. Instantly, the charred area, with Rain's palm as the center, rapidly spread outward, quickly forming a black circle as big as the bottom of a basin. Waves of pungent burnt odor also emerged from the tabletop. At this point, Rain quickly lifted his right palm from the tabletop, interrupting the newly learned witchcraft's Scorching Touch. Looking at the circular charred pattern on the table, Rain couldn't help but feel amazed and delighted. Not bad at all. The temperature must have reached 300 to 500 degrees. The wood's surface has carbonized. It's a pity there's no very accurate way to measure the temperature, can only roughly guess now. However, compared to what's described in the books for use in forging, there's clearly a big gap. After all, the melting point of bronze is nearly 1,000 degrees, and for iron, it's about 1,500 degrees. Rain pondered for a while and muttered to himself. The successful mastery of Scorching Touch uplifted Rain's spirits, and he tried the newly mastered witchcraft several more times in a row. Instantly, round charred marks were left on the room's walls and on the back of chairs. After several attempts, Rain still couldn't quite hide his excitement. However, he also felt a slight unease in his brain, a drowsy sensation, a kind of mental fatigue. Rain knew this must be due to excessive consumption of spiritual power. So, Rain quickly stopped and rested for a moment. Knock, knock, knock. Rain, are you there? It was the voice of his mother, Emma. I'm here. As Emma opened the door, she looked around with a puzzled expression, her nostrils flaring slightly, and she suspiciously asked Rain, "Rain, are you roasting something? What's that burnt smell? It's all the way downstairs, huh?" At that moment, Rain realized that he had been too focused on experimenting with the Scorching Touch witchcraft, and now his own room was filled with a slightly acrid smell of firewood. No, it might have been a candle accidentally lighting the wood, Rain hurriedly denied. Mother Emma mumbled a few words, obviously wanting to say more. Because as soon as she opened the door, she saw a round, smoking, charred pattern on the wall. Is this the area a candle could burn? Are you kidding me? But thinking of her son Rain's might when slaying enemies, Emma suppressed her concerns, swallowing the words that had reached the tip of her tongue. The child is grown, let him have his own secrets, Emma thought to herself. Well, okay then. Remember to ventilate more, Mother Emma said before closing the door again. Yes, Mother, Rain said, touching his head awkwardly. Although Mother Emma had witnessed his strength, Rain still did not want his family to know about his studies in witchcraft right away. After all, the knight's transcendent path is highly acceptable in the eyes of ordinary people. But wizards are different. Their various mysterious witchcraft, and many evil and frightening images of wizards, still inspire fear among ordinary people through the songs of wandering bards. So, Rain thought in front of his family he still needed to maintain the grand professional image of a knight. Thinking of the knight profession, Rain was reminded of the weapon most loyal to a knight or warrior. Rain placed the great sword wrapped in sheepskin on the table, unfolded the sheepskin, lifted the glimmering great sword, and inspected it carefully. Although the addition of star metal had increased the hardness of the great sword several times over, the strength of his enemies also improved day by day, so now there were many tiny nicks on the blade of the great sword. The blade needed to be repolished. Rain took out a small sharpening stone, dropped a few drops of oil on it, and began sharpening seriously. After sharpening, he laid the great sword flat and observed it from different angles. Confirming that there weren't any serious issues with the blade's curvature or nicks, Rain then wrapped the glimmering great sword back in sheepskin and set it aside. Next, Rain flipped to the first page of the panel system, the attribute page, and started examining it closely. Name, Rain Carlin. Profession, Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. LV4, 124/1000/Knight, Transcendent. LV3, 84/500, Blacksmith. LV3, 0/500. Dog Trainer. LV3, 1/500, Constitution, 18 Strength, 15 Agility, 15 Spirit, 16 remaining attribute points, 3 remaining skill points. For looking at the numbers 3 and 4 at the bottom, Rain's lips curved into a smile. It's not easy. Rare to be a big spender. Soon, Rain began to ponder the specifics of allocating the points. First, regarding attribute points, adding points to strength would directly increase Rain's combat power, especially since his transcendent trait, Huge Strength LV2, as well as the core skill Strength Burst, both enhance his basic strength. If added to Constitution, it would extend the duration of bursts and improve resistance against various abnormal statuses, which is also very significant. Agility is equally important. But currently, Rain doesn't have any abilities or skills that significantly boost agility. So if he were to allocate points, it could be postponed, to be decided based on the situation at that time. As for Spirit, in the short term, it actually wouldn't bring an immediately noticeable improvement in Rain's strength. If it is not very urgent, Rain could slowly increase it through the practice of basic meditation. After much thought, Rain still hadn't decided, so he decided to not allocate the attribute points just yet. After all, keeping them for recovery during battle is also akin to a miracle. Then, Rain focused his attention on the skill points. Regarding skill points, the direction of allocation could either be towards the Knight, Transcendent, panel or the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, panel. First, let's look at the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, panel with only 2 skills. If he added points to basic meditation, the benefit would likely be a faster increase in Spirit attribute, while adding points to Scorching Touch would bring multiple benefits, including enhancing the damage effect of the witchcraft and using it for forging to elevate the blacksmith's profession level. However, it is still unclear how much the increase would be, whether it would reach LV2 or LV3 to smelt bronze, or even iron ingots. But as an entry-level touch-based witchcraft, it can only damage enemies within a very close range, which is a significant limitation. Honestly, the attack range of Scorching Touch might not even be wider than that of the dual-handed greatsword. This is why Rain hesitated. If it were a powerful long-range attack witchcraft like the Fireball technique, Rain would certainly not hesitate to enter continuous allocation mode. Fireball machine gun. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Wouldn't this cause chaos? Rain couldn't help but envision it. Next up was the Knight, Transcendent, panel. The options here are much wider. Rain's first thought was to add points to break the limit value. Breaking the limit is a burst enhancement of attributes that boost strength, agility, and constitution significantly during its activation. Due to the previous increase of 2 points in constitution, Rain's current limit breaking value had reached 40%. It seemed that constitution was more positively correlated to the limit break compared to agility. A 40% limit breaking value meant that after activating the limit break, Rain's strength, agility, and constitution would all increase by 40%, sending his combat power skyrocketing. The capabilities of a seasoned knight would be fully demonstrated. Moreover, with 4 skill points currently in Rain's hands, if they were all invested into the limit breaking value, it could directly hit 80%. TSK. That would surpass the 60% threshold and step into the realm of a peak knight. At the same time, Rain's 2 transcendent traits, Huge Strength LV2 and Iron Skin LV2, could also smoothly progress to LV3. With both effects combined, his strength would make leaps and bounds. This fully reflected the saying, the extent of limit break largely determines a knight's combat strength. Another option for adding points was the Giant Bear Sword technique. Rain's Giant Bear Sword technique was currently at LV6, and to advance it in the proper order, it would require a whole 3,000 experience points to reach LV7. Clearly, assigning skill points to any LV6 skill would result in a considerable savings in time and benefits. Not to mention, the Giant Bear Sword technique was Rain's main combat skill, and reaching LV7 would also provide an immediate and significant boost to his combat power. In addition, investing points in the Giant Bear breathing technique also seemed like a decent choice, and high-level practice of the technique would surely enhance his strength and constitution quickly. Of course, the effects of adding points to the giant bear breathing technique would not be apparent in just a day or two. Even at the quickest, it would take a month or two to gradually see the value of the added points. Beyond these options, the core skill Danger Perception LV3 was also a good choice, especially since core skills can only be improved by adding skill points, not by accumulating experience points like other skills, which could naturally be ground out over time if there was no rush. But core skills are different, as one simply can't grind them out. Speaking of core skills, Rain couldn't help but remember another core skill he had long neglected: Hammer Mastery. Hammer Mastery LV1 Passive Effect. The host receives a slight increase in damage when using any hammer-type weapon. Rain was no longer as ignorant of the system as he was in the beginning. After reading the system's description of Hammer Mastery a couple more times, Rain vaguely guessed that if he invested points in it, the effect would likely change to small increase and then to large increase. This made Rain narrow his eyes as his mind started to race. Maybe I shouldn't be swinging around wildly without care. But it seems, in time, I could be swinging around with impact. Thus, Rain took out a thin booklet he had found, which was the Tackle Hammer Technique Outline. After studying Tackle's Hammer Technique Outline, he found that Tackle Hammer Technique was very similar to the Giant Bear Sword Technique, but even more extreme with no defensive moves. All were offensive. Giant Hammer Strike, Giant Hammer Jump Strike, and Giant Hammer Sweep all confirmed this. Soon after, Rain received a system notification. You have studied the Tackle Hammer Technique. Comprehension improved. You have grasped a new skill: Tackle Hammer Technique. Your skill Tackle Hammer Technique has improved. Experience +1. Rain opened the Night, Transcendent, Profession panel and saw that among the 10 or so skill icons below, a new one was lit up. Tackle Hammer Technique LV1, 1/100. The icon was simple, depicting two large hands holding a huge hammer, appearing very powerful. As for practicing hammer skill, Rain thought of the hammer tire flipping training from his previous life, which seemed to be one of the most common strength training methods in various fighting disciplines. Swinging a big hammer might look simple, but its function is quite complex. It can not only fully exercise a person's rotational explosive power, but also develop the stabilizing strength of the waist, abdomen, and other core muscle groups. Of course, for Rain, with his 18-point constitution and 15-point strength, this process was somewhat redundant. What he really needed now was a sparring partner to help him quickly improve his hammer skill level. Thinking of this, the first person that came to Rain's mind was the Shield Master, Lagare. However, it was a bit late, and after some thought, Rain decided to wait until tomorrow morning. Throughout the night, Emma tossed and turned, unable to sleep, waking old Rain numerous times with questions. Didn't you see how Rain was today? How does Rain manage to kill so calmly? How many people has Rain actually killed? This can't be the first time he's killed someone, can it? Though very sleepy, old Rain still gently held Emma's hand, patting it lightly, and comforted her. Don't overthink it. I know you got a scare. Go to sleep early. It'll be fine after a while. Don't be afraid. In fact, Emma had felt a sudden jolt in her heart ever since she had witnessed her son Rain, with a calm complexion, kill several black flame mucks. Because she had never seen such a cold side of Rain before. Once asleep, she would remember that scene, and the calm expression on Rain's face as he killed. Late into the night, old Rain finally got a little fed up with Emma's anxiety and said in annoyance, "Think of it this way, if Rain hadn't killed them, wouldn't you be one of those lying on the ground? Also, have you forgotten the state your friend Seema ended up in?" This left Emma speechless for quite some time. Seema was her best friend, and Rain knew her well. But this time, she too had met a grisly end in the church at the hands of the cultists, especially that horrific ritual that reduced a person of about 170 or 80 pounds to just over 40 pounds of dried corpse. The terror of that sight made Emma shiver just by thinking about it. Yeah, if my own son didn't kill them, they would have killed me, Emma murmured to herself. Suddenly, Emma felt an inexplicable sense of safety in Rain's calm demeanor while he was killing. The next morning, when Rain sat down for breakfast, he was startled by old Rain's dark-eyed bags. "Father, what's this? Did you not rest well last night?" Old Rain glanced at Emma and said, "It's all right, just some mosquitoes buzzing nonstop in the middle of the night. Barely got them killed before dawn was upon us." Rain was taken aback as he looked outside at the chilly weather of early winter and thought, are there still mosquitoes at this time of year? After breakfast, just when Rain was about to go find Lagare to practice some hammer skill, George's familiar voice came from outside the door. Is Rain there? Upon hearing this, Rain immediately opened the door and went out. Seeing Rain, George stepped forward to compare their heights, and his eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "Hiss. Rain, you. Are you really Rain?" Although Rain had already grown as tall as he was half a month ago, now he was a bit taller than George. This left George looking at Rain with a face full of disbelief. Rain? How did you grow so fast? No, that's not important. What I want to ask you is, the person who slaughtered the cultists in the church square yesterday, the one who saved us, was it you? As George asked this question, his gaze was fixed intently on Rain. Rain thought for a moment and decided not to hide it, nodding and saying, George, yes, that was indeed me. Rain, I knew it was you. And they still didn't believe me, said George excitedly. No, wait. Rain, doesn't that mean you've already stepped into the transcendent and become a formal knight? George asked belatedly. Rain looked at his friend and nodded again. Although he didn't want to admit it in front of his good friend George, some things were gradually becoming harder to conceal. After all, by now, the night watchman of Flash Gold Town could pretty much vouch for his strength. Rain, does this mean I now have a friend who's a formal knight? George stammered in wonder. Of course, unless you don't consider me your friend. Rain gave George a friendly punch on the chest and smiled. At this moment, George's expression was incredibly complex. How did Rain become a knight so quickly? This is just too fast. And on top of that, I actually have a friend who's a formal knight. That's just too cool. For a while, a myriad of thoughts swirled through George's young mind. Half an hour later, training grounds of the administrative hall. Lagaray picked out an ironwood axe and held a freshly repaired giant round shield, while Rain gripped a several dozen-pound oak hammer, and the two took their positions in the arena. Lagaray tapped the large shield with her ironwood axe, signaling with a crisp sound, "Come on." Lagaray, you better be careful then. Rain pushed off with his left foot and rushed swiftly towards Lagaray. When he was a few meters away, he leaped, swinging the oak hammer down in a forceful overhead giant hammer strike. It was the Tackle Hammer Technique's giant hammer jump strike. Lagaray didn't back down but instead jumped up high, lifting her shield for a heavy shield strike. Bam! A dull sound of hammer meeting shield echoed. Lagaray, airborne, felt a powerful shock force reverberate through her shield, sending her flying back several meters. Immediately, she looked at Rain with astonishment. Wasn't it said that he had just learned hammer skill? How could he be so powerful already? Although Lagaray knew that Rain had entered the transcendent realm, she did not witness the scene where Rain killed 4 Black Flame cultists. So, with a suspicious look, Lagaray glanced at Rain and said, Rain, didn't you say you had just learned hammer skill? It is indeed just recently learned. Rain touched his nose. It must be the effect of his hammer skill specialty. Of course, that was obviously something Rain could not mention. Your skill Tackle Hammer Technique has improved. Experience plus 17 you have undergone a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Professional experience points plus 0 your skill Tackle Hammer Technique has improved. Experience plus 15 you have undergone a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Professional experience points plus 1. After a few minutes of sparring, the improvement in the Tackle Hammer Technique was quite significant. However, in terms of the profession level of Rain's Transcendent Knight, the growth in experience was almost negligible. Of course, the occasional plus 1 in experience points was better than nothing. The sparring continued. Boom. Lagaray was once again struck by Rain's ironwood warhammer, hitting her shield and sending her flying back several meters. Enough. Lagaray's ample chest heaved as she rolled her eyes at Rain, who didn't have a single bead of sweat on his forehead, and said irritably, Wasn't this bullying? Rain had entered the transcendent realm, and clearly, his hammer skill was also well-founded. She simply couldn't withstand a few of Rain's hammer blows. Even with her favorite shield, Lagaray thought to herself. Additionally, even though she was a barbarian, with strength and constitution surpassing those of an average aspiring knight, Lagaray always felt that Rain was the real monster, more of a barbarian than her. Alright then. Rain could tell that Lagaray was really trying her best. He had only used about 60% of his strength. Any less and the sparring match wouldn't provide enough experience for Tackle Hammer Technique, but any more and Lagaray wouldn't be able to handle it. Quite the dilemma. As for feeling tired? Not at all. With a constitution of 18, sparring with Lagaray felt to Rain like a marathon runner from his past life having jogged just 10 kilometers. It was barely a warm-up. The night watchman nearby kept glancing over at Lagaray and Rain. Although Flashgold Town had just suffered an attack from the cultists, increasing the workload of the night watchman, after witnessing the formidable strength of the cultists, many of the night watchmen, no matter how busy, would make time to come to the training grounds to improve themselves. One of the night watchmen turned to the short-statured Mateo and whispered, "Boss, do you think our deputy commander is going easy on that beautiful barbarian girl? You don't understand. It's all about playfulness." Mateo glanced at his subordinate night watchman and said, "Playfulness?" The night watchman thought for a moment, appeared to realize something, then nodded continuously with a look of sudden understanding. "I see. No wonder the deputy commander, despite being so strong, still insists on sparring with her." Even though their conversation was in hushed tones, Rain and Lagaray, with their strengths, heard everything loud and clear. This caused Lagaray's cheeks, already flushed from the intense exercise, to redden even more. "By the way, Lagaray, can you forge a warhammer?" Rain asked while waving the ironwood warhammer in his hand. It's just that the typical material for a warhammer might not be suitable for you." Lagaray looked at the ironwood warhammer in Rain's hand and said. Rain immediately nodded in agreement. "You're right. I need a good warhammer." This point, with his increasing strength, had made the importance of a good weapon ever more apparent. Before Rain had transcended, a fine steel greatsword of decent quality was already struggling to withstand the intensity of his combat, let alone now that Rain had the strength of a seasoned knight. Moreover, when unleashing the stacking state, Rain's demand for a weapon was exceptionally high. Could the weapon wielded at 20 points of strength be the same as one wielded at 40 points of strength? The answer was clearly no. From what I know, if you want to make a warhammer that meets the strength requirements of a proper knight like you, the best would be blood-patterned steel. This steel is very strong and tough, ideal for forging warhammers, she advised. Secondly, there's star metal like you saw last time. Adjust the composition a bit, and it's also great for making warhammers, she added. That blood-patterned steel, is it also extracted from some kind of rare ore? Rain inquired. If there was a better material choice, he naturally wanted to choose the better option. Yes, it's also refined from special ores and is very rare, Lagaray confirmed with a nod. This gave Rain a bit of a headache. Clearly, these high-grade goods wouldn't be available at Boris the blacksmith shop in the small town. Last time, he had bought up the only star metal Boris had and infused it into his glimmering greatsword. Check with the quartermaster nearby? After thinking for a while, Rain immediately shook his head. Even if the quartermaster's stock was diverse, such rare raw materials would not likely be available for exchange. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Rain's mind, and he remembered something. He recalled the blacksmith Boris once mentioned to him. Rain, if you want to learn about identifying other special ores, you'll have to go to the large blacksmith shops in County Town. Of course, there are definitely also many kinds of special ores stocked in the blacksmith shops inside the manor castles. That's right. How could he not have thought of that? In fact, he could go check out the blacksmith shop at the Habsburg Manor. Lord Rain quickly regained his composure. He remembered the blacksmith shop located on the first floor of the castle. Back then, he was just a quiet, unknown servant boy. But now the situation was quite different. Yesterday, Knight Lloyd from the manor and Instructor Perez had a long conversation with him, and both had invited him to visit the Habsburg Manor whenever he was free. It was a good opportunity to bring up the matter of the blood-patterned steel. As long as it was available, there should be no problem. Moreover, he had harvested more than 200 imperial gold coins from the spoils of the Black Flame cultist, which along with his previous collection, should be enough to directly purchase the blood-patterned steel. Having realized all this, Lord Rain's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, clearly in a great mood. Lagaray watched Lord Rain, puzzled. She was confused as to why Lord Rain, who clearly seemed a bit troubled for a moment, suddenly started smiling. At this moment, a man dressed as a servant walked into the training grounds, scanned the surroundings briefly, and quickly spotted Lord Rain in the center of the field talking to the barbarian girl, Lagaray. The man walked up and respectfully said, "Lord Rain, I am a servant from the Habsburg Manor. Knight Lloyd would like to invite you to dinner, and I wonder if you are available this evening?" "Oh, of course, you may bring this beautiful young lady with you." The man, adept at reading the room, noticed Lagaray beside Lord Rain and immediately thought of something, quickly adding another sentence. This made Lagaray, who was usually cheerful, a bit shy. However, different from Anna, she still looked intensely at Lord Rain. She wanted to see how Lord Rain would respond. Lagaray, if you are free tonight, why don't you join me? Lord Rain thought that having Lagaray with him when selecting ores would be more convenient. After all, the manor's blacksmith shop might not necessarily have the blood-patterned steel required for forging a warhammer. But the manor's blacksmith shop, more than likely, has other special ores similar to blood-patterned steel, which might also be suitable for making a warhammer. However, Lord Rain had very little knowledge about special ores. Bringing Lagaray, a senior blacksmith, would naturally save a lot of trouble. Thank you. No need. I'll stay with Anna, said Lagaray, visibly pleased that Lord Rain intended to bring her along, but she immediately declined. She had little interest in dealing with the imperial nobility. In fact, she also found it odd why she had taken a liking to Lord Rain. Was it because he had saved her? No. Perhaps, in the blood of a barbarian, there was a gene to revere the strong. After all, in a place like Frostwind Prairie, only the strong could survive and thrive. I'll be leaving first. Lagaray waved and walked straight out of the training grounds. Lord Rain watched Lagaray's retreating figure, slightly puzzled as to why she refused, shook his head slightly, and then said to the servant, "Tell Knight Lloyd that it will just be me tonight." "Very well, Lord Rain. We look forward to your presence tonight." The servant bowed slightly and quickly left. Besides a warhammer, Lord Rain also needed a set of sturdy knight's armor. Unfortunately, Lagaray did not make armor. Thinking it over, Lord Rain went to see the night watchman's quartermaster. This was his first time visiting the quartermaster. Previously, his predecessor, Wayluin, had arranged everything for him. Upon seeing Lord Rain enter, the rotund quartermaster immediately stood up from his chair and greeted him respectfully, "Vice Officer, sir." "Eh, you recognize me?" Lord Rain curiously asked. "Of course, Lord Rain. Your performance when you killed the cultist yesterday, I believe, will be remembered forever by everyone present," Thompson complimented while reminiscing about the scene. Yesterday, he too was trembling among the crowd praying in the church. He thought it was definitely the end for him. But he hadn't expected the sudden appearance of Lord Rain, who seemed like a god descending, who eliminated 3 transcendent cultists consecutively and saved almost half the people inside the church. Having experienced this event, it would be impossible for Thompson to forget Lord Rain. "By the way, Vice Officer, sir, what brings you here this time? Do you have ready-made knight's armor here?" "Yes, right this way." Thompson immediately nodded. His plump body nimbly turned and led Lord Rain to a storage room, pulling out 2 sets of heavy knight armor suits. Lord Rain was initially pleased, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. The armory stored 2 sets of knight's armor, but their quality was quite average, even inferior to the set Hamilton had given him last time. This was probably intended for knight-errants. Such knight's armor, beyond adding over 100 pounds of weight, would hardly offer much defensive power. "Do you have a warhammer?" Lord Rain asked again. "Yes, Vice Officer, sir. Did you want a 2-handed warhammer or a 1-handed warhammer?" "2-handed warhammer." Thompson quickly brought over a large 2-handed warhammer and handed it to Lord Rain. Lord Rain, upon inspecting it, was quite surprised. Except for the iron hammerhead, the rest was made of wood. This led Lord Rain to internally complain that this wasn't much different from the ironwood warhammers used in training gyms. "The handle is made of wood?" Yes, my lord, the handle is made of oak, which is very flexible and durable." Rain nodded. Clearly, there wouldn't be any suitable high-quality weapons for him in the military storeroom. After all, the majority of the equipment there was intended for ordinary members of the night watchmen and the peacekeeping officers. Noticing the look of disappointment on Rain's face, Thompson carefully asked, "Deputy Officer, are you perhaps looking for a better quality weapon or armor? Don't you know, at your level, the equipment that needs to be exchanged can only be viewed at the military supply office in the county town." "HM? Go to the county town? Isn't there a booklet?" Rain gestured the size of the booklet that Lord Hamilton had shown him before. He still remembered the large characters written on the cover of the booklet: Imperial Law Enforcement and Defense Forces Merit Points Exchange Booklet, Junior Officers. Thompson had a sudden realization. That's right, as a deputy law enforcement officer, even your Merit Points Exchange booklet is different from the previous ones. It's for the level of junior officers, considered confidential, and can only be viewed with the military supply officer in the county town, he said. So that was it. Rain nodded his head. Indeed, the higher the rank, the more one could exchange, and many of the items might involve some secrets. When Rain returned home, He intended to study the Akkadian language, but just as he sat down, a messenger arrived, stating that Lord Hamilton had requested to see him. Soon, Rain arrived at Hamilton's office. The moment Rain entered, Hamilton said with a smile, "Rain, the merit assessment for your last killing of 3 Black Flame monks and 1 Black Flame apostle has come out. With your previous merit points, the total is 1,489 points." Hamilton himself was somewhat astonished when he first saw the number. He had expected Rain to definitely reach 1,000 merit points this time, but he had not anticipated it to exceed the amount by so much. It seemed that the Black Flame Apostle alone contributed over 500 points. That many? Rain couldn't help but exclaim. "Surprising, isn't it?" "I was surprised too," Hamilton said. Seeing Rain's wide-eyed and astonished expression balanced out Hamilton's feelings quite a bit. Rain had given him quite a few shocks recently. Now, it was time for him to surprise Rain in turn. "Here, this is the relevant documentation for participating in the ennoblement assessment. You need to fill it out yourself." Hamilton handed him a thin document. "Okay." Rain took it and began to read carefully. The document consisted of 2 pages, with very brief content. Actually, it was a waiver indicating that there are risks associated with the assessment and that participation should be cautious. One could opt out any time before the assessment task was given. However, if one chose to withdraw after the task was set, they would have to wait 5 years before they could apply again. 2 consecutive withdrawals would result in a lifetime ban from applying. After quickly scanning the document, Rain immediately picked up a quill and briskly filled in his name. "By the way, Rain, I heard you were practicing with a heavy hammer at the training ground this morning?" Hamilton took the document Rain handed over and asked casually. "Yes, my lord." Rain was a bit surprised. News traveled that quickly? The morning's events had reached Hamilton's ears by the afternoon. Hamilton frowned slightly and said, "Although the damage from a heavy hammer is astonishing, I fear it will be difficult to make any substantial progress if you don't practice for a long time. My advice is to focus on the giant bear sword technique and practice the hammer after the ennoblement assessment is over." Rain nodded, not disagreeing, knowing that Hamilton meant well. But he had a modifier. It was different. "By the way, regarding the ennoblement assessment, there are 2 things I would remind you of." Hamilton thought for a moment before speaking again. "The first is, if you encounter a multi-person or team task, you must be wary of some of your teammates. By team members, I don't mean just the noble's children, but also the commoners." Perhaps reminded of something, Hamilton's expression turned solemn as he mentioned the last sentence. "Of course, it would be better if you could draw a solo mission. Although it may be more difficult, the situation is relatively easier to control. Moreover, according to your current strength and age, as long as you can complete the task normally, the score should not be low. Securing a knighthood should be quite assured. As for the baron title, I think it's not necessary to force it. Everything should still put personal safety first." "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will pay attention," Rain said seriously, nodding at Hamilton's grave tone. "Then you should prepare well in the coming days. According to tradition, once you submit the application, someone will contact you within a month." 1 month. Rain pondered. A month's time was enough for him to take his power to the next level. Evening. Walking in the twilight, Rain, clad in plate armor and carrying the sheepskin-wrapped glimmering greatsword, arrived at Habsburg Manor, a place he hadn't visited in nearly a month. In the glow of the sunset, Habsburg Manor was like a golden building draped in a thin layer of gold, mesmerizingly beautiful. For the first time, Rain discovered that the scenery of the manor was truly beautiful. Possibly due to his previous state of mind, he had not appreciated it properly before. It was like a 5 or 6-year-old boy, held in the arms of a stunningly curvaceous woman, completely oblivious, while actually being entranced by a stick of candy, unable to look away. Lord Rain, familiar with the path, arrived at the entrance of the manor. At that moment, a maid was already waiting at the door. Seeing Rain, she approached respectfully and asked, "Excuse me, are you Lord Rain?" Rain nodded and said, "Yes, I am. Please follow me." "All right." Rain followed the maid into the castle. After the maid led Rain to a lavishly decorated reception room, she said, "Lord Rain, please have a seat in the parlor. I will immediately go to report to the master." As Rain leisurely admired the exquisite decorations of the parlor, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Eh? You're Rain?" The chief maid Shadia, holding a silver teapot, stared at Rain with a face full of surprise. as if she was somewhat uncertain. After all, Rain's physique had changed quite a bit over the past month. However, when Rain looked up, Shadia confirmed that the young man sitting in the castle's parlor was indeed Rain. "How come you are here?" Shadia was still dressed in the black maid's attire that represented high-ranking servants. Rain stood up and smiled at Chief Maid Shadia, just about to say something, when footsteps were heard coming from the doorway. This made Shadia slightly nervous. She knew that Knight Lloyd was to entertain an important guest that evening. Thus, she had specifically brought tea, preparing to receive the guest personally. But now Rain was here, for reasons unknown. "Right, Rain, you came for the black tongue oil, didn't you? But I remember I showed you the way last time, didn't I? Rain, quickly follow me. This is the reception room, and an important guest is about to arrive." At that moment, Knight Lloyd walked in, accompanied by Perez, the swordsmanship instructor. The arrival of both transcendents caused Chief Maid Shadia's complexion to change. Lloyd and Perez glanced past Shadia, fixing their gaze on Rain. This caused Shadia to silently curse, "Oh no," in her heart. Though Knight Lloyd was a kind person, as the man in charge of the manor, he was quite old-fashioned and strict with rules. As for Lord Perez, she could sense the pride hidden deep in his bones. This pride was not pejorative, but more the pride of a knight, proud of one's own skills. As Shadia's brain raced to find a suitable reason for Rain, she heard Lloyd's hearty laughter. "Rain, you finally arrived." The normally proud swordsmanship instructor Perez also smiled at Rain. For in his heart, Rain's outstanding giant bear sword technique had already earned Perez's recognition. Shadia couldn't help but widen her eyes suddenly, her lips parting slightly in shock as she watched this unfold. This. What is going on here? Could it be that the important guest tonight is Rain? Knight Lloyd, Lord Perez, you? Shadia looked between Rain and the two noble knights. Shadia, you know Rain? Knight Lloyd, noticing Shadia's shocked expression, initiated the conversation. Before Shadia could respond, Rain laughed and said, "Ha ha. Knight Lloyd, you might not know, but I once participated in the page training at the manor. During that time, Chief Maid Shadia took good care of me." "Oh?" Knight Lloyd looked at Shadia with a smile on his face. That's how it is." Shadia was still a bit slow to react. "Rain, would you like me to give you a tour of the castle first?" Knight Lloyd was very thoughtful and did not inquire too much or mention Rain's page training at the manor. After all, many people do not like their past, especially the less glorious times, to be mentioned. "Of course, it would be an honor," Rain said with a smile. "This is the back garden, but unfortunately, it is now the frost month, and many flowers have already finished blooming," Knight Lloyd explained. Rain nodded. Returning to the castle's back garden now, he couldn't help but recall the scenes where he and Clea had sparred here. "This way is the blacksmith shop." Knight Lloyd pointed to the end of the castle's first-floor corridor and said, "Oh, the blacksmith shop?" Rain asked knowingly. "May I take a look inside?" "Actually, you two may not know. I have a great interest in blacksmithing." Knight Lloyd, who had originally planned to casually mention the blacksmith shop, couldn't help but understand what Rain was implying once he said so. He immediately smiled and said, "Perfect, then let's go take a look together. Rain, Perez and I are very fond of exquisite weapons and armor, yet we are not very familiar with the process of their making." As befitting a knight who also managed the manor, Lloyd had a way with words that felt refreshingly pleasant. Following behind the trio was Chief Maid Shadia, who had trailed them all the way. At this moment, she finally managed to pull herself back to reality. Looking at Rain, who was chatting and laughing with the two formal knights, Shadia couldn't shake off a surreal feeling. How much time had passed? Had Rain already stepped into transcendence and become a formal knight? This pace was on par with Lady Clea's. No, it was even faster than the young ladies. Shadia's gaze once again settled on Rain, as she compared him to the Rain she remembered from before. He had noticeably grown taller and had become stronger. Unintentionally, standing beside the towering Knight Lloyd, who was nearly 190 centimeters tall, Rain didn't seem much shorter. It seemed his height had already surpassed 180 centimeters. Moreover, the glimpses of muscular arms, broad shoulders, and a solid chest that Rain occasionally revealed made him indistinguishable from a grown adult. The more she observed, the greater Shadia's astonishment grew. Of course, Rain noticed the frequent glances from the chief maid behind him. He knew she must have many questions at the moment, but now was clearly not a good time for a conversation with Shadia. Rain hadn't even anticipated that he would bump into Shadia just as he entered the castle. He had actually been planning to use up the rest of his black Kiri oil and then chat with her about his transcendence. At that moment, under Knight Lloyd's lead, Rain entered the castle's blacksmith shop. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, a wave of heat hit them, and the relentless sound of hammering filled their ears. Rain quickly glanced around and noticed that there were 3 blacksmiths crafting weapons, armor, and daily necessities, along with about 15 or 16 apprentices and helpers. In terms of size, it was 3 to 5 times larger than Boris's shop in Flash Gold Town. In addition, the blacksmith shop had a high ceiling of about 6 meters, appearing spacious and open, with the most eye-catching feature being a cylindrical structure more than 4 meters high, similar to a blast furnace. This caused Rain's heart to leap with slight joy. The larger the scale, the more likely it was that he could find the special ores he needed in large quantities. Rain also spotted an old acquaintance blacksmith Ball, who was forging horseshoes. Seeing Knight Lloyd and Instructor Perez enter, everyone couldn't help but look up. Those whose work could be temporarily set aside stopped their tasks, while those who couldn't slow down also slowed their hammering pace. Clearly, as the person in charge of the manor, Knight Lloyd's authority was held in high regard. At that moment, a burly man with a full beard put down his work and handed it to a blacksmith apprentice. Rain noticed that he seemed to have been forging a plate armor gauntlet. "Knight Lloyd, Instructor Perez, what brings you two here?" said the bearded, burly man. "Snell, the main guest tonight isn't me, but rather this gentleman, Knight Rain, the deputy of the Flash Gold Town Guard," Knight Lloyd said with a smile as he introduced him. The man named Snell was clearly taken aback, his expression one of surprise. Clearly, he had not expected the young-faced lad before him to be the guest of honor tonight, and that he had already reached the transcendent level of a knight. "Rain, this is Snell, who just passed the Imperial Blacksmith Association's armor smithing assessment," Lloyd Knight introduced. "Lord Rain, greetings. I am Snell," Snell said with a slight bow. "Armor smith?" Rain's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Greetings, Lord Snell." Daily blacksmiths already held a high status among commoners, but an armor smith was a step-up profession for blacksmiths. Generally speaking, after being recognized as a master blacksmith, one's skills would already be exceptional, but to further advance, one would need to choose a specialized field and delve deep into it, such as armor smiths, swordsmiths, and so forth. As an armor smith, Snell naturally deserved the honorific Lord from Rain. "Snell, then please show us around," Lloyd said cheerfully. "As you command, my lord." In the meantime, Blacksmith Ball, who had been forging horseshoes, was looking at Rain with a puzzled expression. The young man's face reminded him of a boy who had once participated in page training, even sharing the same name. The only difference was in stature, which was now quite large. The status was worlds apart as well, one being the son of a farmer and the other, the officer of the Flash Gold Town Guard. Looking back, that boy, Rain, had shown quite a talent for trimming hooves and nailing horseshoes. But recently, he had heard that the boy had ceased to participate in the page training. Such a shame. If he had continued, there was a good chance he could have passed the page examination and become an apprentice at the manor's blacksmith shop. With this thought, Ball shook his head slightly and focused back on forging the horseshoes. Soon, Snell led everyone to the area of greatest interest to Rain the blacksmith shop's storage room. "Lord Rain, this here is the storage room. We keep some of the commonly used materials like iron ingots, flux, and special ores," Snell explained. The storage room was roughly 70 to 80 square meters large. Upon entering, Rain saw rows of wooden shelves bearing at least a dozen varieties of special ores, the names of which he couldn't even recall. Additionally, various high-quality, smelted metal ingots were stacked on the ground. Seeing Lord Rain walk over to the shelf where special ores were displayed, seemingly attracted by the ores in front of him, filled Snell with pride and joy. These special ores had been slowly collected through industry connections he had commissioned. Some were even rarely seen in auction houses. Seeing Lord Rain pick up an ore and examine it intently, Snell felt a sense of validation. That what he valued was also valued by others. If his initial introductions were more out of courtesy to a guest, his introductions at this moment were heartfelt. "Lord Rain, this is star iron. It possesses excellent hardness and toughness and is an excellent material for sharp weapons, suitable for crafting various daggers, longswords, or dual-handed greatswords. This is fire rock ore, found around the fiery rims of volcanoes, extremely rare. This is bloodstone ore. Snell, who held the title of armorsmith from the Blacksmiths Association and whose knowledge in forging far exceeded that of the town blacksmith Boris, continued his introduction. System prompts appeared in quick succession, flooding the screen. Your identification skill has improved. Experience plus 19. You have learned to identify the special or fire rock. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 6. Your identification skill has improved. Experience plus 21. You have learned to identify the special or bloodstone. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 7. Congratulations. Your identification skill has advanced to LV2. Here it comes. It's here. Instantly, Lord Rain's smile grew even brighter. His purpose for attending the dinner at Habsburg Manor had been partially fulfilled. Suddenly, fragmented memories about these special ores filled Lord Rain's mind, as if he had been studying these ores for months, making him quite familiar with their properties. Not long after Lord Rain had fully assimilated these fragmented memories, system prompts came through again. Congratulations, your identification skill has advanced to LV3. Just after absorbing and assimilating the fragmented memories in his mind, more fragmented memories about identification followed. This truly made Lord Rain experience what it's like to gain more by listening to a wise man's word than reading books for 10 years. Looking at these dazzling special ores, Lord Rain felt as if he had discovered a gold mine. Lord Rain thought of the Church of Black Flame's strange black flames and the immensely high temperature damage. He also noticed that several of the special ores were materials resistant to high temperatures. After a moment's thought, Lord Rain felt that if he could prepare a set of heat-resistant Knight's Plate armor for the eventual battle, he would probably have an advantage against the sorcery attacks of the Church of the Black Flame. Unfortunately, the prices of these ores were indeed too expensive. It seemed he would need to hurry to make money. Moreover, given Lord Rain's superficial knowledge of metals from his previous life, he realized that this world's research into alloys was still at a very primitive level. He had initially thought it was because the blacksmiths he met were not skilled enough, but even Snell, a master armorer, had only a superficial experience with alloys and no systematic research. An alloy is a substance with metallic properties, synthesized by certain methods from two or more metals or metals and nonmetals. For example, bronze, a typical metal-metal alloy, consists of copper and tin in certain proportions, with variations in ratio greatly affecting the alloy's properties. Lord Rain felt he had grasped the thread of a complex mystery, facing these extraordinary special ores which were truly a gold mine, but it was a massive undertaking, not the right time to embark on this work. After Snell had finished introducing all the special ores, Lord Rain checked his blacksmith profession panel and saw that his blacksmith had advanced to LV3, 112/500, and ore identification to LV3, 27/500. That accelerated like a rocket. For Snell, seeing Lord Rain's expressions alternating between eager curiosity and deep contemplative stupor was very enjoyable. Although he still did not know to what extent this stranger and young Lord Rain was fond of forging, based on his attitude, Snell was very approving. Therefore, Snell started his introductions with even more zeal. If Lord Rain knew Snell's thoughts, he would surely grasp Snell's hands, shake them vigorously, and exclaim, "Comrade, let's strive for the craft of forging for life." After finishing the introductions of the ores on the shelves, Snell started introducing the neatly stacked metal ingots nearby. This is blood-patterned steel ingot, forged by mixing a certain proportion of bloodstone or with iron. It is high strength and toughness, suitable for forging blunt weapons. Hey, isn't this the blood-patterned steel that Laguerre talked about? Lord Rain picked up one, which was quite heavy, seemingly only slightly less dense than the star iron. Lord Rain carefully estimated the number of blood-patterned steel ingots stacked together. There were more than 20. Roughly calculating, if he could purchase half, that should be sufficient for forging his warhammer. Master Snell, could you sell me some of these blood-patterned steel ingots? Lord Rain interjected during Snell's introduction. Snell couldn't hide his troubled expression. Although he wanted to do Lord Rain a favor, the blood-patterned steel ingots had already been allocated. Rain keenly noticed that the other had discreetly glanced at Knight Lloyd standing nearby. Clearly, the blood-patterned steel ingots were meant for Knight Lloyd's plan, but before Rain could say anything further, Knight Lloyd laughingly said, "Since Rain has a need, let him have them first. Snell, a few days' delay on my shield and armor won't make a difference." Rain suddenly realized. So, these blood-patterned steel ingots were intended for forging Knight Lloyd's gear. No wonder. Rain remembered that Knight Lloyd excelled in sword and shield combat, having always seen him equipped thus, apparently a knight focused on defense. Thank you, Knight Lloyd. I'm currently practicing hammer skill and plan to forge a warhammer, thus I needed some blood-patterned steel. With the blood-patterned steel now secured, Rain also openly shared his purpose with Lloyd. Rain, have you been practicing hammer skill recently? Perez seemed quite surprised upon hearing this. He had planned to discuss the giant bear sword technique with Rain after the banquet. Hearing him abandon his exceptional talent in swordsmanship to instead practice hammer skill naturally puzzled him. Yes, Master Perez, mastering an additional skill is beneficial, but I still primarily use the great sword in real combat. Rain replied with a smile, naturally not divulging his true reasons. At this moment, the hammersmith Snell suggested, Lord Rain, do you need me to contact the hammersmith in County Town to help forge your warhammer? Thank you, Lord Snell, but I have already contacted a friend. Rain politely declined Snell's offer. He was still hoping to learn hammer skill from Lagaray to advance his blacksmith profession level, so naturally he wouldn't choose to have the warhammer crafted in County Town. Before arriving, Rain had prepared 300 imperial gold coins, nearly his entire fortune, and had spent 280 coins on purchasing the blood-patterned steel ingots, almost depleting his funds instantly. This here is the forging area, where Master Blacksmith Basil is currently making a bronze warhammer. Snell continued to explain. Bronze? Wouldn't that have a much lower melting point than iron? Rain recalled his chemistry knowledge from a past life. Although he didn't know the exact melting points, he remembered that bronze was definitely below 1,000 degrees, while iron was around 1,500 degrees. The difference was extremely significant. Rain glanced at his wizard apprentice, Transcendent, panel which listed Scorching Touch, and began to formulate a preliminary plan. Due to his fondness for the blacksmith shop, Rain stayed there a bit longer, so after concluding the visit, Knight Lloyd suggested heading straight for the banquet hall, and Rain naturally agreed. This visit had already proven to be a great success. Habsburg Manor. The ground-floor dining hall was bright with lights. At least a 10-meter-long rectangular dining table, covered with elegant tablecloths, was where Knight Lloyd took his place at the head of the table. Rain and Perez each sat on the right and left-hand sides of Lloyd respectively. Besides the three of them, there were no other diners. Only chambermaids moved back and forth like scene changes in a play. Although it was just the three of them dining, given that all three were transcendent human knights with huge appetites, soon, half of the table full of delicacies had been devoured. At that moment, Knight Lloyd used a white napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth and said, Rain, the last time we were at the church in Flashgold Town, what you demonstrated must have been the giant bear sword technique, right? Upon hearing this, Rain's eyes flickered slightly. He knew the main event was coming. Knight Lloyd inviting him wasn't merely for a banquet. Before coming, Rain had pondered this issue. In general, he guessed that Lloyd would inquire about the origins of his breathing technique or sword skills, and how long he had been studying them. Naturally, there might be some overtures or alliances to follow, or something else entirely. Putting himself in Lloyd's shoes, if he discovered that a servant who had been training in the manor a few months ago had suddenly become transcendent, he would definitely want to understand the situation clearly. Concerning Lloyd's question, Rain didn't plan to deliberately hide anything, considering he had already told Hamilton. As the saying goes, when you tell a secret to one person, it's as if you've told it to everyone. Actually, my giant bear breathing technique and giant bear sword technique, I learned them here in the castle. Rain also wiped his mouth with a white napkin and said with a smile. Lloyd and Perez looked at each other with puzzled faces, as if saying, how could this be possible? Immediately after, both turned their eager eyes on Rain, waiting for an answer. Rain didn't plan to keep them in suspense and directly said, it was Lady Kreia who taught me the breathing technique and the sword technique. Haha. So that's it. Upon hearing this answer, both Lloyd and Perez burst out laughing. Perez and I had thought of many possibilities, considering the giant bear sword technique is widely known throughout the Empire, but we never imagined you had grown up right under our noses. Lloyd said with a somewhat resigned laugh, shaking his head. Count Habs also heard about your situation and specifically asked me to talk to you, to inquire if you were willing to become a follower of the Earl. But it seems now it's too late for you, my lord. You already belong to Miss Kreia. Rain smiled without saying a word. As of this moment, only Rain himself was aware that there was no follower's contract of any kind signed between him and Kreia. After Rain revealed the origins of his breathing technique and swordsmanship, He distinctly felt Knight Lloyd become more amiable. All he heard the other say was, "Rain, you mentioned you've been learning hammer skill recently. How about we exchange some pointers after the banquet?" Is this my lucky break? An NPC coming to me to level up? Rain couldn't help but beam with joy and hastily agreed. Of course, it would be my honor. From their conversation, Rain learned that Knight Lloyd, besides being skilled with a one-handed sword, was also highly proficient with a one-handed hammer. After all, in a knight's battle, whoever first breaches the opponent's iron shell can claim to have won half the battle. Wait a moment, Lloyd. We agreed that I would first exchange giant bear sword technique with Rain. As for the hammer skill, let's talk about that later, said the typically reticent instructor Perez, suddenly interjecting. Is this double happiness knocking at my door? Rain's eyes lit up when he heard this. He truly hadn't expected that Lagaray, who was reluctant to be his NPC for experience during the day, would now be replaced by 2 transcendent-level NPCs in the evening. TSK, the Habsburg estate seems to be quite the lucky place for me. All Rain could say was quickly, Knight Lloyd, Instructor Perez, please no more quarreling. We will have plenty of time for exchanges tonight. In his heart, Rain silently added, I hope tonight, neither of you will mind getting tired. After the banquet, in the castle's indoor training field, at the center of the area, Rain and Perez stood facing each other, both grasping fine steel greatswords. The next second, Rain swiftly took a step forward, his greatsword tracing a semicircular arc like lightning, slashing down at a 45-degree angle towards Perez with a heavy chop. The man opposite, Perez, performed almost the same action, also striking down at the same time. Clang! The grating sound of metal on metal rang out. They quickly separated after the clash. Just from one strike, Rain could feel that Perez was almost at the same level of strength as him, making him an opponent of equal match. Of course, this was without activating any skills. Immediately after, they crossed swords again. Ting-ting clang-clang. Their fight grew faster and faster, soon leaving only 2 blurred shadows in fast combat in the area. Clang. After a heavy exchange, both were sent flying back by the impact. Rain and Perez neither activated Limit Break nor used secret techniques. It was simply casual sparring. After all, going all out at the first exchange wouldn't be a friendly contest. Rain glanced at the system prompt. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 56. You have participated in a battle. Knight, transcendent. Experience plus 17. Not bad. Steadily improving. Worried the experience is too low? But it's safe, and I can do it again and again. A constitution of 18 points allowed Rain and Perez to feel almost no fatigue after their brief sparring. That is to say, Rain could fight them in rotation. He against the 2 of them one after the other. After watching Rain and Perez spar, Knight Lloyd also seemed a bit impatient to join in. Rain, how about you? Need a rest? Not at all, Knight Lloyd. Then I'll switch to the Warhammer. Rain walked to the side and picked up an ironwood Warhammer. Of course, when Rain really switched to a Warhammer, both Lloyd and Perez were quite curious. One of the key reasons Lloyd wanted to spar with Rain was to understand and assess Rain's strength in detail. Since Rain was willing to demonstrate hammer skills he had never shown before, it couldn't be better. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner in Meist County City, within the dim underground hall, the slender knight carrying a scythe-like weapon was reporting respectfully, High Priest, in these past 2 days, many nobles have passed on messages, asking us to be mindful of the impact and act discreetly. The affair in Flashgold Town has put them at a disadvantage. Additionally, the cause of Flashgold Town's disastrous defeat has been investigated. According to reliable information, it is still that same up-and-coming Knight Rain. It's said that his outstanding swordsmanship talent was the reason why Ashim, Andrews, and the others were killed one by one. This has also been confirmed by Baron Alonso. It's Rain again? Reliant on swordsmanship? Then let's find a suitable moment to send over an Iron Maiden automaton and see if he can cut through it. Hiki. A deep laugh emanated from the shadows. As you command, High Priest. Upon hearing the High Priest's words, a smile appeared on the face behind the knight's helmet. After both men had taken their positions, they quickly began to exchange blows, but soon, Rain was caught by Knight Lloyd during a pause in his moves, and a shield strike pushed him back several steps. Compared to the previous battle between Rain and Perez, it seemed as though they were entirely different people. However, the system notification was a pleasant surprise for Rain. Your skilled tackle hammer technique has been improved. Experience plus 27. You have undergone a battle. Knight Transcendent. Professional experience plus 9. If not for the quick defeat, at least 40 to 50 points of hammer skill experience could have been gained from one match. Lloyd then looked at Rain with a puzzled expression and asked, Rain, you must have just started learning the hammer skill not long ago, right? This caused Rain's face to turn slightly red. Obviously, bringing out a hammer skill that had been learned only a day ago in a match against a formal knight carried somewhat disrespectful connotations. Especially since in the previous match, Rain had fought Perez to a standstill using the giant bear sword technique. However, what was barely acceptable was that, seemingly with the aid of hammer specialization LV1, at least Rain's tackle hammer technique looked decently executed, not like it was his first day learning it. Otherwise, even a magnanimous knight like Lloyd might have just walked away. After a brief reflection, Rain decided to add a skill point to the core skill, hammer specialization LV1. After all, with excellent experience, NPCs like Lloyd and Perez around, if he couldn't pique their interest and ride the wave for a big boost in experience, it would be too disrespectful to such an opportunity. Moreover, hammer specialization is a core skill that can only be improved using skill points and can't be enhanced through regular training. In this regard, hammer specialization seemed more like a talent. Thus, with the added point, the remaining skill points on the panel changed from 4-3, and hammer specialization was instantly upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Instantly, Rain felt different when he held the two-handed hammer. It was an indescribable feeling, as if Rain had a natural familiarity with the hammer, almost as though the hammer was an extension of his arm. Simultaneously, the panel's description of hammer specialization also changed accordingly. Core skill, hammer specialization LV2 passive. Hammer specialization LV2 passive. When the host uses any hammer-type weapon, damage is slightly increased. From slight to minor, this change was exactly the same as when the strength of blacksmith had been upgraded. Knight Lloyd, I have been studying the hammer skill for a while. It might be because I am not yet familiar with the ironwood hammer. Let's have another go, said Rain, after adding the point and telling a white lie. Lloyd nodded, seeming to accept Rain's explanation that unfamiliarity with the weapon could affect performance, a common occurrence. The two swiftly took positions and began the second match. Indeed, with the boost from hammer specialization at LV2, Rain performed much better this time around. Although he still did not defeat Knight Lloyd, who wielded both hammer and shield, he did manage to make it quite enjoyable for his opponent. At the end of the match, the system notification immediately appeared. Your skilled tackle hammer technique has been improved. Experience plus 54. You have undergone a battle. Knight Transcendent. Professional experience plus 16. Congratulations, your skill tackle hammer technique has been upgraded to LV2. Yay. Upgraded. Looking at tackle hammer technique LV2, 1/300. Suddenly, Rain's mind was filled with fragmented memories of training in the tackle hammer technique. These memories were scattered fragments of hammer skill training, passing through Rain's mind like slides and quickly embedding themselves in his muscle memory. To Rain, it felt as though he had been practicing the tackle hammer technique daily for months. Rain, shall we call it a night? Asked Knight Lloyd. To be honest, he was still somewhat disappointed with Rain's hammer skill. Knight Lloyd felt that Rain's mastery of the hammer was not refined and significantly lagged behind his expertise in the giant bear sword technique, making their exchange more about instinct than skill. Huh? I just leveled up, and the experience NPC wants to leave? Knight Lloyd, during our match just now, I seem to have gained some insights into the hammer skill. How about another round? Rain said with a smile. The moment Rain finished speaking, Lloyd and Perez exchanged smiles. They privately thought that Rain still had the heart of a youth, somewhat lacking in skill but enthusiastic about playing. After the two matches, they both had a clear understanding of Rain's level of hammer skill. But, after a brief thought, Lloyd nodded his head, agreeing to Rain's suggestion. All right. Young people, after all, deserve some face. I'll just go easy on him, thought Lloyd. The two swiftly took positions and began the third match. However, this match truly shocked both Lloyd and Perez. Boosted by the now LV2, hammer specialization, and tackle hammer technique, Rain's capabilities saw another minor leap. If in the previous match Knight Lloyd could easily win against Rain, this match was genuinely hard to conclude. Initially planning to go easy, Knight Lloyd found himself increasingly astounded as they fought. Boom. After several minutes of intense fighting and dripping with sweat, Knight Lloyd narrowly claimed victory. Lloyd first looked dubiously at Rain, then with a sudden flash of realization, burst out laughing. I understand now, Rain. Were you worried, at first, that defeating me would be embarrassing for me? So, you gradually revealed your true strength? Rain looked at Lloyd, stunned. Is that really how your mind works? Well, as long as you're happy. What can you do if you are an NPC filled with experience? So, Rain merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Rain's smile convinced the two bystanders of their earlier judgment even more. Rain, don't hold back. Please give it your all. Knight Lloyd's expression became serious, and he assumed a ready for another round stance, without mentioning his previous statement. Let's call it a night then. Sure enough, there's nothing cuter than a competitive experience NPC. Rain put on a distressed expression and reluctantly nodded, saying this. All right then. Actually, he was overjoyed inside. However, since Knight Lloyd asked him to give it his all, he really could only. System. Add points. Thus, as Rain allocated his points, his remaining skill points decreased from 3 to 2, and the core skill, Hammer Skill Specialization, immediately upgraded from LV2 to LV3. In an instant, Rain felt a different sensation while holding his ironwood hammer. If LV2 had increased Rain's innate familiarity with the hammer, this time, Rain felt as if the hammer was connected to his bloodline. Simultaneously, the description of Hammer Skill Specialization on his panel also changed. Core Skill. Hammer Skill Specialization LV3, Passive. Hammer Skill Specialization LV3, Passive. When the host uses any hammer-type weapon, damage significantly increases. From slightly to significantly shows what that implies without further explanation. Thus, under the enhancement of LV3 Hammer Skill Specialization and LV2 Tackle Hammer Technique, Rain finally overpowered Knight Lloyd, who wielded a hammer and shield. With a loud exclamation point, Rain forcefully struck and sent Knight Lloyd flying with the ironwood hammer. But Lloyd's expression showed no displeasure at all, as if he was saying, I knew it, you were holding back, and I've exposed you. Meanwhile, Perez, who was watching eagerly, said, Lloyd, you've had 3 matches with Rain already. It's my turn now, isn't it? Perez, don't rush. Let me have 2 more rounds. Knight Lloyd was in high spirits and naturally did not want to stop now. Watching this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of Rain's mouth. He thought, don't rush. You too. Don't worry. I understand the principle of sharing the love. After the 5th round, Rain, take on Perez. Your stamina. Alas, youth is wonderful, the 40-something Lloyd said breathlessly. After the 8th round, Rain, take on Lloyd for now. I need a break too. The 30-something Perez also declared he was beat, while also marveling greatly at Rain's abnormal stamina. Rain looked at the 2 experienced NPCs who were utterly exhausted, his face showing helplessness. He thought, where has your previous enthusiasm gone? Suddenly, the system notification brought more good news. Your skill Tackle Hammer Technique has been upgraded. Experience plus 59. You have fought a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Professional experience points plus 18. Congratulations. Your skill Tackle Hammer Technique has upgraded to LV3. Instantly, Rain's mind was filled with fragmented training memories about the Tackle Hammer Technique. After absorbing and digesting it, Rain felt as if he had practiced the Tackle Hammer Technique for 6 months. But Rain just came back to his senses, realizing that the system notification had not ended. There was another system message quietly arriving. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of the Tackle Hammer Technique, Rising Dragon Hammer. A hammer skill secret technique? Wait, how come so soon? He clearly remembered that the requirements for mastering the Rising Dragon Hammer and the Tackle Hammer Technique were very high. Immediately, thrilled and surprised, Rain saw a brand new icon above the Tackle Hammer Technique on the Transcendent Knight panel. The icon featured an image of a brawny man twisting his body, swinging a 2-handed hammer upward, looking lifelike and fiercely powerful. In the bottom right of the icon, there was a line of small text, Rising Dragon Hammer LV1, Secret Technique, Effect. Using a unique method of energy release, swing the hammer from below upward, delivering a spinning force hit. Note, Rising Dragon Hammer is a secret technique and cannot be directly improved through skill points. Rising Dragon Hammer LV2 requirements. 1. Tackle Hammer Technique LV6 or above, Hammer Skill Specialization can offset some of the level requirements. 2. Strength 18 points or above, Constitution 16 points or above, Agility 16 points or above. Seeing that hammer skill specialization can offset some hammer technique level requirements, Rain had an epiphany. So that's how it is. No wonder he could master the secret technique so early when his tackle hammer technique was only at LV3. Here lay the key. This was the real value of hammer skill specialization. Then, Rain thought of something else. So, if my tackle hammer technique reached LV4, then there's a good chance I could learn the secret skill, Rising Dragon Hammer LV2. However, the secret skill, Rising Dragon Hammer LV2, has high requirements for both strength and agility. It's understandable that it requires a high strength, needing to reach 18 points, but the requirement for 16 points in agility left me a bit puzzled. After some thought, I figured that it's probably because to achieve the best effect of the Rising Dragon Hammer, you need to hit the enemy's chin. To do this in the rapidly changing conditions of battle, obviously, without sharp observational skills and swift speed, it's not possible. Additionally, I thought of something else. The secret skills of the tackle hammer technique are not limited to just the Rising Dragon Hammer. The outline also records another skill named Earth-Splitting Hammer, which has even higher requirements than the Rising Dragon Hammer. I recalled the tackle hammer technique outline regarding the secret skill, Earth-Splitting Hammer, and guessed that the key might also likely be in the strength attribute. After all, according to the description in the outline, Earth-Splitting Hammer is a more formidable secret skill than Rising Dragon Hammer, and it most likely requires even greater strength. It makes sense. As the name implies, splitting the earth, you try splitting it without immense strength. I thought to myself. Late at night, after bidding farewell to the weary knights Lloyd and Perez, I was escorted back to my home in Flashgold Town by the carriage at the Habsburg Manor. On the carriage, along with the 10 blood-patterned steel ingots I had purchased, there were several ingots of bronze, copper, and tin. Additionally, I was holding a bronze warhammer. It was the same kind of bronze warhammer crafted by the senior blacksmith Basil that I saw during my visit to the blacksmith shop on the first floor of the castle. During the banquet, I had expressed a desire to purchase one, and I didn't expect Knight Lloyd to arrange this so quickly. Of course, this was also because the bronze warhammer wasn't very expensive. I wanted the bronze warhammer mainly as a transitional weapon. Normally, if I didn't fully release the triple state, it wouldn't easily damage the warhammer. The second reason is more important. I plan to use this bronze warhammer as a template to try making one myself. As for how to attempt this, I already had a preliminary plan in mind. After hauling various metal ingots to my room, I diligently completed my daily practice of the giant bear breathing technique and basic meditation. Soon after, I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, early, at the break of dawn, I had woken up early. At this time, I took 2 iron basins from downstairs back to my room. Based on my previous plan and my superficial knowledge of high school chemistry, I placed a silver-white rectangular tin ingot in one of the iron basins. Then, my right hand raised about 20 centimeters above the ingot, hovering in midair. Suddenly, I began to softly chant a spell. Yes, I was casting the witchcraft, Scorching Touch. Just 3 seconds later, as the chanting ended, a faint red glow emerged from my palm. The surrounding air began to emit waves of heat under the influence of the light, and the bright silver tin ingot, 20 centimeters in front of my right palm, was rapidly changing. The bright silver tin ingot quickly transformed from a solid to a pool of silver liquid. Success. The temperature of Scorching Touch, even through 20 centimeters of air, was still able to melt the tin ingot. This couldn't help but bring a smile to my face. From what I could see, the first step of my plan had been achieved. Overjoyed, I followed the same procedure for the copper ingot, casting the witchcraft, Scorching Touch once again. As I continued casting, the copper ingot began to glow red hot, but it just wouldn't melt. After several seconds, suddenly, I felt a wave of dizziness. I knew it was due to excessive consumption of spiritual power. This made me frown, and I immediately stopped casting Scorching Touch. The first step had been successful, but this second step was now stuck. Of course, I knew the reason. Based on my high school chemistry knowledge, it was because the melting point of copper is far higher than that of tin. However, knowing the problem doesn't mean it can be solved immediately. Or rather, when there are multiple solutions, careful consideration is still needed. I crossed my arms and started pacing back and forth in the room. After thinking about it, I opened the green glowing Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession panel and carefully read the small print under the Scorching Touch LV1 icon. Casting time 3 seconds. Power proportional to the duration and the host's spiritual power. The closer the contact distance, the greater the power. Current effective lethal range, 0.5 meters. Taking a look at the description, the solution seemed simple. Just increase my spirit attribute, and that certainly would solve the problem. If my spiritual power were strong enough, not only would the power of the witchcraft increase, but I could also sustain it for a longer time. As for how much spirit attribute needs to be increased, that needs to be tested to find out. However, from the reddening and heating up of the copper ingot, it seems that just increasing my spiritual power by 1 or 2 points might just do the trick. So, would using skill points to enhance Scorching Touch LV1 be effective? I'm not really sure. Because as far as Scorching Touch goes, its power seems to be linked to spiritual power, not mentioned to be related to skill level. Of course, the main reason is that I have other plans for those 2 skill points. Because my Knight's breakthrough level had already reached 40%, just investing 2 more skill points would elevate it to 60%, thereby elevating me to the level of a peak Knight. Moreover, 2 transcendent traits, Huge Strength LV2 and Iron Skin LV2, could both advance to LV3. This would greatly enhance my strength, proving to be a very critical trump card. So, I have no plans to use these 2 skill points for now. After some thought, Lord Rain decided to first try adding a point to his spirit attribute. After all, enhancing the spirit attribute was bound to have an effect, though he was unsure if it would reach the desired outcome. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 3-2, his spirit also increased from 16.17 points. In an instant, Lord Rain felt his mind become exceptionally clear, and the sense of mental fatigue he had just felt vanished completely. Adding points for recovery. It was still so useful. At the same time, Lord Rain specifically looked at the limit breaking value in the Knight Transcendent panel. He was surprised to find that after increasing his spirit by 1 point, the limit breaking value had increased to 43%, which seemed to be a stronger effect than adding points to Constitution. This let Lord Rain's thoughts run wild. Could it be that the process of physical limit breaking did have some kind of secret connection with the spirit? However, shortly after, Lord Rain gently shook his head, choosing not to ponder this matter further. At this moment, he was focused on melting the copper ingots, repeating the process he had done before. As Lord Rain softly chanted an incantation, the purple-red copper ingots in the iron pot started to turn red and hot, displaying signs of beginning to melt. This greatly delighted Lord Rain. With the continuous output of spiritual power, the witchcraft's scorching touch grew more powerful, and the copper ingots finally began to melt. Step 2 of the plan, achieved. Next was Step 3. This time, Lord Rain placed copper ingots and tin ingots in the iron pot in a 5-to-1 ratio. After resting for a bit, Lord Rain began to repeat the process he had just done. Once the tin ingots and copper ingots had both melted and mixed together, the system notifications almost spammed. You conducted smelting bronze work, comprehension has improved. You have comprehended a new skill smelting bronze. Your skill in smelting bronze has improved. Experience plus 67. You focused on smelting bronze. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 22. It seemed that because Lord Rain had completed the smelting of bronze in just about 10 seconds, the system awarded a large amount of experience points. Under normal circumstances, smelting bronze is a slow process. Compared to other blacksmith skills he had learned before, the increment of experience points would typically be +1 or +2 every few minutes. But because Lord Rain greatly compressed the smelting time, the experience points were distributed in one go. This made Lord Rain exceptionally happy, because it confirmed his hypothesis. It showed that the design scheme he had thought of beforehand was feasible. Of course, what was more important was what came after. If Lord Rain were to forge a bronze warhammer or other bronze tools, the time taken would be greatly shortened. That meant Lord Rain could gain a large amount of blacksmith professional experience in a short time. This was also inspired by the ancient book explorations in the application of scorching touch in the forging field. Knock, knock, knock. A slightly urgent knocking sound echoed. Lord Rain. Oh, it was his mother Emma's voice. Lord Rain immediately got up and opened the door. Outside the door, his mother Emma looked at Lord Rain, then peered into his room, but Lord Rain's robust figure nearly completely blocked the door, preventing her from seeing clearly what was happening inside. Only to hear his mother Emma complaining, "Lord Rain, are you burning something with your candles again?" The smell of something burning has reached downstairs again. Hearing that it was about this, Lord Rain couldn't help but give a wry smile and said, "Mother, don't worry. I'll be careful. It shouldn't happen again." It's not that Lord Rain hadn't considered going to the smithy. After all, the subsequent forging process would be most suitable in a blacksmith shop. However, Lord Rain didn't want to reveal his ability in witchcraft yet, so he tried it out in his own room first. In a little while, Lord Rain planned to go to Boris's blacksmith shop, clear out the personnel, and borrow it again for a day. But for confidentiality reasons, this time, Lord Rain planned to even send blacksmith Boris away, partly to validate some of his subsequent ideas, and partly to have Lagaray help him forge the Bloodvein steel warhammer and harvest a wave of blacksmith profession level. At that moment, Bowie poked her little head through the door, saying, "Brother, a beautiful carriage has arrived downstairs. It looks just like the last one. Oh, there's a beautiful rose shield painted on the carriage." Upon hearing this, Lord Rain's eyebrow raised. He knew this was the coat of arms of the Baron Crawley family. Lord Rain suddenly remembered that today was the day he had agreed to become a guardian knight for Lady Crawley. The other party must have invited many nobles and friends to the welcome banquet, and now it wasn't appropriate to ask them to change the time. Of course, since he had already promised, Lord Rain wasn't one to go back on his word. It looks like his plan to elevate his blacksmith profession level and forge the Bloodvein steel warhammer would have to be postponed by a day. "Thank you, Bowie. Brother will come down immediately." Thinking it through, Lord Rain dressed in his plate armor, carrying the glimmering greatsword wrapped in sheepskin, and holding a bronze warhammer, walked downstairs. Seeing Lord Rain come out, a butler dressed in a tailcoat immediately jumped down from the carriage. As the other party opened the carriage door, a slender and beautiful figure elegantly stepped down and performed a curtsy towards Lord Rain, saying, "Good morning, Lord Rain." "Miss Jenny?" Lord Rain appeared slightly surprised. He had not expected Jenny to come and pick him up herself. This showed how much the Crawley family valued his appointment as the family's guardian knight. After some simple greetings, Lord Rain followed Jenny into the carriage. Soon, the carriage was slowly heading towards the county town, expertly driven by the coachman, providing a smooth ride. "Miss Jenny, have you ever heard of the Bat Market?" Lord Rain suddenly asked. "The Bat Market? I've never heard of that," Jenny replied, looking a bit bewildered. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. Lord Rain nodded. That was quite normal. It seemed that the Bat Market was quite secretive and not a place just anyone could enter. That was troublesome. On this trip, he had intended to visit the Bat Market to see if there were any more items related to wizards or witchcraft for sale, and also to purchase some ingredients listed in the beast-taming diary. Jenny frowned in thought for a moment and said, "Lord Rain, perhaps my mother might know of this Bat Market you speak of. If she doesn't know, I can also ask my friends. I believe if it's within Meist County City, the Crowley family can certainly help you locate it." Lord Rain smiled slightly and said, "Well then, thank you, Miss Jenny." Jenny made a valid point. Indeed, he had somewhat underestimated the resourcefulness and power of a noble family. This instantly brightened Lord Rain's mood. When they were halfway through their journey, Jenny seemed to remember something and said to Lord Rain, "By the way, Lord Rain, as per tradition, after you become a guardian knight of the Crowley family, we will provide you with a suit of knightly plate armor, appropriate weapons, and a warhorse. Of course, you can also choose gold coins as your reward. Which option would you prefer?" This made Lord Rain quite pleased. Lately, he had been somewhat short on funds. The 300 imperial gold coins he brought to the Habsburg estate yesterday were almost all spent, mainly on knightly weapons and armor, which were substantial expenses. Especially high-quality weapons and armor, which were worth 10 or even several dozen times more than ordinary weapons. A common militiaman's iron sword could be obtained for just a few silver coins and could be forged by any blacksmith in a small town. However, swords fit for intense combat, like the sword the night watchman was currently using, cost more than 10 times as much, requiring 4 to 5 imperial gold coins each. The fine steel greatsword that Lord Rain had previously used cost 20 to 30 imperial gold coins. The expense of good weapons was clearly evident. After some thought, Lord Rain spoke up, "Miss Jenny, if it's convenient, let's just convert it into gold coins." Why choose gold coins? That was because Lord Rain had essentially secured his weapons himself. A glimmering greatsword was currently strapped to his back, and although the two-handed warhammer hadn't been forged yet, the blood-etched steel ingot for the material was already prepared. Moreover, the weapons provided by the Crowley family were likely to be fine steel weapons of excellent quality, but, to be honest, they didn't meet Lord Rain's combat needs. As for armor, although Lord Rain currently lacked a suit of knightly plate armor, he already had a plan in mind to acquire one. As for a warhorse, given his current status as a deputy of public safety, he could use the public carriage the warhorses housed in the administrative stable for transportation. If he were to raise a warhorse himself, one issue was that he had no stable at home. Secondly, caring for a horse was quite a hassle. Jenny smiled slightly and said, "Lord Rain, just as I guessed." She then opened a nearby brown wooden box, took out a heavy leather purse, and said, "Lord Rain, this is your annual payment, 500 imperial gold coins." "HM?" Lord Rain looked at Jenny with a bit of surprise. He had not expected the money to be paid even before he officially became the Crowley family's guardian knight. Besides, after inquiring about prices from Hamilton, he had to admit the amount was quite generous, even higher than he had anticipated. It was indeed nice to feel valued. "Thank you, Miss Jenny." Lord Rain immediately accepted and thanked her. Soon, the carriage arrived at the outskirts of Meist County City. From the carriage window, Lord Rain saw that pedestrians and carriages were increasingly frequent, and a tall, dark gray city wall extended in front of his line of sight. This was his first visit to the county town, which was named Meist, with the entire Meist County named after the city, a common naming convention in the Dragon Empire. As the Crowley family's carriage approached the city gate, Lord Rain saw a long queue of people entering the city, split into two, lining up at the smaller side gates. From their attire, these people were mostly commoners, mercenaries, and merchants, undergoing inspections and paying fees to enter the city. The widest main gate, however, was relatively empty. Even if a few carriages passed by, they barely stopped before moving on. The carriage Lord Rain was in headed straight for the main gate, and upon seeing the Crowley family's baronial crest on the carriage, the guards clad in chainmail and wielding long spears quickly allowed them through. A simple matter fully embodied the privileges of nobility. After the carriage entered the town, Lord Rain saw bustling shops and streets, much livelier than Flash Gold Town. However, he faintly smelled various unpleasant odors, seemingly a mixture of human excrements and other stenches, which made him frown. It seemed that this area was likely a civilian district, with seemingly poor hygiene conditions. The carriage continued to drive for about half an hour, making a left turn and two right turns, arriving at a villa district, which was significantly cleaner and broader than the civilian district seen upon entering the town. The ground was very spacious and neat, and on the outer walls of the independent villas, a variety of meticulously planted greenery and flowers could be seen. Even now, in the frosty month, there were still many cold-resistant flowers blooming, which was quite beautiful. As the carriage slowly stopped, Miss Jenny gave a slight smile and said, "We've arrived, Lord Rain. This is the Crowley family's estate here in County Town." Lord Rain nodded. Upon alighting from the carriage, Lord Rain saw the plump Lady Crawley, accompanied by 2 tall knights and 5 or 6 servants, waiting inside the mansion gate. Upon seeing Lord Rain descend, a smile appeared on her beautiful face and said, "Lord Rain, welcome to the Crawley family." "Thank you, madam. You are too kind." Lord Rain immediately bowed slightly, smiling as he spoke. However, he keenly noticed that the 2 knights by Lady Crawley's side seemed unwelcoming toward his arrival, even showing subtle hostility. This was because, with the improvement of Lord Rain's spiritual power and his danger perception reaching the LV3 level, he could easily discern the gazes that clearly held hostility. After a moment of thought, Lord Rain recalled that these must be the 2 family knights Lady Crawley had previously mentioned. "Lord Rain, if I may, this is Knight Shelton of the Crawley family." Lady Crawley slightly raised her hand, introducing the bald knight on her left. "Knight Shelton, hello," he said. "Lord Rain, hello," replied the knight. This bald knight was at least in his 40s, but his tall and sturdy figure still possessed a certain menacing force. "And this is Knight Stein." Lady Crawley then pointed to the bearded knight on her right. "Knight Stein, hello," said Lord Rain. "Knight Rain, hello," Stein responded. "Lord Rain, let us then head inside. The journey must have been tiring," she said. At this moment, the beautiful Lady Crawley proactively stepped forward, taking Lord Rain's left arm, and walked him inside. As they walked, her pale, ample brushed against Lord Rain's arm with each step. This caused the two nearby knights to exchange glances, seeing both resentment and a kind of longing in each other's eyes. Mad, seeing the fresh meat is come, she just had to stick herself to it, still pretending to be pure in front of me. The knight named Stein seemed even less patient, and upon seeing this scene, it wasn't long before he couldn't restrain himself and spontaneously said, "I heard that Lord Rain has only recently become transcendent?" "Yes, Knight Stein, I indeed have become transcendent less than a month ago," Lord Rain nodded, casually replying. "Oh, I thought that was just a rumor. While it's not impossible for a new knight to become a guardian knight of the Crawley family, shouldn't a guardian knight display convincing strength? How about it, Lord Rain? Would you mind demonstrating on the training ground?" "Of course, I can act as your sparring opponent," Stein suggested with seemingly reasonable doubt, yet with an undertone of provocation. This caused Lady Crawley, who was holding Lord Rain's hand, to tense noticeably. Clearly, she was annoyed that Stein had so quickly proposed a duel with Lord Rain. She thought it would at least wait until the afternoon, or perhaps even later, for such a scenario to unfold. "Stein, you are too impudent. Lord Rain has just arrived," Lady Crawley chided, quite angered. "This quickly? The real action has already begun?" Lord Rain raised his eyebrows, having promised Lady Crawley, and since he had also taken money on the carriage ride, he naturally had to handle the matter well. He simply waved his hand, stopping Lady Crawley from continuing her speech. "Oh, Knight Stein, are you proposing a challenge?" Upon meeting these two family knights for the first time, Lord Rain took a careful look and realized their strength was indeed very average. As such, Lord Rain did not intend to waste much time on these two. He would quickly demonstrate his strength, fulfilling Lady Crawley's request. This way, he could still find time to visit the army supply at County Town and perhaps even gather some information about the bat market. Wait, Lord Rain suddenly thought these two might be great NPCs for experience. He just might need to steer the situation slightly. Thinking about his gains from the Habs estate just the day before, a faint smile rose on his lips. Thus, he formulated a small plan in his mind. Upon hearing Lord Rain's straightforward acceptance, Stein could not help but laugh. Just a green young man after all. A little provocation and he accepts the challenge. "This is in the bag. If Lord Rain doesn't mind, it would indeed be my honor," Stein offered ingratiatingly. "Being able to exchange combat experiences with Knight Stein is also something I've been looking forward to," Rain replied with a smile. Soon, a group of people arrived at the training ground behind the villa. A number of barons, sons of lords, or their representatives who had been invited to the ceremony, affiliated with the Crawley family, also flocked to the training ground after hearing that there was going to be an official duel between knights. The training ground within the Crawley Barons' estate wasn't large, covering only a few hundred square meters and not equipped with a racetrack, owing to the fact that the estate was situated within Meist County City. Land in the city was incredibly valuable, and even nobles were generally reluctant to use it to build racetracks. Those larger training grounds that are equipped with racetracks are generally outfitted by the nobility on their estates in the suburbs. On the training ground, Rain and Stein stood facing each other in the center of the field, but this time Rain was wielding a bronze warhammer instead of the glimmering greatsword. Before entering the field, Rain had handed over the sheepskin-wrapped glimmering greatsword and a few other items to Jenny for safekeeping. "Lord Rain, won't you change into knight armor?" Stein squinted his eyes and asked, looking at Rain dressed in plate armor. Rain shook his head slightly. "No need. This armor will do." Stein nodded, sword and shield in hand, and suddenly went from stillness to motion, charging at Rain vigorously. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Both men took a step back, seeming to be evenly matched. Immediately after, the two entangled in a struggle. Their movements were extremely quick, and among the onlookers, apart from those whose skills were of a certain standard, many of the noble daughters could only listen to the commotion. They could not see the figures clearly and only heard the ding-ding-dang-dang of weapons clashing. This Rain is quite strong. He's actually fighting Stein to a standstill," the older knight Shelton said, his eyes narrowing slightly, deep in thought. In his mind, this young knight shouldn't be as strong as Stein. Generally speaking, no matter how talented one is, a short promotion period is a significant disadvantage. Logically, there should be quite a gap between Stein, a veteran official knight, and his opponent in terms of proficiency in combat skills and the degree of transcendence. After all, catching up takes time. So, Logically, Stein should be able to defeat his opponent without much effort. However, to Shelton's surprise, the battle turned out to be a deadlock, seeming like a contest of who had the better stamina. Equally surprised was Ginny standing nearby. She was watching the battle with a puzzled look on her face. Her mind was filled with questions. Why had Lord Rain switched to hammer skill? And why did it seem like Lord Rain was holding back? Why was that? Shouldn't he have decisively defeated Stein to establish his authority? After mulling over it for a long while, Ginny couldn't figure out why Rain was doing this. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Rain saw that Stein, after the intense battle, showed signs of fatigue and his movements started to deteriorate. He knew that continuing the act would be too deliberate. Taking advantage of a momentary instability in Stein's steps, Rain knocked him down with a hammer. Then, he pretended to be quite exhausted, propping himself on the bronze warhammer and standing in the center of the field, gasping for air. Lord Rain, youth is an advantage indeed. You have more stamina than me. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle might have been difficult to say, said Stein. Although defeated, he was clearly not convinced. Based on his own feelings from the recent exchange, if it weren't for Rain's youth and slightly better physical stamina, the results could have been very different. Rain smiled faintly, not acknowledging his vanquished opponent's grumbling, as if he hadn't heard Stein's dissatisfaction. Stein glanced at his smiling Rain, then got up sullenly and left the middle of the field. Rain, meanwhile, delightedly checked the system notifications. Your skill tackle hammer technique has been improved. Experience plus 79. You have undergone a battle. Knight Transcendent. Professional experience points plus 26. It seemed that because the recent battle lasted a long enough time, the system awarded a high amount of experience. Indeed, the recent fight had exhausted almost all of a seasoned knight's stamina. After getting up, Stein walked over and whispered something to Knight Shelton. Then, the older, bald Knight Shelton slowly stepped forward, smiling amiably. Lord Rain, I hope you don't mind this old fellow joining in, do you? You know, at my age, my stamina has decreased a lot, so competing with you, Lord Rain, is just right. I'm certainly not looking to take advantage of you. Huh? Rain hadn't expected this. He never thought his acting was so convincing that Knight Shelton would so quickly volunteer to test himself against him. Luckily, he wasn't truly exhausted. On the contrary, his strategy was very successful, as it had drawn out the older, bald knight. He not only planned to win the victory, but also to claim the moral high ground while simultaneously farming for hammer skill experience. However, there was just one thing. This Knight Shelton seemed a bit too shameless. Witnessing this, the Crowley Baron's wife, observing the battle, felt a touch anxious, her grip on Ginny's hand involuntarily tightening, seemingly worried that Rain would accept the challenge. After all, unlike Ginny, she hadn't witnessed Rain killing Andrews and the other Black Flame monks with her own eyes. However, Ginny knew that Rain was probably acting, though she didn't understand the purpose of his act. Rain couldn't possibly tell Ginny that he was doing it to farm a round of experience. My lady mother, there's no need to worry overly. I feel, well, Lord Rain seems to be feigning weakness deliberately, although I'm not sure why he would do such a thing, Ginny whispered to Baroness Crawley. Is that so? Baroness Crawley glanced at Ginny and noticed her daughter's expression didn't seem to be one of mere consolation. After all, even a well-meaning lie would soon be exposed by the upcoming contests. Rain, standing at the center of the arena, said, "Since Knight Sheldon has taken an interest, I shall naturally comply." Sheldon's face lit up with a pleased expression at Rain's agreement. Seemingly unwilling to leave Rain time to recover his strength, Sheldon burst forth with all his might, wielding his hammer and shield as he charged swiftly towards Rain. However, after a fierce onslaught, Sheldon found Rain's defense to be as solid as a rock. Despite Rain's appearance of weariness throughout, he looked as though, with just a bit more effort from Sheldon, he could be overcome. 5 minutes later, the bald-headed Knight Sheldon, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, realized he still hadn't managed to defeat Rain, and bellowed in discontent. This is impossible. You should be exhausted by now. How can you still hold out for so long?" Rain simply smiled slightly, saying, "Perhaps, as Knight Stein just mentioned, it's because I'm young and thus have better stamina." With that, Rain sent Sheldon flying with his hammer, ending the fight. Since Sheldon was already out of strength, Rain naturally had no intention of continuing the act. The system prompt then appeared. Your skill tackle hammer technique has improved. Experience plus 67. You have gone through a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Professional experience points plus 22 TSK. Age really does affect one's stamina. These experience points aren't even as high as the ones from Stein just now. Rain silently critiqued in his mind. On their way here, Jenny had also indicated her position to him concerning the two Crawley family knights. If possible, Jenny had hoped that Rain would not kill or severely injure the two men. After all, they had served the Crawley family for many years and had not shown any intention of rebellion. Their desires were more oriented toward the Crawley family's beauty and wealth. Therefore, Jenny hoped Rain could simply deter the two men. Considering the Crawley family's request, Rain gave it some thought before agreeing. After all, it was a request from the Crawley family themselves, and there was no need for him, a guardian knight, to overdo it, especially since anything that happened later would be the family's own business. The onlookers weren't fools. After watching two contests in succession, they also sensed something amiss. At the end of the first match, Rain seemed to have overexerted himself and shouldn't have been able to hold out for long, but now, at the end of the second match, he seemed to be in high spirits as he strolled off the field, currently chatting with Lady Crawley. Meanwhile, many young noble ladies on the sidelines, having seen Rain's performance, began whispering amongst themselves. Especially Agatha Wiggins, one of Jenny's close friends, rushed excitedly to Jenny's side and said, "Jenny, your taste is getting better and better. Where did you find such a handsome young man? Not only is he strong, but his stamina is incredible. You were so lucky." While speaking, she also gave Jenny a teasing look. "Agatha, don't talk nonsense. Rain is our family's new guardian knight, and besides, it was my mother who found him. It has nothing to do with me," Jenny said somewhat shyly, understanding the insinuation in her friend's words. "Oh, so it was Baroness Crawley? I never thought she liked them young." Giggle. "You're terrible." Saying so, the two young noblewomen immediately started jesting and playing around with each other. After the contest, Rain requested from Baroness Crawley to make a trip to the military supply office in the county town. Although both Jenny and the Baroness would have liked Rain to stay at the estate and socialize more with the guests, Rain had no interest in doing so. At present, he hadn't passed the nobility's accreditation test and wasn't strictly speaking a noble yet. On the other hand, Rain felt that socializing would only be meaningful once he reached a certain threshold of status and position. However, there was an appointment ceremony and banquet at the Crawley family estate that evening, which Rain was bound to attend. Rain took the carriage arranged by the Crawley family to the Northern Military Supply Office in the county town. Located next to the City Guard's camp, the supply office in the county town was responsible for the merit exchange matters of the internal defense troops, including the City Guard, night watchmen, and public order officers. After showing the badge that represented his position as Deputy Officer of Public Safety in Flashgold Town, Rain was allowed to enter. He had received the badge along with his appointment, serving as a replacement for his previous night watchman captain's badge. Upon entering the military supply room, Rain found it to be several times larger than the one in Flashgold Town, with 4 or 5 young and attractive female clerks in uniform stationed there. The setup gave him a feeling reminiscent of the service halls of his previous life. Lord Rain looked around and noticed that in front of the desks of these few staff members, there were indeed wooden pencil box-sized standing desk signs, respectively labeled Non-Commissioned Officer Exchange, Junior Officer Exchange, and one semi-enclosed window labeled Senior Officer Exchange. At the Non-Commissioned Officer Exchange window, there were 2 or 3 people standing, and in front of the Junior Officer Exchange window, there was no one at all. Lord Rain did not hesitate. He walked straight to the Junior Officer Exchange window. The female staff member at the window, seeing the clearly young Lord Rain approaching, was taken aback at first, but still stood up with respect to greet him. "My lord, please show your credentials." Lord Rain handed over the badge representing his position as the Deputy Sheriff of Flashgold Town to the ponytailed girl. "Please wait a moment." After the ponytailed civilian girl had taken the badge presented by Lord Rain, she began to check it against the register on the desk. Soon, the surprised look on the young female staff member's face intensified as she said, "Lord Rain, hello. You have a total of 1,489 merit points. This is your exchange book. You may exchange for any item listed in here." The other party handed Lord Rain a booklet the size of an A4 paper and as thick as a fingernail cover. Oh, this booklet was much larger and thicker than before. After Lord Rain took it, He saw that the cover of the thick booklet was inscribed with several large characters. Imperial Security and Guards Troop Merit Points Exchange Book, Junior Officer. Seeing the two words Junior Officer at the end, Lord Rain couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, my approach was correct. By relying on the Empire, as long as my rank steadily increases, the resources I can obtain will continue to grow. The previous booklet was for non-commissioned officer. Naturally, there weren't many items that could be exchanged, and secrecy wasn't needed. It could be exchanged at the military supplies officer in Flash Gold Town. But it was different at the junior officer level. There were many more items that could be exchanged, and only at the county town military supply office. Upon opening the booklet, Lord Rain found that the major categories were not much different from the non-commissioned officer booklet, but the content in the detailed items had become much more abundant. For instance, in the category of breathing techniques that could be exchanged, Lord Rain was very impressed that in the non-commissioned officer-level booklet, there was only the military breathing method. But in the junior officer-level booklet, there were many more breathing techniques available for exchange, amounting to 7 or 8 kinds. However, all naturally were quite valuable. Merely for breathing techniques, the merit points needed for exchange started at 1,000. For example, the giant bear breathing technique practiced by Lord Rain himself and others that he had heard of before, like Shadow Panther breathing technique, Running Wolf breathing technique, and so on, were all available here. Furthermore, even the specific secret medicines required for practicing certain breathing techniques were available for exchange. For instance, the black resin oil corresponding to Lord Rain's giant bear breathing technique was available in the junior officer booklet. This made Lord Rain marvel, while simultaneously delighting him. Oh, and there was refined black resin oil. Lord Rain squinted his eyes. He saw another type of secret medicine that complemented the giant bear breathing technique. But it had 2 extra words, refined. Furthermore, the price for exchange was more expensive than the black resin oil. Ordinary black resin oil would exchange for 30 merit points a bottle, which could roughly last for a month's use. However, the price for refined black resin oil was 100 merit points per bottle. Reading the description, Lord Rain suddenly realized. The refined black resin oil was a highly concentrated mixture of black resin oil with other special medicines, suitable for knights formally practicing the giant bear breathing technique. Conversely, the ordinary black resin oil was suited for those below the level of knights. No wonder he had felt that the effect of black resin oil was weakening recently and thought about increasing the dosage. The key issue lay here. After stepping into Transcendence, the corresponding secret medicines also needed to be updated. It's just that refined black resin oil was much more expensive. As for Lady Kreia, since she never thought that she would step into Transcendence so quickly, she had never mentioned this aspect of things. About this point, Lord Rain pondered briefly and came to understand. Since there was refined black resin oil, it was natural to buy 2 bottles to be used in conjunction with practicing the giant bear breathing technique. 2 bottles of refined black resin oil, Lord Rain told the ponytailed civilian girl. All right, Lord Rain. It has been noted down for you. Do you have any other needs for exchange? The girl asked respectfully. Lord Rain nodded and said, yes. His main reason for coming today was to check if there were any high-end knight plate armors available. Thus, quite naturally, Lord Rain turned the pages to the section on armor and defensive gear. There were all kinds of armors of different uses and materials crafted before his eyes. After ruling out those like leather armor and chainmail, what remained were knight plate armors. After looking for a while, Lord Rain had a fairly clear understanding of the knight plate armors. The ordinary knight plate armor sets were cheap, had stock, and could be taken immediately. However, if they were crafted from rare metals, especially those customized knight plate armors, not only was the customization costly, the production period was also long. Moreover, the regular maintenance costs were also a considerable expense. And if they got damaged during battle, the cost to repair them could buy several sets of ordinary knight plate armors. However, if one wasn't short of money, then all the aforementioned drawbacks weren't really drawbacks. These knight armors crafted from special materials were naturally expensive for a good reason. Either they had superior defensive power or could resist special damages like fire, acid, etc. Rain thought for a moment and decided to use 200 merit points to exchange for a set of wear-resistant chrome iron knight armor. This set, consisting of 8 pieces, was priced at 200 points. Additionally, he planned to spend 1,000 merit points to order a high-class set of knight armor made from a special material called water membrane steel, which was resistant to high temperatures and corrosion. The reason for this naturally took into account the influence of the cult of the Black Flame. Nevertheless, with this transaction, Rain's seemingly enormous total of 1,489 merit points was also not really sufficient for extensive spending. By then, only 89 merit points would remain. Indeed, merit points, money, are hard to earn, yet particularly easy to spend. After some thought, Rain said, "A set of chrome iron knight armor." "All right, Lord Rain, which size do you need for the chrome iron knight armor set?" "Currently, we have the 180 model, 185 model, and 190 model in stock. You can get them right away," the ponytailed civilian girl asked. The 185 model. Rain decided to choose a slightly larger size since he was still growing. It would be embarrassing if it became too small in less than a month. As for the muscle expansion during outburst, this was already taken into consideration in the design of the knight armor, so its inner lining was made of soft, elastic multi-layer lambskin. It would not present a problem for handling the muscle expansion triggered by a knight's breaking limit. "Very well, Lord Rain," the girl said with a sweet smile, recording the order for the chrome iron set. Just as she thought Rain had finished exchanging, she heard him add, "plus, an order for a set of high-class knight armor made of water membrane steel." Lord Rain, you want to order a high-class suit of knight armor?" The young female staffer reconfirmed. Apparently hearing the word order, other female staffers nearby also turned their gazes towards them. A few young people who were exchanging at the officer window also looked at Rain, their faces filled with envy. He seemed younger than them, but was able to exchange for a high-class custom set of knight armor. "Yes," Rain nodded in confirmation. "The custom order is estimated to take 2 months, Lord Rain. Is that acceptable to you?" Rain nodded again. "Then please follow me. As it's a custom order, we need to take measurements of your height, weight, and other sizes." "Oh, measurements needed? Well, fine, high-end goods are different." Rain followed the ponytailed civilian girl into a separate small room next door, similar to a changing room. The ponytailed civilian girl quickly started taking measurements earnestly. "My lord, please stretch out your arms. Height 180 centimeters, chest circumference 130, leg length." All of Rain's body parameters were recorded one by one. When measuring the leg length, the crouching civilian girl suddenly blushed and looked up to ask, "Lord Rain, normally, do you prefer it on the left side or the right?" "Huh? Left side or right side?" At first, Rain was confused, but then, following the girl's gaze, he immediately understood and said, Can it be placed in the center?" "That's possible. We just need to make a separate cup guard." "I'll make a note of that," she said while taking notes, a blush appearing on her face. For some reason, Rain suddenly found the civilian girl crouching before him, taking measurements, quite alluring. Could it be because his physical functions had greatly improved after becoming transcendent? While Rain was being measured in the changing room, he saw 2 persons dressed as city guard officers entering the military supply hall through the door. Rain casually glanced at them and then moved his gaze away. The city guard, although like the night watchman, belonged to the Imperial Internal Defense Forces, they were on different paths. Rain had never interacted with the city guard, so he naturally did not pay special attention. The 2 of them seemed to be waiting for something and were not in a hurry to get it done. They were chatting leisurely. "Zelko, have you heard? Recently, the relations between the Empire and the Federation seem a bit tense, and there seems to be frequent mobilization of the Imperial Navy," one said. "Is that so?" "It's the first I've heard of it," the one named Zelko responded, seemingly not taking it seriously. After all, such rumors occurred 8 or 10 times a year, but none of them ever turned out to be true. "My nephew was originally stationed at Lancaster Naval Base, but now he has been transferred to our county." "It's what he told me," the middle-aged officer said, seemingly adding more to convince the disbeliever. If it comes from someone inside the Imperial Navy, then it should be quite credible," the youth named Zelko replied, looking a bit more serious and pondering for a moment. Although Rain was quite far from the 2, his keen senses had picked up their conversation clearly. "The Federation? The Eagle Federation across the sea? Are relations tense? Is there going to be a war?" "Surely not." After a little consideration, Rain realized that in event of war, Meister County could indeed be in danger because a large part of the county was coastal, such as fishing port town which lay adjacent to the sea. He had heard before that Kuzma, the former sheriff of Flash Gold Town, had been transferred there. When Rain and the ponytailed civilian girl emerged from the changing room, the two city guard officers immediately ceased their conversation as though they did not want Rain and the others to overhear the news. Rain returned to the service window, waiting for the clerical girl to help him record. During this idle moment, he flipped through the exchange book again. When he saw the category of potions, he paused, randomly picking one to read. Huge strength potion, a battle potion. After consumption, there's a high probability that the consumer's strength will increase by about 10 to 20% for a short time. The duration and effect vary greatly depending on the consumer's constitution and the extent to which limits are broken. Note: side effects include muscle soreness, lasting for hours of varying lengths. Constitution potion, a cultivation assist potion. If consumed continuously for a week, it will increase the consumer's constitution to a certain degree, generally around 10%. Note: sourced from the Minster Province branch of the Royal Alchemist Association, trustworthy. It seems that the profession of a pharmacist really is coveted everywhere. Immediately, Rain thought of the formulas in the Beast Taming Diary. He already had the transcendent profession of a wizard apprentice, and now he was already trying to produce the formulas from the Beast Taming Diary. The only issue now is sourcing the raw materials. It seems he will have to ask Lady Crowley, Baroness, about the location of the Bat Market later. As long as the materials are ready, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to advance in potion making. As Rain continued to flip through the book, he saw the entry for ferocious beast meat. He quickly came across the berserk bear meat he had eaten once before. Berserk bear meat. Ferocious beast meat. Rich in energy. Long-term consumption can slightly enhance constitution and strength. Although Hamilton had once advised Rain not to exchange for ferocious beast meat, Rain thought it over and decided that the situation is different now. After weighing his options, Rain said to the ponytailed clerical girl, "Another 100 pounds of berserk bear meat, please." "Okay, 100 pounds of berserk bear meat will need 50 merit points, which I've deducted for you. Sir, would you like the 100 pounds of berserk bear meat delivered to your home, or will you be taking it with you now?" the ponytailed clerical girl asked. This was when having a carriage came in handy. "I'll take it with me now." "Very well, sir." After this trip, Rain was left with only 39 merit points, essentially back to square one. When Rain left the armory, he had already changed into a brand new set of chromium iron nightplate armor in the changing room. The silver-gray armor was naturally much better looking than his previous plate mail. The 100 pounds of berserk bear meat and the plate mail were placed directly onto the carriage by Rain. When Rain returned to the Crowley family estate, as soon as he entered, he ran into Ginny and her best friend Agatha. Their beautiful eyes lit up instantly upon seeing him. "Lord Rain, you look so dashing in your new knight's armor." Ginny couldn't help but compliment. "Thank you." Hearing the maiden's praise, Rain naturally felt good. "By the way, Lord Rain, this is my best friend Agatha Wiggins, daughter of Baron Wiggins," Ginny introduced. "Agatha, I don't need to introduce Lord Rain to you, do I? You've already seen his impressive figure at the training ground this morning," Ginny said with a smile. "Miss Agatha, hello," Rain greeted with a smile. The Miss Agatha before him had some freckles on her nose, but they didn't detract from her beauty. Instead, they gave her a lively and cheerful appearance. "Lord Rain, hello," Agatha said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gave Rain a curtsy. "Actually, Lord Rain, about that bat market you asked me about last time, it seems my best friend here knows where it is," Ginny mentioned. "Oh, really? That's great." Rain's brow lifted in delight. However, reconsidering, Rain took another careful look at Ginny's best friend and realized she might not be just a simple noble lady. Just as Rain was making his guesses, Agatha quickly waved her hands to deny, saying, "Lord Rain, don't listen to Ginny's nonsense. I just think I've heard of this place before. I heard my advisor mention the Bat Market by chance. It seems to be near the Frank Tavern in the county town. However, I'm not too sure of the exact location," Agatha added. "Miss Agatha, your modesty is appreciated, but even this helps me a great deal," Rain realized. So that was it. Just a moment ago, he thought Miss Agatha might be a fellow traveler. Now, it seems that she is not. "Lord Rain, would you like me to inquire further to get more details?" Agatha's large watery eyes looked at Rain inquiringly. "Thank you, Miss Agatha, but there's no need to trouble yourself. I believe that now that I've a rough idea of the location, I should be able to find it," Rain politely declined. After all, his spiritual power had reached 17 points by now, making his senses incredibly sharp. If he narrowed down the location to a few hundred meters around Frank Tavern, Rain believed there was a high chance he could find it. "Lord Rain, why don't we accompany you?" Rain naturally declined. "Miss Ginny, the Bat Market is not a place suitable for noble ladies to visit, and I am merely curious and wish to see it for myself." Hearing Rain's response, both Ginny and Agatha appeared somewhat disappointed. Therefore, after agreeing to return before evening, Rain donned a wide black cloak and rode in Crowley family's carriage toward Frank Tavern. The carriage traveled for about 20 minutes, and Rain arrived at the entrance of the Frank Tavern. Rain slightly observed through the carriage window. This place was situated on a street dense with people. The bustling pedestrians and various vending calls were incessant, with many civilians, mercenaries, and other professionals entering and exiting the Frank Tavern, making it look quite lively. Having the carriage parked nearby, Rain decided to start his search around the Frank Tavern. Dressed in a black robe and wearing a hood, Rain quickly got off the carriage and began a careful search around the tavern as the center. After searching around the Frank Tavern for a while, Rain realized that he might have oversimplified things. Although his spiritual power was high and his perception sharp, he was equally susceptible to various noises and odors. This area, being a civilian district, was densely populated and noisy with poor sanitary conditions. Half an hour had passed, and Rain still hadn't found the so-called Bat Market. This couldn't help but disappoint Rain a bit. "It seems I'll have to come back tomorrow." However, looking at the flow of people entering and exiting the Frank Tavern, Rain decided to sit inside for a while to see if he could overhear any useful information. After all, taverns are generally places where information spreads quickly. As Rain was walking towards the tavern, he muttered softly, "Bat Market, bat." Suddenly, a spark crossed Rain's mind. Of course, bats. Could it be that a bat is a symbol or a mark for this market? It seemed that he had just passed an alley with a shop that had a closed door, featuring a bat symbol on its sign. Immediately, Rain turned around and quickly headed towards that alley. Sure enough, upon entering the alley, Rain saw, at the end of it, a wrought iron sign on a shop bearing a slightly obscured bat pattern. Rain was delighted and approached for a closer inspection. The shop's sign read Lilith's Divination Shop, and although it was daytime, the iron door was tightly locked, appearing not to be open for business. Could it be a shop that only opened at night? Thinking it over, Rain decided to knock on the door to inquire, as this was the only establishment he recalled nearby that featured a bat symbol. However, as Rain took a step forward, he instantly sensed something was amiss. As if entering a bubble, a ripple flashed by and he disappeared in the alley. At that moment, the scene before Rain differed vastly from what he had seen from the outside. From the outside, it appeared to be a small divination shop with a closed door, but upon entering, he found it was a secretive market. Clearly, this was the Bat Market. The illusion Rain had seen just now must have been some sort of illusion array or witchcraft intended to mislead the eyes. Additionally, it seemed to be an open type of market, lacking the guards Rain initially thought would be there, or the need to utter a specific incantation or know a specific password to enter. Instead, he had entered quite easily. This instantly gave Rain a feeling of searching thousands of times among the crowd, only to find the person leisurely standing in dim light. Looking at the scene before him, Rain was in high spirits. Moreover, Rain felt more and more that coming to the county town was the right choice. Perhaps the Crowley family was truly his lucky star. Soon, Rain squinted and began to examine carefully. At first glance, the Bat Market didn't differ much from an ordinary market outside. However, if one observed carefully, there was a big difference. Like Rain, many of the people here wore hoods, as if they didn't want others to know their origins or identities. Furthermore, although there were many people in the Bat Market, the noise level was quite low, with conversations between people very hushed, seemingly to avoid letting others overhear the content. This couldn't help but make Rain frown. If that was the case, it was not very friendly for newcomers like him. Rain thought for a moment, then merged into the crowd and began to slowly browse on his own. Even though the Bat Bazaar had many vendors, Rain hesitated to casually make purchases. Perhaps the items on the stalls were more beautiful and cheaper, but they required a pair of eyes experienced and insightful enough to discern their authenticity. As of now, Rain still lacked this ability. Luckily, there were also many formal shops along the street, and, judging by the various signs hung at the tops of the shops, Rain could easily distinguish the main business of each. Relatively speaking, these formal shops with fixed locations should have better credit. Rain observed several shops in succession and eventually chose one with a relatively large flow of customers, a potion shop marked by herbs, beakers, and test tubes on its sign, and entered. Inside, the clerks were three bright-eyed boys in their teens, two of whom were serving customers. Seeing Rain come in, the free boy proactively approached with a warm greeting. "Sir, welcome to Patricia's potion shop. How may I assist you? Do you have hallucinogenic gas?" Although the other party was just a young boy, Rain did not underestimate him and directly mentioned the poison gas Endry had used in battle. Previously, Rain might not have noticed, but now, with the enhancement of his spiritual power, Rain could basically judge the boy's spiritual power through his mental state and appearance, and it seemed to exceed that of an average adult man. It was unclear whether this was innate or the result of practicing basic meditation techniques. But clearly, the boy should not be treated as an ordinary child. That. "Yes, sir, we have that," the boy replied, looking at Rain with a slightly surprised expression. "The price?" Rain asked tersely. One fluid ounce of hallucinogenic potion costs 25 imperial gold coins. The boy then took out a bottle of dark liquid from behind the counter, along with a small packet wrapped in paper, apparently filled with a powdery substance. Rain did not ask, but waited for the boy to introduce the items, as speaking out would instantly give him away. In unfamiliar places, it was best to be cautious. "Sir, this bottle contains the hallucinogenic potion, and this packet is the corresponding amount of catalyst, which, when injected, will quickly vaporize the hallucinogenic potion to form hallucinogenic gas," the boy explained. "I see." Rain was thinking that if the hallucinogenic potion were like gas that would evaporate as soon as it was opened, it would be quite cumbersome to store in the emerald ring. It turned out there was something like a catalyst. "I'd like a smaller amount," Rain said, glancing at the phial in the boy's hand, which was clearly much larger than the one he had found on Endry. "Then we only have this, 0.2 fluid ounces, for the price of 5 gold and 6 silver. The boy produced a thumb-sized bottle from the cabinet behind him. Looking at the bottle the boy brought out this time, Rain nodded. It was similar in size to the one he had found on Endry's body, and it should also fit just right in the emerald ring in one go. "I'll take 5 bottles." The boy clearly hesitated, not understanding why the customer wanted to buy 5 small bottles. Obviously, purchasing a larger bottle was more economical. After all, the same volume, but a little cheaper in price. However, looking at Rain, the boy clearly didn't dare to question further. "Certainly, sir. Do you have sunflowers?" "Yes, sir." "How about the wings of nocturnal vampire bats?" "That. We also have." The boy was noticeably becoming nervous. He guessed that the gentleman before him was likely a pharmacist specializing in negative energy. As is known, many of those in this particular field tend not to be in good spirits. As the boy was preparing the materials Rain required, Rain also looked around the room. Rain was surprised to discover that many of the potions he seemed to have seen in the Merit Exchange catalog as well. It made Rain recall the potion masters in the so-called Royal Alchemist Association, whose identity was probably not that simple and were likely not ordinary people. After all, superior spiritual power presents a clear advantage in concocting potions, whether in controlling the quality of ingredients or in the finesse of various operational techniques. Besides, some potion creations were clearly beyond the reach of ordinary people, like advanced magic potions. With more careful thought, the power of the Empire seemed unfathomable, and what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. "All right, sir. All the materials you require are prepared." The boy respectfully placed a black linen bag on the counter and said to Rain. When Rain left the potion shop, he was already carrying that large bag. Glancing down, the thought of feeding a dog with such expensive materials made the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Just now, Rain had purchased all the raw materials needed for the mutative growth potion in one go, such as sunflowers, wings of nocturnal vampire bats, claws of carrion wolves, and more. Of course, even if the potion was successfully made, it was not intended for Rain's own use, but for Cookie. Just now, Rain calculated the cost, and factoring everything together, even with a successful single production, the cost per fluid ounce of the mutative growth potion approached nearly 12 imperial gold coins. Considering the probability of failure and the need for continued medication over 3 months, Rain purchased ingredients for 10 batches in one go. That cost 120 imperial gold coins. almost one-third of the 500 imperial gold coins Rain had just recently acquired. Become a part-time pharmacist? It's too costly at the initial stage. Besides, without adding skill points, Rain didn't know what his success rate would be. After purchasing all the planned materials, Rain's mood improved. Since he was at the bat market anyway, he decided to take a stroll to understand the situation better and to see if there were any witchcraft-related books available for purchase. Soon, he saw numerous stalls selling various unidentified herbs and raw materials. From time to time, customers would stop to scrutinize the materials closely and converse quietly with the stall owners. Rain tried once. He pretended to look at the materials, hoping to eavesdrop, but the owners stopped talking the moment they saw Rain pause. However, Rain wasn't discouraged. This was to be expected, as the bat market was a place for wizard apprentices to gather and exchange goods, meaning most of the customers were likely wizard apprentices. Even a level 1 wizard apprentice, with their far superior spiritual power, wouldn't be so easily overheard by Rain. After walking around, Rain realized that the bat market was not very big, just about 100 meters long, about the size of a street. Moreover, the items for sale were odd things like the eyeballs of some creature, dried lizard-like creatures, and various strange plants, most of which Rain didn't recognize. Therefore, it was only natural that Rain wasn't able to find anything useful. Also, with regard to the witchcraft he was keen to collect, Rain had searched around and frustratingly found no stores solely selling witchcraft, though he had seen books similar to the ancient ones Ginny had brought in a few general stores. Initially, Rain was quite excited, but after flipping through just a couple of pages, he realized that these ancient books were either purely travel logs or incomplete diaries of wizard apprentices with too many missing pages, rendering them unreadable. That couldn't help but disappoint Rain. Additionally, the owner's quoted prices left Rain speechless. These ancient books written in Akkadian were priced at several hundred gold coins each, and those incomplete wizard apprentice diaries were priced at 900 imperial gold coins. Checking the time, Rain decided to return to the Crowley family manor. As Rain left the bat market and entered the carriage, the coachman couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sir, are we returning now?" "Yes. By the way, sir, why did you spend so much time at the bakery?" "The baker in the master's kitchen is much better than any in town," said the coachman hesitantly. Rain was taken aback by this remark. He had seen a divination shop, not a bakery. Could it be? In an instant, Rain seemed to realize something. Indeed, that bat symbol concealed some secrets, and it seemed only after meeting certain criteria could one see it. Rain thought briefly that the determining criterion was very likely the spirit attribute. It's highly probable that only when a person's spirit attribute reached a certain level could they see the bat symbol and the door to the divination shop, thereby gaining entry to the market. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the bat symbol, let alone find a way into the bat market. Rain nodded slightly to himself, musing that this automatic selection mechanism was quite neat. Meanwhile, on his way back to the Crowley family manor in the carriage, Meist County City, inside the Norman Baron's family manor. With the help of divine blood, Dennis, who had stepped into the level of a formal knight, was trying on formal attire with the aid of a servant. Looking at the handsome reflection in the mirror, he was quite pleased with himself. Shortly, he would attend a banquet at the Crowley family estate. The theme of the banquet was to celebrate the addition of a guardian knight to the Crowley family. Although Dennis was unaware of where the Crowley family had invited an official knight to serve as their family's guardian knight, this didn't particularly concern him. Because he knew that the Crowley family's major issue was finding a suitable marriage union. After all, no formal knight would choose to marry into the family. Dennis had also begun preparing to advance to magic potions. Whether in a month or 3, he planned to make his move toward becoming transcendent. As long as he became a formal knight, he was almost certain of securing a marriage with the Crowley family. Ginny was far less significant in Dennis's heart compared to the Baroness of the Crowley family, that stunning widow. Thinking of the voluptuous lady, Dennis's heart couldn't help but entertain more romantic notions. Although she wasn't as significant as Clea, she was more than enough for short-term mental solace. As for Tina, her status was a bit too low. Frankly, Dennis was somewhat tired of her. Just then, his room door suddenly opened, and just as Dennis was about to reprimand the servant for their lack of manners, he saw the Norman Baron, dressed for hunting, enter. "Dennis, you can cancel your banquet plans," said the Baron. "What?" Dennis was taken aback and a little confused. "The new guardian knight hired by the Crowley family is Rain." "Rain?" but I don't know of a knight by the name of Rain, Dennis said, frowning in thought, but still not understanding. In Dennis's mind, Rain was still not equated with a formal knight. It's the farmer's son from Flash Gold Town, Rain, Baron Norman said in a deep voice. What? That lowlife Rain has already become a transcendent and is now a formal knight. Upon hearing this news from his father, Dennis was incredibly shocked, his eyes bulging out and his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an entire apple. After being stunned for quite some time, Dennis finally came to his senses and asked, "Father, shouldn't he have already died?" At this point, Dennis remembered there were servants around and immediately stopped speaking. Baron Norman waved his hand, and instantly, the two maids who had been helping Dennis dress immediately left the room. Now, only Baron Norman and his son were in the room. Yesterday, there was a message from the Black Sails that they didn't find a suitable opportunity to attack Flash Gold Town, so Philcross didn't manage to kill Rain, explained Baron Norman. Those Black Sail pirates, they really are so unreliable. If they had killed Rain as agreed, none of this would have happened, said Dennis, unable to conceal his fury. We can't really blame the Black Sail pirate crew. I have looked into it. The few pirating crews, including the Black Sails, have some sort of arrangement with the Black Flame Church, deciding to attack several small towns simultaneously. However, I heard that a few days ago, Hamilton, the sheriff of Flash Gold Town, severely damaged the Black Flame Church that was attacking, probably leading to the Black Sail pirate crew not continuing their attack on Flash Gold Town. Nevertheless, Dennis, like you said, the opponent's progress is incredibly fast, abnormally so, Norman continued thoughtfully. It appears we need to resolve this matter quickly. After all, if Rain passes the ennoblement exam and becomes an official noble of the Empire, killing him afterward will be much more troublesome. Once an official noble dies under unusual circumstances, the investigative forces sent by the Empire are hard to deal with. Father, are you finally planning to take action personally? Dennis asked, his eyes lighting up, looking forward to Norman's response. You see, in his heart, his father had always been an invincible presence since childhood. He firmly believed that if his father took action personally, that Rain wouldn't survive till tomorrow. No, Baron Norman shook his head and said, I need to seek help from an old friend. Meist County City. Inside the Bat Market, a shop bearing symbols of stars, the moon, and the sun received a tall customer clad in a black robe. Old friend, long time no see. Baron Norman, removing his hood, greeted with a smile, warmly saying hello. Huh, Norman, what a rare visitor. What brings you to me today? In the room's shadow, an old man wearing a black robe with gray hair raised his eyebrows in surprise seeing the suddenly appearing Baron Norman. The boy serving promptly hung a closed for business sign on the door and locked it. Old friend, this time I've come to ask you to take action once, Norman said seriously, sitting across from the old man with graying hair. Norman, you know I haven't taken action in a long time. Of course, Adams, being one of the rare apprentices to specialize in spellbinding curses, I know the cost of asking you to act, Norman said in a grave voice. This is the target. I hope you can resolve it quickly. Norman handed a thin binder over to the old man. After returning to the Crowley family estate, Rain, dressed in a silver-gray chromed iron suit of knightly plate armor, concluded the appointment ceremony amid the gazes and applause of the crowd. Next was a banquet filled with mingling and forming connections. However, at this moment, all Rain could think about was heading home early, as he had several tasks waiting for him, such as forging a blood-patterned steel warhammer and improving his blacksmith profession level. Also, he needed to familiarize himself with the production process of the mutant growth potion. Although Rain had bought the raw materials and understood the production process written in Akkadian, he still needed to study it carefully before actual production. Thus, Rain hurriedly made his way through the banquet and left under the wistful gazes of Lady Baroness Crowley and Jenny, heading back to his home in Flash Gold Town. Before leaving, however, Jenny did share some good news with Rain that her best friend, Agatha, had ancient books written in spirit script, Akkadian. But Agatha had no way to remove the precious ancient books from the family library. It seemed the only feasible solution was for Rain to go with Jenny to visit and then read the books on site in the library, a possibility Agatha assured could be arranged. Rain immediately agreed and tentatively planned to visit the Wigan family with Jenny in 3 days. Back on the carriage to Flash Gold Town, Rain quietly contemplated. His goals were quite clear. He was now on the right path in his knightly pursuit, and it was just a matter of progressive enhancement from here on. However, If he could only rely on knightly skills, his means of dealing with the various strange enemies of this world would still be too limited. Not to mention, if that Indri's spiritual power had been slightly higher and he could have cast a few more low-level witchcrafts, then both Rain and Hamilton, back in the Alim mine, would have probably found themselves in big trouble. Additionally, take for example the Black Flame Apostle whose body stretched like rubber, capable of suddenly elongating. If Rain hadn't pinpointed the adversary's weakness, relying purely on his great sword to hack and slash, he would never have triumphed over his foe. It can be said that if it were not for Rain, had any other seasoned knight been in his place, they likely would have met their demise right there and then. On the other hand, it's clear that the Black Flame cult doesn't merely have one apostle-level expert. Rather, they must have individuals or methods stronger than the apostle level. Therefore, Rain felt that by rapidly improving the levels of other professional panels, such as blacksmith and dog trainer, he could accumulate a certain amount of skill points and attribute points to enhance the combat effectiveness of his wizard apprentice. After all, even the might of a rudimentary touch-based witchcraft, the Scorching Touch, had amazed Rain. As for witchcraft, Rain believed that he could find some by continuously searching. Therefore, preparing skill points in advance wasn't contradictory. Upon returning home, Rain discovered it was already 10 o'clock. After giving it some thought, Rain decided to contact Lagaray tomorrow about forging a warhammer. First, he organized the materials he had purchased that day, and then began his unwavering daily routine of practicing the giant bear breathing technique and basic meditation. As soon as his practice ended, Rain swiftly fell asleep. Suddenly, just as he had drifted off, Rain jolted awake with a start. Just now, his level 3 danger perception had alerted him to an approaching threat. This caused Rain to immediately rise and investigate. Peering through the window, he saw a mist slowly rising over Flashgold Town. At first glance, the emergence of mist on a night during frost moon seemed normal, but Rain keenly sensed that the mist was faintly black and was thickening at a visible rate. This instantly sent a chill through Rain's heart. Without delay, he began to don his chromite suit of knight's plate armor and slung the glimmering greatsword and bronze warhammer over his shoulder. Just as Rain had fully armed himself, he observed that the mist outside the window had become so dense that it was impossible to see beyond 10 meters. This mist is problematic. At the same time, the sense of danger in Rain's heart grew increasingly intense. Thinking quickly, Rain hurried to his sister Bohi's room, scooped her up from her sleep, and carried her downstairs. He rapidly knocked on his parents' bedroom door. Thump, 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 who is it? His mother Emma's languid voice rang out, while his father, old Rain, was in a deep sleep, snoring loudly. It's me, Mother, Rain. HM. As Emma opened the door and saw Rain fully armored, she startled, instantly becoming wide awake from her grogginess. Rain, what's this? Mother Emma's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Rain holding his sister. Mother, wake father up and take care of Bohi. There's something off about the mist outside. Stay in the room and don't come out. After handing Bohi to his mother Emma, he pointed to the nearly pitch-black dense mist outside the window and explained. Emma took one look and sensed something amiss too. At that moment, the mist felt like tentacles, continuously and sinuously penetrating through the cracks of the door and windows, peculiarly exhibiting a faint black color. Suddenly, Rain's inner alarm bells rang loudly. Boom. A pair of huge iron spikes, each a meter in diameter and spinning rapidly, plunged into the wall on one side of the kitchen, cutting through swiftly. The structure of Rain's house couldn't withstand such a forceful attack, and 2 large holes appeared immediately, with dirt flying and dust billowing. Ah! Mother Emma screamed in terror. Quick, hide. Rain pushed his mother aside and quickly locked the door. He then took the glimmering greatsword from his back and charged out the door. Though the dense fog enveloped the outside, fighting in the confined space of the house was even less advantageous for Rain to wield 2-handed weapons. Moreover, Rain wanted to see what exactly was launching the attack. The enemy's rapidly spinning spikes stirred the thick fog, momentarily clearing the area and allowing Rain to get a basic view of his adversary. Rain's pupils shrank drastically. What in the world is this monster? Before him appeared to be a giant metallic golem fashioned from metal, nearly 3 meters in height, resembling a large metal doll girl. What was strange was that the entity had a head shaped like a girl with closed eyes and twin ponytails, while the lower half was in the form of a cone-shaped skirt that tapered larger at the base. Its feet were two rapidly spinning wheels ablaze with black flames. At the ends of its two arms, instead of hands, were the rapidly spinning metal spikes that had just attacked the walls of Rain's house. Feet with wind fire wheels, head with twin ponytails? Rain was dumbfounded. Just as Rain was shocked that the attacker was actually a metal doll girl, the eerie doll seemed to immediately spot Rain standing nearby. Ga. The metal doll's wheels on its feet began to spin rapidly, adjusting the direction of its body, directing its pair of swiftly rotating spike wheels straight at Rain. As Rain's expression turned stern and he braced himself for battle, suddenly, a sharp whistling noise erupted. The heavy metal puppet managed to accelerate to a jaw-dropping speed in the blink of an eye, charging at Rain with incredible velocity. Rain's internal alarm bells rang loud, and he instinctively performed a sidelong roll to dodge the opponent's ferocious strike. Boom! The large metal puppet charged directly into a civilian house across the street, easily creating a huge hole in the wall of the house opposite Rain's home. Screams erupted from within that household. Rain's pupil shrank suddenly. Such a fast sprinting speed? It was even faster than the acceleration of a supercar from his previous life. How could the metal doll girl, with her heavy body and such a high drag coefficient, possibly sprint so fast? That's unscientific. For the moment, Rain couldn't figure out how the metal doll girl's mechanism operated. But now was not the time for detailed thinking. He'd have to fight first. Leap slash. Having activated Limit Break, Rain's figure blurred as he leaped high, aiming for the metal doll girl's relatively small neck, and brought his sword down heavily. Clang. Sparks flew. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, as if striking a large bell. Whatever metal the metal doll's outer shell was made of, even the glimmering greatsword mixed with star iron cried out in agony, seemingly unable to withstand the intense force of the rebound. The shockwave almost caused Rain to lose his grip on the sword hilt. Rain's expression changed once again. It was the first time he encountered an enemy that his glimmering greatsword, mixed with star iron, could not cut through. Though he had anticipated that this day would come eventually, but he didn't expect it to come so soon, and moreover, that his enemy would not be a conventional biological creature, but rather a metal doll. Of course, after a short exchange of blows, Rain didn't come away empty-handed. After dodging the opponent's two ultra-fast sprints, Rain noticed that the doll was relatively slower when adjusting its direction. So, for the time being, Rain could maintain a stalemate, neither winning nor losing. And this scene was also observed by a dark flame acolyte lurking quietly nearby, who couldn't help but smile. Good swordsmanship? But what use is even the best swordsmanship if it can't break through the defenses of an Iron Maiden doll? Once you run out of stamina, it'll be the end for you, said the dark flame acolyte, confident in the trap he'd orchestrated. It's a pity about Ashim, Andrews, and those other fools. They only knew how to fight head-on. Remembering his colleagues who died at Rain's hand, the dark flame acolyte shook his head slightly, lamenting. At that moment, the front door to Anna's house burst open as Lagaray, with a large shield in hand, dashed out agilely, seemingly intent on coordinating with Rain to take down the metal doll girl. Clearly, the commotion from the recent battle between Rain and the enemy was too great, awakening Anna and Lagaray. Realizing trouble, Rain immediately shouted, "Lagaray, get back inside." Whoosh. Once the doll spotted Lagaray, it launched itself into a sprint directly at her. Thump. With just one strike, the metal doll shattered the solid shield in Lagaray's hands with its swiftly spinning spike wheel, sending her flying 4 or 5 meters away. Fortunately, thanks to the blockage of the oak shield, Lagaray was not seriously injured. Only then did Lagaray realize just how potent the enemy's attack power was that Rain was facing. Rain quickly grabbed Lagaray, pulling her behind him for protection, and out of necessity, he clashed against the metal doll girl's high-speed spike wheel head-on. Z. Sparks scattered. 2 small notches appeared on Rain's glimmering greatsword, causing him great distress. However, Rain's block provided Lagaray with the chance to return to Anna's house and take cover. The battlefield was that of an experienced knight. Lagaray's abilities as a squire were a bit too weak. Clang clang. Rain's greatsword struck continuously at several potential weak points on the metal doll girl, to no avail. This forced Rain's mind to work in overdrive. The next second, his eyes lit up. Maybe I should try this method. So, under the puzzled gaze of the dark flame acolyte, Rain suddenly sheathed his great sword and took out the metal warhammer from his back. What's he doing? According to investigation, Rain is also a blacksmith, but using a hammer against the Iron Maiden doll? That's an absolute joke. The Dark Flame acolyte looked on with disdain as Rain pulled out the bronze warhammer. Anna, who was watching the fight through the window inside the room, looked on in astonishment as Rain took the large hammer from behind. Isn't Rain skilled with the greatsword? Why would he switch to a hammer when facing a formidable opponent? Anna couldn't understand it. Lagaray was even more perplexed, as Rain had only practiced hammer skill with her a few days ago. How much could his proficiency with the hammer have improved in just a few days? She was well aware of the huge gap between Rain's swordsmanship and hammer skill. Could it be that Rain was avoiding damaging his beloved greatsword? Lagaray couldn't help showing a worried expression. Rain, you fool, if the sword is damaged it can be reforged, but you only have one life. Just as Lagaray was about to remind him with her words, she saw Rain circling the Iron Maiden automaton, pang-pang striking it a series of times. Although the sounds grew louder, it was clear they were not causing any damage to the Iron Maiden automaton. While the previous greatsword at least managed to create sparks against the automaton's sturdy shell and even some scratches. Watching this scene unfurl, the figure in the black robe was also baffled. Logically speaking, Rain was not a fool. What is he doing? However, Rain's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He slowly found it. He found the key thing in defeating the opponent, the resonance frequency. It's just that the strength he currently exerted was not enough. Huge strength. With the activation of the transcendent trait, Huge Strength LV2, Rain's strength received another 60% increase, and his base limit breaking already enhanced his strength by 43%. That is to say, Rain's strength enhancement had reached 103%, jumping from 15 attribute points to 30. Clang. A deafening strike resounded. Under the impact of 30 attribute points worth of huge strength, the Iron Maiden automaton was immediately knocked back, but its structure, akin to that of a weather vane, allowed it to quickly regain its balance. Just using a transcendent trait will work? Heh, what a joke. We even had professionals in the church test it. Even a peak knight can't break the Iron Maiden. The Black Flame monk watching from afar laughed upon witnessing this scene. However, I can understand. A man in front of the girl he loves, knowing he is no match, still cannot admit defeat and struggles like a beast at bay. Seems. It's still not enough. Rain also instantly realized. The resonance frequency of the Iron Maiden automaton's shell was higher than he had anticipated. The huge clanging sound also attracted the night watchmen patrolling through the thick fog, as they swiftly burst through it and headed toward the source of the noise. A trio of night watchmen and a night patrol squad promptly arrived at the scene of the skirmish between Rain and the Iron Maiden automaton. The raging battle had dispersed much of the dense fog around, so the trio immediately made out the fighting parties. One was the familiar deputy of public security Rain, and the other was a strange and eerie Metal Maiden automaton. It's Lord Rain. Quick, go help. The trio immediately rushed to assist. Don't come over. Rain, noticing this scene, immediately shouted a warning. But it was too late. Boom. The Iron Maiden automaton's arms, wielding giant 1-meter diameter spiked wheels, suddenly accelerated into a sprint towards the trio. The three night watchmen were immediately struck mid-air with screams. Two were hit head-on by the spiked wheels, each pierced through from head to crotch with a row of spikes, and it was apparent they were beyond saving. The one in the middle was suddenly bound by a black, slender chain that appeared out of nowhere and rapidly dragged toward the direction of the Iron Maiden automaton. Creak. The cylindrical skirt of the Iron Maiden automaton suddenly opened two iron doors, dragging the night watchman inside. Seconds later, from the base of the automaton's cylindrical shape, a lump of red flesh was ejected. On the ground, there was now a puddle of mushy flesh, while the skin of the night watchman was peeled off in one complete piece. The two women in the house watched this scene in shock, then exchanged looks of disbelief while Anna involuntarily shrank closer to Lagaray. This was truly horrific. Who on earth could have created such an evil thing? Seeing his subordinates from the night watch be tragically killed, Rain's expression turned stern, anger welling up in his heart, but soon after, his swift-moving footsteps suddenly faltered and slowed down. The Black Flame monk watching from a distance immediately showed an expression that seemed to have anticipated this. Generally speaking, the duration of a night pushing their body to the limit isn't very long, especially when also exerting a transcendent trait. Now it seems he's out of strength, and the state has worn off automatically. Haha, that kid Rain is done for. Rain quickly glanced at the panel, and then, almost without thinking, chose to add an attribute point to strength. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 2-1, His strength also increased from 15.16 points. Suddenly, a warm flow emerged forcefully from his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. All at once, the muscle soreness and fatigue covering Rain's body vanished without a trace. And why did he choose to add to strength? That's because Rain considered that the two secret techniques of the tackle hammer technique required a high degree of strength, and relying solely on the giant bear breathing technique's enhancement likely wouldn't meet the criteria in the short term. With the activation of the core skill Strength Burst, Rain's body was like a prehistoric behemoth suddenly awakening. The chromed iron plate armor wrapping his body was squeaking as it was squeezed by Rain's expanding muscles. Limit Break, huge strength, and an additional 50% from Strength Burst. Rain activated the triple stacked state. Clang. With Rain's strike, the metal handle of the bronze warhammer was significantly bent, like a fully drawn bowstring, while the Iron Maiden automaton was suddenly rattled, completely frozen in place. This scene made the Black Flame cultivator's eyes suddenly widen, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wasn't that kid completely drained of his strength? How did he suddenly become full of energy again? This is impossible. This is unreal. However, this must be some kind of secret technique. It's just slowing down your march towards death by a bit." Soon, the Black Flame cultivator seemed to think of something and instantly concocted a reasonable explanation. In addition, the thought of the Iron Maiden's tremendous defensive power made his expression regain some calmness. Clang, clang, clang. The striking noises became denser and denser. For some reason, the Black Flame cultivator felt his heartbeat speeding up involuntarily in tune with Rain's intense hammering. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but all of a sudden, he couldn't pinpoint the crux of the problem. 51%, 52%. Rain was gradually increasing the level of his core skill Strength Burst. He found it. Rain's eyes suddenly lit up. A 52% Strength Burst combined with Limit Break and huge strength hammering precisely triggered the maximum vibration of the Iron Maiden doll. That is to say, the resonance frequency was found. Thus, Rain controlled the force of his blows and hammered away at the Iron Maiden with the intensity of hail. Clang, clang, clang. This time, the Iron Maiden's body began to oscillate greatly and stiffen, completely incapable of countering Rain's attacks. The next second, Rain withdrew his hammer and quietly watched the still buzzing Iron Maiden doll. At a distance, the Black Flame cultivator stood frozen, staring at this scene. He couldn't understand why the Iron Maiden doll just stood there like it had malfunctioned, staying motionless as Rain hammered it like a live target, completely unaware of how to fight back. This made no sense at all. A suddenly appeared on the exquisitely metal face of the Iron Maiden doll, followed by the sound of something breaking, reverberating throughout its body. At that moment, Rain confidently stepped forward and lightly tapped it with another. Crash! The 3-meter-tall Iron Maiden doll, like a giant vase, saw its previously indestructible shell shatter in an instant, revealing its true form. Inside, the metal walls were covered with skinned human faces, and shockingly, there was indeed a girl inside who had her eyes gouged out. Her entire body was impaled on a black iron rod, surrounded by strange black chi, seemingly in a frenzied, unconscious state, controlling the doll. Perhaps, the girl in this state didn't even know what she was attacking. This scene immediately reminded Rain of his past life, where gamers wearing 3D glasses were immersed in the world of gaming. How similar it was to the sight before him. It seemed both were immersed in a fantasy world. At this time, more night watchmen gathered around, and Hamilton rushed over from the administrative hall at the center of Flashgold Town. Upon seeing the scene, he exclaimed in shock, "It's the Iron Maiden doll." Only then did Rain realize that his previous reference as Iron Maiden was inaccurate. It should indeed have been Iron Maiden doll. Could it be that the girl with her eyes gouged out was A? Otherwise, where did the term Iron Maiden come from? Rain shook his head slightly. Maybe, this question could be asked to Hamilton later. Off in the distance, the Black Flame cultivator's face twitched as he finally realized that the mission, had actually failed. A mission that was almost impossible to fail had actually failed. As for why it failed? Up until now, he hadn't figured it out. The Iron Maiden doll, with its tremendous defensive power, was somehow bizarrely smashed by Rain. All he could do was mutter to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" The next second, he finally snapped out of his shock, turned around, and walked away without looking back. As the Black Flame cultivator disappeared, The abrupt dark black fog around Flash Gold Town also began to dissipate gradually. Under the dim moonlight, Rain could soon see Hamilton's shocked face and the group of night watchmen. Just then, with a clatter, the bronze warhammer Rain was holding dropped its head to the ground. It seemed that the fierce battle had brought the brand-new Warhammer Forge just one day ago to its end. Fortunately, the bronze warhammer had not been destroyed earlier during the fight. This showed, without doubt, the importance of a good weapon at times like this. Rain, I didn't expect you to have defeated the Iron Maiden doll, Hamilton approached, patting Rain's shoulder approvingly. This eerie thing has appeared several times within Meister County, causing a lot of casualties each time before leaving gracefully. Mainly, it has an abnormally sturdy shell that's very tough to deal with. Rain, how did you do it? Hamilton inquired curiously. This. Rain thought for a moment, at a loss on how to explain this resonance issue to Hamilton. Brother, you haven't studied elementary physics, and I can't just explain it all of a sudden. Rain thought to himself. Every object has a specific frequency, and if you can grasp that frequency, you can use it to destroy the object, Rain said, selecting his words carefully. Frequency? Hamilton looked puzzled. But seeing Rain's serious expression, he knew Rain wasn't tricking him. Okay. Although I don't know what you mean by frequency, it sounds quite magical. By the way, Rain, what do you plan to do with the Iron Maiden automaton? At this moment, the nearby night watchman had already stepped forward, collecting the fragments that had fallen from the Iron Maiden. Meanwhile, Lagare, Anna, and Rain's parents had all come out of the house. The recent battle had caused considerable damage to Rain's home, and since Anna's house was right next door to Rain's, it too had suffered collateral damage, with the structure of the house sustaining a certain degree of destruction. Lagare picked up a metal fragment and said, Rain, maybe you could use it to forge a warhammer. Rain turned his head in confusion to look at Lagare. If I'm not mistaken, this puppet's shell is made of rare hardened essence gold ingots, which have very high durability and strength, stronger than your blood-patterned steel, and more suited to making warhammers. So, I'm also very curious, Rain, how did you manage to break through the automaton's sturdy shell? Lagare's beautiful eyes were fixed on Rain, filled with curiosity. Thus, Rain explained the concept of resonance to Lagare once again. Confused listeners +1. However, Rain hadn't expected that after destroying the Iron Maiden automaton, he would have this unexpected windfall. He had obtained forging materials even better than blood-patterned steel, which was a pleasant surprise indeed. After thinking it over, Rain said to Hamilton, Sir, I will keep a part of the Iron Maiden automaton's shell to forge a warhammer, and the remaining framework and extra parts can be exchanged for merit points. How does that sound? A very sensible arrangement. The Empire's Guild of Mysteries will certainly be interested in this automaton. Perhaps, Rain, you may receive a substantial merit award this time, Hamilton said with a smile. Overnight, Hamilton and the night watchman hadn't really rested well, as the events that had occurred here naturally had to be reported to the county town at the earliest opportunity, and some of the frightened civilians also needed consoling. Indeed, this is the advantage of a deputy position. Let the person in charge handle everything. Rain told his sister, Bohi, to continue sleeping with their parents, and in addition, he asked Anna and Lagare to rest in Bohi's room on the second floor of his house. With everyone together, safety would be heightened. Moreover, it made it easier for Rain to protect them. After returning to his own room, Rain began to review his profession panel and the system notifications. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of the Tackle Hammer technique, Earth-Splitting Hammer. Your skill, Giant Bear Sword technique, has improved. Experience +137. Your skill, Tackle Hammer technique, has improved. Experience +219. You have gone through a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience +97 at this time. Rain's Knight, Transcendent. Profession level had reached LV3, 389/500. The rapid rise was not only due to the experience reward from this battle, but mainly stemmed from the time at Habsburg Manor, when he sparred with the two knights, Lloyd and Perez. Moreover, the cooperation of the two knights from the Crowley family played a part. Looking further down the Knight, Transcendent, panel, Rain saw his Tackle Hammer technique at LV3, 365/500, and fell into deep thought. In the recent battle, he had switched weapons, from the glimmering greatsword to a bronze warhammer. Therefore, having used two different combat skills, he saw improvements in both. Huh? A new hammer skill technique unlocked? It seemed that as soon as he had added points to his strength, he had successfully unlocked it. Immediately, the delighted Rain saw a brand new icon on the Night Transcendent panel, located just above Toggle Hammer Technique, and almost parallel to Rising Dragon Hammer. The icon inside showed a muscular man in a different pose. He was seen holding a two-handed warhammer high above his head and striking down toward the ground with great force, creating a fan-shaped fractured area on the ground. It looked remarkably similar to the signature move of the mountain-digging monster, Boulder Trample. Truly robust and powerful. There was a line of small text in the lower right corner of the icon. Earth-Splitting Hammer LV1, Secret Technique. Effect. Uses a unique method of exerting force to swing the heavy hammer from above to strike the ground, delivering an impact with a shock force. Note: Earth-Splitting Hammer is a secret technique and cannot be directly improved with skill points. Earth-Splitting Hammer LV2 requires the following conditions. 1. Toggle Hammer Technique LV6 or above. Hammer specialty can offset some level requirements. 2. Strength of at least 20 points. Constitution of at least 16 points. Agility of at least 14 points. Rain then glanced at the Rising Dragon Hammer description and compared the two hammer technique secrets. He found that Earth-Splitting Hammer had a higher requirement for strength, while Rising Dragon Hammer demanded more agility. Besides, the Rising Dragon Hammer wielded rotational power, whereas Earth-Splitting Hammer delivered shock power, seeming more representative of hammer-type weapons. After considering, Rain decided that first thing tomorrow morning, he would craft the new warhammer together with Lagaray. As for the production of the mutating growth potion, it would have to be postponed. While Rain and Hamilton were dealing with the aftermath, Mist County City, in a room of a luxurious mansion, the Black Flame monk who had returned from Flash Gold Town was currently reporting to a tall, thin knight who stood over 2 meters tall. Up to this moment, the expression of the Black Flame monk still seemed unnatural, as he was evidently still shaken by the scene of Rain shattering the Iron Maiden construct. How could it have failed? Could it be that someone else interfered? Was it that peace officer from Flash Gold Town, Hamilton? The tall, thin knight asked in quick succession upon hearing the news of the mission's failure from the Black Flame monk. Surprise and confusion were evident in his voice. Rain is not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also in hammer skills. The Black Flame monk pondered briefly before explaining. He was still trying to figure out how to clearly describe what he had witnessed. However, after much thought, he could not come up with a proper explanation and could only attribute it to Rain's exquisite hammer skills. Even to him, this explanation didn't seem very convincing. Skilled in hammer skills? What does that have to do with anything? Don't tell me that Rain smashed the Iron Maiden construct with a hammer. The tall, thin knight looked at the Black Flame monk as if he was looking at a fool. Ironically, that was exactly what had happened. But of course, that wasn't something the Black Flame monk could admit aloud. Well, how should I put it? I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but what I saw was indeed Rain shattering the Iron Maiden construct with a hammer, the Black Flame monk said, spreading his hands. He remembered the scene, and it indeed looked as effortless as smashing a vase when Rain broke the Iron Maiden construct to pieces. After listening to the reasons given by the other party, the tall, thin knight's tone suddenly rose, clearly filled with anger, and he said, Lamar, do you think that reason you just gave is credible? How am I supposed to explain this to the High Priest? Do you have any idea how many expensive materials are needed to create an Iron Maiden construct? How could it possibly be smashed by a knight, even if it is a peak knight? Am I supposed to tell the High Priest that actually, that Rain is a great knight? Faced with the tall, thin knight's retort, the Black Flame monk named Lamar was suddenly at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain further. The next morning, Rain awoke, and the first thing he did was reflect on whether his response to last night's Iron Maiden doll attack was appropriate. There is an old saying from his previous life, reflect on oneself 3 times a day. Although the content of reflection was different, the principle was the same. First of all, an improvement from last time is that I now have the hammer skill as a means to fight the enemy, so, after grasping the critical resonance frequency of the enemy, I was able to quickly use the immense shock power of the heavy hammer to inflict serious damage on defensively strong enemies like the Iron Maiden doll. Rain's eyes twinkled as he continued to ponder. However, the drawback is still significant, as my means of combat are still limited to physical attacks. No, to be precise, close-range physical attacks. Regardless of whether it's a greatsword or a heavy hammer, neither breaks out from this limitation. Of course, that's inherent to the knight, transcendent, profession. At most, I could practice throwing or improve my archery skills to gain long-range physical attack capabilities, but in this transcendent world, that's still far from enough. Next, I need to find more ways to counter enemies, such as delving deeper into the only witchcraft I currently command, Scorching Touch, and collect as many witchcraft as possible. Another concern is about the origins of the Iron Maiden doll last night. According to Hamilton, it seems he plans to classify it as a mystical event, but since the attack was directly targeted at my house, it doesn't seem like a random mystical event. In terms of isolation, Anna's house is located farther on the outskirts of the town than mine. It makes no sense for the enemy to bypass her house and attack mine directly. Moreover, the human skin hanging on the inner walls of the Iron Maiden doll feels somewhat related to the Black Flame cult, like the human skin armor that Angel Envoy is wearing. Rain was very skeptical about this. However, if the Black Flame cult is targeting me, then the safety of my family is a big concern. Upon thinking of this, Rain immediately went out and headed to the town hall, where he found the diminutive captain of the night watchman, Mateo, who was still busy due to the attack. "Lieutenant, sir." Mateo greeted him cheerfully as he saw Rain approach. Despite having been up for most of the night, Mateo was in great spirits, likely due to the night watchman's habit of being active at night. A night of busyness was not enough to tire him. Rain also smiled and nodded at this familiar face, saying, "Mateo, do you know if there are any vacant houses near the town hall?" Just then, Rain had considered whether moving might be a good idea. The first reason was that his current house had been severely damaged due to the Iron Maiden doll attack, but the main reason was concern for safety. Thus, Rain planned to purchase a house near the administration center of Flashgold Town. In that way, at least the safety would be much better. After all, the area around the administration center was the safest part of Flashgold Town. "Eh? Lieutenant, sir, are you planning to move?" Mateo asked curiously. "Yes. The damage from last night's attack was severe, and besides, I feel that our house is a bit too remote, possibly unsafe. I plan to buy a ready-to-move into house near the town center," Rain explained. Mateo nodded after listening and said, "Coincidentally, sir, after the last cultist attack, several houses in the town center have been unoccupied, some of which are empty because the household members all died in that church attack, and some are on sale because the only survivors of the families, considering safety, plan to move to the county town," Mateo explained. Indeed, for these trivial matters, Mateo was definitely more familiar than Hamilton, which was why Rain approached the captain of the night watchman, Mateo, instead of Hamilton. The county town clearly wasn't suitable for Rain and his family to move to at the moment, given that Rain currently held the position of deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town. "All right, Mateo, then help me find a suitable, ready-to-move-into house, and it would be better if it's a bit larger. As for the price, try not to exceed 300 Imperial gold coins." Rain thought for a moment and said, 300 gold? "Rest assured, sir, with that price, you can almost buy the best house in Flashgold Town." Mateo clapped his chest, assuring, "Then I'll go and take a look at the few vacant houses later, sir. I'll report back to you in a bit." Mateo, if you find a suitable house, you can find me at Boris's blacksmith shop." "All right, sir." After handling that, Rain took a detour back home. Once home, Rain discussed the move with his parents. Rain, moving closer to the town center is naturally a good thing, but surely, buying a house there must cost a lot of money, right? His mother, Emma, said with a furrowed brow, "Mother, don't worry about the money. Father, and you shouldn't think about it. I have already arranged everything, but, Rain, your income from the night watchman can't be that high, can it? This money." Emma seemed to think of something, as her expression turned slightly serious while looking at Rain. "Mother, where are you going with this? All this money is from my trophies and task rewards. You should still remember the scene of me defeating the cultists," Rain said somewhat helplessly to his mother, Emma. Mother Emma was taken aback, seemingly recalling the scene, and couldn't help but nod. "Rain, regarding this matter, your mother and I will follow your arrangements." Father Old Rain finally managed to get these words out after listening for a long time, but that settled the matter. "Brother, when are we moving?" Sister Bohi, who was standing nearby, curiously asked. For a child, as long as the family is together, moving to a new home is actually a joyous occasion. "I've already asked Mateo to look into it. If all goes well, we can move by the afternoon. Father, Mother, you should pack up in the morning. I need to go to the blacksmith shop for a while. After I come back, we'll move. Rain said indulgently as he fondly patted his sister Bohi's head. Then I'll help Sister Anna pick the winter. It's a pity. They haven't grown up yet. Bohi recalled the winter she and Anna had planted in the yard, obviously reluctant to leave them. After discussing with his family, Rain then went upstairs and mentioned the moving plans to Anna and Lagare, and both women readily agreed. For Anna, being with Rain was naturally a good thing, and she had no reason to object. And Lagare, she had no house in Flashgold Town, so naturally, she could only follow Rain or Anna. After contacting regarding the moving plans, Rain called Lagare to go to Boris's blacksmith shop, carrying a large bag of metal fragments from the automatons originating from the ironworks. That was the rare material Lagare had spoken of hardened essence gold. However, just as they stepped outside, Lagare suddenly stopped Rain, frowning, and said, "Rain, I might have overlooked a problem, and it might not be easy to resolve. This hardened essence gold is hard to smelt. It requires a very high temperature, and if we use the same small-town blacksmith shop as last time, I don't think I can smelt it." Rain frowned upon hearing this. That was indeed a problem. But the next second, an idea flashed through Rain's mind. Maybe I have a solution. I'll try it in a while, and if that doesn't work, there's another place that has a high furnace. We can go there. Rain said with a smile. Lagare looked at Rain, and, rather than expressing doubt, she nodded trustingly. It seemed that the words of a strong individual carried higher credibility. Soon, they arrived at the blacksmith shop. As soon as Rain entered the blacksmith shop, he noticed that several apprentices hadn't been here for a while. Seeing Rain enter, Boris showed a happy smile, but his expression changed when he saw Lagare and said, "Rain, long time no see. You didn't come today to use my shop again, did you?" "Uncle Boris, you guessed right. Today we're going to be a bother again," Rain said with a smile. Boris showed a wry smile, turned to his apprentices, and bellowed, "You rascals, you should thank Rain. You get another day off. Scatter." After Boris chased the apprentices away, he walked up to Rain and whispered, "Rain, I've heard that a new deputy sheriff has arrived in town, and they say he looks a lot like you. Have you heard about it?" Upon hearing Boris's words, Lagare couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That, Uncle Boris, that's actually me," Rain said, slightly embarrassed. "Huh? It's you?" Boris looked Rain over suspiciously, patted his shoulder, and added, "Don't joke with your uncle, but it's good that you have that ambition." Rain was taken aback and couldn't help shaking his head in resignation. Then, it seemed Boris thought of something, locked the blacksmith shop's main door and hung up a closed sign. Afterward, he came back and eagerly said to Rain, "So, what are we forging today? I can help." Having said that, he frequently glanced at Lagare by Rain's side. "This. Uncle Boris, today's forging probably can have spectators." Rain glanced at Lagare as he spoke. "Huh? Oh, all right." Boris, assuming it was Lagare's wish, said with slight regret. However, when Rain handed Boris a small bag of gold coins, his face quickly lit up with a smile. After Boris left, only Lagare and Rain were left in the blacksmith shop. "Rain, you just said you had a way to smelt this?" Lagare pointed at the large bag of hardened essence gold fragments, curiously asking. Rain nodded. "Yeah, you handle the smelting, and I'll go make a clay mold for the two-handed warhammer." "Okay, I'll give it a try." "Right, Rain, what style of warhammer do you want?" It seemed Lagare remembered something, and she turned back and asked just as she was stepping away, "What are the usual styles of hammers?" Rain suddenly realized that he didn't need to stick to the previous style of the bronze warhammer. His previous bronze warhammer had flat sides on the hammerhead, primarily relying on tremendous shock impact to damage the enemy. Generally speaking, knights use Morningstar hammers or spiked warhammers more often. Lagare thought for a moment and said, "Morningstar hammer?" Rain couldn't immediately recall this style of hammer. However, he was familiar with the spiked warhammer. One side of the hammer was flat, and the other side had spikes, designed specifically for armor. The head is round, and fitted with multiple metal spikes. A bit like a mace, Lagare briefly sketched with her hands. With that said, Rain quickly understood. Rain concentrated, lost in thought. He possessed the secret hammer skill, earth-splitting hammer, and obviously, using the Morningstar hammer to perform it wasn't quite suitable. By comparison, A spiked hammer with one flat end would be most appropriate. The spiked end could utilize the secret skill, Rising Dragon Hammer, with its rotational force, strengthening armor. And the flat end could deploy the secret skill, Earth-Splitting Hammer, further enhancing shock damage. Lagare, let's go with the spiked warhammer, Rain decided. All right. Just as Lagare was about to turn and leave again, Rain called out to her. Wait. Rain suddenly thought of something. He quickly grabbed a charcoal pencil and sketched a few lines on the parchment scroll. Then, Rain handed the parchment scroll to Lagare, saying, Could you make a warhammer like this? It's also a kind of variation of the spiked warhammer. The head will keep one flat side unchanged, while the spiked side will resemble the Morningstar hammer, fitted with multiple spikes, explained Rain. It's not a problem to make it, but Lagare gave Rain a peculiar look and said, Don't you think this design makes the hammer look like a wild boar's head? The spiked end, with all those spikes, looks just like the bristles on a boar's head. Lagare seriously doubted Rain's aesthetic judgment. Hiki. It seems his sketching groundwork isn't bad at all. Right. This is the classic boar head hammer. Rain thought to himself. The boar head hammer. Quite vivid. The perfect combination of Morningstar hammer and spiked warhammer, isn't it? However, I have a better sounding name in mind. Unyielding Force. What do you think? Rain said with a smile. Unyielding Force, you. All right. Whatever makes you happy. I'll go make the mold then. Lagare rolled her eyes at Rain, saying helplessly. At the very least, she couldn't comprehend Rain's aesthetics and his choice of name. While Lagare went to craft the clay mold for the warhammer, Rain placed the pieces of hardened essence gold into the blazing blacksmith's furnace. But obviously, the furnace that struggled to smelt regular iron or certainly couldn't melt chunks of hardened essence gold. Even if Rain pumped the bellows vigorously, it was of no use. The method Rain had in mind, of course, wasn't this. He focused his attention on the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel and added a skill point to the Witchcraft Scorching Touch. Although the two remaining skill points were originally saved to break through limits to face formidable enemies. But Rain considered that if he successfully forged the warhammer, his blacksmith profession level would most likely increase. In that case, the skill points remaining after leveling would return to 2, and it wouldn't affect anything. Of course, the main purpose of adding the point was to verify Rain's previous conjecture, whether the power of the Witchcraft Scorching Touch was linked not only to spiritual power but also to its skill level. With the addition of that one skill point, Rain's mind filled with fragmented memories of practicing the Witchcraft Scorching Touch. It was as if he had been training in Scorching Touch day and night for months. Soon, Rain found that he could omit several syllables from the original spell. In other words, the chanting speed increased. Coming back to his senses, Rain refocused on the Scorching Touch icon and saw that the line of text below it had quietly changed. Scorching Touch LV2, 5/300, effective Scorching Touch LV2, consumes a certain amount of spirit, channels the surrounding fire elemental particles with a specific witchcraft model, producing high-temperature damage within a certain range in front of the host palm. Note, the casting time is 2.4 seconds. Power is proportional to the duration and the host spirit. The closer the contact distance, the greater the power. Current effective killing distance, 0.5 meters. Huh? Rain sharply noticed the change in the system's description. The casting time had been reduced from the original 3 seconds to 2.4 seconds, a nearly 20% decrease, probably due to the compression of spell syllables. However, what Rain was most concerned about, the power aspect, seemed to have remained unchanged. This made Rain a bit frustrated. It seems that the power of witchcraft still depends on spirit, while proficiency only affects the speed of casting witchcraft. Upon reflection, Rain found it quite reasonable. Since the witchcraft model is fixed, how could the power increase with proficiency if the consumed spirit remains constant? If it could, then it would lead to a level 1 wizard apprentice, through long-term practice, casting a very powerful witchcraft, which obviously isn't possible. Of course, there might be other methods to enhance the power of witchcraft. But for now, what Rain could do seemed to be limited to increasing spirit to boost the power of witchcraft. Indeed, for wizards or wizard apprentices, spirit is fundamental. However, the fact that adding points can increase the casting speed of witchcraft is extremely valuable in combat. What does nearly half a second faster in casting witchcraft mean in actual combat? It goes without saying. After some thought, Rain decided to first verify whether the witchcraft, Scorching Touch, could aid in melting the hardened essence gold with the blacksmith's furnace. Rain raised both hands, hovering them about 30 centimeters above the blacksmithing forge. Then, he softly began to chant a spell. The time it took for him to perform his witchcraft this time was clearly much shorter than before. In just over 2 seconds, a red glow emerged from Rain's palms. Rain could clearly feel that the stray fire energy particles around him were rapidly converging in front of his palms. Suddenly, the already roaring flames of the furnace surged even higher. It was evident that the furnace temperature was quickly rising due to the enhancement of Rain's witchcraft, Scorching Touch. It's working. A thrill of joy rose in Rain's heart. Since Scorching Touch was a channeling type of witchcraft, maintaining stable channeling would continuously gather the stray fire energy particles around him. Soon, the temperature inside the blacksmith's forge reached over 2,000 degrees. The fragments of hardened essence gold that had been bright red at the start began to shine more brightly and soften, melting like wax soon thereafter. So, when Laguerre came in carrying 2 clay molds, she witnessed a scene that left her astonished. However, by that time, Rain had already stopped casting Scorching Touch, so Laguerre didn't see Rain performing the witchcraft. Of course, this was intentional on Rain's part. As for his ability in witchcraft, it seemed wiser to keep it a secret for now. Rain, after snapping back to reality, Laguerre immediately placed the prepared clay molds beneath the forge's spout. As the molten liquid essence gold slowly flowed into the clay molds, Laguerre covered them and waited for them to solidify slowly and cool down. Rain took the opportunity to glance at the system notifications. You have performed hardened essence gold smelting work. Related insights have increased. You have gained a new skill smelting hardened essence gold. Your skill in smelting hardened essence gold has improved. Experience plus 76. You focused on smelting hardened essence gold. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 48. Indeed, the experience reward was generous. Not long after, Laguerre dismantled the clay cast, and a rough hardened essence gold warhammer was born from the mold. It's just that the spikes on the pointed end of the hammerhead needed to be reattached. The pointed end was riddled with holes, while the flat end merely needed a bit of grinding to finish off. The 20 to 30 centimeter long metal spikes, now cooled in another clay mold, were ready for Laguerre. Laguerre began to insert the metal spikes, padded with metal sheets, into the holes of the hammerhead, then returned it to the forge for an integrated melting process. What followed were the more delicate tasks, such as grinding, adding grooves to the hammer handle, improving the grip's friction, and so on. Typically, if the warhammer's wielder was below the transcendent level, a combination of a wooden handle with a metal hammerhead was commonly used, being light enough for ordinary people to handle. But for a knight, transcendent, using the warhammer, naturally, an integrated metal handle with a metal hammerhead was preferred, though it added weight. More importantly, it increased the weapon's durability and strength. You have performed forging work on the two-handed warhammer. Related insights have increased. You have gained a new skill, two-handed warhammer forging. Your skill in two-handed warhammer forging has improved. Experience plus 1. You focused on two-handed warhammer forging. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 2. Congratulations, your blacksmith profession level has increased. Looking at the blacksmith profession level, which hadn't increased for a long time, and now is at blacksmith LV4, 0/1000, Rain couldn't help but smile. His remaining attribute points and skill points had both returned to a status of 2 points each. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the blacksmith shop. Is the deputy commander there? It was Matteo at the door. Matteo, come in. As soon as Matteo had walked into the blacksmith shop, he instantly noticed the brand-new two-handed warhammer in the hands of the barbarian girl Laguerre. The warhammer was nearing completion and was in the process of being polished. Matteo's eyes immediately widened, staring transfixed at the dense spikes on the top of the hammerhead. He had never before seen such an exaggerated, even ferocious, design for a hammerhead. Lieutenant, this black warhammer, is it your new weapon? Since Matteo had been present at last night's attack by the Iron Maiden automaton, he knew that Rain's bronze warhammer had shattered, so he asked, Yes, how is it? Laguerre's craftsmanship is not bad, right? Rain, too, was looking at the hog's head hammer with a satisfied expression. Yeah, it's really impressive. Sir, how heavy is this warhammer? It looks very heavy. Matteo, quite interested, walked around the warhammer that was being polished, and asked after a careful inspection. This. Rain only felt that the hogshead hammer should weigh over 100 pounds, much heavier than the glimmering greatsword. But the exact weight, he really didn't know. It's almost 150 pounds, said Lagaray, the barbarian girl polishing the warhammer, rolling her eyes at Rain. Her expression seemed to say, as the owner of the hammer, not even knowing the weight of his warhammer. Mateo couldn't help but in a breath of cold air, his eyes widening again. One could hardly imagine the effect of a spiked warhammer weighing nearly 150 pounds, should its point strike a human body. Terrifying. Terrifying. By the way, Mateo, have you found a house yet? Rain turned to look at Mateo and asked. It was only then that Mateo remembered the purpose of his visit to the blacksmith shop. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, right, sir. I've checked out a few houses near the town administration hall, and I think there are 2 that should meet your requirements. If it's convenient, sir, we can go and take a look now." "Okay, let's go take a look now," Rain nodded. He wanted to settle the matter of the house quickly so that he could get his parents to start moving. Additionally, the creation of the warhammer only needed a final touch, and staying around wasn't going to gain him much blacksmithing experience. Immediately afterwards, Rain said to Lagaray, "I'll step out for a bit to check out the house. The rest is hard work for you." But Rain had just taken a step when he seemed to remember something. Quickly turning around, he said, "Oh, right. How about using the blood-veined steel ingots to craft a shield?" Lagaray paused at this, stopping her work and looking up at Rain with her beautiful eyes. "That would certainly suit well." Rain nodded, smiling and saying, "Then I will go back home later and bring you the blood-veined steel ingots. Remember to craft a new shield for yourself." This. Lagaray looked at Rain thoughtfully, initially wanting to decline, but then she hesitated. "No, it's too precious. Besides, a single shield wouldn't need that many blood-veined steel ingots." Lagaray shook her head. However, before Lagaray could finish, Rain interrupted her. Rain waved his hand, saying, "Don't refuse. In last night's battle, your oak shield was damaged. Without a shield, you can't perform at your best. If there are surplus blood-veined steel ingots, then make a blood-veined steel shield for me as well." Rain looked at Lagaray seriously. This caused Lagaray to blush slightly, and she lowered her head a bit. "Also, if the church's troops arrive in a couple of days and we go to the Nightingale Forest without a shield." Rain shrugged. Rain's last words made Lagaray stop declining. She nodded. "Okay. Then I won't be shy, Rain. Thank you." Smiling, Rain left the blacksmith shop. Upon stepping out, Rain decided he would first go with Mateo to view the house. Because once it was decided, he could have his parents start moving, and along the way, he could also go home to fetch the blood-veined steel ingots. "Mateo, which one shall we see first?" Rain asked. "Sir, the first house we are going to see belonged to the pie shop owner Makoff Delgado. Makoff was a good man, but unfortunately, his whole family died in the church, killed in the cult's ritual." Mateo briefly explained the background of the house. "The pie shop owner?" Rain's brow lifted, as if he remembered something. "The one not far from Abel's potion shop? You know of it, sir?" "Yes, that's the one." Mateo initially showed surprise, but then it seemed natural to him that Makoff and Rain were both from Flash Gold Town and they knew each other. Rain, of course, knew the pie shop well. He had often bought meat pies there. Makoff's meat pies were one of his sister Bohi's favorite pies, second only to the meat pies made by their mother Emma. Shortly after, the two arrived in front of the first house, a 2.5-story residence just over 100 meters from the Flash Gold Town Administration Hall. The house had an independent fence, and there were small yards both in front and in the back, but the front yard alone was much larger than Rain's family's front yard. Also, there were quite a few flowers planted in the front yard, with barely any weeds around, indicating that the original owner Makoff and his family regularly took care of it. Rain nodded slightly. The yard seemed very suitable for digging around, and he believed his sister Bo he would most certainly like it. After making a simple round about the house, Rain noticed that there was a backyard behind the house, slightly smaller than the front yard. Looking at it, the overall layout of the house was very similar to Rain's own home, only that it was much larger in terms of land area, nearly double. Knowing that Rain would come to inspect the house, Mateo had already prepared the keys ahead of time. Click. Mateo took the initiative to open the front door. As the door opened, Rain walked inside and saw that the decor was quite new and, most importantly, it was spacious. The ground floor consisted of a dining and kitchen area and a living room with a fireplace, while the second floor had 4 bedrooms plus a storage room. Described as a storage room, it was currently empty, only furnished with a few simple tables and chairs. Additionally, there was a spacious basement on the lower level, which could be used to store some perishable vegetables, grains, or even wine. The house's overall structure was rational and at least 2 or 3 grades better than Rain's current home. Rain nodded slightly. It was a very nice house, and he was quite satisfied with it. Mateo, how much is this house? 280 gold coins, ready for transfer at any time. Okay, this one it is. My lord, don't you want to take a look at the other house? Mateo couldn't help but ask with curiosity. He thought the other house was quite nice too, and it even had a separate stable. No need. Rain shook his head. Rain had his reasons for choosing this place. Mateo had also briefly mentioned that the other house was located to the east of the town center, further from Abel's potion shop, and even further from the town hall. Mateo, come back home with me first, then you can help my parents with the transfer process, Rain said. Very well, my lord. On their way back, they soon passed by Abel's potion shop, where, unlike usual, Rain noticed from a distance that the shop's door was kept tightly shut. This couldn't help but puzzle Rain. Usually, even if the potion shop was busy, either Abel or Molly would be there. Shutting the shop like this was a rare occurrence. However, having matters at hand, Rain naturally had no inclination to inquire further. After returning home, Rain briefly informed his parents of the situation and handed the purse containing 300 imperial gold coins to his mother, Emma, before sending them off with Bohi to handle the transfer procedures with Mateo. Meanwhile, Rain took 10 ingots of blood-patterned steel and headed back to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered, Rain saw Lagare swinging a brand-new pig-headed hammer, though her movements appeared sluggish, clearly requiring great effort. Seeing Rain come in, Lagare smiled. Rain, you've arrived just in time. I've just finished the last process. Try out your new weapon, she said as she handed the pig-headed hammer to Rain. As soon as Rain took it, he felt the weight of the dark pig-headed hammer. It was rather heavy in his hand. But after Lagare had increased the texture on the handle and the binding ropes, the grip felt good, and it was convenient to swing with either one hand or both hands. Immediately with the new weapon in hand, Rain happily went to the blacksmith shop's open-air backyard to swing it around. After executing a few hammer skills, the pig-headed hammer felt quite comfortable to use. The only small issue was the weight of the hammer. Being made entirely of hardened essence gold, it was heavier than Rain had expected, which slowed down the swinging speed during attacks slightly. But after a moment's deliberation, Rain didn't see it as a major problem. After all, in the face of a powerful foe, he would inevitably be in a second state or third state form. Having added a bit of strength earlier, Rain's Knight, Transcendent, panel strength limit had now increased to 45%. Just activating Limit Break, with strength, agility, and stamina amplified by 45%, turned the somewhat heavy pig-headed hammer into a very handy one. And once at full power, Rain estimated the hammer would even feel a bit light. This was an issue that he couldn't address at the moment. After all, there was a significant difference between Rain's physical condition when erupting in power and when not. How is it, are you satisfied? Lagare, observing Rain demonstrate with the hammer, asked with a smile. Very satisfied, Lagare, thank you. Good. Then I'm off to make the clay mold for the shield. By the way, what size do you want your shield? Lagare asked. If there's enough blood-patterned steel ingots, the same size as yours will do. But if there isn't enough, a slightly smaller size is also fine, said Rain after thinking for a moment. After all, to him, shields were hardly ever used. It could be kept as a spare for Lagare. Okay. Lagare nodded, knowing well that Rain almost never used a shield. While Lagare was off making the clay mold, Rain placed the 10 ingots of blood-patterned steel into the blacksmith furnace. Following the method from last time, Rain used Witchcraft, Scorching Touch, to melt all the blood-patterned steel ingots into a liquid state. It wasn't long before Lagare entered with the clay mold. Given her previous experience, she wasn't too surprised by the speed of the blood-patterned steel ingots melting and placed the mold at the furnace's outlet. Opening the valve, Rain watched the blood-patterned steel liquid slowly pour into the mold's pouring hole. Rain also glanced at the system prompt and was delighted. You have performed blood-patterned steel smelting, improving related comprehension. You have comprehended a new skill, smelting blood pattern steel. Your skill in smelting blood pattern steel has improved. Experience plus 72. You focused on smelting blood pattern steel ingots. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 39. You undertook shield forging work. Related comprehension has improved. You have comprehended a new skill, shield forging. Your skill in shield forging has improved. Experience plus 2. You focused on shield forging. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 3. With Lagaray by his side, his profession level as a blacksmith was always able to increase quickly. An hour later, Lagaray held the brand new blood pattern steel shield, her face alight with joy. Mateo glanced at his blacksmith profession level. Although the system's experience reward was still generous, since he had just leveled up his blacksmith profession, it was currently at blacksmith LV4, 329/1000. When Mateo and Lagaray returned, they found that Mateo had brought along quite a few night watchmen who were already helping with the move. And Anna, standing to the side, seemed to have started packing clothes too, probably notified by her sister Bohi. Soon, Mateo and Lagaray joined the moving army. Meanwhile, in Meist County City, inside the study of the Norman Baron's family estate, a conversation between father and son was in progress. Father, the person you contacted this time, won't there be an issue like last time with the Black Sail pirates? Dennis stood next to his father, Baron Norman, his expression tinged with worry, as he inquired. Ever since hearing that low-born, that farmer's son he completely looked down upon, Rain, had become a transcendent knight before him, he had been extremely irritable. Lowborn had just turned his life around like that? Wouldn't he become a noble just like him after passing the ennoblement assessment? Just thinking about the possibility of such an event occurring, the frustration and envy in his heart almost completely overwhelmed Dennis. That's why Dennis took the initiative to visit his father, Baron Norman, whom he normally feared, to inquire about the situation. The one taking action this time is an old friend of mine, a third-grade wizard apprentice specializing in witchery curses, Adams Nolan. His methods of killing are very tricky, and I can hardly see how Rain would have any chance of escaping fate. Baron Norman's right hand rhythmically tapped the armrest of the luxurious calf-leather armchair. Dennis knew that this was a habit of his father's, reflecting a certain confidence in controlling the situation. That immediately set his mind at ease. Although he had heard of the strength of a third-grade wizard apprentice, he didn't understand what the witchery curse's specialty entailed. But judging by his father's demeanor, there should be great assurance. Adams once had the feat of killing 3 peak knights in a row in battle. Additionally, I've heard he has a record of killing a great knight. Although Adams has never directly confirmed this rumor, I suspect it is true, because I also knew that great knight, but then he disappeared and, as I heard, never reappeared. Although Adams failed to advance to a witchery curse's master a few years ago, reducing his strength, having him handle Rain, I think, shouldn't be a problem at all, even with Rain's exceptional knight talent. Baron Norman spoke slowly. Each word from the Baron was like a hammer strike upon Dennis's heart, driving away the restlessness and envy there. He hadn't expected that his father's friend would be so formidable. Dennis's face flushed with excitement, his heart trembling more than it even did when behaving recklessly with Tina. Flashgold Town, Rain's new home. After several hours of relocation, with the help of many night watchman subordinates, the entirety of the moving process was essentially completed. Rain, seeing everyone busily sweating at work, paused to think, then decided to invite the night watchman colleagues for a meal in the evening to express his gratitude. So, he asked his mother Emma to go to the market to buy some meat like chicken, duck, fish, vegetables, and fruits, and his father, the senior Rain, to purchase some good barley and fruit wines. Regarding the old house's refurbishment, Rain entrusted Mateo to find someone to fix it up and then put it on sale directly afterwards. After sorting out these trivial matters, Rain looked at the empty storeroom on the second floor, lost in thought. Shortly after, Rain walked out of his house and headed to Abel's closed potion shop. Peering through the gap in the door to make sure no one was inside, Rain circled halfway around to the residential entrance at the back of Abel's potion shop and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" a very hoarse voice asked, but Rain could recognize it as the voice of the pharmacist, Abel, immediately. "It's me, Rain." Creak. The door opened, and a tall, gaunt figure with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair appeared before Rain, who was taken aback by the sight. Thankfully, Rain's heightened senses allowed him to identify the familiar presence as undoubtedly pharmacist Abel. "Are you Mr. Abel? How did you?" Rain couldn't help but ask. Abel looked up with his bloodshot eyes at Rain, saying only one phrase. Molly's dead. How did Molly die? Rain was startled and quickly asked. The Molly he remembered, who was newly married and both beautiful and gentle, had died at the young age of 20? Rain's heart suddenly filled with a sense of life's fragility. At the same time, he realized just how precious it was for his family to be safe together. Additionally, Rain instantly understood why Abel had become like this. The pain of losing a beloved spouse must be absolutely heart-wrenching. Last week, Molly was killed by a cultist while she was at church. What? Rain's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that among the people who died at the church last week, Molly would be one of them. Rain, you came this time. Rain mumbled hesitantly, knowing it was not the right time to speak up, but after thinking it over, he said, Mr. Abel, I would like to learn how to make potions. Abel waved his hand dismissively. I'm not in the mood to make potions right now, let alone teach you. However, if you really want to learn, you could try self-study. Abel took a journal from the room and said, This contains some of my experiences in potion making. If you truly have the talent, it should be of some help to you. Rain immediately took it, feeling a bit disappointed but expecting as much. This was an unassuming black notebook with a leather cover that looked quite old in terms of material. Furthermore, the surface of the black leather was stained with various colorful potions and the notebook was emitting an uncomfortable odor, likely due to the potion residues. But seeing how Abel treasured it, this notebook must contain his hard work. If it weren't for the fact that Abel was devastated, Rain guessed that he probably wouldn't have allowed him to have it. Mr. Abel, thank you very much. After some thought, Rain added, Mr. Abel, if Molly was still with us, she wouldn't want to see you in despair. I hope you can pull yourself together and continue to live well. After leaving Abel's place, Rain went to the general store to purchase some basic apparatus for potion making. Then, Rain returned to the storage room on the second floor of his new home, ready to try his hand at making a mutation growth potion. At the same time, at the entrance of Rain's old home, an old man in a black robe and holding a wooden cane arrived. The old man wore a hood, and his face was not visible. Looking at Rain's old home, now deserted, a hint of confusion appeared on the old man's face. He thought to himself that Norman's work was becoming increasingly unreliable. However, he quickly spotted a night watchman dressed in uniform leather armor entering Rain's home, seeming to move something. The old man approached and asked, Young man, does Rain live here? Oh, you know the deputy commander? Lord Rain has moved. Would you like me to take you there? Asked the young night watchman enthusiastically, apparently mistaking the old man for a friend of Rain. Thank you. The old man followed the young night watchman and quickly arrived near Rain's new home. However, just as they were about to arrive, the old man whispered, Young man, you just had a dream, and now you've woken up. What did you say, old man? The young night watchman turned his head, but the moment he saw the old man's deep eyes, he suddenly became stupefied, his eyes unfocused and his pupils dilated. But the next second, the young night watchman returned to normal, showing no signs of peculiarity. He muttered to himself for a while, then walked away on his own. He completely forgot that he had just been guiding an old man. The old man quickly arrived at the front door of Rain's new home. Noting the comings and goings of no less than a dozen night watchmen, he frowned slightly. So many people. This would not be an easy task. Perhaps it was better to wait until nighttime. But there was still one thing he had to do. The old man looked around and quickly noticed a little girl digging determinedly in the front yard. Little sister, is this Rain's home? The old man walked up and spoke to Bo-He across the wooden fence. When Bo-He innocently looked up with her big eyes at the old man, she instantly became unfocused and numbly nodded. Yes, Grandpa. Then go fetch me one of your brother Rain's garments. If there's hair, even better. Okay, Grandpa. Immediately, Bo-He turned around and left, soon arriving at Rain's room, where she found an Egyptian linen surcoat of her brother's and brought it down. This scene was observed by Anna, who was tidying the room. Although she didn't know what Bo-He was doing with Rain's clothes, she didn't ask. After Bo-He handed over the linen surcoat to the old man, a few minutes passed, and she shook her head, feeling dizzy and unable to remember what had happened. And the old man disappeared into the evening sunset. Rain bolted the storeroom door, and then he began to leaf through the black-covered journal of insights Abel had given him. However, after reading a few pages, Rain realized that the experiences Abel had recorded were all about the production of ordinary potions. Although there was a certain reference value, the difference was still significant when compared to the mutant growth potion he was about to try making, especially the last step. After some thought, Rain put down the book and began to pace the storeroom in contemplation. Considering my past experience in making nutrient meals, if I can successfully make the mutant growth potion, the profession level of beast tamers should receive a substantial boost, he mused. And then, the process of using the mutant growth potion to feed the spirit corgi cookie will bring a significant amount of experience as well. So, regardless of how effective this potion is, it's still necessary for me. But the mutant growth potion seems to be very different from the ordinary potions that Abel made. Should I start with making ordinary potions first? At this thought, Rain suddenly smiled. Let's not even talk about whether making ordinary potions could improve the success rate of the mutant growth potion. I almost forgot. I have a cheat. Right away, Rain decided to give it a try firsthand. However, Rain had never made a potion before, so he inevitably felt some trepidation. But seeing the 10 neatly laid out portions of raw materials on the table, Rain quickly calmed down again. With so many portions, I should be able to succeed with at least one. As long as I succeed once, there shouldn't be many issues afterwards. Who let us have cheats? Once learned, it won't regress but only improve with the increase of experience. Still, before making the attempt, Rain carefully reviewed the formula and production process of the mutant growth potion recorded in the Beast Taming Journal. Once more, 1 ounce of gold marigold, 1 pair of wings from a Nightwalker vampire bat, 2 claws of a carrion wolf. First step, grind the gold marigold. After contemplating for a while, Rain began the first step of making the mutant growth potion, preparing the gold marigold solution. This step required him to grind 1 ounce of gold marigold into powder, and then mix it with distilled water, dilute and filter it to obtain the gold marigold solution. The whole process was not difficult, and Rain measured out the specified amount of gold marigold and started pounding it into powder with a wooden pestle. Minutes later, looking at the pale golden liquid in the transparent test tube, a slight smile appeared on Rain's lips. Perhaps because of the enhancement of his constitution, especially the increase in his spiritual power, Rain managed to successfully prepare the gold marigold solution in one go quite easily. As the saying goes, a good start is the first step towards success. This immediately boosted Rain's confidence immensely. The second step required drying the wings of the Nightwalker vampire bat and grinding them into powder. This process became exceptionally simple for Rain, who possessed level 2 witchcraft, Scorching Touch. If it were an ordinary person, they would need to dry the wings slowly over candle flame, which is not only slow but also extremely draining and prone to charring. But for Rain, after he executed his witchcraft, Scorching Touch, and controlled the distance and the output of spiritual power, it only took a few seconds to complete this second step. And furthermore, the result was excellent too. Thinking it over, Rain felt that if it were an ordinary person with average spiritual power, even if they could complete this second step, they would likely be very exhausted by then and probably need to rest before continuing with the subsequent steps. But he did not need to. The final third step was to evenly sprinkle the gold marigold solution and the vampire bat wing powder on the carrion wolf claws, and at the same time, chant a spell to mobilize the mysterious energy particles in the surroundings to exert a certain influence on them. Clearly, this last step could only be completed by a wizard apprentice or other occupations capable of controlling mysterious energy particles to some extent. This is why the experiences in making ordinary potions recorded in Abel's journal were not much help in making the mutant growth potion. Rain, following the third step's procedure, first placed a pair of carrion wolf claws into a beaker, then evenly sprinkled the gold marigold solution and vampire bat wing powder on top of them. Next, Rain chanted the spell recorded in Akkadian in the Beast Taming Journal in a low voice. In Akkadian, spirits of fire, who are wild and scorching, and spirits of nature, frolicsome and warm, heed my call. Suddenly, the two specific types of mysterious energy particles began to converge towards the carrion wolf claws in the beaker under the combined drive of Rain's spell and spiritual power, exerting a magical influence on them. And the carrion wolf claws gradually began to undergo a peculiar change. However, after just 2 or 3 seconds, Rain sensed something was amiss. Because for this third step, according to the instructions in the Beast Taming Journal, Rain needed to manipulate 2 types of mysterious energy particles. One was the flame energy particle, which was not difficult for Rain to manipulate, but the other, a green energy particle, Rain found extremely challenging to handle. SSSS, a burning smell wafted through the air, and the carrion wolf claws melted instantaneously into a pool of pitch-black, mud-like substance. The first attempt had failed. 12 gold coins worth of raw materials went down the drain. Rain watched silently as this unfolded, pondering the problem and solutions. However, Rain was not discouraged. On the contrary, being able to reach the third step on his first attempt made Rain eager to try a second time. A few minutes later, Rain decided to make another attempt. Sizzle once again, the smell of burning wafted through the air, and the second batch of raw materials was ruined. In addition, trying twice in a row made Rain feel a bit mentally exhausted. After all, the potion-making process required his full attention, plus the casting of the witchcraft's scorching touch. After some thought, Rain decided to try adding a point to his spirit attribute. After all, increasing spirit was sure to improve his level of control over the mysterious energy particles around him, but what he wasn't sure about was whether it would achieve the desired effect. Rain flipped his profession panel to the first page, the attribute page. As the remaining attribute points went from 2-1, his spirit also went from 17.18 points. Instantly, a warm current flowed from his heart and spread throughout his body. Rain immediately felt his mind become clearer, and the mental fatigue he had just felt disappeared in an instant. In addition, Rain also felt a distinct difference. It seemed 18 points of spiritual power was some kind of threshold, and now that he had crossed it, the various mysterious energy particles around him seemed more active than before in his perception. But on second thought, Rain realized that it wasn't the energy particles that had become more active, but rather his own senses had become sharper. Moreover, the energy particles of fire still felt the clearest to Rain. Instead of rushing into the third attempt at making the mutation growth potion, Rain chose to first practice the basic meditation method. Indeed, after the increase in spiritual power, Rain successfully visualized 14 will runes in one go, and still had a bit of energy left over. Previously, with 15 points of spiritual power, he was able to visualize 10 will runes at once, showing significant progress. According to the introduction in the basic meditation method, if one could visualize 16 will runes in one go, they would step into the second stage, also known as a level 2 wizard apprentice. And Rain was just one step away from this. Furthermore, Rain discovered that while previously he could only manipulate fire energy particles, he could now slightly control other types of energy particles as well. Clearly, this also meant that Rain's chances of successfully making the third step of the mutation growth potion had greatly increased. Calming the excitement in his heart, Rain tried again. The first step. By the third step, as Rain recited the spell once more, this time the green energy particles finally gathered onto the carcass wolf's claws in accordance with Rain's guidance, along with the fire energy particles. It worked. Rain's eyes instantly lit up. In the beaker, there was now a gray-green liquid, and no trace was left of the carcass wolf's claws, the black powder from the nocturnal vampire bat, or the pale golden liquid from the gold sunflower. Suddenly, system notifications chimed. Ding. It has been detected that the host has completed the production of the secret potion mutation growth potion and has triggered the job change to Beast Tamer Transcendent. Conditions for promotion to Beast Tamer are: first, a dog trainer or pharmacist of LV3 or above. Second, spiritual power of 12 points or above. Third, ownership of one or more wild beasts as a care subject. Current conditions met. Do you wish to change jobs to Beast Tamer Transcendent? Note: after changing jobs to Beast Tamer Transcendent, the dog trainer's profession panel will be overridden. A new transcendent profession. However, what Rain didn't quite understand was why, after making the mutation growth potion, a pharmacist's job, which would be a more logical trigger, wasn't activated. Why did it trigger the transcendent job of a beast tamer? Therefore, with his questions in mind, Rain looked closely at the system's description again. Secret potion? Rain caught the keyword. Upon further reflection, Rain started to understand. Normal potion production would not involve the third step, which required chanting a spell and using spiritual power to manipulate mysterious energy particles. Clearly, the mutation growth potion Rain had produced was not an ordinary potion, but a special kind of potion known as a secret potion. Hence, this also explained why it didn't trigger the regular profession of pharmacist. Secondly, it might be because of his prerequisite profession of dog trainer. This was already reflected in prerequisite condition 1. Last, it was probably because the mutation growth potion itself was intended to be used for strengthening animals. Thus, the combination of these factors led to the triggering of the job change to Beast Tamer Transcendent. Facing this job change, Rain pondered for a moment and then chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Job change successful. Congratulations on successfully changing your job to Beast Tamer Transcendent. Agility +1, Spirit +1. You have obtained the core skills of Beast Tamer, Transcendent Beast Affinity LV1, Passive, Beast Eye Active. Beast Affinity LV1, Passive. As beast tamers have dealt with wild beasts for years and are familiar with their habits, they find it easier to gain the favor of unfamiliar wild beasts. Beast Eye Active. The beasts under your command serve as your loyal eyes and ears. I've actually obtained 2 core skills. This seems to be the first time I've gotten the core skills of a transcendent profession. This was somewhat unexpected for Rain. He saw that the words Dog Trainer on the original panel had changed to Beast Tamer, and the entire panel had turned green. Although the difference seemed minor, its significance was anything but minor. One was a common profession, the other a transcendent one. Below the panel title, aside from the original icons, such as dog food production and dog training, 2 new icons had lit up above these. Rain first focused his attention on one of the icons. The pattern of this icon depicted a person sitting cross-legged on the ground, beside a tiger lying down, suggesting a harmonious coexistence between humans and fierce beasts. Beneath it, a line of small print appeared. Core skill, Beast Affinity LV1, Passive, Beast Affinity LV1, Passive. Effect. When you come into contact with strange wild beasts, you have a certain chance to gain the beast favor. And the success rate of taming unfamiliar wild beasts is slightly increased. Note: the effect of Beast Affinity is positively correlated with the host spirit. The stronger the spiritual power, the better the effect. Beneath this icon was an experience bar, clearly indicating that Beast Affinity was a skill that could be enhanced by adding points. However, at present, this core skill doesn't seem to be very useful. Rain crossed his arms and rubbed his chin lightly, contemplating the potential applications of this core skill. If, one day, I were to fight in the forest or do something else, this core skill might actually be useful. But once removed from environments like forests teeming with wild beasts, this core skill seems somewhat useless. Oh well, there's no rush to add points to this skill for the moment. I can decide later on. Rain shook his head slightly, feeling a little disappointed with this core skill. Then, Rain shifted his attention to the neighboring icon, which resembled the big eyes of an owl. Another line of small print appeared beneath it. Core skill, Beast Eye Active, Beast Eye Active. Effect: control the beasts under your command and observe the surroundings through their perspective. Note: the duration of Beast Eye is positively correlated with the host's spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the longer the duration. The system's description was clear and straightforward. Rain immediately understood the important significance this active ability might have for him. For example, in certain scenarios, Rain could use the eyes of a beast to observe the environment and conduct reconnaissance. Its utility was self-evident. Moreover, Rain noticed right away that there was no experience bar beneath this icon, meaning the active skill Beast Eye couldn't currently be enhanced by adding skill points. However, Rain felt that this Beast Eye was stronger than the first core skill, Beast Affinity, or rather, it had a much wider range of practical applications. Immediately, Rain walked over to the window of the storage room. From his second-floor window, Rain could see a fully grown greyhound wagging its tail, following Lagare back and forth, as if it were coveting the large bowl of savory meat Lagare was holding. Rain smiled at the scene and immediately used the newly acquired skill Beast's Eye. The moment the skill was activated, Rain felt a special change in his spiritual power. It was as if a radar station was emitting electromagnetic waves all around, and swiftly, through some kind of radiation, Rain's mind locked onto his greyhound Cookie. Instantly, Rain felt as if his soul had projected itself into Cookie. Looking up, Rain saw a large, round buttocks in front of him, swaying as it walked forward. Although the buttocks were large, their movement was not excessively jiggly, indicating firmness. Hiss! Rain immediately realized he was looking at Lagare's voluptuous buttocks through Cookie's dog eyes. He wanted to move his gaze away at once. But the next second, Rain felt that he couldn't look away. He needed to maintain Cookie's original state so as not to attract attention. At that moment, The courtyard downstairs was busy with night watchmen moving furniture and cleaning up, going in and out. So Rain kept this posture, following behind Laguerre's buttocks, walking a distance and deeply experiencing the effect of this new core skill. TSK. The effect of this core skill really accentuates the front and back. No, that's not right. It's impressive. After sustaining it for a while, Rain began to vaguely feel a significant drain of spiritual power from his physical body. Just as he was reluctantly thinking of ending this first trial of the new skill, he saw Anna suddenly walk next to Laguerre, gave him a strange look, and said something. Seeing Anna's odd gaze, Rain immediately terminated his first attempt at using the new skill, Beast's Eye. In an instant, Rain's soul felt like it had returned to his own body. At that moment, his perspective returned to looking down from the second-floor storage room window, his heart still slightly nervous as though he had been caught doing something bad. Did you see how Cookie was looking at you? It felt off, almost lewd. In the part it was staring at. Anna said to Laguerre with a hint of confusion. After hearing Anna's words, Laguerre turned her head to look at Cookie and saw its dumbfounded expression, which made her laugh. Anna, you're thinking too much. Cookie is staring at the meat in my hand. It must be the angle. Its eyes weren't like this just now. Anna turned around to confirm again, only to find that Cookie's gaze had suddenly changed. It seemed to have returned to its original, normal state. This made her quite puzzled. You see, as Anna practiced basic meditation, she found her perception becoming sharper and sharper, especially towards animals and plants. As for Cookie, it was stunned for a moment, shook its dog head, apparently puzzled by why its consciousness had suddenly blanked out for a while. What woof? Cookie barked twice and then, as if sensing it, turned to look at the second-floor window. It could feel its master, Rain, watching it from there. At this time, Rain was pondering two issues about the new skill, Beast Eye. The first issue was about skill activation. At the moment of activating Beast Eye, there was actually a considerable distance between him and Cookie. He had just connected with and sensed Cookie through a kind of radiation similar to electromagnetic waves. Its essence relied on the consumption of his spiritual power. So, it seems that it's better for him to have Cookie by his side the next time he activates this skill. That way, he could save a significant amount of spiritual power, which could then extend the duration of the skill, because the saved spiritual power could be used for maintenance. The second issue was that after using Beast Eye, Rain could only see. He could not hear the conversations around Cookie. Of course, he couldn't use Cookie's sense of smell, which was thousands of times superior to humans, to assess the surroundings either. That's when Rain looked at the system prompt on the panel. Right after the job transfer prompt, a new row of prompts appeared. You have crafted a mutant growth potion. Insight has improved. You have learned a new skill, mutant growth potion crafting. Your skill in mutant growth potion crafting has improved. Experience plus 30 focusing on mutant growth potion crafting. Your Beast Tamer, Transcendent, class experience plus 12. Is every secret potion crafting a new skill? This is quite similar to the blacksmith profession. Rain thought to himself. After his job transfer to Beast Tamer, Transcendent, agility plus 1, spirit plus 1, now Rain's spirit had reached 19 points. Name, Rain Carlin. Occupation, Wizard Apprentice. Transcendent, LV4, 132/1000/Night. Transcendent, LV3, 389/500/Beast Tamer. Transcendent, LV1, 12/100. Blacksmith. LV4, 329/1000. Constitution, 18 Strength, 16 Agility, 16 Spirit, 19 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill points. 2 additionally, something that Rain noticed was that on his Knight Transcendent class panel, the breakthrough percentage had gone from 45% 51% due to the continuous increase in attributes. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, it's time to eat. Everyone is waiting for you. Bohi's crisp voice came from outside the door. All right, Bohi, I'm coming. Rain stopped his contemplations, opened the door, and quickly walked out. When Rain, leading his sister Bohi, walked downstairs, he saw that the long solid wood dining table in the living room on the first floor was full of sumptuous foods. Around the long table, Mateo and 7 or 8 night watchmen were sitting on one side, while old Rain, Mother Emma, Anna, and Laguerre were on the other, with 2 empty seats reserved for Rain and Bohi. In addition, Two of the night watchmen whom Rain recognized were bustling back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room, tirelessly serving drinks. The atmosphere was lively indeed. The housewarming dinner was enjoyed amidst joyful spirits. Mateo and all night watchman colleagues, I'm very grateful for everyone's help today. To be honest, I'm embarrassed that I barely contributed to the moving process. Tonight, please eat and drink well. Rain raised his glass and thanked everyone with a smile. Deputy Commander, you were too kind. Indeed, it was just a little favor. Come, let's all raise a glass to our young Deputy Commander. Mateo raised his glass and said with a laugh. After the housewarming banquet, Rain walked around the front and backyards with his family. Brother, my favorite part is the big yard. Now, Sister Anna and I can plant lots and lots of vegetables and flowers. His sister Bo, he said happily. Seeing his sister's beaming smile, Rain was also touched by the joy and said, well, then this yard is yours to take care of. I hope you'll make it beautiful. Meanwhile, their parents had an expression of immense satisfaction and contentment. Rain, who took in all these scenes, nodded slightly. Perhaps this moment right before his eyes was one definition of happiness. Since Rain still had several things to handle, he didn't stay for too long, but quickly went back to the storeroom. Rain took out the 100 pounds of bear meat he had exchanged earlier at the county town's military supply station. At the banquet, he hadn't eaten enough but had instead drunk quite a bit. Rain had been craving bear meat for some time now. He would occasionally reminisce about the first time he tasted bear meat in Clea's study. Now, Rain's demand for food was increasing, and so were his standards for quality. Ordinary food provided no benefit to the increase of his strength. But ferocious beast meat was different, rich in various nutrients and still capable of aiding the advancement of his giant bear breathing technique. That was why Rain had previously exchanged for the bear meat and planned to gradually incorporate high-quality food into his daily meals from then on. At that moment, Rain directly cut off a large piece, about 3 to 4 pounds of bear meat, and placed it on a previously prepared iron plate. Since the bear meat had already been bled and cleaned, it didn't require any additional washing. Rain didn't use an ordinary cooking method for the bear meat. Indeed, after all, high-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. This time Rain decided to simply scorch the bear meat at a high temperature before eating it. Rain placed his palms about half a meter above the bear meat, silently chanting an incantation and cast the witchcraft scorching touch. Seconds later, an enticing aroma of cooked meat began to spread throughout the storeroom. So why use witchcraft to cook? Rain considered the principle of the ovens in his previous life. The fast and contained high temperature can lock the moisture and flavor inside the food. Therefore, Rain thought to use the high temperature of the witchcraft scorching touch to scorch the bear meat in mere seconds, achieving an effect similar to an oven from his previous life, retaining the moisture and flavor. Gazing at the fragrant 7/10 done bear meat, Rain sprinkled some salt over it and then began to chew with big bites. Hiss. It was still just as delicious. In no time, Rain had eaten more than half of the 3 to 4 pound bear meat. Quickly, Rain felt a warm current spread rapidly from his stomach throughout his body. It may have been because he had become transcendent, and his functions had significantly improved. Although Rain ate much more bear meat this time than ever before, he didn't feel the strong sensation of fullness as before, just a comfortable warmth throughout his body. Suddenly, the sound of paws scratching at the door came from the entrance. Rain knew it must be the lurcher, Cookie. After all, aside from her, everyone else in the house would knock, not scratch at the door, and who else would have such a keen sense of smell? As soon as Rain cracked the door open a bit, the lurcher, Cookie, squeezed her way in. She circled around Rain eagerly, wagging her tail frenetically, her eyes fixedly staring at the little bit of roasted bear meat remaining in Rain's hand, her face full of longing. Rain shook his head, unable to help himself, and said, I have to hand it to you. Don't tell me you haven't had enough to eat either. Despite his words, Rain tore off a small from the remaining roast bear meat in his hand and dripped several drops of a mutated growth elixir onto it before giving it to her. Cookie first sniffed the meat with her sensitive nose and then showed an almost human-like expression of surprised delight. With a woof, she swallowed the bear meat. The next second, Cookie's eyes widened dramatically, and she looked at Rain as if to say, Master, there is something this delicious. A dog's life can't ask for more. This life is worth it. Seeing Cookie licking her lips with a look of wanting more, Rain said without a good temper, All right, don't expect any more. That's enough for you to absorb. With that, Rain stuffed the last bit of bear meat into his mouth. It wasn't really that he was stingy. It was because Cookie was just a regular lurcher and not some ferocious wild beast. Consuming too much high-quality food could lead to indigestion. Sure enough, as if feeling the power of the bear meat, Cookie quickly curled up in a corner of the storeroom and started to doze off with half-closed eyes. But Rain noticed the system's refreshed notification. By feeding the lurcher Cookie bear meat laced with a secret medicine mutated growth elixir, your understanding has slightly improved. Your beast taming skill has improved. Experience plus 15. Your beast tamer, transcendent, profession experience plus 11. Rain now noticed that on his green beast tamer panel, the original dog training skill had automatically changed to beast taming, and dog food making had been similarly updated to beast food making. It seems that the system's so-called coverage is not about completely eliminating or fully accepting. In addition, using secret medicines or high-quality food for feeding can accelerate the gain of experience points. This was also verified during the recent feeding. After resolving several doubts in the Beast Tamer, Transcendent, panel, Rain began to practice the giant bear breathing technique, making the most of the special nutrients contained in the bear meat. After finishing the breathing technique training, Rain started practicing the basic meditation method. Because he gained 1 point in his spirit attribute when he transferred to a beast tamer, Rain wanted to test how many will symbols he could visualize at once now. 1 minute later, Rain opened his eyes joyfully. This time, he managed to visualize 16 will symbols all at once, stepping into what's commonly referred to as a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Moreover, Rain confirmed that the LV levels displayed on the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent profession panel had nothing to do with the conventional Level 1 or 2 Wizard Apprentice. Reaching Wizard Apprentice LV2 does not equate to being considered a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice in the common sense of this world. Furthermore, he's actually at a LV4 Wizard Apprentice. But there's no such concept as a Level 4 Wizard Apprentice in this world. The highest level for a Wizard Apprentice is 3. So, it's understandable that these are two entirely unrelated systems. After pondering for a while, Rain realized that the biggest difference in becoming a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice was the disparity in combat power. Previously, when he had just visualized 8 will symbols and became a Level 1 Wizard Apprentice, his combat power was far from that of a formal knight. At that time, his only feature was that, compared to an ordinary person, his spiritual power was much stronger, and his perception much more acute. To exert considerable combat power, however, he would have to rely on external objects, like the acidic missile scroll that Indri used in the Elim mine. However, with the advancement to a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice, there was a significant increase in combat power. Although Rain currently had no scrolls or other magical items at his disposal, he could achieve substantial combat power merely using the Witchcraft Scorching Touch. As the low chant of his incantation echoed, the iron pot in front of Rain's palm began to heat up rapidly, turning red, smoking, and softening within seconds. It was on the verge of melting. Keep in mind, the melting point of iron is nearly 1500 degrees. This means that the same spell, cast after advancing to a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice, was significantly more powerful than before. Previously, the temperature reached after a few seconds of guiding Rain's scorching touch was around 1000 degrees, but now he could reach 14 to 1500 degrees. In addition, previously Rain could only cast Scorching Touch 2 or 3 times, but now he could generally release it 5 or 6 times. The improvement in combat power was obvious. If, during a battle, he had the chance to cast Scorching Touch without being rushed, even a peak knight might be severely injured or even killed on the spot. After all, no living being can withstand the continuous roasting of 1500 degrees that can melt steel. However, an enemy isn't a wooden figure that would stand still for several seconds. This is the current weakness of Rain's witchcraft. First, it has good power, but it's a contact-based spell. Second, it needs continuous channeling to release the maximum damage. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residence in Meist County City, a dim basement hall, the slender knight carrying a scythe-like weapon was quietly reporting, "High Priest, the mission to kill the newly promoted knight, Rain, has failed again." Moreover, according to Lamar's words, the Iron Maiden automaton was also destroyed by Rain. He stammered, seemingly finding it difficult to continue. After all, how could the High Priest believe the reasons reported by Lamar when he himself hardly believed them? Indeed. How How was that possible? The high priest could accept the failure to eliminate Rain, but he was astonished when he heard about the destruction of the Iron Maiden. Surprise and disbelief were clearly audible in his voice. That Rain is not only proficient in swordsmanship but also in hammer skill. No, you should be considered an expert in hammer skill. The Slender Knight reasoned, trying to explain as best as he could. After all, Lamar was present at the time, so he could only go by what Lamar had explained. Even though, before making his report, he had been considering how to make his explanation more persuasive, it seemed there was never a suitable rationale. An expert in hammer skill? A newly promoted knight was able to smash the shell of the Iron Maiden with a hammer? There was a tone of disbelief in the words. At that moment, a large and corpulent figure stood up from the shadows. Despite being almost as tall as the Slender Knight who stood over 2 meters tall, the new figure's bulk was comparable to 7 or 8 Slender Knights. If Rain had been there, he would have immediately associated the figure with sumo wrestlers from his previous world. It was such a striking resemblance, except the figure was wearing a hood and a long robe. This, High Priest, I'm only conveying what Lamar reported, the tall knight said, stepping back as he noticed the High Priest standing up. He spoke with a hint of nervousness. After hearing the other party's reasons, the High Priest's voice rose sharply, clearly filled with anger, as he said, Giovanni, you've been the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood for too long. Have you gone stupid? Do you think that reason holds any ground? You should know that even a peak knight couldn't possibly destroy an Iron Maiden puppet with a hammer. You have disappointed me greatly. This. Facing the High Priest's skepticism, Giovanni, the president of the Wilderness Brotherhood, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. However, he quickly recovered and said, High Priest, I'll let Lamar come as well. He's just outside the door. How about we listen to his report directly? Clearly, Giovanni did not want to take the blame. The corpulent High Priest nodded slightly. After the Black Flame monk Lamar came in and reported, the High Priest fell silent. After a moment, the High Priest's deep voice rang out again. Giovanni, then let's leave this matter to you, the Beast Knight. The dignity of the Black Flame Church cannot be challenged. Go. By your command, High Priest. Giovanni and Lamar both touched their chests and bowed in salute, they said. Night had fallen. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse. Silence enveloped everything. A thin mist began to float over Flashgold Town. Rain had returned to his new bedroom to rest early, and was already in deep sleep. Meanwhile, a hooded old man in a black robe slowly walked towards the center of Flashgold Town from its outskirts, adeptly avoiding the patrolling squads of night watchmen at every turn. He stopped about 40 or 50 meters away from Rain's new home, looked around, and then entered a dark, unlit alley nearby. Shortly after he entered, 3 night watchmen from Flashgold Town passed by the mouth of the alley on patrol. After the squad of night watchmen left, the old man began quietly scratching something into the ground with his wooden cane. Soon, a pattern about 1 meter in diameter resembling an inverted pentagram appeared on the ground. From afar, it looked like child's graffiti. Then, the old man took out a piece of clothing brought to him by Bohi and placed it in the center of the inverted pentagram. Next, the old man began to chant softly, directing the wooden cane in his hand towards the pattern on the ground. Akkadian curse, spiritual fatigue. As soon as the old man's words fell, Rain, who was sleeping in a bedroom about 40 to 50 meters away, suddenly furrowed his brows in his deep sleep. In his dreams, Rain felt exceedingly tired, almost unable to open his eyes or wake up. At that moment, it seemed the old man sensed the curse had taken effect. A slight smile appeared under his hood, but it was not yet over. He then took a slender finger bone from his pocket. The finger bone was long, seemingly from the skeleton of an adult human female. With the finger bone in hand, the old man started chanting softly again. Seconds later, a transparent human-shaped spiritual body appeared before him, and from its slender figure, it seemed to have been a beautiful human woman in life. Go, Sandra, deal with the owner of that garment. The old man commanded. The named female spirit, Sandra, obediently walked next to the inverted pentagram, sensed the scent of the garment, and then nodded at the old man. She then floated like a mist toward where Rain was located. Soon, the female spirit, Sandra, passed through the wall into Rain's bedroom, and she saw him lying on the bed, his brows furrowed. Expressionless, Sandra walked slowly forward, her cold, sharp claws shifting from ethereal to solid, ready to strike Rain fatally when suddenly, she froze. Her gaze focused on a slightly inconspicuous brass ring on the index finger of Rain's left hand. She felt a familiar presence emanating from it, understanding the message contained within it. He is my friend, please do not harm him. If Rain had been awake at that moment, he would have noticed that the ring being scrutinized was the oddity known as Agatha's ring. Agatha's ring, a simple brass ring with a young girl's soul imbued with sincere gratitude and blessings. Wearing it generates goodwill in some undead creatures. At that moment, the slim female spirit, Sandra, revealed a hint of hesitation and did not attack immediately. It seemed that the ring had touched some deep emotion within her. Unnoticed by Sandra, the very target she aimed to kill was now squinting at her. Actually, just as Sandra prepared to strike, Rain's level 3 danger perception had already alarmed him. However, the alarm in Rain's mind mysteriously disappeared soon after. But Rain was now wide awake, considering the scene before him. He also found it strange that the female spirit was supposed to attack him, yet she hesitated on the spot. After waiting for a while longer, he saw the female spirit turn and leave the room through the wall. This left Rain somewhat puzzled for a moment. After waiting a few seconds, Rain quickly got up and walked to the window. Through it, he saw an almost transparent female specter drifting towards the pitch-dark alley across the way. Rain pondered for a moment but decided not to immediately follow. He felt that the enemy he encountered this time was no ordinary foe, as they were controlling specters to attack him. However, for some unknown reason, the female specter hadn't attacked him in the end. Clearly, with such a mysterious enemy lurking, it was difficult for anyone to sleep in peace. It was best to do some reconnaissance first. Beast Eye. Rain remembered this new core skill of the Beast Tamer and cast it at once. As the core skill, Beast Eye, was activated, Rain's spirit seemed to possess the sleeping greyhound Cookie in the storage room next door. Cookie suddenly stood up, dashed down the stairs, out of the door, and ran towards the dark alley. Cookie quickly arrived at the mouth of the alley and, human-like, poked its head out, glancing inside. Thanks to canine dark vision, Rain could clearly see through Cookie's eyes a slightly stooped figure in a hooded black robe in the alley. The female specter that had just floated into his room seemed to be conversing with the hooded person. However, Cookie's gaze had dwelt on the hooded figure for only a few seconds before the person immediately turned their head. This sent a chill through Rain's heart, and he promptly made Cookie whimper and run away. The old man glanced over and, seeing only a stray dog, paid it no further attention. From his observation, Rain discovered that the enemy's perception was very sharp. It was very likely that their spiritual power exceeded his own. Is the enemy a level 3 wizard apprentice, or perhaps a stronger profession? Rain speculated. Facing such a formidable enemy, Rain's brain whirred into action. With such a cunning foe, I can't rest until they are dealt with. The battle seems inevitable. At this moment, they probably haven't realized I've found them. If I were to launch a surprise attack now, Rain immediately canceled Beast Eye, quickly donned his chromed armor, picked up his warhammer and great sword, and dashed outside. Upon nearing the alley, Rain slowed his steps. For safety's sake, it was naturally best to enhance his abilities further. The next second, Rain allocated another skill point in the Transcendent panel of the Knight, increasing his limit break from 51% to 61%. This advancement took Rain from the level of an experienced knight straight into the peak knight level. Consequently, both Transcendent attributes, Huge Strength and Iron Skin, advanced to level 3. Transcendent attribute, Huge Strength LV3, active. Effective Huge Strength LV3, Strength multiplies. Note: the degree to which the Transcendent attribute Huge Strength enhances the host strength is positively correlated with the limit break value. The higher the limit break, the greater the strength enhancement. Transcendent attribute, Iron Skin LV3, passive. Effective Iron Skin LV3, the body automatically absorbs free metallic elements, forming a metallic film on the skin surface. Note: the defensive power of the metallic film is positively correlated with the spirit and limit break value. The stronger the spirit and the higher the limit break, the stronger the metal absorption ability and defensive power. Multiplier of strength, metallic film, This boosted Rain's confidence. As Rain appeared at the entrance of the alley, the hooded old man turned around. Underneath the hood, a pair of profound eyes looked at Rain with mild surprise and said, How did you find me? At that moment, Adams was quite perplexed as to how Rain had managed to find this alley where he was hiding. Yet, from his tone, there was no sign of panic or concern. It seemed he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Rain smiled and did not answer Adams's question. Instead, he took a signal flare from his, and in an instant, with a whoosh, the signal flare shot into the sky and promptly exploded. That's right. It was the night watchman's call for reinforcement signal flare. As the deputy security officer of Flash Gold Town, Rain naturally carried a signal flare with him at all times. Facing an enemy with such wily methods, Rain felt that fighting alone might not be the best idea. Besides, they were very close to the administration hall. Hamilton should arrive in less than a minute. Stupid fool. Faced with Rain's silent but decisive action to fire the signal flare to call for backup, Adams couldn't help but rage, feeling somewhat played. The goddess of luck allowed you to luckily escape disaster, but you're actually seeking your own death. As he spoke, he quickly took out a scroll from his and tore it open. Rain's pupils instantly shrank. Break the limit. As Rain, holding the warhammer, was about to sidestep to avoid the scroll attack from the other party. Suddenly, Rain felt a bout of dizziness, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery drastically changed. The walls of the narrow alley became as soft as noodles. The old man in the black robe standing opposite Rain was stretched and flattened. This feeling was terrible, like someone prone to seasickness alone in a dinghy amidst tumultuous waves at sea. Rain, enduring the discomfort, forcibly shook his head. At that moment, Rain saw the surroundings clearly again. However, the figure of his little sister Bowie suddenly appeared in front of him. She waved at him and said with a smile, "Brother, come play with me?" Bowie's sweet childlike voice made Rain feel an irresistible surge of indulgence. It seemed as though refusing to join her for a while would be the biggest mistake in the world. But the next second, Rain immediately realized that he shouldn't be in this alley right now, engaged in battle with a mysterious old man in a black robe. How could? Suddenly, an alarm bell went off in Rain's mind. Almost at the same time, Rain felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by being blown away. When Rain got back up, the scene had returned to the dark alleyway, and the mysterious old man in the black robe was still standing opposite him. At this moment, he felt a burning pain all over his body. Looking down, he saw a large hole corroded in the chromium iron chestplate at his chest. Thankfully, the silver-gray metallic film on the surface of his body had blocked further damage. But it seemed the metallic film's energy was nearly depleted, and its luster was quickly fading. This is so powerful, Rain cursed to himself internally. If he hadn't just stepped into the realm of a peak knight and had his transcendent trait, Iron Skin, upgraded to level 3, he guessed the opponent's bizarre attack would have caused severe injury, or even taken him out in one. He's not dead? Seeing that Rain's sturdy knight's chestplate was blown open, Adams, who had thought Rain was surely doomed, suddenly widened his eyes and his mouth fell agape. At this moment, he was even more shocked than Rain. Knowing that a combination of the illusion technique scroll and his own witchcraft, Lesser Shadow Arrow, should take down a peak knight without a second word, he couldn't believe this youngster had survived. Not only did he survive, but he was also able to stand up. That's unbelievable. Could it be the opponent's knight chestplate has strong negative energy defensive power? But it didn't seem like it. The opponent's knight chestplate was clearly corroded with a big hole by his own Lesser Shadow Arrow. A perplexed Adams furrowed his brows in thought. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps sounded at the mouth of the alley. Hamilton, having heard the commotion, led more than a dozen night watchmen as they rushed over. You're Adams. The moment Hamilton laid eyes on the old man, his pupils sharply constricted, and his complexion changed as he spoke. Hamilton walked over to Rain, speaking with a grave expression. Adams Nolan, the Shadow Stinger, top-level assassin, third-level wizard apprentice, known as Ghost Manipulator, Bewitcher, a wanted felon of the Empire. His main charge is the murder of Meist County City Guard Lieutenant Colonel, the Peak Knight Baron Fares Cardis, and he is also a suspect in the murder of the wealthy merchant Jabi Bogado and the town mayor Saskia Leza, as well as several other homicide cases. Any citizen of the Empire who sees Adams should immediately report to the nearest Imperial authority and will receive a reward of 50 Imperial gold coins, and those who manage to kill him will be rewarded with 1,000 Imperial gold coins. Rain knew that Hamilton was not only informing him about the other's information but also trying to intimidate the enemy. At this moment, the elite night watchman following behind Hamilton lit up the alley with torches and oil lamps, spreading out to surround it layer by layer. Who are you? The town sheriff? Or the mayor? To think you know me. Adams found that tonight's Flash Gold Town had given him a bit more surprise than expected. He had not anticipated that someone in a small town would be so familiar with the contents of the Empire's bounty order against him. It was as if they knew it better than he did himself. And to recognize him at first sight was even more remarkable. Now, with sword and shield in hand, Hamilton had already come to Rain's side. He glanced at the large hole in Rain's knight's plate armor on his chest. His pupils contracted, then turned his gaze to the cloaked old man across from him, named Adams, and said, "Ferris Cardus was one of my best friends." "Oh, so today you intend to avenge your friend?" Adams's tone was very calm, as if not at all concerned that he was currently being trapped in the alley by over a dozen night watchmen with bows at the ready. "Rain, tonight will be a tough fight, but as long as we can disrupt his use of witchcraft and hold out until reinforcements arrive, we can win," Hamilton whispered to Rain. Rain's eyebrows raised slightly, and he nodded faintly. Hamilton's remark revealed quite a bit. First of all, it showed that Hamilton himself didn't have the confidence to defeat or kill this third-level wizard apprentice named Adams head-on. It was, in fact, the first time Rain had heard Hamilton speak like this. Secondly, had Hamilton just said to disrupt the other's witchcraft? That suggested their tactics would primarily be to harass and delay the enemy. "Oh, delay? What an interesting idea," Adams said, glancing at Hamilton with a hint of mockery. Clearly, Hamilton hadn't expected the other's perception to be so sharp that he'd caught every word he just said. "You take the left, I'll take the right. Fire the arrows," Hamilton immediately commanded with a stern face. Following that, he charged towards Adams from the right with his sword and shield. Rain followed closely, attacking from the left with his two-handed warhammer. The dense barrage of arrows from the elite night watchman was unleashed like a torrential downpour toward Adams in the alley before the two sheriffs could reach him. But before the arrows could strike Adams, a large swathe of eerie black fog burst forth around him. The fog spread rapidly towards both ends of the alley. The arrows pierced through the black fog with a ding-ding-dang-dang and stuck into the ground, failing to hit Adams, who had already vanished into the mist. When Hamilton and Rain charged into the fog, they seemed to instantly lose sight of their target. However, Rain, with his core-skilled dark vision, quickly adapted to the view within the dark fog, making out the slightly hunched, faint outline in the eerie mist. But Rain soon sensed something was off with this black fog. It seemed not just to conceal one's form, but also to possess other strange abilities. The fog whirled rapidly around their bodies like serpents, making them feel a negative energy constantly invading their bodies, quickly bringing a sense of fatigue. After only a few seconds, Rain felt his limbs weaken, and his movement swinging the two-handed warhammer became increasingly clumsy. Arg! Suddenly, at that moment, cries of pain arose from the night watchmen at the rear of the alley. This made Rain's eyes narrow. Attacking their rear were female spirits manipulated by Adams. Obviously, if they didn't dispel the black fog, the night watchmen would simply become sitting ducks, and as time passed, neither he nor Hamilton would likely endure. This was far too passive. Facing such an intangible thing as the black fog, it seemed one could only fight the intangible with the intangible. Rain swiftly sheathed his warhammer and drew the glimmering greatsword from his back, then charged towards the slightly stooped figure in the black fog. "Eh, to think you could discern my location," said Adams from within the fog, noticing Rain rushing towards him immediately. Originally, he had been leisurely waiting for the evil fog to corrode the bodies of the two knights before finishing them off at his convenience. He hadn't expected that one of the two could determine his position in the black fog. Roar! Just as Rain was about 3 meters away from Adams, he instantly unleashed the secret technique of the giant bear sword technique, Roaring Strike. A ripple visible to the eye centered around Rain's gaping mouth quickly spread outwards, and the black fog, like a sea surface hit by a meteorite, was forcefully scattered by Rain's sonic attack, clearing a large circle. And Adams's figure, hidden in the black fog, was clearly revealed. Clearly, Rain's secret technique had greatly surprised Adams. It also caught Adams off guard, and his moving figure suddenly came to a halt. This delighted Rain, and he brought his glimmering greatsword down on his opponent with great force. Smooth cleaving slash. Puff. It felt like striking a rapidly flowing stream. The sensation transmitted from the greatsword to Rain's hand. A black membrane resembling an eggshell surfaced on Adams's body. Apparently, this black membrane was invisible when not under attack, but it appeared when hit. At this moment, black light flowed over the surface of the membrane, blocking Rain's strike, which was intended to be decisive from outside. Beneath the membrane, Adams now looked at Rain with shock in his eyes, his complexion no longer casual as before but rather seriously assessing Rain, and said, "I didn't expect you, a newly advanced knight, to have such strong strength." Internally, Adams couldn't help but sneer. Norman has really set me up. This guy named Rain is more than just a newly advanced knight, he's as strong as many veteran knights. Because Rain's roaring strike had dispersed part of the black fog in the center of the alley, Hamilton and the elite night watchman on the outside could see Rain and Adams fighting and quickly rushed to assist. Hamilton struck Adams with a powerful shield strike. But the same scene occurred. Ripples appeared on the surface of the black membrane, but the eggshell-like membrane remained unchanged. Immediately after, Hamilton let out a roar, his muscles bulged, and he stabbed his knight's longsword at the black membrane with 3 rapid thrusts. The ripples grew larger, and there was a slight indentation on the surface of the eggshell-like membrane. But clearly, such force was still not enough to overcome the defensive power of the black membrane. Rain's eyes narrowed at this sight. Limit break. 61% strength, physical, and agility enhancement. Huge strength LV3. 100% strength enhancement. Strength burst. 100% strength enhancement. In an instant, Rain felt a surge of warmth forcefully pumped from his heart, speeding up the blood in his veins bulging, his muscles swelling abruptly. The next second, his entire figure swelled. The joints of his chrome iron armor showed huge gaps, and the knight plate armor, which was slightly oversized, again became child-sized. At the same time, Rain quickly switched weapons in his hands, reverting back to his warhammer. For breaking shields, the spike-studded warhammer naturally had much greater power than the glimmering greatsword. Boom! Rain's giant hammer strike with a 261% strength enhancement forcefully dented the black membrane to the size of a wash basin, and almost all the dense spikes on the warhammer's head were close to poking Adams's eyelids. This stunned Adams inside the black membrane in an instant. Adams let out a shriek for the first time. "This is impossible. You. What kind of monster are you? Even a peak knight doesn't have your kind of attack power." Seeing this, Hamilton felt a surge of joy and immediately went all out, coordinating his attacks with Rain. Rain's strike truly terrified Adams. He immediately began fumbling for something in his clothes, losing all semblance of his earlier confidence. Quickly, Adams pulled out an ancient-looking gray scroll and tore it open. And at that moment, Rain's second hammer was about to land, making the black membrane nearly transparent, clearly a sign that the energy was on the verge of depletion. Wasting one of my precious life-saving scrolls. An Arcadian, lesser physical reflective shield, Adams shouted. Instantly, just before the black membrane became completely transparent, a circular shield resembling a bubble took over from the black membrane, floating around Adams's body. The shield emitted a faint silver light, distinctive from the black membrane it replaced. Rain and Hamilton continued to attack from left and right, targeting both sides of Adams. When Rain's warhammer hit the shield again, suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a silver streak traveled from the shield up the warhammer to Rain. Rain immediately felt a numbing pain all over his body. Fortunately, his transcendent feature, Iron Skin LV3, protected him, and he was relatively unharmed. Hamilton, however, was less fortunate. Smoke wafted from the joints of his knight's armor, indicating he was seriously hurt. This shield, powerful indeed. It's similar to a damage reflection effect. Rain couldn't help but be wary of Adams. He had thought that unleashing his full power would sweep the opponent away, but Adams kept throwing one trump card after another. No wonder he was a criminal with a bounty of 1,000 Empire gold coins strong indeed. Rain somewhat understood why the adversary was able to kill the Peak Knight, because some of the opponent's tactics were nearly unsolvable for the knights. At least, that was the case at the knight level. As for the Great Knight, that was still unknown. Additionally, was a third-level wizard apprentice this powerful? What about a formal wizard then? Your attack is futile. Prepare to die. Adams, protected by a lesser physical reflection shield, suddenly moved again, his face showing a mix of anger and ruthlessness. While mocking Rain and Hamilton, he was also quietly chanting, preparing some kind of witchcraft. Hamilton already looked desperate. His recent 2 attacks not only left the opponent unscathed, but his own body had been severely damaged by the opponent's strange silver shield. But Rain was different. Rain was protected by Iron Skin LV3 and hadn't sustained serious injuries, yet he also stopped attacking, knowing that attacking recklessly would only cause him to be injured by the counterattacks of that strange silver shield. However, Rain truly didn't believe that the opponent's shield could indefinitely defend against his attacks. Now Rain had two options. One was to replenish his strength and attack with full force again, trying to see if he could break through. Of course, whether he could break through or not, Rain had no idea at the moment. The second option was to circle to the opponent's back, avoiding the sight of Hamilton and the others, and utilize the witchcraft Scorching Touch. Adams thought that Rain and Hamilton didn't understand Akkadian, but in fact, when Adams tore the scroll, Rain had clearly heard a key word: physical. Thus, Rain could basically determine that the opponent's silver shield was specifically designed to defend against physical attacks and had some kind of energy counterattack, most likely unable to withstand witchcraft or energy attacks. The whole decision-making process was completed in an instant. Rain quickly circled to Adams's back, opting for the second strategy, applying the witchcraft Scorching Touch. The reason was simple: the opponent had killed a Peak Knight before. This indicated that even if the Peak Knight used his desperate final moves, he still wasn't able to overcome the opponent. Besides, this specialized defense shield was far more powerful than the initial black film. Rain surmised that although Triple State was fierce, choosing to take it head-on wasn't very safe. Battle requires wisdom. Referring to the sayings of great people, that would be being good at seizing opportunities, targeting the enemy's weaknesses, turning passivity into initiative. At this moment, Adams was clearly preparing to cast a powerful spell and would not move for a short time, so this was also an opportunity. The next second, Rain flashed to Adams's back, raised his left hand, aiming at Adams's back hard, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters from the opponent's silver shield, achieving almost the closest distance. Rain remembered very clearly, his Scorching Touch was a contact-based witchcraft. The closer the distance, the greater the power. But Adams was completely unaware of this, because at this moment, all he had in his mind was the fury of killing both men, and he also didn't think that two knights could have any means to break the lesser physical reflection shield. Moreover, the elite night watchmen in the alley were continuously shooting arrows at him, the sound of which was incessant. This also made him unable to hear the soft chanting of Rain behind him. Akkadian. Drag into the illusion. With the last syllable of Adams's chant, his face suddenly showed a trace of a smug smile. A special kind of spiritual power, mixed with a strange energy, rapidly spread to an area of several tens of meters, including Hamilton and up to the night watchman at the alley entrance. Everyone's expressions became blank, stunned on the spot, as if turned into scarecrows. But at the same time, Adams's expression suddenly changed. His entire body suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterward, he let out a scream. Ah! The next second, Adams staggered to the ground, and his pale silver shield also gradually disappeared. It was unclear whether it was due to time running out or because Adams was suddenly injured. But none of that mattered. A black light, like a dragon leaping out from the sea, in a split second, rose from the ground straight up under Adams's chin. Boom! Adams was seen trembling even on tiptoes, shooting straight up into the sky, soaring 3 to 4 meters high. In mid-air, it was clearly visible that Adams's jaw had been instantly shattered by that black light. Blood, shattered bones, and tissue from skin and muscles splattered everywhere. It was evident how powerful that black light was. This strike was precisely the secret technique of Tackle Hammer skill, Rising Dragon Hammer. The one who executed it was naturally only Rain. Originally, just now, both he and Adams had almost simultaneously completed their techniques, and while Rain was affected by an illusion technique, Adams got attacked by the high temperatures of Scorching Touch. And right before Rain felt dizzy and was dragged into some illusion, he quickly added 1 point to his spirit attribute, which abruptly increased his spiritual power, immediately breaking the illusion technique's effect on him. Initially, Rain had intended to use the recovery effect of the point addition to clear his mind, but in actuality, the sudden increase in spiritual power seemed to directly break the illusion technique's influence. Of course, Rain was not clear about the specific mechanism involved, but regardless, all of this allowed Rain to use his full spiritual power to guide the witchcraft Scorching Touch, continuing to attack Adams with high temperatures. As temperatures neared 1,500 degrees, even just lasting for a second or two, they were capable of causing significant damage to the human body. Thus, by the time Adams realized what was happening, his internal organs and fluids had already suffered severe damage from the high temperatures. This is also why, stumbling, Adams almost couldn't stand up and had to support himself with both hands on the ground. At that moment, Adams, suspended in midair, began to fall. Although the opponent's jaw was gone, Rain was still somewhat worried that the opponent might have some strange or ultimate survival trick, so he immediately unleashed a combination attack without any hesitation. Right after the secret skill Rising Dragon Hammer, he immediately followed it with the second secret skill of Tackle Hammer technique Earth-Splitting Hammer. Earth-Splitting Hammer! Boom! The heavy flat end of the warhammer struck the ground forcefully. The intense shock wave spread out in a fan shape, ravaging the ground ahead. A large fan-shaped area of the ground, like tofu, shattered into pieces and was propelled a meter into the air. Adams, still immersed in the severe pain of his shattered jaw, had just touched the ground when everything went dark, and he never woke up again. By the time Hamilton and the other night watchmen came to their senses from Adams's illusion technique, the scene before them was as follows. Rain stood upright, holding the black warhammer with one hand. In front of him spread the shattered fan-shaped area of the ground. And on that ground, there was a mess of bloody flesh wrapped in a black robe, almost completely unrecognizable as a human form. Clearly, Rain had defeated his opponent, including Hamilton himself. Everyone had not seen how Rain had defeated the opponent, but at this moment, they all stared in shock at the shattered area. Anyone could tell how terrifying the force of the attack must have been to shatter such a large area of hard stone ground. But only Rain knew that the key to his victory over Adams lay in witchcraft, not hammer skill. At this moment, Rain was distracted by a system notification. Your skill, Tackle Hammer technique, has been enhanced. Experience plus 138. Congratulations, your skill, Tackle Hammer technique, has been upgraded to LV4. Your skill, Giant Bear Sword technique, has been enhanced. Experience plus 127. Your skill, Scorching Touch, has been enhanced. Experience plus 14. You have undergone a battle, Knight Transcendent. Experience plus 87. Wizard Apprentice Transcendent. Experience plus 13. Huh, I didn't expect it could be like this. The experience rewards from one battle seem to be automatically distributed by the system according to some rule among the Knight and Wizard Apprentice professions. Rain stared at the system prompt, his mind quickly processing. This battle, since I used the Witchcraft Scorching Touch, not only did Scorching Touch as a skill get an experience reward, but correspondingly, the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent profession experience was also increased. Why then, in previous battles, why was there no profession experience rewarded to the Wizard Apprentice? Could it be because I did not use any witchcraft in those battles? It seems likely to be the case. But if it really is so, that's obviously good news. In that case, to raise the Wizard Apprentice profession level, in addition to practicing basic meditation, I can also improve by frequently using witchcraft in battle. It seems I found the trick to advance the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent profession. Soon, a realization dawned on Rain, and his eyes brightened as he figured out the key. At this time, Hamilton stepped forward, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the jumbled pile of black robe and flesh, and in a tone of surprise mixed with confusion, he asked, Rain, did you defeat Adams? Yes, sir. With your coordination, I seized the opportunity and luckily managed to kill him. Well, the power of your warhammer is beyond my imagination. Hamilton, after a long pause, managed to squeeze out these words. Hamilton distinctly remembered how he, holding the longsword, had repeatedly stabbed at the opponent, but all were blocked by that silver shield. Furthermore, he had been seriously injured by the counterattack of the shield. And Rain was able to break that silver shield? However, staring intently at the shattered fan-shaped area on the ground, Hamilton quickly came to realize that it made sense for Rain, with such a powerful hammer skill, to be able to kill the opponent. Since the Tackle Hammer technique had advanced to LV4, 3/1000, Rain was currently perceiving the fragmented training memories of the Tackle Hammer technique that had appeared in his mind. These memory fragments were scattered segments of hammer training, which Rain was quickly digesting and absorbing, integrating them into his muscle memory. The entire process felt to Rain as if he had suddenly gained a year's worth of arduous practice experience in the Tackle Hammer technique. Some previously overlooked details of the hammer technique were also perfected and supplemented. Moreover, Rain noticed that his Knight Transcendent profession level had reached LV3 for 76/500 and was about to advance to LV4. Of course, the profession level of a Wizard Apprentice, being already at LV4, was still far from advancing again. Cough. Cough. Rain, I really didn't expect, cough. You could actually kill that guy Adams. Hamilton patted Rain's shoulder, saying with a face full of relief. However, it seemed that because of the recent backlash damage from a lesser physical reflection shield, Hamilton's physical condition was not too good at the moment. His body had been wounded by some unknown energy, and he was constantly coughing. By the way, this time, cough. Are you planning to directly claim the bounty, or report it as the deputy sheriff of Flash Gold Town? Hamilton's words made Rain involuntarily start pondering. He was no longer a newcomer within the imperial system, and of course, he understood the implications of Hamilton's words. If claimed directly, that would mean receiving 1,000 imperial gold coins as a reward, and, additionally, it could further enhance the rank of the bounty hunters. Whereas if he reported it as the deputy sheriff of Flash Gold Town, the financial reward in terms of gold coins would basically be gone, all converted into merit points, and the killing of Adams would be listed in the resume as a separate deed. Cough. Based on your combat performance this time, I think the merit reward you can get is definitely not small. Once you pass the knighthood assessment later, you are highly likely to be immediately promoted in position. Hamilton, seeing Rain hesitating, tactfully expressed his opinion. In fact, Rain was leaning towards the first option. During the previous battle, he had seen Adam's combat power and the strength unleashed by a third-level wizard apprentice who had several sorcery scrolls on hand. Apparently, all these required money, that is, gold coins for support. But then, if one were to rise higher in position, would he still lack money? Just thinking about the compensation given by the Crowley family for hiring him as a guardian knight was enough to understand. At this thought, a smirk appeared at the corner of Rain's mouth. Furthermore, if he reported it as the latter, Hamilton and his fellow night watchmen would add a commendable note to their resumes and receive a significant amount of merit rewards. Of course, Lord Hamilton, let's report it under the nomination of Joint Annihilation by the security forces of Flash Gold Town. By the way, please do not skimp on the narration of yours and your colleagues' contributions in the battle. Good lad, cough. Much appreciated. Hamilton, while coughing, couldn't help but smile. Rain's words naturally also reached the ears of the night watchman. Many had been wounded by a female specter and were originally grimacing in pain while being treated. But now, their expressions had softened greatly. Some even began to smile. Sometimes, as ordinary people, being a night watchman to them was more a profession that sustained their livelihood. If they could earn a bit more and make their families' lives better, even if the tasks were sometimes dangerous and they might get hurt, they still found it worthwhile. No need to speak of other things. The Deputy Lord is truly generous in terms of military achievements. This was the sentiment of most elite night watchmen present. Thinking about the female specter, Rain turned his head and looked around, noticing that she seemed to have disappeared from the spot along with Adam's defeat. Rain recalled that, at the moment just after the battle ended, he had vaguely seen her dissolving at the corner of the alley with a smile on her lips. Sheriff Lord, Deputy Lord, this corpse. A night watchman elite reported. Leave it to the deputy to handle, Hamilton said with a smile as he waved his hand. Only then did Rain remember he still hadn't had the chance to collect his spoils. He wondered what kind of loot the strongest opponent he had encountered so far might bring him. A sense of anticipation long absent began to rise in Rain's heart. But when Rain came to the heap of black-robed flesh, he couldn't help but feel stunned. This was really a bit difficult to approach. After hesitating for a while, Rain, suppressing the sticky and warm sensation from his hand, began to search the black robe. The bottles and jars in the opponent's waist pouch had shattered, but their contents had not yet leaked. Thus, Rain carefully chose not to disturb them first, but opted to collect other items instead. Soon, Rain had accounted for all the spoils: a wand-like curved stick, a white slender phalange, an iron key, and a pouch containing a small amount of gold coins. That was it. This couldn't help but disappoint Rain. The feeling was just like in Rain's past life online games, when a group took down a big boss and then ended up with junk loot. But still, Rain carefully examined these three pieces of loot. The first was the stick, more precisely a short staff, with a slightly thicker head and a much smaller base, made from a single piece of unknown dark gray wood. As soon as Rain picked it up, he felt a coolness, delicacy, and heaviness, clearly indicating the high density of the wood. For the moment, Rain could not tell whether the material was valuable or what it was worth. The white, slender finger bone was even more intriguing to Rain. Since Rain's spiritual power had reached 20 points, He could tell right away that the white fingerbone had a rather distinct aura of the vengeful female spirit. That being said, it was very likely a remnant of her body from when she was alive. Of course, there was also a possibility that the fingerbone had nothing to do with the vengeful woman in life and was merely transformed in some way by Adams, making it a medium for casting spells. Next came the money pouch, which Rain opened to find merely 3 or 4 dozen gold coins. Such a level of wealth was greatly disproportionate to his capabilities. He weighed the pouch in his hand and then put it away. Finally, Rain held the iron key in his hand and started fiddling with it. Clearly, the items Adams left on his person don't match up with his abilities. The odds are that he hid them somewhere. Perhaps, this iron key in my hand is the key to it all. Too bad. I can't likely use this key to directly locate and uncover his secrets. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Rain spotted 2 familiar shapely figures at the entrance of the alley. It was Laguerre and Anna. Both of them had come. Rain was not at all surprised that Laguerre was aware of the commotion here. After all, with her rich combat experience as a barbarian girl, and considering her bedroom wasn't far from here, it would have been strange if she hadn't noticed such an intense battle. However, how did Anna wake up as well? Now the 2 of them each had separate rooms. That's right. Rain suddenly remembered that Anna had begun the basic meditation technique with him at the same time, which must be the effect of the basic meditation technique. As one practices the basic meditation technique, their spiritual power gradually increases, and naturally, their perception improves. Anna, Laguerre, why did you come over? Rain called out. Rain, here. The 2 girls looked around, and since the alley was quite dark, they hadn't seen Adam's corpse at the end of it. Just a small trouble, it's already been taken care of, Rain assured them. Small trouble? Hearing Rain's words, Hamilton's mouth twitched involuntarily. A fugitive with a bounty of 1,000 gold coins was just a small trouble in your eyes? All right. The winner makes the rules. What woof. At that moment, the lurcher Cookie also poked its head out beside Laguerre's shapely legs. This movement was exactly like his sister Bohi. Rain couldn't help but complain in his mind. Hey. A spark of inspiration crossed Rain's mind, making his eyes suddenly brighten. He quickly ran towards the entrance of the alley where Laguerre and Anna were. The 2 women, seeing Rain approaching, had differing thoughts. It looks like Rain and the others must have won the fight just now. That's great. Rain is running towards me. Could it be that he wants to give me a hug after the victory? Should I respond? Or perhaps give him a gentle hug in return? Anna pondered with indecision. As for Laguerre, upon seeing Rain charging, her first thought was that Rain probably wanted to hug both her and Anna. This guy is really getting out of hand. And Emma really, always filling her son with the notion that once he becomes a noble lord, he can have a combination of a wife and lovers. No, a wife with multiple lovers. Doesn't he know that we barbarian girls are very traditional? Well, a hug is no big deal, Laguerre thought to herself. As both women were internally struggling and awaiting Rain's hug anxiously, Rain suddenly dropped to a crouch right in front of them. Rain grabbed Cookie's head and said, Cookie, come with me. In an instant, Cookie's dog eyes sparkled. Its expression seemed to say, had its status in the family hierarchy really risen above the 2 female masters in its owner's heart? Whether it was Rain's imagination or not, he felt that Cookie, having taken the mutation growth potion, seemed to have grown smarter. Rain, holding Cookie, quickly arrived at the pile of black robe residues. This left the 2 women exchanging glances, both feeling somewhat disappointed. Rain then had Cookie sniff the bloody black robe on the ground, followed by the short staff and the iron key. After miming a few signals, Cookie's eyes brightened as it began to sniff and run towards the north of Flash Gold Town. This immediately delighted Rain. As the books from his previous life said, the sense of smell of canines was thousands of times better than that of humans, and it was indeed no exaggeration. My lord, we might discover something unexpected, Rain said, turning his head to speak to Hamilton. Looking at the lurcher sniffing and running, Hamilton instantly grasped the implications of Rain's words. He laughed and said, I'll sit this one out, cough. I'd only be in the way, pick a few sharp ones to accompany you. All right, my lord, Rain nodded. At a distance, Rain gestured to Mateo. Mateo quickly ran over. Call 2 smart ones to join me, Rain instructed. No problem, Deputy Commander. Varez, lean on, the 2 of you come with me, Mateo said with a pleased look, patting his chest. Rain's closeness made Mateo feel that his recent performance must have satisfied the deputy commander. At your command, Captain. Two stalwart night watchmen stepped forward and said, just as Rain was about to follow Cookie to the north side of Flash Gold Town with 3 people, he quickly noticed 2 familiar sets of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw it was Lagaray and Anna. Rain, do you need us to accompany you? After thinking for a moment, Rain said, well, Anna, you should go home first. There might be some danger later. Lagaray, you can come with me. Anna nodded. At the same time, she slightly bowed her head, her eyes dimmed. As expected, Rain must think of her as a burden in his heart. She glanced enviously at Lagaray standing beside her, holding a brand-new metal shield, looking heroic. How wonderful it would be if she could be like Lagaray one day. Soon, Rain's group of 5 arrived at the north side of Flash Gold Town. However, what puzzled Rain was that the lurcher Cookie, even after reaching the edge of the north side of Flash Gold Town, kept running forward without any sign of stopping. Could it be that Adam's residence was in an estate outside of Flash Gold Town? Rain couldn't help but speculate. But an hour passed. Cookie continued to sniff and run, and it seemed they were getting closer and closer to County Town. In an instant, Rain reacted. Yes, a master of Adam's caliber was naturally most likely to be hidden in County Town. After all, a level 3 wizard apprentice looking to advance would need resources that a small town simply couldn't provide. Or to say, it would be very inconvenient for such a master to reside in a small town and obtain resources. The group of 5 quickly passed through the city gates, but then Cookie headed towards a location Rain was increasingly familiar with. This is near Frank's Tavern. A flash of insight crossed his mind. In an instant, Rain connected the dots to an excellent location. Could it be that Adams was usually hiding in the bat market? Sure enough, the lurcher Cookie walked into the alley marked with a bat symbol, and then barked a few times with a dumbfounded dog's expression, looking at Rain. It seemed to be saying, it should be here, but the scent stops. There's nothing ahead. Rain smiled and turned to Mateo and the other 2, saying, your uniforms are too conspicuous. Wait here for a bit. At your command, Deputy Commander, Mateo said with a grin. After a moment's thought, Rain said to Lagaray, your shield and figure are too noticeable, too. Better wait here with Mateo and the others for me. Well, okay. Lagaray clenched her hand on the shield and nodded. She was currently quite behind Rain in terms of strength, so she didn't offer any objections. Rain then picked up Cookie and walked into the bat market. The 4 people on the side watched in surprise as Rain suddenly disappeared in front of them. Right away, the 4 of them exchanged puzzled looks. By this time, it had started to get light. Perhaps in a normal morning market, there should already be early rising merchants and pedestrians mingling. But in the bat market, the human flow was extremely scarce, and the streets were empty. As soon as he entered, Rain set the lurcher Cookie down, and Cookie's dog eyes regained their previous liveliness. Sniffing around, it began to quickly scout ahead. Soon, the man and dog arrived at a shop with a sign hanging on the door featuring patterns of stars, the sun, and the moon. Woof! Cookie let out a soft bark. Afterward, it wagged its tail and walked back and forth in front of the closed shop door. Clearly, this was the place Cookie had determined Adams had stayed before. Rain raised his eyebrows in delight. Having tracked from Flash Gold Town all the way to County Town, now, they finally found a site where the other party had likely stayed. Rain first looked around and, after realizing that no one on the street was paying attention to himself and Cookie, immediately circled the shop, carefully observing it. Soon, he noticed one of the windows of the shop was half open. After a moment of thought, Rain began to execute his newly mastered core beast tamer skill, Beast Eye. The next second, Rain's vision switched to Cookie. Cookie took a running start and leaped through the window about 1.5 meters high. It wasn't long before a man's scolding voice came from inside. Where did this stray dog come from? Shortly after, Cookie jumped back out the window. At that time, Rain ended the skill, Beast Eye, and looked amused. There's only one adult male inside, very weak, seems to be Adam's servant, or possibly just an ordinary employee to help watch the shop. Should be easy to handle. So Rain stepped forward and knocked on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The person inside asked cautiously, who's there? We're not open for business yet. The diviner is not in. The other party added another sentence. The diviner? It seems that this was most likely a false identity used by Adams to hide. Not opening the door? Rain raised his gauntlet-covered right hand and slammed it violently against the wooden door. Wood splintered. Rain chose to break in directly. The shop's wooden door suddenly had a hole the size of a wash basin, and without delay, Rain pulled open the door latch, pushed the door open, and walked in. "Who are you?" asked a man in his 20s inside, retreating step by step in fear upon seeing Rain clad in knight armor and carrying such an imposing aura. "As an accomplice of Adams, you are under arrest," Rain declared loudly. "Adams? Sir, are you mistaken? We don't have anyone by that name here," the young man replied, looking utterly confused. "Recognize this?" Rain pulled out a staff from Adams from behind his back. The white knuckles surely weren't shown off by Adams before, but Rain felt that Adams would most likely not hide such an unremarkable staff. As expected, "My boss's staff?" The young man's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had made a connection, and he exclaimed in disbelief. "Your boss's real name is Adams, a fugitive wanted by the Empire. Now, do you have anything else to say?" "Sir, I've been wronged. I only started working at this divination shop last month. I had no idea our boss was a fugitive wanted by the Empire." The young man's legs gave way, and he slowly slumped against the wall, crying out his innocence with a look of disbelief. If what you say is true, you will be released soon. Now, please cooperate with my work." "Where is Adams's, your boss's, bedroom?" Rain asked, patiently organizing his thoughts. 10 minutes later, Rain walked out of the divination shop carrying a large black bag, followed by a dejected young man. Just as Rain was about to leave the bat market, 2 hooded figures in black robes approached him from the front of the street. Rain's pupils contracted, and his expression turned stern. He could feel the active spiritual power of the 2 people opposite him. It seemed not inferior to his own, roughly that of a second-level wizard apprentice. Of course, they could be higher, like a third-level wizard apprentice, but deliberately disguising it as second-level. "Young man, no fighting is allowed inside the bat market. Any dispute must be submitted to the market's manager," one of the robed men said. "Are you the managers of the bat market?" "I am here to capture Adams, a fugitive wanted by the Empire." "I believe even the bat market cannot protect a wanted criminal," Rain stated, pointing to the emblem on his knight armor. "This." The 2 robed men, taken aback by Rain's answer. The 2 exchanged glances for a moment, then said, "Since you are an official Imperial agent performing your duties, that certainly is a different matter." Indeed, having the backing of a powerful entity is beneficial, Rain thought to himself. Once Rain left the bat market, Mateo, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately came up to him, asking, "Sir, did everything go smoothly?" "Mateo, take this man into custody. We'll interrogate him later about his relationship with Adams." Although Rain was almost certain that the employee was just an ordinary person, the only extraordinary aspect being his slightly higher spiritual power, a fairly common occurrence in the bat market typically. Shop assistants are selected from ordinary people with relatively stronger spirits. "As you command, sir." Immediately, Mateo signaled the 2 elite night watchmen behind him to the suspect, following Rain back to Flash Gold Town. 2 hours later, once back at home, Rain immediately went to the storage room and placed the black package directly on the table. A smile crossed Rain's face as he waved vigorously through the air with both hands. This haul could definitely be called tremendous. Calming his surging emotions, Rain set about to inventory his acquisitions this time. A crystal ball, 2 sorcery scrolls, 3 books written in Linguin, Akkadian, and a whole bunch of assorted materials. Currently, Rain had no idea of the effects of these items. So, the first thing Rain opened were the 3 books written in Linguin. Not bad. Not a decent person. There's a diary. In that case, the origins and uses of these items in my possession should generally be recognizable. Rain, holding a book in his hands, said with a smile. As Rain flipped through the pages, his expression alternated between frowning and relaxing. Finally, he let out a long sigh and began to ponder deeply. It turned out that Adams, unlike the roguish wizard apprentices like Indri who became involved halfway, had a relatively orthodox background. According to the diary, Adams had once been a wizard apprentice to Solon Bergman, the advisor to Duke Louis of the Dragon Empire, many years ago. However, the young and impetuous Adams eventually became involved with the Duchess Catherine, wife of Duke Louis, but the affair was quickly exposed and secretly relayed to Duke Louis by one of Catherine's personal maids. Fortunately, Adams, sensing something was amiss, discovered the squadron of knights sent to capture him. Adams believed that if he were caught by the furious Duke Louis, his life would not be spared, and moreover, he harbored resentment towards his mentor Solon for not protecting him. Immediately, Adams stole numerous casting materials and sorcery scrolls from his mentor Solon and fled the imperial city quickly. Not bad. This story could be passed down by the wandering bards. TSK, indeed, 'tis folly to be sage and serious in youth. Who would have thought that Adams, in his youth, was such a charmer? He slept with the Duke's wife. Worth it? Certainly stronger than that wandering bard Indri, who merely hooked up with an earl's wife. But Adams is different. That was the Duke's wife. But are all wizard apprentices so licentious? Plus, they all fancy married women, with a rascal's attribute points maxed out. Rain stroked his chin, musing to himself. Additionally, the advisor Solon of Duke Louis, as described by Adams, seems to be a formal wizard from a school called the Igni sect. Although Adams's description of his mentor Solon was limited to a single sentence, Rain felt it revealed quite a lot. First and foremost, in this world, some wizard apprentices or wizards themselves belonged to certain schools, meaning there was a complete lineage and training system. The existence of the Igni sect indicated that there were probably other schools as well. This was certainly good news for Rain, who strove to seek the mysteries of witchcraft yet had always been groping his way, like crossing a river, by feeling for stones. Secondly, the fact that a formal wizard served as an advisor to a duke of the empire, upon reflection, suggested to Rain that the upper echelons of the empire did not regard wizards as dangerous beasts. Instead, they were seen as a source of strength. This instantly made Rain recall the advisors to lords from ancient times in his previous life. Putting all these ideas together in sequence, Rain thought that if he kept climbing upward with the support of the empire, he would gradually come into contact with systematic wizardly knowledge. Moreover, there were other contents in the diary that left a deep impression on Rain. It appeared that in the eyes of a third-level wizard apprentice, knights below the level of Great Knight, be they veterans or peak knights, were no different from the weakest links. In Adams's view, with strength at his level, it was only other mystical side professionals who could possibly pose a threat to him, meaning in his heart, only witchcraft can combat witchcraft. Knight types, who relied purely on physical attacks, were not even worth consideration to Adams. No wonder Adams had looked down upon them from him in Hamilton, believing he could escape with ease. Thinking carefully, Rain recalled that under normal circumstances, and logically deducing the battle, indeed, there was hardly any chance for Adams to lose. Given the strength Adams had shown, he could easily have handled the of one peak knight and one veteran knight. It was just unfortunate for Adams to have come across someone like him who cheated. An encounter later, with strength surpassing that of a peak knight and possessing a bit of witchcraft, a little monster was born. Thus, Adams met his unfortunate end in an unexpected place. Of course, what Rain focused on was that in Adams's cognition and judgment, he, a third-level wizard apprentice, was at least on par with a great knight, if not slightly superior. Does this then mean that in terms of combat power in this world, a third-level wizard apprentice is equivalent to a great knight? No. After thinking it through more carefully, Rain felt there were one or two conditions that needed to be added. That is, a third-level wizard apprentice with a formal education and possessing several sorcery scrolls as trump cards should be considered above a great knight. As for wandering wizard apprentices or pauper apprentices, that may not necessarily be the case. Whether or not external forces can be borrowed directly determined the combat strength of a wizard apprentice. After pondering, Rain continued to flip through the pages of the diary, reading on. A quarter of an hour later, Rain picked up the crystal orb that was slightly smaller than a baby's head and examined it carefully. Who would have thought that this crystal ball is actually a testing crystal, capable of crudely testing a person's affinity for various mystical side energy particles? Rain muttered to himself. Simply put, each person attracts different mystical side energy particles to varying degrees. For a wizard apprentice, energy particles that are more naturally attracted to and are thus easier to control would also be slightly more powerful. Therefore, Adams's diary made it very clear that it was important for orthodox wizard apprentices to determine their affinity before learning witchcraft, so as to redouble the effort when choosing a speciality later on. This benefited Rain, the wild wizard apprentice, immensely. Soon, Rain figured out how to use the affinity testing crystal ball. The method was simple, only requiring him to pour his spiritual power into the crystal ball and earnestly perceive the surrounding mystical side energy particles. After a moment's thought, Rain decided to test it immediately. Thus, he began to hold the crystal ball with both hands, closed his eyes, and concentrated his spirit. As Rain's spiritual power flowed in, the crystal ball quickly emitted a soft white light, and at the same time, different colors of light started to swirl within the previously clear crystal ball. A few seconds later, the light gradually stabilized. At this moment, Rain opened his eyes and saw that the topmost layer of the crystal ball was filled with red mist, while in the middle there was a light silver mist, with both seeming to have almost the same volume. Although there were slight differences, the gap wasn't significant. The light silver color was only slightly less than the red, with their combined volume accounting for nearly 80 to 90% of the space within the crystal ball. The rest were a mix of colors, almost a little of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. According to Adams, the red represented affinity for flame energy particles. The larger the area it occupied in the crystal ball, the stronger the tester's affinity for that type of energy particle. Rain nodded slightly, thinking to himself that this was right. This also explained why, when he first became a level 1 wizard apprentice, he could only manipulate flame energy particles. And as his spiritual power grew day by day, on the verge of becoming a level 2 wizard apprentice, he could barely affect other mystical side energy particles around him, yet the power was still much weaker in comparison. However, this affinity testing crystal ball could only approximately measure the tester's affinity direction and wasn't capable of an accurate quantitative test. Simply put, it's like if you took an exam and got scores of 60 in Chinese, 60 in mathematics, and 10 in English, the ratio would be 6 to 6 to 1. Of course, if your scores were 120, 120, and 20. The ratio would also be 6 to 6 to 1. What the crystal ball shows is a kind of ratio, not a specific value. As for Rain's pale silver color, that was not recorded in Adams's diary. This made Rain frown slightly. Clearly, if he could understand what the pale silver represented in terms of affinity direction, he could deliberately collect witchcraft and related knowledge in that direction, naturally enhancing the power of the witchcraft he cast over those with relatively weaker affinity. However, since he couldn't figure it out immediately, Rain contemplated for a short moment and decided to continue reading. An hour later, Rain had read through the entire diary of Adams. Looking again at the spoils on the table, a smile couldn't help but spread across Rain's face. Regarding the short wand, the diary mentioned that it was crafted from a special tree called greywood, and had a slightly elevated effect on dark energy witchcraft. For Rain, this wasn't of much use. But for those wizard apprentices who specialized in dark energy, they would likely take great pleasure in it. As for the slender white finger bone, the diary did not record anything, so he skipped over it. Regarding the 2 Linguin books, one detailed the method of creating a potion named Arcane Elixir, which could slightly enhance spiritual power. However, nearly 99% of the ingredients were unknown to Rain. After briefly looking at it, Rain put it aside. Because for most wizard apprentices, the only way to enhance spiritual power was through years of practicing basic meditative techniques. And for a small number with rich resources or a legacy, there was a second method. They could enhance their spiritual power through the consumption of these rare elixirs. However, for Rain, he had a third approach. Its effects were far superior to the previous 2 methods. That was adding points. So, for Rain, the arcane elixir, which could enhance a small amount of spiritual power, was not as precious to him as it might be to other wizard apprentices. Mainly because Rain considered one thing. At the current stage, if he chose to produce this elixir, he would have to search for these rare materials himself. Possibly, the time spent in the process could allow Rain to level up several aspects of his vocational panel. Therefore, after a short contemplation, Rain understood that it would be much easier to arrange for someone to collect them later on when his duties were further progressed, and then making the elixir would still be timely. The other book made Rain's eyes light up because it recorded 3 types of witchcraft. To be precise, 2 curses plus 1 witchcraft. The first curse was spiritual fatigue. The condition for casting this curse was a bit troublesome. The first step was to draw a pentagram in reverse along with a personal item that had intimate contact with the target of the curse. Of course, if there was access to the target's hair or blood, that would be even better. Rain had an epiphany after reading the description of the effects of the curse spiritual fatigue. The effect of curse spiritual fatigue, it reduces the spirit of whoever is cursed, causing them to feel strong fatigue. This immediately reminded Rain of how he felt the previous night. He suddenly felt extraordinarily tired, almost unable to open his eyes, evidently due to this curse. Rain carefully studied the curse-type witchcraft again, and his brows furrowed immediately. Because the release of the cursed spiritual exhaustion not only required learning some prerequisite knowledge, such as basic principles of negative energy and human neurology, but also hinged on the manipulation of negative energy particles. The strength of the negative energy particles that the caster could manipulate was directly related to the strength of this curse's effect. Of course, the strength of spiritual power is almost linked to the power of all witchcraft, which goes without mentioning here. That is to say, if Rain were to perform this witchcraft with the same spirit power intensity, his curse effect might be a lot weaker than that of Adams's. The second curse was called Ghostly Entanglement. It also required personal objects closely associated with the curse's target, such as hair or blood. Secondly, it required an existing resentful spirit or other spiritual body creature. If not available, it wasn't impossible, but the effect of the curse would be greatly reduced. Curse Ghostly Entanglement Effect causes the magnetic field of the curse's target to change, making it extremely susceptible to the attention and attack of resentful spirits, malevolent spirits, and other spiritual body creatures. Seeing the effects of this curse, Rain couldn't help but understand why Adams was referred to as a ghost manipulator. Indeed, there are only misnamed names, not misnamed nicknames. For most people, even for a formal knight, facing such a bizarre curse without the aid of external forces was very hard to resist. After thinking it over, although both these witchcrafts were naive energy curses, Rain found them difficult to learn, and the effects after learning might be passable. But Rain still planned to give them a try. However, in terms of learning order, these two curse-type witchcrafts had to come after the third witchcraft. The third witchcraft, which even Adams had not mastered, was named High-Temperature Force Field. Judging from the name alone, it was a fire-type witchcraft, and moreover, it was a rare force field type of witchcraft. Witchcraft High-Temperature Force Field Effect forms a high-temperature spherical force field within a few meters radius around the caster. According to the sloppy notes in the book, Adams stole this witchcraft because it was a rare force field type, and Adams felt, although it was a fire-type witchcraft, it was very significant for reference. However, later, Adams found the witchcraft model structure of the high-temperature force field a bit complex, making it difficult to master. More importantly, this witchcraft did not align with his combat philosophy. Adams preferred to build himself as a cannon, focusing on learning long-range attack witchcraft, and the high-temperature force field only had a range of a few meters, which suddenly diminished his desire to learn it. However, when Rain saw this witchcraft, what he thought was completely different. Rain's current combat power, a significant part of it, came from the knight transcendent profession, meaning he mainly relied on close combat. The high-temperature force field witchcraft seemed to have an inexplicable fit with him. Imagine generating temperatures comparable to those under the Sahara Desert's scorching sun within a few meters around oneself, and the enemies would quickly show signs of heat stroke, such as nausea, vomiting, dehydration. This picture was simply too perfect. Of course, the above scene was just Rain's imagination. After all, the specific power would only be known after he learned it. However, since high-temperature force field was a fire-type witchcraft, it matched perfectly with Rain's affinity, which was a significant advantage. That is to say, once Rain mastered this witchcraft, its power could be slightly enhanced. Besides, this elemental-type witchcraft didn't seem to require any prerequisite studies and could be directly learned, and once mastered, it could be quickly transformed into combat power. Therefore, Rain decided to first learn the fire-type witchcraft high-temperature force field, then the two curses. Finally, only 2 sorcery scrolls were left. The creation of a sorcery scroll was extremely difficult, but its release was very simple, requiring only a small amount of spirit power to activate the scroll. There was no need to consider any witchcraft model, affinity, or other matters. It was the best way to quickly enhance a wizard apprentice's combat power. The only downside was that it was expensive. Just as Rain was about to examine the sorcery scrolls, there was a knock at the door from Mateo. As soon as Mateo entered, he began to report on the investigation. Deputy Commandant, we have clarified the identity of that young man. He was not lying and indeed became an employee of Adams's shop about a month ago. Additionally, he provided a rather useful piece of information. 2 days ago, a middle-aged man came to the shop looking for his boss. He feels that the attack you suffered might be related to this middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, Rain's brow raised. This was very likely. After all, he had no grievances with Adams, so the attack against him must have been commissioned by someone else. Do you have any specific information about this middle-aged man? Rain asked. The middle-aged man did not stay long, and Adams dismissed him soon after. So, the young man is not clear about the detailed content of their conversation or the specific identity of the middle-aged man. However, sir, I just had someone draw a portrait based on the young man's description. You can have a look, Mateo said, pulling out a rolled-up parchment from his chest, unrolling and presenting it in front of Rain. Rain's heart leapt, and he nodded, saying, "Very good, Mateo, you are becoming more meticulous in your work." After carefully discerning, Rain confirmed that the person was neither Baron Alonso nor Viscount Hamadi. Of course, this was assuming that neither of them was using some sort of well-crafted human skin mask. Rain reminisced in his mind and confirmed that he did not know this person. But Rain always felt that there was something familiar about the man's appearance, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this familiarity at all. Less than a minute after Mateo had left, the storeroom where Rain was located again heard a knock at the door. Rain opened the door and saw Lagare standing outside. "Rain, may I come in? I need to discuss something with you." "Of course, come in." "Rain, have you now reached the level of a senior knight?" Lagare looked at Rain with her deep blue eyes, an expectant expression on her face. Lagare, why would you ask that?" Rain smiled. "I heard it from the night watchman. They all say your strength has surpassed that of the peace officer of Flashgold Town, Lord Hamilton." "Well, perhaps." Rain nodded without denying it. "That's wonderful. Rain, may I request something of you? I want to retrieve my brother and his teammates' remains and their weapons from the Nightingale Forest. I've been waiting too long." As Lagare spoke about it, the light died in her eyes, leaving her face forlorn. So that was it. Rain looked thoughtful. It was not that he was unwilling to go. Only, if a crown knight had easily disposed of Lagare's brother, a savage warrior with a ferocity level of 40%, clearly, the opponent was very strong. Although he had killed Adams, a third-level wizard apprentice, that did not mean he was confident in handling some of the mysterious events in this world. Lagare, I will now go to Lord Hamilton and ask about the plans of the county town and the church. Supposedly, the church's people should be arriving soon, Rain thought and said. The recent delays, I heard, were due to the monsoon and see Goddess Church working in coordination with the official empire to suppress the cult, Rain added after thinking. At that moment, his sister, Bohi, suddenly yelled from downstairs, "Brother, someone is looking for you downstairs, and there's a carriage." Rain's eyebrows raised. Could it be that it was someone from the Crawley family? Thump, thump, thump. Bohi rushed upstairs, her face flushed and slightly excited, saying, "Brother, the carriage doesn't bear the pattern of roses. It seems like a giant dragon." A giant dragon? Impossible. This immediately made Rain quite puzzled. He immediately excused himself to Lagare and went downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the doorway, he saw a luxurious carriage parked next to their house, clearly not in the style of the Crawley family, and the crest on the carriage was completely different. This time, the carriage had a design with more curves, giving it a more exquisite and noble impression. Moreover, the crest on the upper right corner of the carriage showed a giant dragon spreading its wings and roaring skyward, lifelike. Oh, he was right. Rain's pupil shrank. Clearly, the visitor was a prominent figure. Because, generally, nobles or institutions simply do not have the right to use a giant dragon as a crest, following the established custom of noble crest design in the Dragon Empire. Rain had heard about this from Jenny during a carriage conversation a few days ago. Upon seeing Rain approach, a middle-aged man dressed in a fitted tailcoat also alighted from the carriage and said, "Excuse me, is this Lord Rain of Flashgold Town, the deputy peace officer?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I am an official of the Imperial Candidacy Examination Committee stationed in Minster Province. Lord Rain, please get into the carriage so we can discuss in detail." An official of the Candidacy Examination Committee? No wonder they dared to use the image of a giant dragon as the symbol on their carriage. After all, the other party is an organization directly under the Senate, the highest authority in the Empire. All right, Rain nodded hastily, not daring to be negligent, and followed the middle-aged man into the carriage. As soon as he entered, he found the carriage's interior was unusually spacious. There were 2 rows of seats facing each other with a moderately sized, rectangular coffee table in between. A middle-aged man with a goatee, dressed in black hunting clothes with gold trim, was sitting calmly on the left side, watching Rain enter the carriage. "Lord Rain, this is Special Envoy Javier Stewart," said the man in the tailcoat following the introductions. "Envoy Stewart, greetings." Rain inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect. "Envoy?" Rain couldn't estimate how high-ranking this position was. But obviously, the other was a high-ranking noble. "Lord Rain is quite youthful and talented. Please have a look at this information." Javier examined Rain and couldn't help but smile. As he spoke, he pushed a file resembling a document bag across the coffee table toward Rain. "Of course, my lord," Rain replied after receiving it, and then began to read carefully. Minutes later, after finishing the documents, Rain's face showed reflection. At that moment, seeing that Rain had finished reading, the special envoy named Javier spoke. "Due to the need for confidentiality, we cannot give you these documents. If you haven't memorized them, you are welcome to read them again now." "There's no need. I think I've committed it to memory." "Thank you, Envoy Stewart. By the way, please take good care of this credential badge for participating in the candidacy examination." Javier pointed toward the coffee table again. Rain nodded. He picked up the amethyst-colored badge from the coffee table, which was slightly larger than a gold coin. The badge bore the image of a knight holding a sword and shield atop a horse, looking imposing and extraordinary. "Then, Lord Rain, please make sure not to be late. Tardiness will result in disqualification from the candidacy examination." "I apologize for the intrusion and wish you success in your examination," Javier said with a smile. Rain understood that this was an indication that their time for discussion was over. Presumably, the envoy still had other candidates to notify for the examination. "Thank you, Envoy Stewart." After picking up the credential badge, Rain stood up and left the carriage. Shortly after, the carriage slowly started moving. Inside the carriage, the man in the tailcoat asked curiously, "Envoy Stewart, why did you make a special trip to see this Rain? The individual is merely of common birth. Though it is commendable that he has reached transcendent at such an age, it doesn't seem that rare in the whole of Minster province." Javier chuckled and said, "Kiki, the latest news is that this young Lord Rain, a while ago, defeated several cultist monks by himself, thwarting one of their operations." "Eh? That is quite rare." The man in the tailcoat showed a hint of surprise. "Doesn't that mean this young Lord Rain might already possess strength comparable to that of a seasoned knight?" "Not just that. Among those cultist monks, there was a Black Flame Apostle, which has also been confirmed by Meister County's Monsoon in the Church of the Ocean Goddess," Javier continued. "What?" The man's eyes suddenly widened, truly taken aback this time. For Rain to defeat an angel envoy of that caliber at his age, even throughout Minster province, was exceptionally rare. To narrow the scope further, no individuals of common birth around 15 years of age had achieved this. It seemed there were none. At least, in his memory, there were none. It seems that this Lord Rain could very well be a potential sword-bearer, the man in the tailcoat exhaled thoughtfully. He now understood the purpose behind the special envoy's particular visit. "Indeed. Yes, but there is some uncertainty in becoming a sword-bearer. We shall wait and see," he replied. Soon, the luxurious carriage disappeared at the end of the road. After watching the carriage depart, Rain began to consider his preparations. The contents of the document bag were etched deeply in his mind. Firstly, the time and place for the candidacy examination, half a month from now, in Rosby City of Minster Province, the county town of Rosby. It was the first time Rain had heard of it. Thankfully, based on the map provided in the documents, Rosby City was right next to Meister County. It would take approximately 5 days by horse, which wasn't too far. Moreover, the map also showed that this was a large city right on the coastline, surrounded by many islands near Rosby City. It appeared the examination might involve the islands, perhaps even directly related to the ocean. Eradicate pirates that had settled on certain islands? Or was it friction on the border with the emerging Eagle Federation? Rain shook his head lightly. None of this was certain, and he would only know after arriving in Rosby City. Additionally, he did not yet know whether he would be assigned an individual task or a team task for the examination, so Rain had to prepare earnestly. However, Rain was quite confident in his abilities. After all, his current strength had already surpassed Lord Hamilton's, and when Lord Hamilton had participated in the ennoblement assessment, he too secured a good second-tier rating and was granted the title of Baron. That is to say, as long as nothing unexpected occurs, he should at least be able to secure the Baron title in this ennoblement assessment. Rather than returning to the second-floor storage room, Rain, after some thought, decided to first visit the town hall to find Lord Hamilton. It wasn't long before Rain arrived at Lord Hamilton's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by the strong scent of herbs, reminding him that Lord Hamilton had been quite seriously injured the previous night. Seeing Rain enter, Lord Hamilton smiled and said, "Rain, what brings you here? I was just about to send someone for you. I didn't expect you to come on your own. Lord, how are you feeling? It's not too serious, but I do need to properly recuperate over the next few days." Rain nodded and continued, "That's good to hear, Lord. The Ennoblement Assessment Committee has already contacted me." "Oh, so soon?" Lord Hamilton said, his expression turning solemn. Immediately, Rain briefly shared with Lord Hamilton the people he had met and some of the discussions they had. He mainly wanted to hear Lord Hamilton's analysis and see in which areas he still needed to prepare, given Lord Hamilton's relevant experience. After listening, Lord Hamilton thought deeply and then said, regarding the position of envoy, "I'm not too clear either. After all, any worker from the Ennoblement Assessment Committee, as long as they hold specific tasks or responsibilities, can be regarded as envoys at the county or provincial level. However, that's not what you should focus on. Rain, judging by your assembly location, it's highly likely that the contents of this ennoblement assessment batch will involve the sea. You have about 10 days left. You should make good use of this time to prepare. For instance, in an aquatic environment, a knight's heavy armor might sometimes become a burden, so I suggest you prepare a set of leather armor. Besides, you should also think carefully about other possible situations you might encounter." Rain nodded. Indeed, that was the case. However, at that moment an idea flashed through Rain's mind. Perhaps he could visit the bat market again. There might be some potions or strange objects suitable for use in aquatic environments. Speaking of which, Rain, the messenger from the county just informed me that tomorrow, Rudolph, the head of the Monsoon and Sea Goddess Church, will once again lead a team to Nightingale Forest to deal with the evil spirit night issue Lord Hamilton mentioned. Initially, I thought I'd ask you to accompany him since I'm injured. However, since you're about to participate in the ennoblement assessment, it's better. At this point, Rain raised an eyebrow and interrupted Lord Hamilton's next words. "Wait, Lord, since you are unwell, it's more appropriate for me to go. Moreover, if I want to further enhance my strength, I believe I need more real combat experience." He hadn't expected that right after Laguerre had approached him, the church's people would come calling. In addition, having the church accompany him naturally offered a greater security assurance, as they were experts in handling mysterious events with rich experience. Of course, most importantly, Rain was still considering whether he could further improve his strength by dealing with the evil spirit knight task, because at present, his knight, transcendent, career panel was not far from leveling up. Lord Hamilton glanced at Rain. "Does your strength still need to be enhanced? This is an ennoblement assessment, not some kind of life or death ordeal." Lord Hamilton thought to himself in criticism. Of course, he definitely couldn't say that. Looking at Rain earnestly, he asked, "Rain, are you sure you don't need to spend some time preparing?" "Lord, the evil spirit knight task shouldn't take too much time. I think, after returning, I will still have plenty of time to prepare," Rain replied. "Very well." Lord Hamilton nodded and agreed. After all, for him, given his current serious injuries that required a few days to recover, sending Rain was definitely the best choice. When Rain returned home and shared this news with Laguerre, the barbarian girl couldn't help but be overjoyed. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. "Also, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be accompanying you tomorrow," Rain added after a moment's thought. "Oh, isn't it supposed to be Lord Hamilton? He's injured, so this time, I'll be leading the team from Flashgold Town," Rain explained. "All right, then I'll go get ready." From Laguerre's expression, there appeared to be an even brighter spark in her eyes. Only then did Rain find some free time to start examining the 2 sorcery scrolls. Rain first took out one of the sorcery scrolls, opening it cautiously. There are 2 ways to trigger a sorcery scroll. One is to tear it open directly, which is suitable for everyone including ordinary people. The other requires the injection of a slight amount of spiritual power, which is relatively more suitable for wizard apprentices. Through this method, one can slightly manipulate the angle and scope of the unleashed witchcraft. The first sorcery scroll bore intricate lines, triangles, and circles, emitting a faint chill, with a small spirit script, Akkadian, explanation, Arctic wind. Witchcraft, Arctic wind, effect, summon an Arctic airflow from the caster, blowing forward for tens of meters and causing the temperature in the area to drop drastically within a very short time. Ice frost witchcraft? Rain fell into deep thought. From the description, it seemed to be an area of effect witchcraft with substantial power, but he wondered just how intense the described sharp drop in temperature was. Could it freeze seawater instantly, for example? After pondering, Rain put it away and slowly opened the second sorcery scroll. The pattern was similarly intricate, but this time the energy fluctuations emanating from the scroll were completely different from the previous one. And the spirit script beside it read Summon Hurricane. Witchcraft Summon Hurricane effect instantly summons a powerful hurricane, attacking a fan-shaped area directly in front of the caster. For such a vague description, Rain could only express deep aversion. Powerful energy? Just how powerful? Would this hurricane inflict slicing wounds on the enemies, merely them away, or even toss a cow into the sky? Rain was perplexed. Unfortunately, as there was only one copy of each sorcery scroll, it meant that Rain could not test the actual effects of the scrolls in advance. Additionally, Rain was quite puzzled as to why Adams, who majored in negative energy, would possess these two scrolls that were clearly of the Ice and Wind series. Could it be that he stole them years ago from his mentor Soren? Or were they spoils from some secret mission? After a brief contemplation, Rain slightly shook his head. These had nothing to do with him. After stowing the two sorcery scrolls, he took out the book recording the witchcraft high-temperature field and began reading it meticulously. Half an hour later, Rain crossed his arms and began to pace back and forth in the storeroom. Since the first witchcraft Rain mastered, Scorching Touch, was also a fire-type witchcraft, he naturally compared the high-temperature field with Scorching Touch. Clearly, the difficulty had escalated dramatically. The visualization difficulty of the Scorching Touch model was like learning the word big after learning the English alphabet, well, runes. But the visualization difficulty of the high-temperature field was completely different, like learning congratulation right after the alphabet. So, although Rain's spiritual power had increased to 20 points and he was much quicker, he sensed and channeled the surrounding fire energy particles. But to fully visualize the high-temperature field witchcraft model synchronously was extremely difficult. After thinking, Rain decided to give it a try. After all, he had an advantage. Succeeding once meant that it would be etched on the panel, allowing for steady future improvement without fear of forgetting, backsliding, or mistakes like a normal wizard apprentice might face. After failing more than 10 times, finally, Rain succeeded once. Within a few meters around Rain, the air in distant areas seemed to exhibit a slight refraction phenomenon, though it was hardly noticeable without close inspection. But as per elementary physics on light refraction and reflection, this shouldn't happen in the same medium. Because in the same medium, the transmission rate is fixed. But at this moment, it did occur. Clearly, this indicated that the temperature of the air around Rain was higher than other places, causing the air density and humidity to change due to temperature differences, resulting in a variance in transmission rate. An optical illusion like a mirage operates on this principle. Besides, Rain also discovered that the temperature in the force field rose extremely fast, akin to the effect of a combination of a microwave and an air fryer. The air could be heated to a designated temperature in just a few seconds. Thus, to measure the power of the high-temperature field, Rain had already placed 3 basins of water on the table at approximately 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters away from him. 10 seconds later, Rain voluntarily stopped the witchcraft high-temperature field. To his disappointment, none of the 3 basins of water boiled. This indicated that the temperature of the high-temperature field witchcraft was far less than that of Scorching Touch. After all, with the power of Scorching Touch, the water would not only have boiled by now, but would have evaporated away. After stopping, Rain went forward to feel the temperature of the water in the basins. Indeed, the basin 3 meters away seemed perfect for a foot soak, approximately 40 to 50 degrees. But the basin 2 meters away was about 70 to 80 degrees, quite scalding, yet the temperature of the basin 1 meter away was almost the same as the 3-meter one. This surprised Rain quite a bit. He had assumed that the basin 1 meter away would be the hottest. It appears that the maximum lethal radius of the high-temperature field is around 2 meters. Any further or closer, and the power decreases. At that moment, the system notification also followed. You have studied the high-temperature field, understanding enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill high-temperature field. Your skill high-temperature field improved, experience +1. Meanwhile, Under the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel below the Scorching Touch icon, a brand new icon appeared. The icon's border lit up slightly, and the pattern on the icon was a blurred figure wearing a hood, surrounded by a transparent, oval eggshell-like thin membrane. Rain focused on the new icon, noticing a line of small text below it. High Temperature Field LV1, 1/100. High Temperature Field LV1 effect consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to invoke surrounding fire energy particles with a specific witchcraft model, generating high-temperature air within a certain range around the host, lasting approximately 1 minute. To be honest, the power of this sorcery was far from what Rain had anticipated. Isn't it called a high-temperature force field? How come it's not even 100 degrees? Is this considered high temperature? Rain couldn't help but mutter under his breath. However, Rain thought again. He seemed to have misunderstood the temperature. Because if you look at the definition from meteorology, a temperature over 35 degrees is considered high. The highest recorded temperature in the Sahara Desert from historical records is only 58 degrees. It's important to note that many temperatures mentioned as 70 or 80 degrees refer to the surface temperature, not the air temperature. 70 or 80 degrees, that definitely counts as high temperature. Moreover, if we consider human body temperature, anything over 40 degrees is considered high temperature, so 70 or 80 degrees. Well, the master who named this sorcery high-temperature force field, you win. Also, Rain found out that this is a force field type of sorcery, which lasts much longer than usual, so it consumes a lot more spiritual power each time it is used. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. Since it's learned, one must find the appropriate scenario to use it. Rain soon began to consider the suitable scenarios for this sorcery. First, for the high-temperature force field, Rain felt it was quite suitable for general melee combat range. Because the general range of melee combat between enemies is about 2 to 3 meters. If the battle lasts over 10 seconds, the opponent should be sweating profusely and start showing signs of heat stroke. Even if a knight's transcendent constitution is several times that of a normal person, the prolonged duration will inevitably lead to a significant drop in combat effectiveness. Looked at in this way, this high-temperature force field isn't so useless after all. After pondering for a moment, Rain's face lit up with a bright smile. Of course, there are also drawbacks. It's best to keep the enemy within a 2 to 3 meter range during combat, and not let them get too far away or vary their distance. Second, it is not suitable against archers or other long-range attackers. All day long, Rain was basically studying this new sorcery, high-temperature force field, and reading materials from the books from Adams. Rain felt that the biggest gains weren't so much the 1 or 2 sorceries, nor the precious sorcery scrolls, but rather, it was gaining a preliminary understanding of some concepts. For example, the concept of affinity for mysterious side energy particles, and the attitude of the Empire's upper echelons toward wizards and wizard apprentices, among others. Before this, Rain was utterly in the dark about these matters. The next morning, Rain and Laguerre arrived early at the town hall, accompanying Hamilton as they waited for the arrival of the church team. Soon, a long procession arrived slowly from the direction of County Town into Flash Gold Town, distinctly appearing as the team from the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church judging by their attire. Soon, Rain spotted an old man in a blue robe with golden embroidery, holding a thick book. Surrounded by silver-armored knights, it was Rudolph, the pastor they had previously dealt with. After some pleasantries, Rain, Laguerre, and over 10 night watchmen from Flash Gold Town, riding horses, joined the team coming from County Town. This time, Viscount Hamadi did not come, so while it was technically the team from County Town, it was almost exclusively the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church's team. As they entered Nightingale Forest and drew closer to the target area, Rain noticed that aside from a few of the church's paladins and Pastor Rudolph, the others, particularly those from Flash Gold Town who followed him, were more or less nervous. Therefore, Rain rode up next to the night watchman's captain Mateo and said, "Once we reach the target area, Mateo, have everyone be careful. Leave the evil spirit knights to those paladins from the church. Your team will handle some of the guard duties." "Yes, sir." Hearing Rain's arrangement, Mateo was naturally pleased. For these ordinary people, facing mysterious events often left them powerless, and if they encountered a commander who misused them as the main force, they would be doomed to suffer heavy casualties. Meanwhile, on the northwest edge of Nightingale Forest, a tall, slender female elf with jet black hair had just arrived in Nightingale Forest, tired and dusty from her journey. Quickly, Rain and his party were about to arrive at the area where Lagaray's team had encountered the aged ogre. At that moment, Rudolph, the priest riding on horseback, suddenly looked up ahead, frowning ever so slightly. Almost simultaneously, Rain also raised his right hand and made a halt sign, shouting, "Stop!" Just then, Rain had felt a very distinct, malicious scrutiny coming from the dense forest about a few dozen meters to the left and in front of him. He was certain that this surveilling gaze was not from an ordinary beast, but instead from some sort of intelligent creature. Moreover, for Rain to feel an obvious malice meant that the strength of the other party was not to be underestimated. Rudolph, however, did not focus on that surveilling gaze but instead turned his head in surprise towards Rain. This young man, who at such a young age had become a transcendent knight, seemed to become more and more inscrutable to him. Because that surveilling gaze, even he had only just noticed it himself. But what he hadn't expected was that Rain, right by his side, could also detect it so quickly, a knight with such sharp perception. It should be noted that the reason he could detect it was because of his long tenure as a clergyman, which gave him an innate sensitivity to malice. As Rudolph was pondering what kind of offer might sway the young man before him, whom he thought should embrace the arms of the goddess, Rain took the initiative to ask, "Rudolph, there seems to be something lurking in our direction. Should we stop and check it out?" "Yes, let everyone else take a break as well." Rudolph decided to rest for a while after pondering for a moment. Traveling all the way from Flash Gold Town to Nightingale Forest, while the Holy Temple Knights felt little impact, the county town's peacekeeping troops and the night watchmen from Flash Gold Town were beginning to show signs of fatigue. So, the entire team stopped rather quickly. Firstly, to rest for a bit, allowing the horses to recover some of the strength they had expended on the journey, and secondly, to send people to check the surroundings. Rain had Mateo deploy the night watchmen around the perimeter for vigilance while sending a few skilled individuals to scrutinize the area within a 100-meter radius, especially where he had sensed that surveilling gaze, to see if they could find any valuable clues. After making these arrangements, Rain then came to Lagaray's side and asked, "Lagaray, is this the place?" As they delved deeper into Nightingale Forest, Rain noticed that Lagaray's mood seemed a bit downcast. The reason? Rain guessed that it was probably because the scenery was stirring up memories of the events of that day. "Yes, it's right ahead. That's where we found the old ogre that day," she replied. "The battle started soon after, and my brother defeated it. It fled in this direction," Lagaray said with a solemn expression, pointing ahead. Rain looked up, barely discerning that in the dense forest ahead, there seemed to be many signs of broken and fallen trees. In theory, in an environment like a primordial forest where vegetation grows very fast, traces of a normal battle would quickly be covered by the rapidly growing plants. That battle that took place over half a month ago must have been very intense. Swoosh! One of the night watchmen on vigil suddenly fired an arrow deep into the forest. "What's going on?" Mateo approached and asked. "Captain, something suddenly moved over there. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a knoll," the night watchman said with a serious tone. Since the elite night watchmen were accustomed to practicing archery, their eyesight was generally excellent, which was why Rain had specifically assigned the night watchmen to act as sentries and scouts. Shortly after, Mateo came over to Rain and Rudolph and reported, "Sirs, a night watchman has just reported sightings of gnolls around our party. Judging from some tracks, there are quite a few of them." Rain nodded and asked back, "Was there any trace of that old ogre found? Was the surveillance a moment ago from the gnolls?" That was highly likely. However, the gnolls that he had once dreaded were a thing of the past. Even if the ferocious gnoll that had given Rain a hard time were to come back to life, it was highly likely that it would not withstand his full force now. Furthermore, given the current strength of the team, even if faced within by several dozen gnolls mixed with a few ferocious ones, they would be able to handle it with ease. But ogres were a different story. Apart from their powerful strength posing a substantial threat to the team, according to Lagaray's previous account, these gnolls were likely the vassals of an old ogre. A bunch of disorganized gnolls and a group under the unified command of an elder ogre would have vastly different combat prowess. Rain understood this very clearly. "We haven't found any traces of the aged ogre so far," Mateo shook his head. "What do you think, Rudolph?" Rain turned his head to ask for an opinion. Since the main force of the party came from the Church of Monsoon and Ocean Goddess, Rain behaved extremely courteously. Whether to sweep these gnolls first or head directly to the barbarian squad's location where they had found the evil spirit knight, It was up to Rudolph, the church leader of the team, to decide. Hearing Rain's question, Rudolph smiled and said, "Let's continue directly to our target area. Gnolls are widespread, and trying to eradicate them would waste a lot of time. If they recklessly appear while we're dealing with the evil spirit knight, I trust you'll let them know who's boss. Won't you, Rain?" "Of course. You can rest assured, Headmaster Rudolph. Against the werewolves, the night watchman and I will take responsibility for annihilating our enemies." Rain inclined slightly, swiftly agreeing to the task of guarding and eradicating the werewolves. "Mateo, spread the word, rest time is over, and the team should continue moving forward." "At your command, my lord." Soon, after a brief rest, the team cautiously proceeded, always on guard for potential ambushes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the werewolves seemed to merely scout around without any signs of launching an attack. Rain thought about it, which seemed normal. Due to their keen senses, much like wild animals, the werewolves who also lingered in the forest would have certainly noticed the strength of his team. If they had no command from a stronger creature, the chance of them attacking was very low, as they tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. After another half-hour of travel, the team finally reached the ruins that Lagare mentioned previously. Several dozen meters ahead, a clear man-made structure could be seen, scattered with fallen columns covered in moss and vines, suggesting the ruins of a temple from long ago. Rain carefully observed for a while and found the place to be indeed eerie. Upon reflection, the journey so far had been filled with continuous chirping and buzzing due to the forest setting. Yet, as they neared this area, the noises from various creatures gradually quelled until, seemingly all at once, ceased, leaving a deathly silence. Another thing was, the looming sense of being spied upon by the werewolves slowly vanished as they approached the region. Could it be that the werewolves also feared this area? So, did they dare not continue tracking them? Moreover, Rain's increasing spiritual power was subtly alerting him to an obscure, hidden danger ahead. This type of danger was not manifest, hence Rain's core skill danger perception did not trigger any early warning. It was as if you might see a wall teetering nearby, and if your perception were sharp enough, your instincts would tell you that if you approached, the wall might fall and hit you. That's a latent danger. It doesn't mean it will happen. It might also be possible that you pass by, and the wall doesn't collapse, but continues to teeter. But one thing is certain, that if you decide not to approach, then this latent danger poses no threat to you. However, if you do approach and the wall happens to call pace, that's when your core skill danger perception would warn you at the moment the wall starts to tilt. At this moment, aside from the official knights and temple knights who had reached transcendent status, other night watchmen and the security team from the county town dismounted and began to be vigilant. "This is my brother's axe." Lagare pointed to a corner of a vine-entangled column not far away, exclaiming. Rain focused his eyes and saw a familiar battle axe lying quietly by the column, its exposed blade appearing untouched by serious damage. The nearly door panel wide, crescent-shaped blade was still reflecting a metallic sheen. This was indeed Lagare's brother's weapon, the Moon Blade battle axe. Lagare quickly leaped down from her horse, trotted over, and picked up the Moon Blade battle axe, gently caressing it with her palm. Seeing this, Rain also dismounted and quietly walked to Lagare's side. He understood the sense of reminiscing through objects, so Rain chose to remain silent. Unfortunately, this moment of tranquility lasted mere seconds before it was shattered. Suddenly, a horse's neigh resounded from nearby. As everyone looked around, searching for the source of the sound, they saw a black-armored knight holding a 3 to 4 meter-long riding spear, abruptly charging out from the dense forest to the left. The horse beneath the knight was exceptionally tall, cloaked in black armor. Merging seamlessly with the knight in full black regalia, their charge like a moving fortress of darkness, now swiftly advancing towards the team. In an instant, there was slight panic, particularly a young night watchman in the front left side tasked with vigilance, who stood frozen upon this sight. "Get out of the way fast!" Mateo roared while forcefully pulling the stunned night watchman aside, narrowly avoiding the black-armored knight's charge. A silver-armored temple knight then spurred his horse to advance quickly, seemingly attempt to block the attacker. But the black-armored knight's spear, like a lightning bolt, forward, entwined with a serpentine black energy that seemed to curl around the dark lance. Clang! The black lance forcefully struck the silver shield, sending the temple knight who had moved to intercept flying off his warhorse. The temple knight flew 4 or 5 meters through the air before hitting the ground with a thud. Thankfully, the soft terrain of the Nightingale Forest, covered in shrubs and flowers, greatly reduced the impact, and the knight's injuries were not severe. A highly anticipated battle erupted unexpectedly. The recent attack by the opponent, a riding spear surrounded by black aura, had rudely cases Rudolph, the head of the Church of the Ocean Goddess who oversees demon hunting and exorcism, to turn serious. He, as the head in charge, immediately identified that the black-armored knight was indeed an evil spirit knight, the swirling black aura around his body and the steed below him serving as the best proof. At that moment, the remaining 3 Templar knights clad in silver armor seized the opportunity created by their companion and charged toward the black-armored knight. They quickly surrounded the black-armored knight and engaged in fierce combat. The whooshing noise made by the opponent when swinging the riding spear allowed Rain to easily determine that the opponent's strength was above that of a senior knight, reaching the power of a peak knight, quite similar to his own. The black aura accompanying each of the opponent's strikes was exceedingly strange, enhancing his strength under its influence. No wonder Laguerre's brother, a barbarian renowned for his strength and who had reached 40% of his ferocious physical transformation, was also killed by the opponent's riding spear. Luckily, although the black-armored knight evidently possessed superior individual strength, the Templar knights worked well together, managing to exchange blows and making the battle tense. However, Rain's purpose for coming to Nightingale Forest was partly to fulfill Laguerre's wish and partly to gain experience, so if not now, then when? Just as Rain was about to draw the indomitable strength from behind and join the fight, Rudolph smiled and said, "Rain, arrange for the night watchman to handle watch duties to prevent interference from ogres or werewolves." This. Rain hesitated. Clearly, Rudolph meant well but performed a disservice. He was giving Rain and the other night watchman a chance to watch the battle easily. Of course, he might also have intended to showcase the church's strength, laying the groundwork for persuading Rain to join the church later. Not having to combat the evil spirit knight directly was, of course, beneficial to the night watchman. After all, they, being the elite among ordinary people, would find it difficult to contribute in such a high-level battle. But for Rain, this meant a huge wave of experience about to slip through his fingers. "Well, Rudolph, maybe I can lend a hand to the Templar Knights," Rain still tried to argue. After all, if there were no surprises, the experience from this battle should be enough for Rain's knight transcendent profession level to advance another level. Haha, trust these young fellows of the church, Rudolph chuckled as he stroked his beard and rejected Rain's suggestion. All right then. All night watchmen on guard. Rain thought for a moment, then gave the command. Since Rudolph refused, Rain did not insist, especially since this mysterious incident was primarily under the control of the Church of the Ocean Goddess. Besides, with half a month left until his knighthood evaluation, there was still a chance to level up. Upon hearing Rain's command, the night watchmen, who were initially looking for opportunities to assist in the fight, instantly relaxed their tense expressions and began to keep watch and observe the battle from the sidelines. Just when the 4 Templar knights collectively managed to suppress the evil spirit knight wielding the riding spear, suddenly, the tide of battle turned. The black aura that had been enveloping the evil spirit knight exploded violently, and the powerful shockwave forced the 4 Templar knights to stagger back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the black-armored evil spirit knight prompted his steed to charge at a Templar knight, performing a lunge combined with a riding spear stab. Not only was the Templar knight knocked back, but he was severely injured. Rain clearly saw the unnatural twist in the left elbow of the injured Templar knight, who had been holding a shield, indicating a probable fracture. This scene obviously caused Rudolph, who had just refused Rain's request to join, to turn solemn. He began to flip through the book he had been holding all along. Amidst the rustling of pages, he loudly exclaimed, "Invoke the mighty ocean goddess. Divine arts, protective blessing." As Rudolph recited the incantation, Rain felt as if an unknown rift in the surrounding space had opened beside him, a surging, vast, and holy energy directly infused into Rudolph nearby. Then, with a wave of Rudolph's right hand, the 4 Templar knights suddenly shone brightly. Their silver armor revealed intricate, milky white designs, as if the armor were originally engraved with special patterns that were usually hidden but responded automatically when divine arts were employed. At that moment, the 4 Templar knights, in combination with their silver armor, appeared as shimmering little silver figures. The silvery glow diminished the destructive power of the black aura. Clang, clang, clang. The black-armored knight was surrounded again, but this time, he was unable to break free. It seemed the battle was decisively settled. While Rain stood by, intently observing the scene, deep in thought. If it were just the 4 Templar Knights, Rain believed he could defeat them if he unleashed his full power. But now, with the Templar Knights working in conjunction with Rudolph's divine arts, it had caused an effect far greater than the sum of their parts. Rain could feel that, under the blessing of Rudolph's divine arts, the originally powerful attacks of the black-armored knights, comparable to the full strikes of a peak knight with a riding spear, were significantly weakened by the silver light. This divine art is named Protection Blessing? Indeed, it lived up to its name. At that point, seeing that the outcome was determined, Rudolph, the Meister, turned and smiled at Rain. Rain, these young Templar Knights, whose talents far fall short of yours, were able to unleash great strength under the radiance of the goddess's light. And you are among the most gifted knights in all of Meister County. To embrace the goddess is your best choice. Rain, won't you consider it? Well, Rain hesitated but did not speak. Frankly speaking, is the church powerful? No doubt, it is strong. Even compared to the imperial official forces, it seemed not to be inferior by much. However, one thing Rain disliked was that this near-invincible strength of the church did not originate from within. Rather, it seemed to be granted by some divine being they worshipped in the beyond. This sense of it not being truly his gave Rain the impression it was borrowed. How does that saying go? What isn't yours will eventually have to be returned. Thank you for your generous love, Rudolph, but I'm scheduled to participate in the Imperial and Nobleman assessment in a few days, which is truly regrettable, Rain politely declined. While the two were talking, suddenly, from the dense forest to the right of the formation, another tall black-armored knight emerged, also wearing the characteristic crown helmet. Only this time, the opponent wielded a long battle axe instead of a long riding spear. The blade of the axe was about a half-meter long, but the handle was a good 1.5 meters. However, matched with the tall funeral horse below the black-armored knight, it was just right. There are actually 2 evil spirit knights. Meister Rudolph's pupil shrank, and his expression was no longer relaxed. Because of the increasing number of mysterious incidents in various regions of Meister County recently, in order to save manpower, this time the team configuration was set according to investigative intelligence, that is, to handle 1 evil spirit knight. Thus, Rudolph brought only 4 Templar Knights this time. In terms of strength, the combination of him and the 4 Templar Knights was relatively easy to defeat 1 evil spirit knight. But if the opponents were 2, then the balance of power would lean towards equilibrium. Moreover, Rudolph quickly came to realize another issue, that the danger level of this place might far surpass expectations. Perhaps, beneath the crumbling ruins, there lay secrets unknown to man. Rain also realized this issue. Concerning the emergence of evil spirit knights, Hamilton once told him these words: "The appearance of evil spirit knights signifies that some kind of evil force is invading or reviving. Evil spirit knights are the minions of the evil god and must have sent some kind of summons to appear. Clearly, with 2 evil spirit knights appearing here, in this dilapidated and ancient temple, there surely must be some sort of treasure beckoning them here, or some kind of evil existence." At that moment, the 4 Templar Knights also noticed the evil spirit knight emerging from the side with a giant axe. After a quick exchange of glances, one immediately split off, attempting to intercept the opponent. However, obviously, even the Templar Knight boosted by the divine arts Protection Blessing could not possibly handle an evil spirit knight alone, and within a few moments, he was decidedly at a disadvantage. The arrows of the Night Watchman, tinkling harmlessly off the knight's armor, fell to the ground in disappointment. Clearly ineffective. This time, Rain did not seek Rudolph's opinion, because the newly appeared evil spirit knight had already directly endangered the safety of his subordinates. Rain immediately lowered the face guard of his knight's helmet and pulled out his 2-handed warhammer, strength unyielding, motivating his horse to advance. Rain had already discovered a vulnerability of the Temple Knights. No, perhaps not a vulnerability. To be precise, it was a weakness. The Temple Knights' attack power seemed somewhat insufficient, their long swords struggling to the double defenses of the dark aura and the opponent's black armor, thus failing to inflict fatal damage which prolonged the battle. Otherwise, if the Temple Knights' attack power had been sufficiently strong, then under the siege of 4 Temple Knights, 1 evil spirit knight could not have lasted long. Just as Rain advanced on horseback, the usually unsmiling face of Instructor Rudolph looked even more stern. Rudolph had just said that Rain should trust that the young men of the church would easily win, and that Rain's role was merely to observe the battle. But before long, another evil spirit knight wielding a giant axe appeared. Instructor Rudolph was not a rigid person. Seeing the enemy's strength surpass expectations, he naturally did not stop Rain from joining the fight. Instead, he appreciated Rain's initiative as he moved forward to intercept the giant axe evil spirit knight without a word. Rain could have chosen not to step forward. He could have waited for Rudolph to make a request, to ask for his help before taking action. However, that would seem rather like finding amusement in another's misfortune, which would not be appropriate. The temple knight struggling against the giant axe evil spirit appeared to be only about 20 years old, and when he suddenly felt the pressure lighten upon seeing Rain come to assist, he was grateful. However, as a young man himself, having heard Rudolph's praises of Rain along the way, and hearing Rudolph's personal promise that once Rain decided to join the church, he would be a candidate for children of Meister County, felt somewhat bitter. After all, he had been with the church for 8 years, but was still very far from being a nominated child of the church. Yet here was this man a few years younger than him from Flash Gold Town, who could easily obtain those benefits if he chose to join the church. Thus, deep inside, Rain had stirred up a competitive spirit in him. Although I acknowledge your strength, the instructor's praise is a bit over the top. After all, you aren't much stronger than me, the young temple knight thought to himself. This was not to say he had any objections against Rain. Perhaps, this was more of a male instinctive drive to compete, like bulls and rut, always ready to lock horns and fight over mating rights. As Rain engaged the giant axe evil spirit in combat, Rudolph continued flipping through his book and began to whisper a prayer. Clearly, as a minister specialized in hunting demons and expelling evil within the Church of Monsoon and Ocean Goddess, Rudolph's arsenal against the enemy was naturally not limited to a single divine art. Great Monsoon and Ocean Goddess, please endow the knights with your blessings. Faced with formidable foes, they will fight to the death, driving away evil, unhesitatingly. Divine Arts, Anthem of Fearlessness. As Rudolph's chanting grew louder, a female phantom holding a conch trumpet suddenly appeared behind him, following the sound of the trumpet. The next second, the pale blue phantom violently dissipated, transforming into a ripple that radiated in all directions. This magical energy seemed to automatically search for paths, and once it found a temple knight, a blue beam would burst forth upon the knights in battle. Quickly, the temple knights enveloped in the pale blue beams swiftly returned to their peak condition, their movements became faster, and they fought with remarkable valor, fearless of death. Beads of sweat were evident on Rudolph's forehead, indicating that, while this divine art, Anthem of Fearlessness, was stronger than the previous protection blessing, it also imposed a significant strain on him. When a pale blue beam shone upon him, the young temple knight felt his body surge with confidence, strength, and courage. Knowing that Rudolph had once again cast a divine art on them, he turned his head towards Rain and said, "Lord Rain, just support from the side. Tackling the evil is our specialty as temple knights." With that, the young temple knight, holding his sword and shield, charged forward. Under the enhancement of the divine art, the young temple knight performed well, evenly matching the giant axe evil spirit knight in a back-and-forth battle. Rain was taken aback. Watching the young temple knight, he shook his head slightly, smiled, and said nothing, and started to maneuver to the side to harass the giant axe evil spirit. In the previous few battles, to be honest, Rain's two-handed warhammer Indomitable Force had hardly exhibited its true power. Even when facing the level 3 wizard apprentice Adams, it only executed a final at the last moment. Actually, only when facing opponents in thick plate armor, against extreme defensive power, could the full potential of the two-handed hammer truly be unleashed. Therefore, seeing the slightly arrogant young temple knight voluntarily offering to take the front line and main attack, Rain was all too happy. Because it was perfect, he could calmly execute the tackle hammer technique on the side, and honing hammer skills through real combat was one of the fastest ways to boost his hammer skill experience. Let's not forget, Rain's hammer skill level was not actually very high. His hammer skill level is merely at LV4, and its enormous power relies more on the core skill hammer mastery LV3. As for whether Rain wanted to compete with this young temple knight for some sort of dominance, not really. Firstly, there has to be something worth competing for. For example, when we talk about competing for favor, both parties should be vying for the affections of the opposite. Only then does the competition have meaning. Secondly, the parties involved in such a competition or attempt to assert dominance need to be of similar status or strength. Otherwise, there's no competition, just as a rich man wouldn't compare wealth with a beggar. In the current situation, this young temple knight, if you don't count the enhancement from divine arts, would absolutely not surpass the upper limit of a veteran knight in terms of strength. To be honest, that level of strength was already becoming negligible in Rain's eyes. Rain moved to the rear of the giant axe evil spirit knight and struck it with a giant hammer strike, of course, without activating overdrive. Heavy strike. Rain swung the hammer, its tip piercing through the knight's protective dark aura and directly hitting the black armor. Clang. The grating sound of metal clashing echoed all around. Just one hit. The giant axe evil spirit knight stumbled from Rain's, its black armor pierced with several small holes from the concentrated spikes on the hammer's head. Rain was elated. The penetrating power of the hammer's spiked head was truly remarkable. Keep in mind that this was without activating any skills or transcendent traits, and yet it had such destructive force. If you did activate them, the young temple knight, seeing that Rain, without a word, tacitly coordinated with him to attack the giant axe evil spirit from behind, couldn't help feeling a bit of competitiveness which felt like punching into a cotton pile. However, the young temple knight didn't waste the opportunity Rain created and followed up with 2 consecutive stabs and a shield strike at the giant axe evil spirit. The continuous pinned down the giant axe evil spirit's attention, allowing Rain the leeway to exercise the tackle hammer technique and inflict sustained damage from the side and rear. This gave Rain the pleasurable sensation of hammering at a wooden pile, farming experience points. Delightful. But the good times didn't last long. Just as the 2 evil spirit knights were being suppressed and victory seemed within reach, suddenly, the trees in the dense forest shook, and an evil spirit knight wielding a flail burst out. What the? Now there's a 3rd evil spirit knight. Everyone was shocked at the sight that unfolded before them. Wasn't there supposed to be only 1 evil spirit knight? Lagare was also taken aback with her beautiful eyes wide open in a dumbfounded daze. The newly appeared flail-wielding evil spirit knight swung its weapon high, and in a single strike, sent a law enforcer from County Town flying through the air like a torn sack, his chest caved in and vomiting blood, clearly not long for this world. The flail was unlike ordinary ones, featuring a chain with 3 spiked iron, each the size of a melon, and immense destructive power. At this moment, Headmaster Rudolph's eyes twitched violently. 3 evil spirit knights. It seemed he had no choice but to use that item. Rudolph swiftly reached into his robe, intending to pull something out. But in the next second, his eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaping, and the motion of pulling something out abruptly stopped. The giant axe evil spirit knight suddenly fell off the funeral horse, and even the horse itself, struck by the massive impact force, nearly knelt on its front hoofs. Rudolph saw clearly. A hole the size of an infant's head had appeared in the back of the black armor worn by the giant axe evil spirit knight. The one who struck was, of course, Rain. The sudden appearance of the flail-wielding evil spirit knight didn't faze the young temple knight, but the scene that just unfolded had him utterly astounded. At the moment, his face under the knight helmet was nearly catatonic, mouth agape, but thankfully, his helmet hid his expression from everyone else. God, Rain, was this strong without the blessing and protection of the goddess? If there was such a blessing. The young temple knight didn't dare to continue that thought. No wonder Rain, so young, could earn such high praise and overtures from Headmaster Rudolph. Such strength and talent were truly formidable. Looking at it now, the only one in the county town church who might be able to firmly outclass Rain would probably be the current divine child. No, it's hard to say, perhaps only a one-on-one contest would tell. Meanwhile, Rain's strike, after activating overdrive and huge strength, instantly extinguished any competitive thoughts the young temple knight might have harbored. Sometimes, that's just how people are. If the difference with someone else is not too great, or if it's just a small gap, most will feel they can catch up or even surpass them with their own efforts. But once that gap becomes substantial enough, most will completely lose the will to compete. You take on that flail-wielding evil spirit knight. I'll finish up with this giant axe evil spirit knight, and then come over to help you. Rain's deep voice resounded. Now, with that flail-wielding evil spirit rampaging among those with ordinary fighting strength, Rain naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, they were his night watchman subordinates. Oh yes, yes, Lord Rain. The young temple knight momentarily paused, but then he quickly nodded in agreement and turned his horse to charge at the newly emerged flail-wielding evil spirit knight. And the giant axe evil spirit knight, who had suffered a heavy, let out a furious roar. Following that, he raised the giant axe in his hand high with one hand, seemingly about to unleash some sort of devastating move. But Rain leaped up from his warhorse and struck the giant axe evil spirit knight with a secret skill, the earth-splitting hammer. Because the force of Rain kicking off was too great, and through the transmission of force through the stirrups, his warhorse instantly collapsed on the ground. It couldn't be helped. As Rain's strength increased, ordinary warhorses were becoming increasingly unable to keep up with his power. The giant axe evil spirit knight saw Rain's formidable approach and immediately swung the 1.5-meter long metal axe handle horizontally, trying to block Rain's strike. Clang! Rain's secret skill, earth-splitting hammer, used the flat head of the warhammer. When it struck the giant axe, it nearly bent the metal handle into a bow shape. Although the material of the axe handle was extraordinary and could withstand Rain's mighty earth-splitting hammer, the entire body of the giant axe evil spirit knight was sent flying into the soft forest ground due to Rain's overwhelming strength. The giant axe evil spirit knight now had everything below his waist helplessly trapped in the earth. Seeing this scene, Rudolph had been reaching into his chest to retrieve something, but he stopped. After carefully observing the battle between Rain and the giant axe evil spirit knight, Rudolph withdrew his hand from his chest. It seemed that there was no need to use his trump card yet. This Rain had given me another surprise. Is his combat power really this strong? He truly is an excellent candidate for a future punishment knight. No, I must try again later. Such talent can't be missed by the church, Rudolph thought to himself. As Rudolph pondered, the battle between Rain and the giant axe evil spirit knight was reaching its conclusion. Rain used earth-splitting hammer to plant the giant axe evil spirit like a tree in the ground and, taking advantage of his opponent's inability to recover, twisted his waist and hips in a motion akin to throwing a hammer throw, swinging the warhammer high. This time, he aimed the pointed end at the enemy, sweeping up from the ground. It was the tackle hammer technique's secret skill, rising dragon hammer. Boom. A sound akin to a watermelon being smashed by a stick abruptly resounded. The giant axe evil spirit knight went from half buried in the earth to rocketing into the air, suddenly taking flight, bringing with him a trail of dirt. Rain's rising dragon hammer had struck his opponent's chin, sinking the pointed end deep beneath the edge of the faceplate, hence the sound of shattering. Boom. The giant axe evil spirit knight, after fluttering in the air for a few seconds, crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. The next second, the swirling black mist that had been protecting him suddenly burst forth. Then his towering body, as if hollowed out, collapsed, and his full set of black armor scattered all over the ground. System prompt appeared. Your tackle hammer technique skill has improved. Experience plus 243. You have experienced a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 81. Congratulations, your Knight, Transcendent. Profession level has ascended. Originally, Rain's Knight, Transcendent, profession level was already at LV3 for 76/500. So this successful level up brought him up to LV4 57/1000. At the same time, Rain also received 1 skill point and 1 attribute point as level up rewards. At that moment, Rain, with sharp eyes, noticed a black crystal the size of a thumb in the remains of the giant axe evil spirit. It immediately reminded him of the blood-red crystal that had once offered him a large number of experience points, so he picked it up as if by accident. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Host detected to have obtained a demonic energy crystal, triggering profession change evil spirit knight. Prerequisites for changing profession to evil spirit knight are 1. Official knight. 2. Spirit 15 points or above. Current conditions met. Yes/no to change profession to evil spirit knight. This was entirely unexpected. Rain's expression immediately turned into that of an elderly man staring at his phone.jpg. The system is getting more and more absurd, Rain muttered to himself. Evil spirit knight? Such a thing doesn't look like it's meant for normal people at all. Maybe skip the prompt for this kind of profession change next time. Without hesitation, he chose no. Then, a second system prompt sounded. Ding. Unknown absorbable energy detected. Yes/no to absorb? Note. After absorption, it can be converted to designated professional experience points. Huh. This is more like it. This is the right way to use a demonic energy crystal. Just absorb it. Feeling elated, Rain quickly chose yes. The next second, the weird black energy within the demonic crystal, like a surging tide, rushed through Rain's arm, heading deeper into his body. Just as before, it seemed like the system selectively absorbed the crystal's energy, and again, Rain felt no discomfort whatsoever. Moreover, the entire absorption and conversion process was completed almost instantly. Ding! A total of 433 Transcendent Experience points converted. Please select Knight, Transcendent, /Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, /Beast Tamer, Transcendent, for the increase. Seeing this, Rain pondered for a moment and then decided to add points to Beast Tamer, Transcendent. The reason was quite simple. His current Beast Tamer, Transcendent, profession level was LV1, 12 out of 100, and choosing to add points to Beast Tamer would allow him to directly ascend 2 levels. But if the remaining options of Knight or Wizard Apprentice were chosen, neither would be able to level up. Obviously, having an extra 2 attribute points and 2 skill points would be much more attractive. Thus, Rain silently chanted in his mind, Beast Tamer. In an instant, 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer, Transcendent, profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer, Transcendent, profession level has increased. Seeing the Beast Tamer, Transcendent, level jump from LV1 to LV3, 12,500, on the panel, Rain couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile. He continued to read on. At the bottom of the panel, it showed remaining attribute points, 3, and remaining skill points, 4. Among these, 1 skill point was left unallocated from the last level up. One battle had brought him 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Rain felt that his journey to the Nightingale Forest was indeed the right decision. Seeming to think of something, Rain suddenly looked up at the chained evil spirit in the next second. His eyes were filled with fervor. Next, due to the absence of a 4th evil spirit knight, the subsequent battles had no suspense. After Rain killed the chained evil spirit knight, the riding spear evil spirit knight was also slain by the combined efforts of the 3 temple knights. This time, Rain obtained a 2nd crystal of evil energy, but by interpreting the solemn expressions of Rudolph and the other temple knights as they gazed at the crystal, Rain knew he probably wouldn't be able to absorb it on the spot. Rain, this kind of crystal containing massive amounts of evil energy will attract many evil forces. I suggest it would be better to leave it to our church to handle, said Rudolph, the presiding bishop, as he stepped forward to speak to Rain. If it were anything else, Rain might have agreed. But now, this object meant experience candy to Rain, and naturally, there was no way he would hand it over to Rudolph. In fact, Rain was even considering if there was any way to trade for the riding spear evil spirit knight's crystal. Bishop Rudolph, I would like to study it a bit. Please rest assured that if I can't handle it, I will contact the church immediately. Thank you for your concern, Rain tactfully refused. Rudolph thought for a moment, apparently recalling Rain's explosive strength, and convinced that Rain had the ability to deal with any evil forces that might be drawn in. He nodded and agreed. Well then, please make sure to keep it safe. After the battle ended, they counted the losses. Fortunately, 2 members of Flash Gold Town's night watchmen were severely injured, but miraculously, none were killed. In contrast, of the 4 temple knights, 1 was seriously injured, 1 slightly injured, with only 2 retaining their combat strength. All these encounters with 3 evil spirit knights, each not weaker than a peak knight, took place even before they had entered the temple ruins. Therefore, as everyone gazed at the temple within reach, the mysterious and dilapidated temple seemed like a beast with its gaping maw open, waiting for them to unsuspectingly walk into. At that moment, Mateo came forward with a worried look and reported, "Lieutenant, do we need to go in here?" Well, Rain rubbed his chin, turning his head to look at Bishop Rudolph. Rudolph touched the scroll in his chest, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Since we've come this far, it's still best that we investigate further to understand what exactly is hidden in this temple. This time, I've also brought a high-level divine art scroll bestowed by the Archbishop. I believe a safe retreat, for us, should still be no problem. Rain's eyebrows rose. A high-level divine art scroll? He had just seen Bishop Rudolph use 2 divine arts, which indeed, in combination with the temple knights, could produce tremendous power. If there was a higher-level divine art scroll, the dangers of the subsequent temple exploration should be relatively controllable, mainly because the evil spirit knight monsters alone had provided him with an exceptionally generous experience pill reward. It was difficult not to have Rain anticipate whether there could be similarly bountiful or even more generous experience treasures within the temple. Of course, the most important reason he dared to enter the unknown temple to explore was based on Rain Carlin's rapidly increasing personal strength. Rain glanced at his panel. Name, Rain Carlin. Occupation, Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. LV4, 132/1000/Knight, Transcendent. LV4, 57/1000/Beast Tamer, Transcendent. LV3, 12/500/Blacksmith. LV4, 329/1000, Constitution, 18 Strength, 16 Agility, 16 Spirit, 20 remaining attribute points, 3 remaining skill points. For looking at the last 3 and 4 in the attributes column, Rain couldn't help but think of a saying, with grain in the house, there is no panic. Furthermore, as Rain's spiritual power broke through 20 points, both the activity level and sensitivity of his spiritual power had greatly improved. Therefore, although Rain could feel that there was some kind of danger lurking inside the dilapidated temple, he could also vaguely sense that this danger seemed not potent enough to be completely unstoppable for him. After weighing the potential dangers and opportunities in his mind, Rain nodded and said, I have no objections, but, Headmaster Rudolph, I suggest that the night watchman and the security officers don't need to enter either. Let them be responsible for the surveillance outside. How about that? Headmaster Rudolph gave a slight smile, nodded, and said, Of course, that's possible. Hearing this, many night watchmen sighed in relief. After all, having just witnessed the combat strength of the evil spirit knights, they already knew that this mysterious event involved monsters whose fighting prowess even the temple knights would struggle to handle, let alone these ordinary people, who really couldn't be of much help. Rain, I want to go too. I haven't found my brother's other battle axe yet. Lagaray walked up to Rain, her beautiful eyes looking up at him with great anticipation. Well, it might be very dangerous inside. I will keep an eye out for your brother's weapon, but my advice is that it would be safer for you to stay outside. Rain understood Lagaray's urgent feelings, but he was more hesitant due to the dangers inside the temple. I'm not afraid of danger. Besides, I will take good care of myself. Lagaray raised her blood-veined steel shield as she spoke. All right then, but stay close to me, and if anything goes wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Seeing her determination, Rain knew he couldn't persuade Lagaray otherwise, so he nodded reluctantly, agreeing to her idea of entering together. Eventually, Rudolph and Rain discussed and decided to have the severely injured temple knight and all the night watchmen and the security officers stay outside the temple. So Rudolph, Rain, Lagaray, and 3 temple knights, a total of 6 people, entered the temple to explore. After a brief rest and preparation, the group of 6 slowly entered the ruined temple garden. What once must have been a beautiful garden now, after countless periods of exposure to the sun and lack of maintenance, showed its gray-white granite walls almost entirely collapsed. The walls were covered with various climbing plants such as ivy, roses, and creeper, looking lush and possessed a weighty sense of having stood the test of time. Inside the garden, instead of the delicate, cultivated flowers, various wild weeds and bushes now thrived, with the occasional tall trees growing lush and strong. From the outside, if it weren't for the still visible collapsed granite walls, one would never guess this place had once been a man-made garden. Rain, look, Lagaray pointed at the ground. As she had been keeping an eye on the ground and corners for any weapons left by her brother and their squad members, Lagaray was the first to spot some kind of dragging trace on the ground. As soon as Lagaray spoke, everyone's gaze focused on the ground where her finger pointed. This is the trace of something heavy being dragged. One of the temple knights squatted down, examining it closely. Not just something heavy, there are also sporadic bloodstains on the surface of the soil. These must be traces of dragging a body. Rain, keenly observant, also took a close look and added, within this bird and beast-absent temple ruins, it seemed the only ones capable of dragging bodies were the 3 evil spirit knights. Rain thought to himself. Beforehand, he had thought that the evil spirit knights just attacked and killed invaders within this area. Apparently, they also collected and dragged the bodies of the killed enemies into the temple. This just got interesting. Collecting flesh and blood? Huh? It seemed eerily similar to the blood sacrifice rituals of the Black Flame Church. There's more here. Another temple knight leading the way pointed out another new dragging trace. Everyone hurried forward to examine it again. Indeed, this trace was more pronounced. Could it be that the evil spirit knights are collecting human remains for some evil ritual? The lightly injured temple knight speculated after pondering. No, It's not necessarily just human remains. This drag mark is much wider. It seems like it was caused by dragging the body of a beast. Look, there are hairs in the soil, and these thick, long hairs are unlikely to be human. Rain picked up a black hair sticking stiffly with soil, feeling its hardness. Since his spiritual strength continued to grow, Rain's level of perception had also risen. With his current perceptiveness, he could easily notice some details that were previously easy to overlook, which brought him a fair bit of joy. Rain is right. This fur, if I'm not mistaken, should be from a ferocious wild boar's bristles, Rudolph nodded and said. At the same time, he greatly appreciated Rain's detailed observational skills. Careful and sensitive observation is also a manifestation of strength. Gathering flesh or collecting carcasses, it seems there might be an altar inside, but it's unknown whether the sacrificial ritual has been successfully conducted. Moreover, everyone be alert and careful, Rudolph said solemnly, reminding everyone. The group nodded, gripped their weapons tighter, and continued forward. After passing through a garden overgrown with weeds and dense vines, what appeared before them was a building similar to the ancient Greek Parthenon temple from Rain's previous life. However, this temple seemed to have partially collapsed due to its age, much like the garden walls, and various vine plants had enveloped it, making the entire exterior resemble a lush green hill. The exterior of the temple had more than a dozen tall Doric-style columns, most of which still stood majestically, seemingly silently narrating past splendor and authority. This style of temple, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Archpriest Rudolph murmured softly, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Rain looked around and noticed that the drag marks on the ground were becoming more concentrated. It seemed, the drag marks converging from all directions, similar to dragging bodies, all ended at the dilapidated temple hall in front of them. Especially at the entrance of the temple hall, where the drag marks overlapped many times. They had formed traces that were obviously large and slightly indented, much like creeks joining into a river. After thinking for a moment, Rain walked over to a temple exterior wall obscured by vines and carefully inspected it. Generally speaking, if it were a temple, there should be some designs on the exterior wall, Rain thought to himself. Usually, these designs are used to record the deities worshipped, their great deeds, or grand battle scenes, for deities need faith and worship, and murals are one of the effective ways to propagate this. Soon, Rain discovered something. Under the cover of vines, there were quite a few line-shaped patterns on the exterior wall. SSSSHH. After Rain tore off a large handful of vines, a very peculiar pattern was revealed before his eyes. The pattern, drawn with simple lines, was most notably dominated by an exceptionally tall tree. The figures of little people beneath it, in stark contrast, were dwarfed by its height, differing by tens or even hundreds of times. Obviously, this represented a colossal tree, emphasizing its towering and majestic size. Additionally, there were countless tiny figures depicted as worshipping and praying under the tree, their actions humble. At this moment, others also heard Rain tearing the vines and immediately walked over. Is this a tree? A young temple knight said, quite amazed. Right. Came the voice of Archpriest Rudolph from behind. I think I might have guessed the origin of this temple. This is the distinctive pattern of the Mother Tree sect. The Mother Tree sect was active a long time ago, recorded in ancient texts thousands of years ago, said to have existed since the distant barbaric ages. However, about 2,000 years ago, at the beginning of the empire, it was branded as a cult and eradicated. Although it said some scattered followers continued spreading it, it has essentially been extinct for many years. Rudolph briefly introduced the Mother Tree sect. Moreover, their main doctrine preached that life originated from a strange mother tree from the void, which brought vigorous vitality to the world. Hence, everyone must revere and worship the Mother Tree. Listening to this, it seems this Mother Tree sect doesn't seem that wrong? Rain asked, stroking his chin. The exact reasons for its eradication, I can't remember clearly, but it seems to be due to overly bloody sacrificial rituals and the seeking of complete autonomy. Those were probably the reasons leading to its eradication by the Empire. Rudolph thought for a moment and responded. I see. Rain nodded. In his view, the bloody sacrificial rituals were probably not the focus. The focus was the latter's seeking of autonomy. If the Empire's strength was substantial, it would absolutely not permit autonomy. This would be no different from seceding and becoming an independent nation. So it seems, this must be a site of a temple from the Mother Tree sect. No wonder, The helmets of these evil spirit knights all have a crown-like design on top. It seems this style of helmet must be a form of homage to the Mother Tree, Rain thought aloud. Exactly. Rudolph nodded. People are always particularly fearful of the unknown. Once everyone learned that this was a temple site of the Mother Tree sect from thousands of years ago, they seemed much more relaxed, no longer as tense as before. Soon, the group followed the drag marks toward the temple hall. Oh, this is my brother Harold's battle axe. Lagaray quickly walked up to the temple's partially collapsed door and exclaimed softly. Rain followed Lagaray's gaze, and sure enough, another moon-blade battle axe had been abandoned there. From the traces on the ground and the location of the axe, it was likely that Harold, when he was dragged here, had not been fully dead and so had still been tightly gripping his battle axe. Thinking of this, Lagaray, with brother Harold's battle axe in hand, looked towards the temple hall with a glitter in her eyes, seemingly harboring a glimmer of hope and anticipation. Be careful. I can feel the evil aura growing stronger ahead. It's right in the temple hall, the Bishop Rudolph warned solemnly as he stared at the hall in front of them. Yes, Bishop. 3 temple knights with sword and shield led the way, while Rudolph, Rain, and Lagaray followed closely behind, the 6 of them entering the dimly lit hall gradually. As they stepped into the hall, everyone's pupils shrank. It was mainly because the scene in front of them was too bloody, too shocking. They saw a dense flesh forest before them, including humans, ogres, gnolls, and other sapient creatures, as well as some other beasts, which were exceptionally large and seemed to have been fierce predators in life. But now, these once powerful beings were skewered like kebabs on the thick, sharp branches. At first glance, these corpses seemed to be merely that, corpses. But as everyone approached, goosebumps instantly formed. It turned out that the heads or upper bodies of these sapient beings and beasts were still mostly intact, but the flesh of their lower halves had bizarrely merged with the tree trunks, forming a spiral structure resembling the tangent twisted donut Rain had seen in his previous life. Only, the flesh-twisted donut in front of them was half gray bark and half vivid red flesh, intertwined in a chaotic spiral, fused together into one. This scene, in the dim hall, under the patchy light and shadow, evoked an indescribable feeling of disgust, horror, and eeriness. This is the remains of my brother. Lagaray's eyes reddened as she pointed to a thick trunk with human remains twisted around it. It looks like this is a rudimentary altar, apparently set for some kind of sacrificial ritual, a temple knight said grimly. It's probably not that simple, Rain said as he observed the scene, feeling there was more than met the eye than just a sacrificial procedure. Moreover, he now had a clear understanding of the bloody sacrificial ritual Rudolph had mentioned about the Mother Tree sect. Just as Lagaray and several temple knights were about to step forward for a closer look suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind the group, reminiscent of the sound of a multitude of snakes slithering across the ground. Simultaneously, as the sound emerged, the already dim temple hall became even darker. Everyone immediately turned to look and saw that the half-collapsed doorway they had entered through was now covered with thick, writhing vines like living snakes. Clang! A temple knight quickly drew his longsword, intending to chop through the vines, when suddenly, everyone turned again to face the center of the temple hall's flesh forest. All felt a heart-palpitating sensation as a vast and indistinct aura seemed to awaken rapidly. The next second, the dense flesh forest started to tremble, the flesh coiled around the branches shivering. Rain's core danger perception LV3 skill began to frantically warn him. Rain narrowed his eyes and immediately pulled Lagaray, who was in front of him, back. Before he could say anything, there was a loud boom as the ground burst open, and a gargantuan monster leapt out from the earth. Thud. Hiss. Lagaray's eyes widened dramatically, her mouth partly open as she gasped in shock. What kind of monster was this? The group then realized that the flesh forest was not a forest at all, but the roots of this massive monster. Yes, it was the roots. What appeared to be a forest was actually an upside-down growth, with the body of the flesh forest hidden underground while the roots sprawled above, mingling in strange twists with the various corpses dragged by the evil spirit knights. The enormous monster seemed to be using the energy-rich, transcendent, ferocious corpses as nourishment. But Rain had a feeling that the corpses were not simply nourishment. They seemed to be integrated into the creature's body. The overly dark environment was definitely not conducive for the group's battle, as most people did not possess Rain's dark vision ability. Therefore, as Bishop Rudolph waved his right hand, a divine art similar to a flare lit up in front of the monster. In an instant, Everyone could clearly see the monster's true form. The creature's body was a massive stump about 2 to 3 meters in diameter and 7 to 8 meters long, with roots of varying thickness growing densely around it, mingling with flesh. These roots, different in shape and size, meandered for over 10 meters, making it a creature nearly 20 meters in length. This was the first time Rain had encountered a monster of such immense size. Moreover, he noticed that even the roots without entwined corpses were covered in skin resembling red biological muscle and fascia, aside from the gray bark. It seemed as though these roots had just finished digesting the corpses. The red flesh fascia appeared to still be active, constantly pulsating and expanding as if they were a heart, and oozing red fluid. This creature, neither plant-like nor animal-like in appearance, made one's scalp tingle unpleasantly. With the surge of air, Rain instantly smelled the pungent odor of blood and rot. He couldn't tell whether the stench came from the red flesh or the roots themselves. Flesh tree spirit, Headmaster Rudolph suddenly exclaimed as something dawned on him. Having learned from the murals that they were in the ruins of a temple related to the Mother Tree cult, Rudolph's first sight of this monster triggered a connection, and soon he recalled its origin. This is the flesh tree spirit mentioned in the books, a guardian used by the Mother Tree cult to protect their highest deity. It is said to be dormant most of the time, requiring the sacrifice of a large number of transcendent beings to awaken it. I didn't expect to see a flesh tree spirit guarding this place. Rudolph spoke quickly. If there's a flesh tree spirit here, could it be that this place has something to do with the Mother Tree? Boom. An unexpected attack interrupted Rudolph's explanation. Dozens of intertwined roots, forming a massive collective, suddenly smashed towards them, prompting the group to quickly roll away to avoid it. Nobody, including Rain, intended to attempt a frontal confrontation to test the opponent's strength. Given the enormous size of the creature, weighing tens of tons, it was just not on the same level as a human. It would be as foolish for a strong man among humans to attempt to wrestle an elephant. And the flesh tree spirit before them was 10 times the size of an elephant. Moreover, its gigantic size did not hinder its agility. Its movements were as brisk as a monkey's. Faced with this behemoth, meters long and too large for several people to wrap their arms around, Rain, although wielding immense power, was momentarily unsure of how to proceed. After a moment's thought, Rain quickly switched weapons, replacing his war hammer with the glimmering greatsword. Clearly, against a monster with so many roots, it was essential to do some pruning before even thinking about reaching its main body. At that moment, the flesh tree spirit, having missed with its strike, began to transform. 2 of the thickest roots lifted its massive upper body like arms, and hundreds of roots at its tail entwined to form a snake-like appendage. The top of the tree stump suddenly split open into a gaping maw, meters wide, resembling a giant creature with a split jaw. In the next second, like a crocodile, the creature made an incredibly swift rush and death roll towards the injured knight, who was slightly slower to react. Boom! The knight, unable to dodge in time, was shockingly swallowed whole by the gaping maw into the body of the flesh tree spirit. The entire process was so fast, the young knight didn't even have time to scream before he vanished from the world. This filled Rudolph with a mix of shock and rage. He did not hesitate to pull out a high-level divine arts scroll from his and tore it open. Divine arts, sword of judgment. As Rudolph's angry shout echoed, a pale blue longsword, 5 meters long and emanating violent energy waves, suddenly appeared before him, pointing straight ahead. The appearance of the energy blade was abrupt, manifesting out of nowhere, and in less than a blink, the pale blue greatsword struck at the flesh tree spirit like lightning. The flesh tree spirit, still seemingly savoring its feast, had no time to react or to dodge due to its huge size. Poochie, the main body of the flesh tree spirit, the tree stump, was instantly pierced through by the pale blue energy longsword, leaving a hole the size of a wash basin, clean through. Seeing the immense power of the divine arts cast by Headmaster Rudolph, the other 2 knights who had just been immersed in the shock and sorrow of losing a comrade couldn't help but feel an unexpected surge of joy. The very next second, a fierce roar echoed through the temple hall. Roar! The bloodthirsty tree spirit, which had just devoured a knight, was now howling in agony, its massive body writhing and tumbling in excruciating pain. Rain looked on with astonishment at the divine art that had just been unleashed. Indeed, the church's foundation was strong, and the attack of the pale blue glimmering greatsword was incredibly fast and powerful. Even he wasn't sure if he could have avoided that strike, if he couldn't have dodged it. The current plight of the bloodthirsty tree spirit was the best testament to the power of the divine arts. However, Rain's keen perception noticed that although the bloodthirsty tree spirit couldn't withstand the attack of the Sword of Judgment, it miraculously survived the hit, severely injured but not dead. No, it was not just surviving. Its wounds were gradually healing. Many of its smaller roots withered and snapped off, falling to the ground and quickly turning to deadwood, while the flesh that had been entwined around the roots instantly turned to rot. This process seemed to draw life and energy from its roots, rapidly mending the tree spirit's injuries. Although the wounds still contained a lot of the pale blue longsword's energy, as more and more roots perished, a strange energy was being produced in large quantities, causing the pale blue energy on the wound to be rapidly neutralized by this strange energy. One could see that on the tree spirit's body, the wound the size of a basin was visibly closing at a remarkable speed. With dark vision enhanced, Rain, even in the dim hall, could clearly see numerous root-like tendrils, as thick as fingers, growing from the inner walls of the tree spirit's wound, quickly repairing it. But this scene went unnoticed by the others because the magic similar to light technique had faded. The two knights who were closest to the bloodthirsty tree spirit, seeing its roots falling to the ground and turning into deadwood, believed that the powerful divine art just cast must have vanquished the tree spirit. All that was left was to wait for the bloodthirsty tree spirit to slowly perish amidst its howls of pain. Rain immediately cried out a warning. Be careful. The bloodthirsty tree spirit isn't dead. It's regenerating quickly. Attack now. Continue the attack. Huh. The two knights turned to Rain with puzzled looks. Wasn't the creature continuously howling in agony? And hadn't a large number of its roots already broken off and fallen? How could it not be dead? 1 minute earlier, as Rudolph tore open the high-level divine art scroll Sword of Judgment. Such strong energy fluctuations. Similarly, in the Nightingale Forest, the black-haired elf girl stopped in her tracks. The direction she looked up to was exactly where Rain's team was located in the ruined temple. This kind of energy fluctuation, there's another energy, this seems to be. After pondering for a moment, the elf's eyes widened in surprise. After a brief deliberation, she immediately adjusted her direction and quickly advanced towards the direction of the ruined temple, seemingly feeling that this still wasn't fast enough. The next second, her tall figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, transforming into an eagle that swiftly took to the skies, flapping wings and flying at a great speed. In the dilapidated hall of the Mother Tree Faith's temple. Since Rain's combat prowess was evident to all when he had slain the evil spirit knight earlier, even though the two temple knights did not quite believe what Rain had said, they also did not openly question him. It was only their stunned body language that seemed to say, even though Lord Rain, you're very strong, don't talk nonsense. At the same time, Rudolph, the head of the church, also held some doubts about Rain's warning. After all, the scroll he had just torn open contained the high-level divine art, Sword of Judgment. Others might not be aware of the power of this divine art, but as a professional member of the church, he was all too aware of its might. Once it hit, it not only caused a gigantic piercing injury in an instant to the enemy, but also, the surging energy swirling around the Sword of Judgment would linger, inflicting continuous damage to the wound. Put simply, if not killed by the initial strike, the enemy would die from the continuous loss of blood. But the next second, Rudolph's mouth was agape with horror. The words of warning had only reached his throat when it was already too late. The two temple knights were struck by the flesh forest tail, which lashed out like a giant python, sending them flying through the air like golf. With a snap, both were knocked more than 10 meters into the air. In midair, the sound of bones breaking and tendons snapping could still be heard. Rain sighed deeply in his heart. Alas, a winning situation had been forcefully turned into a losing one. Furthermore, those two were probably not dead but crippled, no longer to be counted on. After all that, in the end, he was left alone in this melee, a lone warrior in close combat. As for Lagare, not having stepped into the transcendent realm, she probably found even dealing with the flesh forest roots difficult. Divine art, holy force levitation. Divine art, radiant healing. Rudolph, with a book in hand, directed two life-saving divine arts towards the Midair Temple Knights with utmost speed. Rudolph cast 2 successive divine arts, exhausting the last of his spiritual power. Although the high-level divine art, Sword of Judgment, was immensely powerful, it had drained a great deal of Rudolph's spiritual power. Even as a head of the church, he was struggling to endure. With the help of holy force levitation, the two temple knights floated down to the ground as lightly as feathers. Rudolph and Laguerre hurried forward to assess the knight's injuries. Unfortunately, the weaker of the two temple knights had already been beyond saving in midair, his organs and bones crushed to a pulp by the flesh forests. The other, stronger temple knight had just barely survived, and with the aid of the divine art radiant healing, was desperately trying to heal his ravaged organs, but he was completely incapacitated for the moment. So, within a matter of seconds, the tide had turned. Rudolph and Laguerre raised their heads to look at Rain, who was not far to their side. It seemed that Rain was the only one left who could interfere with the flesh forest. Faced with the gradually healing flesh forest, Rain knew he could not wait any longer. He had to take the initiative to attack. After all, while the flesh forest was still heavily wounded at the moment, he had to inflict sustained and sufficient damage. Only in this way could he possibly interrupt its self-healing and subsequently find a vulnerability and kill it. Limit break. Rain, brandishing the glimmering greatsword, charged headlong towards the flesh forest, wildly flying roots without a second thought. Swish, swish, swish. Upon engaging, Rain found that the flesh forest was indeed very strong. No, super strong. He realized that even in its injured state, its root attacks were heavy and forceful, and the variously sized flesh roots were incredibly tough. Each slash Rain made felt like cutting into a rubber tire, very difficult to sever. Thankfully, his glimmering greatsword had been forged with star metal and glowstone, or else even his limit break might not have been enough to cut through these roots. One could imagine that if the flesh forest had not been hurt and was in its prime state, the number of roots as well as their offensive and defensive power would likely ascend to another level. If that were the case, Rain would have faced much more difficulty than he was facing now. Confronting such a formidable enemy, Rain activated his limit break right away, boosting all three of his attributes by more than 60%. His agility, in particular, increased substantially from 16 points to 26 points, naturally leading to a drastic increase in his movement speed. It was this incredible speed that allowed Rain to remain unyielding amidst the perilous battle conditions. At this moment, the battle scene in the Great Hall was Rain moving quickly without a pause, each step an act of slicing or dodging, in response to the hundreds of flesh roots encircling him. The roots varied in size and speed, with a multitude of attack methods, some stabbed with sharp tips, some swept across, and others lashed downwards. The diversity was endless. Luckily, Rain's giant bear sword technique had already reached level 6. Ever since reaching level 6, Rain had felt that his giant bear sword technique had entered a new major realm. According to Hamilton, that was the mastery level. So, depending on the breakthrough and mastery level swordsmanship, Rain barely managed to cope with the overwhelming offensive of the flesh roots. However, Rain soon realized that his current level of swordsmanship still wasn't strong enough, unable to purely rely on swordsmanship to block many of the root attacks, forcing him to dodge at high speed. This led to a very critical problem. That is, Rain's current physical strength was being consumed extremely fast. Based on the current rate of exhaustion, Rain estimated that he could only maintain the breakthrough state for about a minute, and even with those 3 remaining attribute points, it would be like a drop in the bucket, not lasting very long. After a moment's thought, Rain quickly made a decision. He immediately added a skill point to the giant bear sword technique, and the panel showed giant bear sword technique LV6 345/3000, giant bear sword technique LV7 345/5000. In an instant, fragmented training segments of the giant bear sword technique began to pour into Rain's mind and synchronously implanted into his muscle memory. To Rain, it felt as though he had undergone years of arduous practice with the giant bear sword technique. At this point, Rain gained a deeper understanding of the giant bear sword technique. Although it was still at the mastery level, it had significantly improved. At that moment, a majestic eagle flew over the ruined temple. Its sharp eyes first showed a human-like surprise at the temple below. The next moment, it seemed to hear the fierce fighting sounds and energy fluctuations coming from within the temple. With a dive, it arrived at the top of the temple, quietly peering inside through the crevices of the collapsed structure. The eagle that arrived was naturally the black-haired elf. Soon, with her dark vision talent, she was able to make out the battle situation inside the hall. Indeed, it's a flesh tree spirit. Those corrupted ones from the Mother Tree cult have resurfaced, haven't they? If Rain were beside her, he would definitely be able to discern from the black-haired elf's unfriendly tone that she had no fondness for the Mother Tree cult. Where are the people from the church? There was definitely a strong divine power fluctuation just now, which seems to be the aura of the gods of monsoon and ocean. After a thorough search with her keen eagle eyes, the black-haired elf finally spotted Rudolph and the others in a dim corner of the hall. Oh, they seem to be injured? I thought I was going to enjoy a good show. The black-haired elf seemed hesitant about whether to join the battle. It was not for any other reason, but because she had no fondness for the people of the church either. The various churches of mankind all considered her druids to be heretics, so they did their utmost to avoid appearing before church personnel. Forget it. When this young knight can no longer hold on, I'll help them out. After weighing the options with a frown, the black-haired elf murmured. At this moment, inside the dim temple hall, Rain, who had improved his swordsmanship, wielded the giant bear sword technique with each move incredibly swift and fluid, creating the impression of watching a waltz of strength and beauty at quadruple speed. Thanks to the exorcised special effect of the glimmering greatsword, as well as the increase in sword speed following the breakthrough, the glimmering greatsword in Rain's hands now resembled a laser greatsword. Thus, a radiant orb of light made up of high-speed dancing blades dashed left and right, speeding up and slowing down, and wherever it passed, the various sized flesh roots were severed and fell. Even after being chopped off, these wildly flailing roots didn't lose their vitality immediately. They continued to twist and bend, both in the air and on the ground. Occasionally, the flesh tree spirit would command a huge root the diameter of a wash basin to strike at Rain, and at that moment, the white glowing blade orb would immediately dodge. After the upgrade to LV7, Rain's giant bear sword technique allowed him to endure much longer than the minute he was originally capable of, extending to at least 2 minutes, or even longer. This scene left Rudolph, Lagare, and the remaining Temple Knight dumbstruck. Although they had witnessed Rain's fight against the evil Spirit Knight and knew that Rain was highly skilled with both hammer and sword, they hadn't expected him to be this powerful. It was as if he were fighting the flesh tree spirit alone. A single man turning the tide. A single man reversing the situation. However, Rudolph's brows soon furrowed. This way, it won't work. Because before the multitude of roots from the flesh tree spirit can be cut down, Rain's physical strength will likely be exhausted first. Right, he's now initiated the breakthrough but hesitates to use his transcendent abilities, probably because he's worried about draining his strength too soon and falling out of the breakthrough state. And once his speed slows down, Rain is done for. Human bodies can't withstand attacks from such massive roots. The equally injured Temple Knight beside him also saw the issue, looking even more troubled. In the eyes of both Rudolph and the Temple Knight, the situation Rain faced was almost a dead end. Because even if Rain possessed great strength, at most, he could maintain the breakthrough for about 2 minutes. But what about after 2 minutes? What to do then? Defeat was the only outcome waiting for him. Magini, perhaps. It's time to use that move. With a grave expression, Rudolph said to the severely wounded Temple Knight Magini beside him. Magini's expression turned serious, and he immediately knocked on his chest with his right hand wearing an iron glove, firmly stating, "Instructor, to return to the embrace of the goddess is my long-held desire. To sacrifice myself for the eradication of evil in this world is my honor." Well done, Magini. Rudolph patted the shoulder of the last remaining young Temple Knight, sighing inwardly. It had come to this, after all. The church had underestimated the intelligence from the Nightingale Forest. But upon reflection, this seemed inevitable. Recently, the manpower at the church had been too tight. The situation around Meister County was increasingly troubling, with a surge of mysterious incidents, and the church simply couldn't gather enough hands. However, before returning to the embrace of the goddess, let's take this flesh tree spirit with us. Just as the young Temple Knight named Magini was about to use a secret technique, Rudolph stopped him, saying, "Let Rain deal with more roots to create the best combat conditions. Once he can't hold on, we'll step in. That way, our chance of killing the flesh tree spirit will be higher." Magini nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Lagare's face was solemn, her lips tightly pursed, holding the blood-etched steel shield with her fingers so tightly clenched that her knuckles turned white. This was the second time she had felt this sense of helplessness. The pain of being unable to do anything while her teammates struggled beside her was just too much. She swore that if she survived this incident, she would definitely take part in a life and death trial. The three of them were intently watching the rapidly moving orb of blades, for when it stopped, it would be Magini and Rudolph's moment to use their final coup de grace. At the top of the temple hall, a pair of sharp eagle eyes watched Rain, his expression shifting from disdain at first to admiration now. Time ticked by, second by second. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Rudolph and the young knight Magini looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. How? How can Rain hold on for so long? That's way too long. Magini couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the two men, the heavy-hearted Lagare seemed to remember something, her expression rare and briefly lit with a smile, saying, Rain has great stamina. Sometimes I train with him all day. I'm exhausted. But he still looks energized and hardly tired at all. I'm quite sure. Rain's endurance is extraordinary. Rudolph and Magini heard this, their faces showing a curious look, exchanging glances. Endurance? Their practice. Was it serious practice? You're exhausted, and he's still energized? Can I say I don't believe it? I've never heard of the land being weary, the ox not tired. Moreover, you're not an ordinary woman, you're a barbarian woman. Even your stamina can't withstand it? The two thought to themselves. But Lagare didn't seem to notice that her words had caused a misunderstanding among the two men beside her. Her beautiful eyes were completely focused on Rain. Although she had just heard about the instructor Rudolph and the Temple Knight's last desperate strategy, she still planned to rush forward with her shield to protect Rain if his situation turned dire. Even if it was just to block a single, she would rush up without hesitation. At this moment, Rain's physical strength had nearly reached its limit, but his heart was not panicking at all. Because he had cheats. Add points and recover. He was hesitating about how to add points. Right now, he had 3 choices for adding points. One was to add to his physical strength, which was also the most enduring choice. The second was agility, to move a bit faster, which naturally was safer. And lastly, adding points to his spirit. The reason for the option to add points to spirit was to prepare for a subsequent attack on the flesh tree spirit itself. After battling for so long, he wasn't just thinking about giving the flesh tree spirit a shave and retreating, was he? Naturally, he wanted to find a way to kill the foe. Just then, Rain had a sudden guess. That was, since the flesh tree spirit was called a tree spirit, was there a possibility that it was particularly afraid of fire? Although he couldn't verify this immediately, as long as Rain could get close to its body, he could attack it with the 2 fire-based witchcraft spells he knew, Scorching Touch and High Temperature Force Field. However, considering the situation, the opponent was moving quickly and had very powerful attacks, leaving very limited time for Rain to cast witchcraft. Moreover, even if he could successfully cast the witchcraft Scorching Touch, if the duration was too short, it might not inflict significant damage on the opponent. This point had been verified in a previous encounter with Adams. Otherwise, the 2,000-degree high temperature should have carbonized Adams's body directly. Therefore, upon considering this, increasing the power of the witchcraft was crucial. But how to enhance the power of the witchcraft? The only solution Rain knew of was to increase his spiritual power. While fighting and thinking, Rain quickly made a decision to add points to his spirit. Although whether he added points to his physical strength, agility, or spirit, none could guarantee that he would definitely be able to kill the flesh tree spirit. But by adding points to his spirit, the power of his witchcraft would increase, which meant that his chances of successfully killing the flesh tree spirit would be higher. As his spiritual power increased from 20 points to 21 points, in an instant, Rain felt a rush of warmth pumping out from his heart, spreading rapidly to his limbs. This instantly filled Rain with vitality, and the exhaustion and sense of power depletion that followed his limit break vanished without a trace. For some reason, the famous prose poem The Seagull by the great writer Gorky from his previous life flashed through Rain's mind. This is the brave seagull, flying proudly amidst the roaring sea and through the lightning. It is the prophet of victory shouting, "Let the storm come more fiercely." Looking at the dense blood-flesh roots coming at him from all angles, Rain felt like the seagull facing the storm, and he himself was like that brave yet tiny seagull. It was time to duel with the stormy winds and terrifying waves. The next second, under the watchful eyes of the 3 humans and 1 eagle at his side, Rain, who had already shown signs of fatigue and seemed likely to fall at any moment, suddenly appeared as though some divine art of time reversal had been cast on him, returning to the state he was in 3 minutes ago when he first activated Limit Break. At that moment, Rain swung his great sword, and the momentum of his sword surprisingly maintained an extraordinarily stable state once again. It was as fluent and filled with strength as when the battle had first begun, continuing to shave the blood-flesh tree spirit as if wielding a razor. Young Knight Majini gaped with his mouth wide open, and his eyes suddenly grew twice as large, completely dumbfounded. His expression was exactly like that of the class's slacker, who upon facing a particularly hard question at the end of an extremely difficult test, is utterly shocked. Even the experienced instructor Rudolph was not much better than Majini at this moment. He too stared blankly at Rain, who had wound up his clockwork again, with disbelief written all over his face. Only Laguerre's expression was somewhat more normal. After all, she had witnessed Rain's endurance before during their sparring sessions, but even then, she was slightly taken aback this time. Laguerre glanced at the two beside her with an, "I told you Rain has a lot of endurance, but you wouldn't believe me" expression. After a few seconds, the instructor Rudolph and Knight Majini, with their mouths wide open, finally closed them and swallowed, glancing at Laguerre at their side. Seemingly a bit embarrassed, they immediately turned to look at each other, and in each other's eyes, they saw full-blown shock and incomprehension. "Girl, you said this. Rain is enduring. But this kind of endurance is just too much." Instructor Rudolph's face twitched a few times, and though he remained silent, he was screaming in his mind. And the eagle at the top of the hall had been about to fly down to rescue earlier. But just as it flapped its wings, the situation stabilized again. Now, even the sharp eyes of the eagle seemed bewildered. Meanwhile, Rain was fighting more smoothly and more effortlessly by the second because the memories of the LV7 giant bear sword technique that had just been infused into him had been completely assimilated by him after the recent combat. At the same time, Rain had some new ideas about the use of skill points. It seems, for seemingly basic skills like swordsmanship and hammer skill, once raised to a higher level before adding points, the benefits one receives are no less valuable than those from upgrading some rare skills. Seeing their teammate Rain performing so well, Instructor Rudolph and Knight Majini naturally would not foolishly rush forward to use their ultimate moves and fight desperately with the blood-flesh tree spirit. After all, a bad life was better than a good death. So, time passed, second by second, 2 more minutes went by. Altogether, it was now 6 minutes later. Instructor Rudolph and Knight Majini were already mesmerized by the continuous action they were witnessing. It was like seeing a class of dozens of students running 1,000 meters, and just as they started, a boy suddenly sprinted at the pace of a 100-meter dash. Almost everyone thought that this boy, at that speed, would do well to last half a lap. But instead, he whizzed a full 400 meters in a sprint and then continued at that high speed. Rain, on the brink of physical exhaustion once more, glanced at his panel and silently added points. As his spiritual power increased from 21 points to 22 points, instantaneously, another rush of warmth pumped from his heart to his limbs. This revived Rain in full health once again. Suddenly, his body was filled with vigor, the fatigue vanished, and he was ready to fight a 300 rounds battle with the blood-flesh tree spirit. Rain's state, which seemed to be like an eternal motion machine, finally caught the blood-flesh tree spirit's surprise and attention. For its blood-flesh tendrils, though numerous, couldn't withstand such relentless from Rain. Now, under Rain's unwavering shaving, the blood-flesh tree spirit's tens of meters long body surface had been shaved into patch after patch of bald spots. That is to say, as long as Rain could maintain his current state for a few more minutes, he would undoubtedly shave the blood-flesh tree spirit into a bald stump. Moreover, under Rain's relentless disturbance, the blood-flesh treant was also in extreme discomfort. Its main body still hadn't completely healed from the penetrating wound caused by the high-level divine arts Sword of Judgment. According to the previous healing speed, it should have healed 5 minutes earlier. But now, because of Rain's interference, the huge wound had only shrunk from the size of a wash basin to the size of a fist. The underlying reason was that many of the roots that could have been used to heal the wound were cut off by Rain and scattered on the ground. The blood-flesh treant's intelligence was not low, and it knew it could not go on like this. If this continued, it might indeed be ground to death by this little thing before it. All of a sudden, its upper body shot up, and those fine tendrils that had been writhing inside the wound of the piercing injury all retracted at once. The next second, the blood-flesh treant faced Rain and launched into a leap followed by a death roll attack. Rain's pupils contracted as he quickly executed a side roll to dodge. Just now, that was how the blood-flesh treant had swallowed the lightly wounded Temple Knight whole. So, although the blood-flesh treant had been using its roots to fight Rain up until now, Rain had always been on guard for this powerful move. If this move hit directly, it would likely mean certain death. As expected, it tried to move again. The blood-flesh Trent's massive maw brushed past Rain, its huge body moving with incredible speed, carrying vast kinetic energy. In an instant, the nearly 20-meter-long blood-flesh Trent streaked by like a meteor, smashing a massive hole in the sturdy white marble walls of the temple. Dust and debris filled the air. Additionally, Rain noticed that whenever the blood-flesh Trent itself began to attack, its healing completely stopped, probably due to large energy consumption or because the attack would tear at the wound. No wonder it had not engaged in the attack with its main body before. The blood-flesh Trent rose again, shaking its enormous body as if the collision with the wall had left it somewhat dizzy. However, when it came to its senses and realized it had not hit Rain, it seemed exceedingly irate. After re-establishing Rain's location, the blood-flesh Trent let out a skyward roar. The next second, it inhaled a large breath of air, its body swelling in size, and then spat out clumps of bloody mucus from its gaping maw, spraying in all directions without a blind spot. This scene, akin to a volcanic eruption, nearly covered the entire temple hall, leaving Rudolph and the other two in the corner with no escape. Facing this witchcraft-like attack from the blood-flesh Trent, Rudolph's face paled, regretting not having taken measures sooner. Now, even if he and Magini used their final trump card, it would be too late. The Temple Knight Magini immediately raised his steel shield to cover Rudolph. Lagare, meanwhile, was crouching with her agile body, fixated on Rain with her beautiful eyes, holding a blood-ruined shield in her left hand, her strong, shapely legs tensed, ready to pounce like a leopard. Lagare seemed poised to rush to Rain's side, ready to block the blood-flesh Trent's spew with her shield. But the next second, she froze. The same happened to the elf transformed into an eagle on the ceiling, who was about to swoop down and use hurricane technique to help, but she too halted her dive. Rain, in front of the blood-flesh Trent, boldly stepped forward without flinching, calmly retrieving a scroll from his arms. I had intended to save this sorcery scroll, Extreme Cold Wind, for the certification exam later, but it looks like I'll have to use it here, Rain said softly, with a hint of regret. While talking to himself, he did not slow his movements, quickly channeling a trace of spiritual power into the Extreme Cold Wind sorcery scroll and slightly controlling the direction of release. Suddenly, a freezing gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, blowing over a dozen meters in front of Rain, nearly engulfing the massive blood-flesh Trent completely. The next second, this frigid wind collided head-on with the bloody mucus spit out by the Trent. The power of the cold far exceeded Rain's expectations, as the bloody mucus instantly froze upon contact, falling to the ground like large chunks of ice and shattering with a, and it wasn't over yet. After freezing the bloody mucus, the cold gust still had enough force to head straight for the Trent itself. The recent spewing had greatly drained the blood-flesh Trent's energy. It was seen gasping heavily, the wound piercing its body widened again, and aside from a few of its larger roots, the rest had fallen off. Facing the onslaught of the extreme cold, the blood-flesh Trent, too slow to effectively dodge or block, was quickly covered in heavy white frost and crystals, its moving and attacking speed significantly reduced, as though it had gone from an agile monkey to a wobbly old woman nearly 90 years old. Additionally, due to the huge temperature difference in the air, the temple hall was filled with an enormous amount of dense, white fog at this time, obscuring Rain's figure, making even the unusually large flesh tree spirit unclear. At this moment, Rain stomped his right foot heavily and swung the great sword in his hands. Like an arrow released from a bow, he rapidly shot toward the true body of the flesh tree spirit. Along the way for more than 10 meters, there was a constant sound as the white roots kept falling to the ground. Under the influence of the low temperature, these originally tough roots had become extremely fragile. Thus, dozens of white tendrils were cleared by Rain in an instant, creating a long, direct pathway to the flesh tree spirit's trunk. Rain shook the glimmering greatsword in his hands, and, in the next second, he was already beside the trunk of the flesh tree spirit. As Rain's left hand rested on the rough skin of the flesh tree spirit, a deep incantation began to resonate from his mouth. Yes, Rain was casting the level 2 sorcery Scorching Touch he had mastered. After a brief spell chant of just over 2 seconds, a red glow emerged from Rain's palm and quickly penetrated into the rough skin of the flesh tree spirit. 22 points of spiritual power significantly enhanced the potency of Rain's scorching touch. Although it was not yet known by how much, it was sure to be significantly more than before. In an instant, Rain felt as if he had ignited a powder keg. It seemed that the flesh tree spirit's body was filled with gasoline, just lacking a fuse. And his scorching touch was that match. Suddenly, Rain's expression drastically changed, and he quickly retreated. The next second, boom, the flesh tree spirit let out a scream. The area that Rain had just touched exploded into a gigantic cavity half a person tall and, furthermore, blazing flames continued to burn the body of the flesh tree spirit at the wound. The roots around were frantically trying to extinguish the flames on the wound, but because they had been slowed down by the extreme cold wind sorcery scroll, the firefighting effort was not effective. This caused the burning to gradually become more intense. Rain was immediately overjoyed. Obviously, this verified that his previous judgment was accurate. This flesh tree spirit, bearing the word tree in its name, indeed feared fire. Rain felt that he should really thank the person who first named the flesh tree spirit. Precise naming contained the key to defeating the enemy. Almost without hesitation, Rain decided he must definitely take advantage of the situation. Using the words of a great man, it is right to press home the pursuit and drive the beaten enemy. It is not fitting to exploit one's reputation and play the tyrant. Immediately, Rain propelled himself forward again, rapidly circling around the flesh tree spirit, attacking whenever an opportunity arose, and would release the scorching touch sorcery on other parts of the flesh tree spirit. Although the flesh tree spirit instinctively tried its best to dodge Rain's attacks, having suffered from the extreme cold wind sorcery, its body, including the roots, moved significantly slower and was utterly unable to avoid Rain's strikes and approaches. Thus, within just a few more than 10 seconds, several parts of the flesh tree spirit's body were ignited by Rain. And with multiple parts exploding consecutively, it seemed to trigger some sort of chain reaction. Suddenly, the nearly 20-meter-long body of the flesh tree spirit stopped moving. It no longer avoided Rain's attacks but started to tremble slightly. The next second, the vast body of the flesh tree spirit suddenly swelled and glowed a fiery red. At this moment, its body seemed to be filled with magma, much like a volcano about to erupt. Immediately, Rain was startled and quickly retreated. He was still quite worried about whether the flesh tree spirit had any other trump cards, or some kind of desperate last resort move. But the next second, under Rain's watch, the vast body of the flesh tree spirit sharply contracted back and rapidly shriveled, all the while emitting a large amount of pungent, foul-smelling black smoke. And its densely packed tendrils, at this time, seemed to have suddenly lost all vitality, hanging limply and motionlessly. It seemed that the swelling and contracting had released all the energy inside the flesh tree spirit in one go. For a moment, the flesh tree spirit was utterly silent. At this time, the system prompt sounded, "Your skilled giant bear sword technique has been upgraded. Experience plus 1,291. Your skill scorching touch has been upgraded. Experience plus 35. You have experienced a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 276. Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. Experience plus 112. Upon seeing this, Rain immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the flesh tree spirit was formidable, it didn't have any second phase or transformation. At this moment, it should truly be dead. Huh? What is this? Rain keenly noticed. Under the carcass of the flesh tree spirit, he seemed to sense a special faint aura. This aura, which Rain was encountering for the first time, was filled with a sense of vitality, grandeur, and spirituality, and also seemed to carry an indescribable evil. Immediately, Rain swiftly cut open the bottom of the flesh tree spirit. There, a crystal the size of a walnut and a pale gold little tree enveloped in a fist-sized transparent membrane appeared before Rain's eyes. Hiss. This is. The sensation he had just perceived was likely the aura of the pale gold little tree, which was entirely a pale gold color, seemingly divine, but the sharp-eyed Rain noticed that beneath its pale gold exterior, there seemed to be a stream of black energy continuously flowing. The aura of that crystal was quite similar to the energy crystal dropped by the evil spirit knight, only it was thicker and more vast. After some thought, Rain lifted the crystal with the tip of his sword and took it out. As soon as it was in his hand, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected unknown energy that can be absorbed. Do you wish to absorb it? Note: after absorption, it can be converted into specified professional experience points. As expected, this must be a kind of energy body that is even more advanced than the energy crystal. After all the hard work, it was finally time for the harvest. Rain felt a surge of joy in his heart and didn't hesitate to choose yes. The next second, the thick black energy that flowed within the walnut-sized crystal suddenly rushed into Rain's body through his arm. Just like last time, this time Rain once again didn't feel any discomfort, and the whole absorption and conversion process was over. Ding! A total of 1536 supernatural experience points converted. Please choose to upgrade Knight Transcendent / Wizard Apprentice Transcendent / Beast Tamer Transcendent. TSK. The flesh tree spirit is mighty. Rain found that he had started to like the unholy things of the Mother Tree sect. The rewards are too generous. After pondering for a while, Rain decided to continue selecting Beast Tamer Transcendent to add points. The reason was simple: he could slowly accumulate experience for Knight or Wizard Apprentice through combat, but not for Beast Tamer. Moreover, he was currently a Beast Tamer Transcendent, LV3, 12/500. Choosing to add points to Beast Tamer would allow him to level up twice. But if he chose Knight or Wizard Apprentice, he could only rise by one level. As for Blacksmith not being prompted, it's because, in Rain's view, Blacksmith isn't a transcendent profession, so it isn't difficult to level up. As Rain silently thought, Beast Tamer. Instantly, 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer Transcendent profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer Transcendent profession level has increased. Seeing the Beast Tamer Transcendent level change from LV3, 12/500, to LV5, 48/2000 on the panel, Rain couldn't help but show a brilliant smile. He continued to read on. Gazing at the bottom of the panel revealed remaining attribute points, 3, and remaining skill points, 5. The remaining attribute points were back to 3, and the remaining skill points had reached an astonishing 5. This gave Rain the thrilling sense of getting richer and stronger with each battle. Since the pale golden sapling still hadn't been checked, Rain didn't linger in the joy of leveling up for long, but immediately took out the pale golden sapling, which was the size of a small fist, from the body of the flesh tree spirit. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a Mother Tree seed, triggering a class transfer Mother Tree Priest Transcendent. The prerequisites for transferring to Mother Tree Priest are 1. Knight Transcendent, LV3 or above, Wizard Apprentice Transcendent, LV3 or above. 2. Constitution 15 points or above, Spirit 18 points or above. 3. Belief in the Mother Tree or use of the Mother Tree seed. Conditions met. Do you wish to transfer to Mother Tree Priest Transcendent? Hiss. Facing the class transfer information prompted by the system, Rain's eyes suddenly widened. This was the first time he had seen prerequisites for a class transfer that were so demanding. It actually required both Knight and Wizard Apprentice to be LV3 or above. Rain's brain whirred rapidly, and after a few seconds, he resolutely clicked, no. The reason was simple. The Mother Tree sect had been listed as a cult by the Empire. If he transferred to become a Mother Tree Priest Transcendent, he would naturally be opposing the Empire. And Rain didn't believe that the transcendent profession of Mother Tree Priest could bring benefits matching the huge risks. Ding. Detected that the Mother Tree seed contains a large amount of life energy. Do you wish to absorb it? Note: after absorption, the Mother Tree seed will be destroyed. Huh? Could it be like this? After a brief thought, Rain chose yes. Since he wasn't transferring classes, it was natural to use it for absorption. At least it was all for his own benefit. In an instant, a stream of warm energy that made Rain feel indescribably cozy emanated from the pale golden Mother Tree seed, a sensation that the phrase ecstatic couldn't describe even 1/10 of. At the same time, for quiet system prompts arrived. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Strength attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Spirit attribute has increased. This. All attributes +1. The Mother Tree seed is amazing. Bring me a dozen, please. Rain, coming back to his senses, hadn't expected to receive 4 system prompts in one go. At this time, the white mist also began to gradually dissipate. In the corner of the hall, Rudolph, Laguerre, and Majini were staring blankly at the clearly dead flesh tree spirit and at Rain, who stood nearby, sword in hand. For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. Things had changed so rapidly. In the span of half a minute, the flesh tree spirit that had been gaining the upper hand was now motionlessly sprawled at Rain's feet. At this moment, under the sunlight seeping into the hall, Rain was coated in a soft golden glow, making him seem especially tall. And the flesh tree spirit, which had once been like a small mountain, was now charred throughout and emitting plumes of black smoke, completely reduced to a backdrop for the golden light. Then Rudolph, coming to a realization, furrowed his brows, stepped forward for a closer look at Rain, and slowly began to ask, "Rain, the wide area frost attack you just performed, that was witchcraft, wasn't it?" He had just turned his sight away because it was blocked by Majini, so he did not see the scene when Rain pulled out the sorcery scroll. Rain looked up and saw the expression on head priest Rudolph's face, a mix of joy and faint worry, and immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Jenny had been right last time. The church and the followers of the Orthodox Knight's path were quite opposed to witchcraft and the ways of the wizard. Rain expressed understanding of this, as it was somewhat similar to the strife over the Orthodox path in the immortal hero novels of his previous life, or the differences between the capitalists and socialists in modern society. "That's correct, head priest Rudolph. I just used a sorcery scroll confiscated from a wizard apprentice named Arctic Wind." Upon hearing it was from the spoils of war, Rudolph's brow immediately relaxed, and his expression softened significantly, nodding and saying, "That's good. Witchcraft is indeed very powerful, but its learning process is fraught with many unpredictable dangers." After a pause, Rudolph continued, "And divine arts are not only more powerful but also safer. Rain, I hope you understand this." Naturally, Rain was not going to argue this matter with Rudolph at this time and simply smiled a little and nodded again. However, all of a sudden, Rain looked around with a puzzled expression. Right after he had killed the blood-flesh treant, he had felt a subtle sense of being watched. This feeling was very faint. Rain looked up again and saw several birds fluttering away at the top of the hall, so he slightly shook his head and thought to himself, "Maybe I'm just being too sensitive," mistaking the curious prying of some birds and beasts for the prying of intelligent beings. Just then, something Rudolph said made Rain's heart skip a beat. He only heard Rudolph muttering doubtfully to himself, "That's not right. After the death of a creature like the blood-flesh treant, there should have been at least large chunks of evil energy crystals. Even normally, there should be shards of evil energy left behind. How could there be absolutely nothing? Rain, did you see anything like the crystals that drop when evil spirit knights die?" Rudolph turned and asked. "Aha. No, I really didn't. By the way, head priest Rudolph, could it be because the high-level divine arts sword of judgment you cast was too powerful?" Rain laughed. "Sorry about that, head priest Rudolph. It's just that I've absorbed them already, and I can't exactly spit them back out for you. It's possible." Rudolph frowned and pondered for a while, nodding his head, seeming to accept Rain's explanation. "Head priest, then let's retreat now, shall we?" Rain, feeling somewhat guilty, quickly suggested. After all, the high-level divine arts scroll sword of judgment did play an extremely important role in killing the blood-flesh treant, but now the issue was that Rain had swallowed all the benefits himself. Wait, there must be something of the Mother Tree sect that required the protection of the blood-flesh treant here. Or rather, there must be something very important to the Mother Tree sect here. Otherwise, the blood-flesh treant and evil spirit knights wouldn't have emerged out of nowhere. Could it be that thumb-sized pale golden sapling? Head priest, can I say that I've absorbed it too? Rain sneakily glanced at Rudolph, who was searching around, and felt even more guilty. But at this moment, he could only remain silent, following behind head priest Rudolph, pretending to search around the perimeter of the temple hall. Suddenly, Knight Majini in the center of the hall shouted, "Head priest, there's a stone slab here." Rain raised an eyebrow. "Huh? There really was something?" The two of them promptly walked over and saw that underneath the original position of the treant, Majini had unearthed a black obsidian slab more than 1 meter long, written with something in an ancient language, Akkadian. Rudolph nodded confidently and said, "This must be it." Was the blood-flesh treant guarding this slab? Knight Majini asked curiously beside him. As a knight of the church's temple, he hadn't studied this kind of spiritual text. On normal days, he was so busy learning combat skills and prayers that he naturally couldn't afford to divert his attention to anything else. However, Rudolph, as the head of the clergy, did have a certain degree of research on spiritual text. Great Mother Tree. Following. The most humble servant. I beseech you. Rain initially watched with surprise, scrutinizing it closely for a moment, but soon he lost interest. Because if he wasn't mistaken, this appeared to be a ritual text or prayer, namely, the ritual language used during sacrifices to pray to the so-called Mother Tree. Clearly, to him, this was almost meaningless. He wasn't a priest of the Mother Tree. Had Rain just changed his occupation to priest of the Mother Tree, then this prayer would have been quite useful and worth studying seriously, but now, not so much. Majini, dig this thing out and bring it back, Rudolph said after pondering for a moment. Although Rudolph, after translating, also believed that this seemed to just be an ordinary prayer, he thought carefully and surmised that the obsidian tablet, which the black flesh tree spirit was guarding, must possess some special purpose or significance. It was just that, possibly due to his lack of expertise in this area, he couldn't immediately discern the importance of the obsidian tablet. Watching as the temple knight Majini huffed and puffed to dig out the heavy obsidian tablet, Rain cast a dubious glance at Rudolph and thought, "Head of the clergy, do you really think the black flesh tree spirit was guarding this tablet?" Soon after, Rain and his party returned the way they had come, back to the entrance of the temple garden. At that moment, seeing Rain's party emerge, the night watchman and the peace officers immediately surrounded them. After a brief conversation, upon hearing that there was a monster inside nearly 20 meters long, everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. From the expressions on their faces, they all seemed relieved. Otherwise, judging from the bodies of the fallen knights, it was clear that these ordinary people would have suffered horrific casualties, or even a total annihilation. Realizing this, the short Mateo and the other night watchmen looked at their own peace deputy officer Rain with grateful eyes. After Rain and his companions left the temple hall, the eagle perched at the top of the hall finally fluttered its wings and flew down. As it was about to land, the eagle suddenly transformed into a black-haired elf, and the tall, slender figure calmly walked over to the carcass of the black flesh tree spirit and began to investigate. Strange, the sorcery scroll that the human knight tore open was clearly of the Frost series, but the black flesh tree spirit clearly died from fire-based witchcraft, the black-haired elf said with a puzzled expression. She had just witnessed the entire battle, but shortly after Rain tore open the sorcery scroll gale of extreme cold, a dense fog filled the entire hall. By then, no one except Rain himself could see clearly what Rain was doing. Thus, the black-haired elf's confusion wasn't surprising. Could it be that the human knight just now used fire-based witchcraft? The black-haired elf quickly thought of a possibility. Perhaps it was because he carried a fire-based witchcraft scroll with him. This aura is... The black-haired elf's eyes suddenly widened, her cherry lips parting in an incredulous expression, because she had just sensed a trace of the identical aura from the elven Mother Tree seed. She was naturally all too familiar with this aura. It was almost identical. No, this should be the aura of the seed of the Dark Mother Tree, the one worshipped by the sect of the Mother Tree. The next second, the black-haired elf reacted. As soon as he thought of the dangers posed by the Dark Tree seed, the black-haired elf's expression changed, and she muttered to herself, "No, I need to go and retrieve the Dark Tree seed." The only one who had the chance to take the seed just now would be the young knight, who used the sorcery scroll. The image of Rain, the young knight wielding the dual-handed greatsword, instantly came to the mind of the black-haired elf. The very next second, the black-haired elf transformed into an eagle once more and soared into the sky. Soon, she caught up with Rain and his group, who were preparing to return from the temple garden's entrance. Half an hour later, "Captain, there's something odd about that eagle circling above us for quite a few rounds." A night watchman noticed the eagle above and turned to speak to his captain, Mateo. Mateo also looked up for a moment and nodded, saying, "Indeed, something isn't right. It seems to be tracking our squadron. Could it be that a falconer from some unknown forces is nearby?" Mateo's expression turned serious as he considered this and then kicked his horse's sides firmly to accelerate and approached Rain, who was conversing with Lagare, to report, "Adjutant, sir, there's an eagle in the sky constantly tracking us. I suspect there is a falconer from unknown forces nearby." "An eagle?" Rain looked up questioningly. He saw several birds flying across the sky, but none were eagles, which meant there was no trace of an eagle in the sky at that moment. "Mateo, there's no eagle?" There definitely was one just now?" Mateo scratched his head, momentarily confused. However, it was clear since the eagle was no longer there, it was most likely his overthinking. Perhaps the eagle was merely chasing its prey that happened to be near their group. In fact, at the very moment when Mateo looked up, the black-haired elf, in the guise of the eagle, had realized that her circling behavior had likely attracted the attention of certain individuals in the group below. Therefore, she decided to fly in the direction the group was moving and landed not far ahead of them before quickly transforming into a squirrel, which scampered up the high canopy of an oak tree to observe the group. The scrutiny of a squirrel would naturally not raise any alarm, not even for Rain, despite his remarkably keen senses. After all, in the Nightingale Forest, where wild beasts are abundant, if the scrutiny of a squirrel were to be of concern, then there would be far too many such scrutinizing gazes to be wary of. Half a day later, the group returned to Flashgold Town, and Hamilton was already waiting at the administrative hall's entrance to greet everyone. As soon as the group entered Flashgold Town, a security officer notified him. Seeing Rain and the night watchman of Flashgold Town mostly safe and sound, a look of relief quickly spread across Hamilton's face. However, when he noticed the several stretchers being carried at the back of the group, and the two-man shortage in the nightly group from the church, Hamilton's smile faded. After some inquiries, Hamilton looked astonished. He had not expected that what seemed to be a secure mission dealing with the evil spirit knight would turn out to have such unexpected and twisted developments. Firstly, the number of evil spirit knights had suddenly surged to 3, and they all possessed almost the strength of peak knights. Secondly, inside the dilapidated temple hall was an ancient cult's relic, the Mother Tree sect, and there existed creatures like the flesh tree spirits with strength equivalent to that of a great knight. This made it difficult for Hamilton to imagine just how intense the battle had been. However, what particularly puzzled him was why his own elite night watchmen were mostly unharmed, whereas the church's knights, who were much stronger and had stepped into transcendence, suffered such heavy casualties. The 2 surviving knights were severely injured, and 2 honorably fallen knights lay on the stretchers. And why did his own adjutant Rain, after such a brutal battle, not only appear unscathed but also seem full of vigor? Such a state would make more sense to Hamilton if Rain had just woken up from an afternoon nap. Huh? Rain's aura. How does it feel like his strength has progressed again? Hamilton's eyes widened as he looked at Rain, evidently taken aback. However, before Hamilton could ask for details, Rudolph approached with a grave expression. Father Rudolph, your efforts are commendable. The Empire will surely honor and provide compensation for the 2 fallen knights of the church, Hamilton said to Rudolph. Lord Hamilton, this time, we owe much gratitude to Flashgold Town's adjutant Rain for his significant support. Without him, our losses might have been even more severe, Rudolph said, glancing at Rain and speaking to Hamilton. This is what we in Flashgold Town ought to do. Hamilton was taken aback upon hearing this, because by the sound of it, Rain must have played a crucial role in the mission. Otherwise, given Rudolph's typically rigid demeanor, he would not likely make such nice remarks for mutual flattery. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the church's group led by Father Rudolph did not continue their stay in Flashgold Town. Instead, they arranged for 2 carriages and set out for the county town overnight. The urgency was due to the need for immediate treatment for the 2 grievously injured knights. In addition, Rudolph also needs to report to the bishop as soon as possible about the discovery of the ancient cult's Mother Tree sect ruins. However, before leaving, Rudolph specifically sought out Rain for a brief chat. Rain, the doors of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church will always be open for you. Besides, I will report your performance in this incident to Lord Bishop. As soon as Rudolph had left, an incredibly curious Hamilton pulled Rain into his office to ask for details. Just now, with the church's personnel present, there had been many things Hamilton naturally felt uncomfortable to inquire about. Lord, there's not much to say, actually. Once Rain had succinctly described both battles, Hamilton understood why Rudolph had placed such importance on Rain. He would have done the same in his position. Originally, he had thought that the church's heavy casualties meant that they were undoubtedly the ones who had contributed most to resolving this mysterious incident. Even his own night watchman team probably had merely engaged in some alert duties, which was why they had so few casualties. But the outcome was beyond his expectations. Rain almost single-handedly turned the tide, representing the night watchman of Flashgold Town, making a key contribution to this incident. Rain, well done. I will report this situation in the next 2 days, and I bet you'll get a hefty reward of merit points soon, Hamilton declared with amazement. Rain's performance in the previous battle against Adams had already surprised Hamilton, but this time, it refreshed his understanding once again. Thank you, my lord, Rain said with a slight bow, smiling. Merit points were certainly desirable, and Rain naturally wouldn't decline them, although he had already gained much from this incident. But who would complain about having too much money, right? However, when he thought about merit points, Rain was reminded that his custom-ordered water membrane steel knight armor would take 2 months to complete, which was simply too long. And the chromium iron set he was currently wearing, after the battles with Adams and the Bloodflesh Treant, was nearly ready to be scrapped. It seemed like he had to make another trip to the military supply department in County Town to exchange for a new set of knight armor for emergencies. Meanwhile, the black-haired elf who had transformed into a squirrel, upon following Rain's team to Flashgold Town, showed a trace of surprise in her gleaming eyes. Huh? Isn't this the same place where she had sensed the general location of the amulet? Yes, that's right. It must be within the bounds of this small town. The squirrel-shaped black-haired elf nodded affirmatively. But since the amulet hadn't been triggered for some time, she would need to search carefully to pinpoint its location. However, this matter could be put on hold for the time being, as she first needed to keep a close eye on that young knight. The black-haired elf was also hesitant at the moment. She wasn't sure which approach to take to communicate with the young human knight. The first approach would naturally be to find an opportunity for a private conversation, during which she would explain the danger that the dark elf mother tree seed posed to the world and then ask him to hand the seed over. But she instinctively felt that humans would not be so understanding and reasonable. The second method would involve sacrificing her own moral character for the safety of the world and quietly taking the seed away. This act would be considered theft, or perhaps stealing, wouldn't it? Therefore, the black-haired elf was at a loss as to which method to choose. After having dinner with Lagare, Anna, and his family, Rain returned to his room alone. He began to reflect on his own performance in the Battle of Nightingale Forest. Simply put, battle analysis. Because only by constantly reflecting and summarizing could he maintain progress. He had already experienced the benefits of doing so. There were 2 battles in total this time. In the first battle, facing the evil spirit knight protected by heavy armor and dark aura, my core skill, hammer skill expertise, combined with the tackle hammer technique and the pig-headed hammer, achieved a trinity of which resulted in tremendous killing power, he thought. This is the best test of the outcome of the post-battle analysis last time. Since the fight with the angel envoy of the Black Flame Church ended, Rain had set a plan to slowly practice hammer skill and utilize the hammer's strong armor piercing and shock damage to inflict heavy injuries on armored foes. This time, the heavy hammer armor-piercing tactic was proven effective against the 3 evil spirit knights. Rain's eyes flickered as he pondered. Additionally, the second battle, against the Bloodflesh Treant. If it hadn't been for Dean Rudolph starting off by casting the high-tier divine art, Sword of Judgment, and inflicting heavy damage on the Bloodflesh Treant, I might not have been able to defeat it despite doing my utmost. However, that's normal, considering that according to Lord Hamilton, the Bloodflesh Treant is an evil creature on the same level as a great knight. Ultimately, I relied on the sorcery scroll Polar Wind and combined it with the elementary level contact witchcraft Scorching Touch to take it down. To be honest, this stage was much easier than the previous direct confrontation with a greatsword. This shows the undeniable importance of witchcraft. If I can master several witchcraft spells, I'd be able to utilize specific ones according to the enemy's weaknesses, possibly achieving unexpected results. Furthermore, the importance of spiritual power has become increasingly prominent. After all, there's currently no other method for me to enhance the power of witchcraft. Only by strengthening my spiritual power can I simultaneously enhance the power of witchcraft, and that is a clear fact. From this perspective, unless something unusual happens, spirit attribute will be the priority for my future points allocation. As for mastering multiple types of witchcraft, Rain crossed his arms, stroked his chin with his right hand, and began pacing back and forth in the room, pondering. The test crystal has confirmed that I have the strongest affinity for fire energy particles. No, there's another one, the pale silver energy particles that I still haven't figured out. But even including the pale silver energy particles, I only have a relatively high affinity for 2 types of energy particles. Learning other types of witchcraft would be inefficient and less powerful than these 2. I should focus on fire witchcraft first, and as for the others, I'll slowly search for other witchcraft models. After all, the biggest issue I'm currently facing is the scarcity of witchcraft models. Oh, that's right. The meeting Ginny and I scheduled should be tomorrow. Hopefully, the visit to her bestie's library will yield some results. Rain suddenly recalled the arrangement with Ginny and his eyes brightened. Ever since experiencing the power of witchcraft in actual combat, Rain has been eagerly looking forward to each new type of witchcraft. Also, this ancient sect, the Mother Tree sect that appeared, I have never heard of it. Including that pale golden sapling, I have no clue about its origin. It seems I must pay close attention to various ancient lore next. So, the study of Lingwen, Akkadian language, must continue. After all, many ancient books were recorded by wizards or wizard apprentices and written in Lingwen. Soon, Rain brought out the 3 Akkadian ancient texts and placed them on his desk. Currently, Rain has made more than half progress in studying these 3 Akkadian ancient texts. He can understand the meanings of most Akkadian words, but his pronunciation and fluency are still not standard, so further reinforcement is needed. While Rain was studiously learning Akkadian, Lagaray was restless in the next room. She had decided that she would leave Flash Gold Town early the next morning with the belongings, weapons of her brother and teammates, and return to her barbarian tribe in the Frostwind Prairie of the Northern Empire. This was a task of great significance, one that she was obliged to complete, because only then would the spirits of her brother and teammates be able to return to the Hall of Heroes. Additionally, she had made up her mind to apply for the trial by life and death with the tribal high priest once she returned to her tribe. She hadn't mentioned either matter to Rain. Especially the latter, she had never planned on sharing with Rain. After spending some time with him, Lagaray found that she had developed quite a fondness for this big boy who had saved her twice. If she could successfully complete the trial by life and death, perhaps, there might be a future. But if she failed, in that case, it would mean that from her birth until her return to the Hall of Heroes, she had never been together with a boy she liked, which would be rather regrettable. Maybe tonight, I should visit his room. But would doing so hurt Anna? It shouldn't. After all, I might not survive, and even if I do, it's not certain that I'll return or meet Rain again. Soon, Lagaray made up her mind. When the night grew deeper, she would go to Rain, and then, before dawn, she would set out alone on her journey back to the Frostwind Prairie. Late at night, just as the dark-haired elf was about to sneak into Rain's bedroom on the 2nd floor, she saw through the window of the hallway that the door to the room next to Rain's was slowly opening. A figure, dressed in a sheer garment with a curvaceous body, silently walked out. The dark-haired elf's eyes showed confusion. She recognized the girl immediately. It was the barbarian girl who had returned from the Nightingale Forest with the young human knight during the day. So she stopped her actions and quietly observed from the side. Without knocking, the barbarian girl quietly opened the young knight's door, and then swiftly slipped inside the room with a quick turn of her body. The dark-haired elf was very curious. Could it be that the two were planning to discuss some secret matter? And had they specifically chosen midnight for their meeting? Could it possibly be about how to deal with the Dark Mother Tree seed? Thinking this, the dark-haired elf's eyes sparkled. The next second, a squirrel leaped from tree to rooftop of Rain's new home and quickly ran to Rain's 2nd-floor bedroom window, peeking through the gap. With her dark vision, she could see everything clearly. The next moment, the squirrel she had transformed into wore an extremely human-like expression, with eyes that suddenly widened and mouth agape, yet her tiny hands were firmly covering her eyes. Inside the room, the voluptuous barbarian girl was in a riding position, attempting to tame a male steed, while the young human knight held tightly to the girl's gourd-shaped slender waist. Here follows the omission of 10,000 words. After a fierce battle, as the male steed's endurance was quite astounding and difficult to tame. So, the savage girl ultimately gave up on trying to tame the beast, opting instead to lie down and rest. But perhaps because she was too tired from the day, the girl couldn't rest well all night, no matter whether she lay flat, on her stomach, or on her knees. That night, the squirrel at Rain's bedroom window came and went, back and forth, but never found the right opportunity to have a good talk with Rain about the serious matter of world safety. As the sky gradually turned white, the squirrel, transformed from a black-haired elf, finally left with a reluctant shake of its head. Actually, Rain had been aware since Lagaray quietly entered the room. That familiar scent, he knew the visitor was certainly Lagaray. Only, he was wondering why Lagaray didn't knock before coming in. But the next second, he was stunned because a certain part of his body entered in. 10,000 words are omitted here. In the yard, an ant was suddenly entwined by a sticky tongue and, in the next second, was swallowed by a lying lizard. After chewing for a while, the lizard felt the ant bursting in its mouth, causing pain to its cavity. Therefore, the lizard quickly spit out the bursting ant, tui, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a poison fire ant. Poison fire ants have a self-protection mechanism that secretes a clear toxic fluid from their body surface once attacked, causing paralysis and irritant damage to their enemy. In the darkness of the night, the lizard had not seen clearly that this was not an ordinary ant, hence it mistakenly ate a poison fire ant. Just when the lizard was about to leave, it discovered ants attacking the vulnerable part of its lower half again. This made the lizard furious. It then once more swallowed the audacious ant with its slippery tongue, burst it, and killed it, but the next second, hurriedly spat it out again. Unexpectedly, this was another poison fire ant. All night long, the lizard was continuously attacked by poison fire ants at its vulnerable parts, and it persistently swallowed them with its slippery tongue, bursting them, killing them, and then spitting them out. Eventually, as dawn began to break, the lizard fled in a panic. It dared not stay in this accursed place any longer. The poison fire ants were too many. Despite killing them all night long, there seemed to be no end. The next morning, when Rain woke up, he turned to look at Lagare, who was still deep in sleep beside him. The barbarian girl, in her sleep, revealed a large expanse of her fair and beautiful chest, her golden hair naturally spread on the white pillow, her delicate nose and cherry lips, a face more exquisite than most of the Empire's women. Just by looking at her face, one would never know that Lagare came from a barbarian tribe of the Frostwind Prairie of the Empire. Moreover, Rain still hadn't figured out what exactly happened last night. Why did Lagare suddenly come to his room in the middle of the night? And last night, before he could even ask, suddenly, the battle between the two ignited. On one hand, it was because Lagare's exquisite face and curvaceous figure were too tempting. On the other hand, it was an issue with Rain himself. Ever since he had become transcendent, his desires in that regard had grown stronger, so when Lagare fired the first shot of the battle, Rain's powder keg was lit, and the two naturally engaged in a fierce battle. Thinking back to the intense battle of last night, a smile couldn't help but appear on Rain's lips. He couldn't resist stretching out his hand to gently smooth away the messy strands of hair on Lagare's face. At that moment, perhaps because of Rain's action, the sleeping Lagare started to stir, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her deep blue eyes to Rain. Lagare also looked at Rain in front of her, her mind a whirl of confusion. To be honest, this was quite different from what Lagare had anticipated. Originally, her plan was to come quietly in the middle of the night, stay for a while, and then leave just as quietly. Before dawn, she would leave a letter by Rain's bedside and then depart from Flash Gold Town with her baggage, returning to Frostwind Prairie. After all, in her understanding, it should be the men who become exhausted and then fall into a deep sleep. Even though she knew Rain had incredible stamina, in this respect, surely he would follow the same pattern, right? However, it wasn't until dawn began to break that Rain finally stopped. This not only reshaped her understanding, but it also drained all her energy. Now, she was experiencing a profound physical exhaustion, coupled with a spirited radiance of the mind. It was a complex fusion of contradiction within her. Additionally, this had made it impossible for Lagare to carry out her original plans. But the thought of possibly encountering Sister Anna upon waking jolted Lagare back to reality as she said, I have to go now, Rain. Go? Rain raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Yes, I need to take my brother's and everyone else's relics back and hurry to Frostwind Prairie, Lagare said seriously while looking straight into Rain's eyes. Can't you go back a bit later? Da Vinci from a past life once said, the eyes are the window to the soul, and in fact, Rain had already understood the message in Lagare's eyes. So Rain did not try to deter Lagare, but the part of him that was reluctant to let go still asked if she could postpone her departure for a few more days. I'm afraid not. I've stayed too long as it is, and I need to make a trip back to the tribe soon, Lagare said, lowering her head slightly and giving a gentle shake. Indeed, the answer was as Rain had expected. From their time together over the past days, Rain had come to realize that perhaps due to growing up in the harsh conditions of Frostwind Prairie, Lagare was resolute and indomitable, certainly not one to be indecisive. In an instant, Rain also understood why Lagare had taken the initiative to come to his room last night. Because she was leaving. Then when will you come back? Rain asked with a hint of reluctance. I don't know. Lagare shook her head again. She planned to immediately undergo the trial of life and death upon her return to the tribe, and facing the high mortality rate of the trial, she didn't know if she would survive it. She wasn't good at lying, so in response to Rain's question, Lagare really didn't know what to say. Moreover, she did not want to tell Rain or anyone else about her plans to undergo the trial of life and death after returning to her tribe. Rain, I really have to go now. If it gets any later, Anna will be up, Lagare said as she stood up, her striking figure evident, and quickly dressed. By the way, you tell everyone for me that I've gone back to the prairie, she added. Watching Lagare's retreating figure, Rain felt a pang of loss. Rain knew all too well that with his current strength, there was so much he couldn't change. Furthermore, he couldn't indulge in transient pleasures at this moment. However, Rain believed that as long as he kept moving forward and breaking through, some things, some people, and some regrets would ultimately shift and change with his will. Breakfast time. Sister Anna, have you seen Sister Lagare? Bohi asked curiously after noticing the absence of one at the breakfast table. I haven't seen her get up. Maybe she's still sleeping because yesterday's journey to Nightingale Forest was exhausting, Anna said while smiling and patting Bohi's head. About that. Lagare has already left. She's gone back to the Frostwind Prairie, Rain said hesitatingly. Suddenly, several pairs of eyes turned to focus on Rain. Emma, who was sitting nearby, looked at Rain with surprise and asked, Rain, what did you just say? I'm saying, Lagare has already left Flashgold Town. She went back to Frostwind Prairie, Rain repeated. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the dining table became tense, and Mother Emma said in a low voice, Rain, you didn't do something to offend her, did you? Rain's heart skipped a beat at her words. Otherwise, why would she leave without even saying goodbye to us? Whenever Lagare saw me, she would always greet me with a smile and call me Aunt Emma. Mother Emma thought for a moment, then cast a suspicious look at Rain and added. This left Rain momentarily unsure of how to explain, but he definitely